I was originally recognized as a beast taming genius in the 10,000 Beasts Sect, and the only one who could make a contract with a five-clawed golden dragon. Everyone was full of expectations, thinking that I would definitely form a contract with this divine dragon and become the pride of the 10,000 Beasts Sect. However, I made a decision that shocked the entire sect. I gave up the dragon and chose to sign a contract with a pig in a back mountain. At that time, everyone laughed at me behind my back and thought I was crazy. But who could have thought that by fighting with pigs every day, my cultivation level would soar all the way to the peak of a saint? The secret of all this comes from the fact that I have bound myself to the beast taming system and have the wish to see all beasts. As long as I help the beast man realize his wish, I can gain wishing points and improve my own strength. Furthermore, the beast that I have contracted with will also become stronger. As time goes by, the once inconspicuous pig is now holding a rake, majestic and awe-inspiring like a god of war. People call him Zhu Ganglai. The monkey who used to clean the pigsty unexpectedly developed the ability to see with sharp eyes and became the Monkey King. Even my maid who used to wash my feet was transformed into the legendary nine-tailed Demon Queen. The reason why I was willing to give up cultivation and live in seclusion in the mountains to raise pigs was simply because the wishes of these beast tamers were so simple. Their greatest wish is to eat a bowl of pig food every day. At this time, in the Wansho sect, there was a pig pen on the outer peak. I suddenly discovered that one pig had a wish that was completely different from the other pigs. Its wish was not to eat more food or enjoy better treatment, but to meet the fairy who came to the pig pen to pick pigs a few days ago. Who would have thought that among the 400 pigs, there was a lustful pig with a unique mind? The fairy came to the pig pen to choose pigs in order to satisfy some special desire of her own. Listening to the sand-white pig's wish, I almost laughed at its unique request, but what followed was an unusual phenomenon. The pig's wish actually glowed red. Wishes come in different strengths. White represents the weakest wish, and the wish of the pig I fed yesterday was white. Blue is slightly stronger than white. As for red, it represents an extremely strong wish and an irrepressible desire. This pig is obviously eager to see the fairy. I was curious and decided to secretly ask Elder Xie to find out which female disciple had chosen this sand-white pig 2 days ago. Elder Xie thought for a moment and said, "Well, there seems to be a beautiful female disciple who should be Zifafang's outer disciple, named Shan Rushue. However, I'm not sure where she lives." My heart moved, so I asked, "Elder Xie, do you think I can go ask her?" Elder Xie showed a meaningful smile, his eyes revealing a bit of teasing. "Haha, what? Are you interested in that female disciple? How about I help you make a connection?" I saw that Elder Xie had misunderstood, so I quickly waved my hands and said with a smile, "Thank you, Elder. I just wanted to ask her something, and I didn't mean anything else." Elder Xie showed a trace of disappointment on his face, as if he regretted that I had no intention of pursuing this talented woman. However, it didn't take long before I found some clues and eventually found the pig picker, Shan Rushue. But when I faced her, I didn't know how to start the conversation. You can't just tell her directly, "There's a pig that wants to see you. Can you go with me?" That would be too embarrassing. For the sake of the sand-white pig's wish, I could only sacrifice my face a little and find a suitable opportunity to ask. I fixed my hair to show my handsome side. Afterwards, he walked lightly into the magic training field, instantly attracting the attention of countless disciples. A blue-robed inner disciple? Why would he come to our Zifafang? The crowd was whispering. I glanced around and quickly found the familiar figure, Shan Rushue. She had just performed a water sword technique and glanced at me. Suddenly, she was stunned. Her heartbeat involuntarily quickened a few beats, and she seemed a little at a loss. She asked softly, "Brother, what do you want to talk to me about?" "Junior sister Shan, do you still remember me?" I walked up to Shan Rushue with a gentle smile. That smile, coupled with my carefully dressed appearance, almost made her lose herself in an instant. Didn't we hear that Rushue and Qianxingye were dating? How come an inner disciple suddenly appeared? The outer disciples were whispering. Shan Rushue's face showed confusion. She should have an impression of such a handsome inner disciple. Why didn't she remember him at all? She panicked and clenched her palms, worrying about how to respond. Fortunately, I spoke up to help her out. We met a few days ago when junior sister Shan was selecting sand-white pigs at Ubi Peak. Later, I learned that junior sister Sean would go to Ubi Peak every once in a while and love the white sand pigs, so I started working as a pig farmer here, intending to breed more delicious white sand pigs. As soon as he finished speaking, the outer disciples around him immediately became agitated. So he is the inner disciple who gave up going to the inner gate blessed land and insisted on raising pigs? What a pity. Senior brother is so handsome and talented, but he has a problem with his brain. He offended the inner sect elders and had to raise pigs. The outer sect disciple quickly shut up halfway through his words, fearing that someone would hear him. After all, outer disciples have a low status, and in our sect with a strict hierarchy, no one dares to offend inner disciples easily. However, Shan Rushue was different. She only had one thing in mind. Brother, are you raising pigs for me? Her heart was instantly captured by me, and her face unconsciously flushed like peach blossoms blooming in spring, touching the heart. I looked at her reaction and was a little stunned. I didn't expect that a smile from mine could make her so emotional. Thanks to my rich experience in online dating and PUA in my previous life, I've already mastered the tricks to capture women's hearts, using different methods for different types. Judging from Shan Rushue's reaction, she was obviously moved. I smiled lightly and took the opportunity to bring up the purpose of today. Junior sister Shan, I actually chose to raise pigs for the purpose of cultivation. Low-level monsters like sand-white pigs may be able to unleash unknown potential after careful training. Moreover, it can also allow the sect to gain a foothold in the pig industry and increase prices. If junior sister is curious, could you please go with me to Ubi Peak to taste the Shabai pig? When Shan Rushue heard these words, she only heard one word: raising pigs. A hint of sweetness quietly surged in her heart, and she bit her lower lip gently, with the shyness on her face difficult to hide. When she was thinking about how to respond to me, there was suddenly a noise outside. It's Qian Xingye. Hee, Qian Xingye and Shan Rushue are childhood sweethearts, and he loves her wholeheartedly. Today's show is going to be interesting, but senior brother Qin is an inner sect disciple. Does Qian Xingye dare to offend him? Qian Xingye has passed the inner sect assessment and will be promoted to an inner sect disciple soon. He is different from senior brother Qin, a new disciple, and his strength is far inferior. I turned around and saw a young man in a white robe approaching me aggressively. The hostility in his eyes was not concealed at all, and he was obviously dissatisfied with my approach to Shan Rushue. Brother, since you are not going to raise pigs, why are you coming to our Shifa Peak? Qian Xingye said coldly. I raised my eyebrows slightly and sneered in my heart. It was really unpleasant that my originally quiet wish mission was disturbed by this person. However, looking at his white robe of an outer sect disciple, I already had a clue in my mind, and I was not afraid of his bad attitude. When Shan Rushue saw Qian Xingye, a trace of embarrassment appeared on her face. She quickly said to me, Brother Qin, you misunderstood. He and I have nothing to do with each other. Then she turned to Qian Xingye and said sternly, Qian Xingye, what do you want? You keep interfering in my affairs. The coldness on Qian Xingye's face disappeared instantly, and he smiled like an obedient dog. Rushue, you said that after I passed the intersect examination, you would give me a chance. Now that I have passed the examination, I can immediately become an intersect disciple and become a Taoist partner with you. Shan Rushue covered her head with helplessness in her eyes. She grew up with Qian Xingye, and the two families had some connections, but she never had any feelings for him. She just felt that his appearance was ordinary and could not arouse her heart at all. She gritted her teeth and said, I won't be your Taoist partner. I have no feelings for you. Please don't force us to be anything more than friends. After saying that, she boldly walked forward and tried to take my hand and leave. This scene completely angered Qian Xingye. Bang! A fireball passed between Shan Rushue and me and slammed into the ground. Shan Rushue's eyes changed. She turned around and stared at him, shouting angrily, You're going too far. At this time, I stood up and said with a smile, This junior brother, if you hurt someone in the sect without permission or attack an inner sect disciple, you'll be arrested by the law enforcement hall. Just now, Qian Xingye made a decision on impulse. Seeing Shan Rushue's face, he regretted it. What if he hurt her? After hearing what I said, he gritted his teeth and replied forcefully, I am about to become an inner sect disciple. How can I be guilty of insubordination? Soon? Then you'd better wait until you put on the blue robe. I answered calmly. Qian Xingye's face immediately turned red, and he shouted angrily, "You only joined the 10,000 Beasts Sect because of your talent. Do you really think you are the senior brother of the inner sect just because you put on a blue robe? With my dual spiritual roots, I have been practicing for 5 years and have reached the 6th level of Qi refining. Soon you and I will be inner disciples together. When that time comes, you can only bow your head and call me senior brother in front of me. I heard that when you were on the list, you used your talent to offend the inner sect elders and insisted on raising pigs, neglecting your cultivation. How ridiculous! The road of cultivation is long, and refining Qi is just the beginning. You don't think about cultivation, but travel around and raise pigs for fun. You are simply a disgrace to the inner disciples. In the eyes of us cultivators who practice hard, you don't deserve to wear this blue robe at all." Qian Xingye seemed to have finally found an outlet and vented all his resentment. Listening to his series of accusations, Shan Rushue's face became uglier and uglier. Finally, she couldn't help but interrupt him harshly. "Enough. Qian Xingye, you don't need to take care of my affairs. Don't bother me again in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Xingye's face turned pale from rosy. He saw that I looked calm and didn't seem to care about his insults, and he felt sad and angry. He pointed at me and shouted angrily, "The sect has rules. If there are conflicts among the disciples, they can go to the ring to duel. I want to duel with you. If I win, you must resign as an inner disciple and stop bothering Rushue." When Shan Rushue heard this, a hint of anger appeared on her face. But I responded calmly, "If you want to duel, you can. However, junior sister Shan cannot be the bet. If I lose, not only will I resign as an inner disciple, but I will also quit the 10,000 Beasts Sect. What about you? What will the price be? If there is nothing, then this duel is meaningless." Qian Xingye was choked by my words and sneered, "If I lose, I will also quit the 10,000 Beasts Sect. If you quit, what should I do? I don't get any benefit. So what do you want? If you lose, you will have to pay 10,000 low-grade spirit stones." I raised a finger, my tone firm. This time, Qian Xingye was a little shaken. 10,000 low-grade spirit stones was not a small amount. He was just a small cultivator at the 6th level of Qi refining, and his net worth was only a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. If he agreed, he would have to borrow or ask his family for the excess. He gritted his teeth and silently said to himself, "The opponent is a beginner. Although he has natural spiritual roots, his pet has not been trained. His ability to control the pet is definitely not as good as mine. I will definitely win." Okay, I agree. The brothers and sisters around here can all testify that if anyone is stage frightened, it would be better for him to withdraw from the 10,000 Beasts Sect as soon as possible, so as not to embarrass the inner disciples. Qian Xingye opened his hands and shouted with overwhelming power, and the outer disciples around him laughed. Shan Rushue showed worry on her face. She whispered, "Brother, don't agree. Although he is an outer disciple, he has been training in the 10,000 Beasts Sect for 5 years, and the 2 pets he trained have reached the 5th level." Before he finished speaking, Qian Xing interrupted and said, "If you are scared, you can kneel down and beg for mercy now. I won't mind." Seeing the other party so confident, I smiled slightly. "Don't worry, junior sister Shan. Isn't this a good opportunity for someone to send money to your door?" "I agree. When is the time for the duel?" Qian Xingye sneered. "I won't bully you because you're just getting started. The time is set for half a month later, mid-August." Okay, I nodded in agreement. After the duel date was set, the surrounding outer disciples began to discuss. Most people were optimistic about Qian Xingye. After all, he had practiced in the 10,000 Beasts Sect for many years, had rich experience, and cultivated strong pets. Some people even started betting that I would lose, thinking that the good days of this pig-raising inner disciple were over. I noticed Shan Rushue's anxious expression, looked at Qian Xingye next to me, and knew that I couldn't invite her to Ubi Peak today, so I planned to go to the zoo first to choose my first pet. "Junior sister, I'll take my leave today." Wait, just as I was about to leave, Shan Rushue secretly handed me a sound transmission talisman, which served as a way to establish contact with me. Although this small action was sneaky, it could not escape Qian Xingye's eyes. He was angry but helpless. "Brother, take care." Shan Rushue watched me leave. "Rushue." As soon as Qian Xingye opened his mouth, Shan Rushue snorted impatiently and turned away. Soon after, the outer disciples who were watching also dispersed, and the news of the duel began to spread within the sect. In the zoo elder was helping me choose a pet. New inner disciples can choose a pet that is not higher than their own realm as a contract. At the same time, you only have 3 chances to make a contract. If you fail, it means that you do not have the talent to become a beastmaster. These spirit beasts are the descendants of the elders' pets. If they're trained properly, they will have no problem breaking through to the 2nd level in the future. The elder suggested that I choose a wood-type spirit beast, considering that I was practicing a wood-type technique. I nodded, but I didn't pay much attention to these suggestions. My criteria for choosing spirit animals are simple. Look at their wishes and personality. Leaf-filled rabbit, current wish, eat grass. Cloud lizard, current wish, sleep. I glanced at these spirit beasts and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. Most of the spirit beasts in the zoo were selected by outer disciples. They had poor talents and were very lazy. They were really not to my taste. Just as I was about to leave, my eyes were attracted by a monkey moving stones. Elder, what do you think of this red flame monkey? I pointed at the monkey and asked with my eyes lighting up. This red flame monkey? The elder of the zoo frowned slightly, and after a moment's silence, he slowly spoke. It is one of the stronger ones in the zoo. Its current realm is the 4th level, which is equivalent to the middle stage of the chi refining stage. However, it has a solitary and unruly personality. It is the descendant of a former elder's pet. That elder has passed away, and the red flame monkey has no master. If you want to make a contract with it, you can. But I have to warn you that it has a hot temper and often hurts other spirit animals in the garden. Its personality is a bit like that of Mountain King, and it is not easy to tame. I nodded after hearing this, and I had already made up my mind. That's it, I decided. The elder of the zoo turned around, looked at me, and said, "The red flame monkey has the fire attribute and has learned 2 spells, which are not completely compatible with the wood skills you are practicing. More importantly, even if the contract is successful, if you fail to tame it, it could easily turn around and hurt you. Are you sure you want to do this?" Under the rockery, the red flame monkey seemed to sense us and stared at me fiercely. There was a hint of mockery in its eyes. Another new disciple wants to choose it as a pet? He really doesn't know his own limitations. Raised freely in the zoo since childhood, the red flame monkey has already understood human nature early on. It knows that many new disciples have tried to enslave it, but it easily beats them away every time. Its parents were once the pets of an elder. They were busy all their lives and still had no freedom when they died. However, it would never be content to be someone else's pet. Therefore, it has been training in the zoo, trying to break through its bottleneck and strive to escape from here one day. The red flame monkey put down the big stone in his hand, showing his sharp teeth, grinning and roaring at us. It seemed that he was trying to scare me and make me give up the idea of the contract. However, I did not back down, but became more and more delighted. This monkey is different from other spiritual animals. It is full of energy, works tirelessly, and does not like to be comfortable. I need such a companion. I said firmly, "Elder, I have made up my mind. This is it." "Okay." The elder of the zoo nodded. "Go in and sign the contract. Be careful not to hurt yourself. If the contract fails, you have 2 more chances." He opened the fence and let me in. Each spirit beast in the zoo has a fixed activity area, and a small formation is set up to limit their ferocity. Spirit beasts that stay here for a long time are mostly lazy and no longer have much ambition. The only exception is this red flame monkey. I walked towards the rockery area, stood 10 meters away from the red flame monkey, and said without hesitation, "Make a contract with me, and I will take you out." The red flame monkey bared its fangs, its eyes full of provocation, as if to say, "Do you want to enslave this monkey king?" I smiled and walked closer, shortening the distance. According to the steps of the beast taming technique, I need to enter the soul of the spirit beast with my spiritual consciousness and leave a special spiritual mark to complete the contract. But if the spirit beast resists fiercely, the difficulty of the contract will increase. In order to successfully complete the contract, I must exhaust the energy of the red flame monkey or even hurt it so that it will be easier to succeed. When the red flame monkey saw me approaching, flames suddenly appeared on its claws, and it looked ferocious and ready to attack. Everyone longs for freedom, but even if you escape from the zoo and flee to some other place, can you really be free? I said calmly, "That's just entering another bondage. Every corner of this world is full of restrictions. True freedom can only be obtained by becoming stronger and breaking all the rules. And I can help you become stronger." A contract with me will not eliminate your animal nature, nor will it restrict you too much. Are you willing? The red flame monkey was stunned for a moment, as if a little surprised that the other party knew that it wanted to escape from a zoo. But even so, it was still unwilling to believe it easily. Freedom must be in my own hands. Roar! The red flame monkey roared angrily and then threw the flame in his hand at me. I like your rebellious look, I said with a smile, and quickly dodged the fire attack. Then, I activated the beast taming technique and probed into the depths of the red flame monkey's soul. My spiritual sense range exceeded 80 meters, which made my spiritual power extremely powerful at this moment. The red flame monkey only felt a sharp pain in his head, and with an angry roar, his rage was completely ignited. Roar! Roar! The red flame monkey rushed towards me quickly, with its arms ablaze and fists raised to hit me in the face. This was the first spell it learned, Firearm. Its arms were covered with flames and full of attack power. However, I was already prepared, and with a flick of my fingertips, I cast the vine entanglement technique. The power of the master level of the vine entanglement technique exploded instantly. The ground cracked, and thick vines emerged from the ground, quickly entangling the limbs of the red flame monkey. The red flame monkey struggled angrily, and flames jumped on the vines. Although the flame restrains the wood element, my realm is higher than it, and the vines are tough enough. It will take time to burn these vines. When you become stronger, you will recall this scene and be grateful that I chose you, I said calmly. Following me will be the greatest blessing in your life. Taking advantage of the red flame monkey's struggle, I hit it accurately with a fireball. Boom! The sound of the fireball exploding was deafening, and the red flame monkey's scalp went numb. Although he was not seriously injured, he was still very unhappy. Boom! Boom! I launched the fireball technique again. The impact of the explosion made the red flame monkey dizzy and stagger. I seized the opportunity and penetrated deeper with my spiritual awareness, leaving the mark of the contract. The elder of the zoo who was watching nearby nodded repeatedly. As expected of an inner sect disciple with a natural spiritual root, he is so skilled in using magic. It seems that the red flame monkey can leave the zoo smoothly. He was originally worried that I would be injured, but when he saw how skilled and sophisticated I was, he immediately realized that this was not achieved through drug training, but rather through real hard work. A mastery of the vine entanglement technique and a minor accomplishment in the fireball technique are enough to make me stand out from the crowd in the chi refining stage. However, at this moment, the red flame monkey suddenly roared, and flames rose all over its body, and it rushed forward. This was its second spell, Flame Charge. The zoo elder's face changed instantly. He realized that the red flame monkey was of the fire element. Even if it was hit by 3 fireballs, it would not lose its combat power easily. The dizziness just now was just to confuse me and find an opportunity to approach me. Be careful, the zoo elder shouted urgently. I reacted quickly and used the vine entanglement technique again. This time, the target was not the red flame monkey, but myself. I smiled slightly, and the vines immediately protected me, forming a solid net. The red flame monkey rushed towards me madly, flames surrounding its entire body, but its arms could never reach me. Okay, now I am your master. I stood behind the vine net, reached out, and gently pressed the red flame monkey's head, and said with a smile. The next second, the spiritual imprint was formed, and the contract was successful. The moment the contract was completed, I gently removed the vines in front of me. At this time, the red flame monkey was finally free. Seeing that I was defenseless, it immediately opened its mouth and roared, ready to raise its arms to attack. But just a second later, it suddenly fell to its knees with a sharp pain in its head. I used the power of the contract and the beast taming art to calmly speak. Now that you are my pet, please curb your ferocity. Your claws can be used against enemies, but not against your master. Once the contract is established, the beast master can use the mental imprint to counter the pet. If the pet attempts to hurt the master or attack, it will trigger severe pain in the soul, making it lose the ability to attack. This method is somewhat similar to slavery. The contract was successful. The elder of the zoo came over with some surprise. He thought I would fail, but he didn't expect that I could reverse the situation with the vine entanglement technique. Wonderful, really wonderful. As expected of an inner sect disciple, his strength should not be underestimated. The elder smiled, turned to the kneeling red flame monkey and said seriously, "After staying in the zoo for so long, someone is finally willing to adopt you. Surrender quickly." The red flame monkey clenched his teeth, covered his head with one hand, and supported his body with the other. It knew that the situation was hopeless, and the monk's spiritual imprint had been engraved deep in its soul. It was meaningless to continue resisting. It would be better to compromise temporarily, pretend to surrender, take this opportunity to escape from the zoo, and then find a chance to regain freedom in the future. So it lowered its head and gave up the attack. The tingling in its brain gradually disappeared, and its hands and feet recovered, and it stood up. "I'm glad you understand." I smiled, and with a thought, a white light enveloped the red flame monkey and took it into my inner world. After doing all this, I thanked the elder of the zoo. "This red flame monkey has a violent personality. Fortunately, you helped to make the contract." The elder waved his hand and said, "This red flame monkey has some special eating habits. You must take good care of it when you return." After saying that, he saw me off, thinking to himself, "If this red flame monkey gives up struggling and goes to Ubi Peak to live a comfortable life, I'm sure it will become lazy the next time I see it." The zoo elder watched my back gradually disappearing into the distance, then turned around and walked back to the zoo. When I returned to Ubi Peak, I immediately noticed that the red flame monkey was in a somewhat abnormal state. My interior was about 20 square meters, which was not crowded at all for a red flame monkey that was only 1.5 meters tall. It should be quite spacious. However, at this moment, the red flame monkey was not practicing. Instead, it was angrily punching and kicking at the unopened edge of the black fog. Doesn't it like practicing in the inner scene? I guess secretly. Some pets with more violent personalities are not suitable for staying in a confined space. Considering the red flame monkey's strong desire to escape the zoo and its unruly character, it is undoubtedly imprisoned to lock it up in the interior. So it is not difficult to understand why it would explode in this situation. In that case, you should stay outside and practice. I thought about it and released the red flame monkey. It appeared in the residence, looked around, and although its expression was still unhappy, it finally accepted the change. When you're training at Ubi Peak, you must not harm the white sand pigs outside, nor can you attack the visiting disciples at will. I warned him seriously. If you don't obey, I will take you back to the inner scene again. After all, my pig-raising business in Ubi Peak has caused dissatisfaction among many elders. If my pet animals hurt people or eat the sand-white pigs again, I'm afraid my pig-raising plan will be ruined, and that will be troublesome. Squeak! The red flame monkey nodded in response. Although there was a hint of distrust in his eyes, he still reluctantly agreed. I warned it again with the mental brand, and it obediently covered its head and made a squeaky promise. Name: Red Flame Monkey. Current wish: become stronger and escape from the zoo. Completed. I carefully checked the system information. The red flame monkey had 2 wishes, and completing one did not bring any rewards. I planned to complete the other wish. This wish is a blue wish. I should get a good reward after completing it. I thought to myself, there are 7 colors of wishes in the system, from low to high. Blue is a higher level one. After completing it, you can not only get wish points, but also other precious rewards. The blue wish of the red flame monkey is not common. I glanced at the beast taming resources that could be exchanged and decided to first improve the strength of the red flame monkey to see if I could complete the trial. In my field of vision, an exchange box appeared, showing a large number of spiritual herbs, elixirs, and the wishing points they required. Flying Beast Pill. For level 1 and level 5, it can break through the level 1 of the demon beast realm unconditionally. Required wish points: 4,500. 5 Light Beast Pill. Assists monster beasts to cultivate their power. 1 pill can last for 3 days. Required wish points: 2,500. Fire Powder. Increases the power of fire-attributed monsters. Required wish points: 1,800. I was hesitant as I scanned the lines. The 3990 wishing points I got from raising pigs today, plus the 1,000 points left over from yesterday, made a total of 4,990 points. Give it a little sweetness first. I decided to exchange it for the Flying Beast Pill. Come on, Red Flame Monkey. This name isn't very nice. I'll call you Brother Monkey from now on. I said with a smile. Come, Brother Monkey, have a taste of this precious pill. I took out the Flying Beast Pill with a faint blue halo from my arms. It was emitting an alluring aroma and was obviously a precious pill. The Red Flame Monkey's eyes lit up, obviously attracted by the elixir, but it still looked up at me with some suspicion. I just made a contract with it. Is it really as kind as it seems? However, it was finally tempted, and seeing the extraordinary quality of the pill, it swallowed it without hesitation. The pill melted in its mouth as it entered. Powerful demonic power surged in its body, and its cultivation level instantly broke through, reaching the 5th level of the first stage of Demon Beast. Roar! The red flame monkey roared excitedly. The increase in strength made it feel extremely refreshed. It waved its fist and smiled, seeming to challenge me. However, I didn't pay attention to the dissatisfaction in its eyes and turned my attention to the system reward. Complete the wish of the red flame monkey, obtain 3,000 wish points, and the evolution map. A picture book quickly emerged in my mind, and I instantly understood the true purpose of this evolutionary path map. I only need to observe the monster in front of me for a period of time, and the corresponding evolutionary path will be automatically displayed on the map. I looked intently at the red flame monkey in front of me, and the diagram quickly showed its various evolutionary paths. Red flame monkey fiery monkey required 500 low-grade fire spirit stones. Swallow the red flame stone and comprehend a method of controlling flames. Red flame monkey long-arm flame monkey required. Take 5 or more first-grade superior strength pills. Break through 3,000 genes of strength and use first-grade flesh-enhancing grass for a long time. Red flame monkey 3 fires monkey requirements. Control 3 different kinds of fire, comprehend a method of controlling flames, and drink first-level spiritual fire wine for a long time. The various ways presented on the map dazzled me. I couldn't help but check the exchange price of the red flame stone, and it actually required 30,000 wish points. Not to mention the 500 low-grade fire spirit stones. Spirit stones with attributes are much more precious than ordinary spirit stones. One can often be exchanged for 8 to 10 spirit stones without attributes. In other words, I have to prepare 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for red flame stones on the black market. Even if an inner disciple has cultivated to the chi refining stage, I'm afraid he doesn't have that many low-grade spirit stones. With so many spirit stones, how many days do I have to raise pigs to be able to buy them? Wait, Qian Xingye owes me 10,000 spirit stones. I suddenly remembered the gambling fight in the afternoon, and my frown immediately turned into a smile. As long as we win the bet, we can easily get the evolution materials we need, right? But that guy's been in the 10,000 Beasts Sect for many years and has 2 beasts. It's not that easy to defeat him. I stared at the red flame monkey and saw its fierce look. I smiled and said, "It's impressive, but you still have to earn these evolutionary resources yourself." The red flame monkey didn't seem to understand what I said. Just as it was about to charge forward to try out the power after the breakthrough, it suddenly felt a sharp pain in its head. Its knees went weak, and it immediately knelt down in front of me. I stroked its little head and said with a smile, "The beast taming technique is really effective. Remember, I am your master now, and you must behave properly. If you dare to bar your teeth and act ferociously at me next time, don't blame me for making you suffer for a whole day and night." The red flame monkey covered his head and let out a cry of pain. After a while, the pain gradually dissipated. It was panting, and the hair on its back was soaked with sweat. It looked up and saw my smiling face, and a chill ran down its spine. This person was more difficult to deal with than it had imagined. Forget it. Since it can make me stronger, it doesn't matter if I obey orders for the time being. When I have enough strength one day, it won't be too late to seek freedom. Thinking this in his heart, the red flame monkey shook his head and showed a flattering smile. Seeing it obey, I took out a large bag of pig food from the storage bag, handed it to it, and said, "Now that you understand, start working. Mix the pig food evenly at night because you have to feed the pigs outside tomorrow." The red flame monkey opened his mouth wide, looking a little dumbfounded. It's a fighting spirit beast, and it's actually going to stir pig food? You have an impetuous mind. Cultivation is about tempering your mind from small things. The path of cultivation is much longer than you think. This is also a part of cultivation. Do you understand? I said seriously. The red flame monkey was stunned for a moment, and finally could only accept it silently, holding the pig food and stirring it in the corner. It thought to itself, it should quickly finish these things so that it can move stones for exercise. Seeing it working obediently, I felt very satisfied and took out the sound transmission note that Shan Rushua gave me. It's a pity that the red wish for the sand white pig has not been fulfilled today. There is an outlier among the 400 pigs. If the wish is fulfilled, perhaps a better reward can be obtained. I have completed the red wish mission several times, and the rewards were always unexpected. When I think of the white sand pig, I feel itchy in my heart. I hope my wish won't change. Let's get in touch before tonight is over. Maybe we can make an appointment to watch the moon together. I thought to myself, and then stuck the sound transmission note on a jade slip. The talisman of Xuanzhen Realm has been updated many times, from the original one-time sound transmission talisman to the current multiple-use sound transmission talisman. Just stick it on the jade slip, and you can have a voice chat like the social software in the previous life. The sound transmission note flashed white several times, and I waited, thinking about how to speak. However, the white light eventually went out, and the call was still not connected. I reluctantly sent a message to Shan Rushue and then hung up the note. This junior sister is either cultivating immortality or sleeping at night. I shook my head. If it weren't for the red wish, I wouldn't bother to contact her. Since I can't contact her, I can only wait until tomorrow. I hope the red wish can continue. The next morning, I received a reply from Shan Rushue. However, I didn't rush to reply, but went to the pig pen to check on the white pigs. If the red wish has changed, then Dan Rushue is of no value, and there is no point in continuing the conversation. Demoted. I stared at the sand white pig and frowned. Name, sand white pig. Current wish. I want to see the fairy who came to the pig pen to pick pigs 3 days ago. Although the wish is still there, it has been downgraded from red to purple and looks a little weak. Looking at the drooping head of the sand white pig, it seems that it will soon disappear completely and become an ordinary sand white pig, only needing a bowl of pig food. If I had known, I should have insisted on bringing Shan Rushue here last night. I sighed, but the purple wish is rare to see, so it is still worth putting in some thought. So, I took out the sound transmission note and contacted Shan Rushue. At the same time, Shan Rushue was practicing water arrows in the training ground with a worried look on her face. Is Senior Brother Chin angry? It's all Chin Xingye's fault. I'm so pissed off. How about sending another message to ask what Senior Brother Chin is doing? Last night, she didn't carry the sound transmission talisman with her, so she didn't notice the message I sent. Today, she was smarter and rolled up the sound transmission talisman and attached it to the jade slip on her waist. Shan Rushue cast a spell, took out the jade slip, and was about to send a message when the sound transmission note lit up, showing the message I had sent. It's Brother Chin. She showed a happy expression on her face and couldn't wait to use her spiritual sense to scan the message. After seeing my message, her expression was a little strange. Are you asking me about the situation of the sand white pig? She had also done missions at Ubi Peak and had accumulated a lot of experience, so she patiently replied to me. The sand white pig is an omnivorous first-level monster. It is easy to take care of, grows quickly, and has delicious meat. It is very popular among outer disciples and the market. Ordinary feeding can only produce ordinary sand white pigs. If you can select a few lively white sand pigs and increase the proportion of black spirit grass, you'll have a chance to cultivate a pig king. The value of a pig king is higher than 10 ordinary white sand pigs. It can be sold for 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and you can also get a reward from Elder Sia. The following are some of my experiences. Whether you can succeed depends on luck. After the two of us chatted for a while, I finally revealed my true purpose. Junior Sister Shan, can you come to Ubi Peak to help me pick some white sand pigs? Senior Brother has asked me out. After seeing the news, Shan Rushue was so excited that she almost jumped up, her face filled with joy that was difficult to conceal. She has always been self-centered and doesn't care much about other people's status. She values the feeling of falling in love at first sight. She always has a special preference for handsome men. In the past 5 years, apart from the ordinary-looking Qian Xingya, many outer disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Sect had pursued her, but she never fell in love with him until she saw me yesterday. At that moment, my handsome appearance and mysterious and cold temperament immediately attracted her attention. As for the negative rumors about me in the sect, that I'm a genius cultivator who has wasted himself, has a withdrawn personality, and is mentally ill, she doesn't care at all and even sneers at them. Senior Brother Chin must have his own plans for raising pigs. How can a genius be the same as an ordinary person? Therefore, she did not despise me at all, but felt extremely happy. After all, if Senior Brother did not raise pigs, how could he have the opportunity to meet me? Thinking of this, Shan Rushua picked up the jade slip and immediately replied to me with a message, saying with a smile, "Brother, no problem. I will come over to help you choose later." On the other side, after receiving the message, I put down the jade slip. My expression remained calm, but my eyes were cast towards the 400 sand-white pigs in the pigsty. Shan Rushua's words were still echoing in my mind. Pig King. I thought to myself, if I just raise ordinary white sand pigs, I can only earn 4,000 wish point a day with 400 pigs, and the sect reward is only 3 low-grade spirit stones. But if I could train a Pig King, my wish points will increase, the sect's reward will be higher, and Elder Sia will definitely look at me with new eyes. The pig pen at Ubi Peak was contracted by Elder Sia, who was also responsible for sales. According to the market price, each sand-white pig can be sold for about 500 low-grade spirit stones, and 400 pigs is 200,000 spirit stones. Raising pigs is not an easy job, and the goal must be clear. I don't want to keep raising pigs for Elder Sia. Inner disciples can also contract a pig pen, but the price is too high. Ordinary inner disciples will choose to go to the blessed land to practice. If they have spirit stones, they will naturally use them to improve their cultivation. Why would they want to raise pigs? The 6 arts of cultivating immortals: alchemy, talisman making, weapon refining, formation of formations, spiritual plants, and beast taming. Among them, alchemy and talisman making are the most popular choices. The other items take more time and effort, but the benefits are relatively low. I have the ability to tame animals, so this path is obviously the best for me. However, taming animals for others is certainly not as comfortable as doing business on my own. Let's set a small goal first. Save up 200,000 low-grade spirit stones and buy this pig pen. The right to use Ubi Peak is in the hands of Elder Sia. After buying the pig pen, this mountain naturally became my territory. After paying a certain amount of spirit stones to the sect every year, I can better expand the pig pen and cultivate sand-white pigs or other monsters to make money. I looked at the group of sand-white pigs with a slightly fixed gaze. The wool comes from a sheep, and I'm afraid they can bring me 200,000 low-grade spirit stones themselves. A pig king costs 5,000 low-grade spirit stones, and I can earn at least 500 spirit stones by training it. In other words, if I train all these 400 sand-white pigs into pig kings, I can earn 200,000 low-grade spirit stones. I looked at the evolutionary pathway map, and my thoughts gradually became absorbed in it. Sand-white pig, Sandyland pig, required 500 low-grade earth spirit stones, swallow the earth stone, and comprehend the sand control method. Sand-white pig, arm strength pig, required 1 first-level 8-layer demon pill, 3 Qingxing grasses, long-term strength training. Sand-white pig king, required 12 stalks of wooling grass, normal chi, and blood. Seeing these messages, I became more determined to achieve my goal. Black spirit grass is the favorite spirit grass of the Shabai pig. It is not expensive, and one plant only costs a dozen low-grade spirit stones. Normally, Elder Sia would grind it up and mix it into the pig feed to ensure that every sandy white pig could eat it. Elder Sia already had 30 plants in hand, which was the 5-day supply for the pig feed this time. I only need 12 stalks of wooling grass to feed it, and it will be able to break through the pig king. I thought to myself, and then looked at another lively sand-white pig. Some Shabai pigs need more wooling grass, even more than 30 plants. The small, immature sand-white pigs, although they have been fed for several months, still need some extra support. We can't be too hasty in training pig kings. If we train one in a day, the number will increase dramatically, and it will definitely attract unnecessary attention. I have a 2nd-level beast taming skill, so there's no problem in increasing the output of the pig king, but I have to do it step by step and take it slowly. Cultivate 1 today, 2 in 3 or 4 days, and 3 in a week. As the number gradually increases, Elder Sia will naturally accept it and be happy about it. Otherwise, once it increases dramatically, even a fool will know that it is a big problem. Hee hee. A lively sand-white pig poked its head out and looked around. I couldn't help but smile and patted its head. Okay, the fairy will be here soon. Let's have some lunch first. Brother Monkey, come here and pour the pig food. I shouted to the red flame monkey in the distance. The red flame monkey threw down the stone in annoyance, poured some pig food, and then brought it to me. I fed each sand-white pig in turn until the last one was fed. I gained 3,990 wish points. The only one that hadn't been fulfilled was the sand-white pig staring at the fairy. Brother, I'm here. I can't get in through the door. Can you come out to pick me up? At this time, I received a message from Shan Rushue, so I picked up the wooden sign of the formation and walked out of Ubi Peak. When I saw her, she was already standing at the door, waving at me with a smile. Senior brother. Her voice was clear, sweet, and so gentle that it was intoxicating. I smiled and responded, Junior sister Shan, thank you for coming to help me choose. We walked and chatted until we arrived at the pig pen. Is that the pet that senior brother has contracted? Shan Rushue was a little surprised when she saw the red flame monkey sweeping the pig pen. The red flame monkey turned around and glared at her, then kicked away the approaching sand white pig. Hey! The kicked white pig was not angry at all. Instead, it ran to the front of the pen excitedly and stared at the fairy with joy in its eyes. The fairy is here. So beautiful. If only I could follow her back. At the same time, I also received a prompt from the system and stood there in a daze. Complete a wish for a white sand pig, gain 15,000 wish points, and the beast controlling magical power, 9 phases. Divine power. He actually obtained divine power. This was the level of immortality, and only famous sects or holy places were qualified to access it. Even divine power unearthed in secret realms would cause a sensation. I didn't expect that this low-level purple wish would actually produce such a magical power. Senior brother, what's wrong with you? Shan Rushue asked in confusion when she saw me standing there in a daze. I came back to my senses, smiled, and didn't rush to study it. Instead, I said, It's okay, junior sister, you can continue to choose. Looking at her smiling face, I couldn't help but sigh in my heart. What a lucky woman. Brother, I think this piglet looks energetic and its eyes are particularly bright. Maybe it can be trained well. Shan Rushue said, pointing to a sand white pig. I looked in the direction she pointed. Sand white pig king, required. 10 stalks of woolen grass, normal chi, and blood. It is indeed a good choice, and the evolution requirements are much lower than those of other sand white pigs. This one is also good, and it's in very good spirits. Shan Rushue pointed to a sandy white pig with shiny fur. Its evolution requires 15 black spirit grasses. This surprised me a little. The 2 consecutive selections were quite close to the standard. It seems that Shan Rushue has an extraordinary vision. Could it be that she had some talent in taming animals? Or perhaps she had gained experience from eating sand white pigs? But later on, she also selected a few and made some mistakes, but she was much better than the average breeder. Thank you, junior sister. After thanking her, I marked the pigs and prepared to send her away. The reason why she was invited to come and pick the pig was to fulfill her wish. Now that her wish has been fulfilled, there is naturally no need to stay any longer. I'm glad to be able to help you, brother. If you take good care of these sand white pigs, you might be able to breed a pig king in a few months. After Shan Rushue finished speaking, she couldn't help but mutter in her heart, why is the senior brother so serious and keeps talking to her about pig farming? Is it because I didn't dress right today and didn't attract him like last time at the Learning Method Peak? She lowered her head, feeling a little disappointed. However, her senior brother had obviously decided to send her away, so she couldn't stay any longer, lest he make her feel uncomfortable. Just then, a sandy white pig emerged from the herd, grunting, and attracted her attention. Seeing the fairy's gaze, it cried even more happily, feeling extremely happy. Previously, when the fairy was selecting pigs, she almost missed it, and it was so anxious that it almost went crazy. It was no worse than other sand white pigs. Look at its belly, so white and tender. This sand white pig is so interesting. It can even pat its belly. Shan Rushue laughed out loud when she saw its actions. After carefully examining its demeanor, body shape, and fur color, she couldn't help but sigh. It's a pity that although this pig has good fur color, it's a little old. I'm afraid it will be difficult to train it into a pig king. Brother, you should sell it as soon as possible, otherwise the meat will be old in another year. I looked at the sand white pig that had just fulfilled its wish. Sand white pig king, required. 30 stalks of woolen grass, normal chi, and blood. Although its desire is strong, its talent is weaker than other pigs, so the amount of woolen grass it needs is several times that of other pigs. It seemed to understand the meaning of Shan Rushue's words. It hummed sadly, but still tried to attract her attention, hoping that she could take it away. Seeing this, my heart couldn't help but be moved. Shan Rushue suddenly remembered that it had been a while since she last ate roasted whole pig, and a smile appeared on her lips involuntarily. How about buying it and having another meal? When she thought of this, she smiled and said, "Brother, it's a rare opportunity for me to come here, and I can't go back empty-handed. Why don't I buy it and help you boost your sales?" The price of sand white pig is 500 low-grade spirit stones, and I am not only a breeder, but also a salesperson here. For each one I sell, I can earn a reward of 5 spirit stones. Although this sand white pig has average talent, it once gave birth to a red wish. I'm a little hesitant. "Brother, you won't be reluctant to part with it, right?" Shan Rushu asked with a smile when she saw my hesitation. I put away my hesitation. Although this pig once had a red wish, it is no longer possible to have a strong wish now. So I simply agreed and said with a smile, "No, I am naturally happy if Junior's sister is willing to take care of me. Hee, then I'll cook it and give you half. Even though I'm not very advanced, my cooking skills are not bad." Shan Rushua said with a smile, and then she picked up the sand white pig. "Let's go, follow me back." The sand white pig was picked up and nudged itself excitedly into her arms. Unfortunately, before it could get close to anything, Dan Rushua put it into the spirit beast bag in a flash. "Brother, these are 500 low-grade spirit stones. Please count them." She took out the spirit stones, completed the transaction with me, and then left Ubi Peak with the sand white pig. I recorded the spirit stones in the account book, marked that I had sold a sand white pig, and then informed Elder Xie to add a piglet when he brought pig food next time. After dealing with all this, I returned to my residence and prepared to study the magical power 9 phases I had just obtained. At the same time, at Shifa Peak, Qian Xingye was furious when he learned that Shan Rushue went to Ubi Peak alone to meet me. "Damn it, bastard. Damn Qinin, I will definitely destroy you in the duel in half a month." He cursed with gritted teeth and kicked a female cultivator on the bed away in anger. "You!" The female cultivator fell to the ground and was about to say something. "Get out!" Qian Xingye angrily threw down a medium-grade fire spirit stone, and the female cultivator quickly lifted her skirt and fled. Although he has no shortage of female cultivators, they're just tools to curry favor with him. The one who really touched his heart is Shan Rushua. She's the white moonlight in his heart, and what he can't get is the best. "Rushua, she's mine." His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and he swore in his heart that he would never let anyone get his hands on her. If he had known this would happen, he should have moved up the duel time, even if people would talk about it afterwards. But now, the duel has been reported to the sect, and all he can do is wait for the day when he can defeat Qinin in the ring, prove his strength to Shan Rushua, and make her change her mind. Qinin, wait. Chapter 11. First Phase. The Magical Power, 9 Phases. After cultivation, you can store the appearance of the contracted pet before evolution and change the appearance of the pet. Each time the stored appearance evolves, the pet's strength will increase by 10%, up to a maximum of 9. A magical power that can disguise the appearance of pets and increase their strength. In the room, Qinin calmed down, and after understanding the power of this magical power, his expression couldn't help but show joy. Don't think that 10% of the strength in one evolution is a bit too little. But in fact, the further you practice, the more difficult it will be to increase your strength. Especially after reaching level 9, the pet's strength is doubled, making it invincible in the same realm. This magical power has a lasting effect. A 10% increase in the chi refining stage may not make much difference, but a 10% increase in the nascent soul stage is terrifying. Qinin studied in depth and found that with his current level of comprehension, it would take at least a year and a half to learn this magical power. How could he wait that long? As a result, a new wish emerged in the system. Current wish, getting started with the magical power, 9 phases, requires 10,000 wishing points. Give me some more. 10,000 wishing points were deducted instantly. Counting the wishing points obtained from today's wish and the previous accumulation, the remaining wishing points are 12480. Current wish, getting started with a magical power, 9 phases, achieved. Magic power, introduction to the 9 phases, 1/50,000. In a flash, he suddenly understood. I see. Qinin showed an expression of sudden enlightenment on his face, and he felt as if he had opened a brand new door. Even on the system, there's a new box named Shintong. It is conceivable how rare and powerful spells of this level are. I have already contracted the Scarlet Flame Monkey. Now I can use the power of the 9 phases of divine ability to store its appearance. He closed his eyes and pictured the appearance of the red flame monkey in his mind. As the image of the red flame monkey became clearer in Qinan's mind, he felt a mysterious power surging in his body, as if a closer connection had been established between him and the red flame monkey. Because he had already signed the contract, he sketched very quickly, and a picture of the red flame monkey took shape in his mind. At the same time, a line of words was written below. The first beast to be controlled. The first phase, the red flame monkey. Save. The first of the 9 phases. Qin enchanted silently in his heart, while guiding the 10% amplified power to flow towards the red flame monkey. At the moment of completion, I saw the picture of the red flame monkey gradually glowing. An invisible force flowed through the contract to the red flame monkey who was carrying stones and exercising his strength outside the house. It lowered its head, looked at its hands, and made a surprised sound in disbelief. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It can feel that its strength seems to have increased a little. Could this be the result of its perseverance and hard work? Sure enough, hard work can make it progress. The red flame monkey roared excitedly, then worked even harder to lift the boulder. Even then, he was still not satisfied and stared at the even bigger boulder and walked away. It must work hard to become stronger. Qin in the room also seemed to have some feelings. Because of the contract with the Beastmaster, as the pet becomes stronger, it will also provide power back to the Beastmaster. So after the red flame monkey increased his strength by 10%, he also felt a little more powerful. It's amazing. It's worthy of being called a magical power. I remember from the description that if the flame monkey evolves into another form, it can also use the flame monkey's appearance to disguise itself. This could be a transformation technique that can catch the opponent off guard in a duel. Qin smiled. Now, he is only in the Qi refining stage and has only just started to learn the 9 aspects of divine power. If he wants to store the next appearance of the red flame monkey, he must reach the proficient stage. He glanced at the system information and felt a pain in his flesh. The next stage requires 50,000 wish points. Forget it. There is no rush to continue practicing my magical powers. I will first learn the flower transferring spell I got from the library. The spell of grafting can store one's own magic power and can also plant magic flowers in the body of a pet, which can transform power into each other. This spell can bring about a comeback at the critical moment. Current wish. Complete the remaining chapters of the book, transplanting flowers and grafting trees, and get started. Required wish points. 5,000. With just a thought, 5,000 wish points are deducted, and the wish is fulfilled. Now, there are only 7,480 wishing points left. Not enough. Absolutely not enough. Qin sighed, mastered the spell of transplanting flowers and trees, raised his hand, and there seemed to be a blue dotted line connecting the palm of his hand. The other end of the dotted line is connected to the red flame monkey, as his magic power is transferred. Outside the house, the red flame monkey was trying hard to lift the rock, his face red, and he was roaring. He tried to lift the rock again, but the demonic power in his body was already overdrawn and was not enough. It's not strong enough yet and wants to become even stronger. Only then can it gain freedom and escape from this world. However, the huge rocks weigh several thousand pounds. Squeak! It is already tired and now wants to hold on, but it can't. The body might even be bent by the huge rocks. And at this moment, the demonic power in its body suddenly seemed to come to life and increased in size. It opened its eyes wide in astonishment, and then suddenly put the rock aside. Boom! As the rocks fell to the ground. The red flame monkey's heart was also in turmoil. Squeak! Am I a genius? Why do I feel stronger again? No, something is wrong. This power doesn't seem to be mine. It turned its head and looked in the direction of the wooden house on Ubi Mountain. Even though it was slow-witted, it understood. It turned out that its master had practiced some magic that affected it. Squeak! The red flame monkey suddenly felt a little bored. He patted the rocks with his hands and turned back to raise pigs. Today's practice ends here. We'll continue tomorrow. The next day, the other side. The white sand pig being taken away. I was in a good mood, and there seemed to be a smile on my face, because the fairy in front of it is helping it take a bath and brush its body. How many white pigs would envy this? That tender white little hand feels so comfortable. Little pig, relax. I will treat you well. First, give you some extra ingredients. As Shan Rushua spoke, she threw garlic, ginger, beauty peppers, and other things into the pot. This also made the Shabai pig realize that something was a little bit wrong. Snort. Just take a shower. Why are you throwing these things into the pot? Growing up in a pig pen, it seemed to have heard some elders say that these things were used to cook them. Good, that's very good. After doing all this, Shan Rushua covered the pot with a smile on her face. The covered white pig finally realized that the fairy wanted to eat it. Just as it was about to struggle hard, the lid of the pot cast a spell on it. Unbreakable. It was so sad that it could only cry and wail inside. Shan Rushua, who couldn't bear to hear these noises, clapped her hands, turned and left, muttering to herself, I don't know what flavor you like, brother. Come and ask. She smiled, took out the sound transmission note, and planned to send a message to Cheenan. As for the white pork in the pot, don't be in a hurry. Soak it in water first. Chapter 12, Golden Wish. In the pot, the sand-white pig was so anxious that its head was turning and its hooves were moving around. It thought the other party was a fairy, but it didn't expect that the fairy thought it was food. Although there was no fire in the pot and the water was cold, the pungent smell of garlic and onions told it that if it didn't get out of trouble, it might really become a roasted suckling pig. It hasn't lived enough and doesn't want to die, especially if it dies in such a miserable way. Ahem, ahem. It kicked the lid of the pot hard. Unfortunately, the lid of the pot, which has been blessed with magical power, cannot be shaken. So what to do? How can we escape from this predicament? Its brain, which was already smarter than other sand-white pigs, was working very quickly, and it remembered the words of an elder. If the lid won't open after the pot is cooked, try the following. Use your hooves to dig the bottom of the pot, and maybe you can escape from the stove. This is also the experience my predecessors heard from the secular world. I don't know if it's useful or not. I hope you can find it useful. Thinking of this, it reacted immediately, turned around with difficulty, and dug the bottom of the pot with its hooves frantically. Dang, dang, dang. The sand-white pig is originally a food-type monster. Its realm is usually level 1, and the highest is around level 3. It is not very dangerous, and its abilities are not strong. It can only pose a threat to weak cultivators or mortals. But it is also a monster after all, and it was facing a life-and-death situation and was under strong emotions. Even it didn't realize that its digging force was growing stronger and stronger. Until there was a crisp sound of bang. A crack appeared at the bottom of the pot, and water flowed down. A ray of light appeared in its aggrieved eyes. At this time, its trotters had become bloody. Ahem! With its strong impact, it finally broke through the bottom of the pot, and its entire body fell into the stove. The narrow opening of the stove was not wide enough for it to pass through. But it doesn't matter. After escaping from the pot lid, it can exert its body strength better. As its body vibrates, it quickly shatters the surrounding soil. The hole exploded, and it rushed out with a bang. Hum. It panted and scanned the house with its big eyes, afraid of being discovered by the fairy just now. But after looking for a few times, it seemed that the fairy was not there. It tiptoed and ran towards the window. As for going through the main gate, I dare not even think about it. If it gets caught, it might be slaughtered first and then put into the pot. This life was saved with great difficulty. We can't take any risks. It found the right opportunity, stepped on the table, broke the window, and escaped from the room. It was already dusk outside, and it ran anxiously until it reached the mountain road. But I also feel a little confused. Where should it go? At this moment, someone seemed to have discovered it and screamed in surprise. It's a wild sand-white pig. Quick, grab it. It's worth a lot of money if sold. Even if we kill them and eat them ourselves, we can still increase our magic power. Then, spells came flying one after another, scaring it so much that it quickly ran into the grass and dense forests. But in the process of chasing, it gradually felt exhausted. I am too weak. I can't resist those monks at all, and I can't escape the fate of becoming food. It gritted its teeth. The body has now changed from its original milky white and clean appearance to being dirty and covered with wounds. It wants to become stronger. It wants to escape the fate of being food. So where can you do it? Where can I find such an opportunity? It racked its brains, but couldn't figure out. It was not until it was cut again by a spell that it remembered the special and unique monk who had raised it outside the pigsty where it had always lived. If I become his pet, I will have a chance to escape my fate. The confused look of the Shabai pig suddenly became determined. On the one hand, You are wandering in this forest, trying hard to survive, and you may end up becoming food for others or monsters. On the one hand, he would return to Ubi Mountain to look for that cultivator and seize the opportunity. Given the two choices, it chose the latter one with a glimmer of hope. So, it changed direction and ran towards the location of Ubi Peak in its memory. Shan Rushue sent many messages to Qin and in the room. Seeing no reply, she felt depressed and went to take a bath in the sink. When she came back, she found the room in a mess. She remembered the sand-white pig that was still in the kitchen, ran over to take a look, and almost fainted. Where's my pig? A broken iron pot, an exploded stove, and black pig's trotter marks. They all told her that it seemed that there was a thief in the house. But the sand-white pig escaped. OMG. I should have killed it first, and then cooked it to make it tasty. I'm so mad. I'm a pig. Shan Rushue screamed in pain. 500 low-grade spirit stones are not cheap. In the past, she could only spend money once a month to satisfy her craving. As a result, I spent 500 spirit stones and the pig ran away. I felt so sad, as if I had lost a magic weapon. Shifa Peak is not very big. It must not have escaped far. I have to find it. I haven't even asked brother what flavor he likes. How can I let it get away? Shan Rushue took a deep breath, then immediately cast a spell to create a breeze under her feet and rushed outside at an accelerated speed. She was so anxious that she didn't even have time to clean up her broken home. When she went outside to look for the sand-white pig, she heard some outer disciples shouting in the dense forest. It seems that a wild sand-white pig has been discovered, and everyone is asked to stop it and not let it run away. This made Shan Rushue even more anxious. That's mine, my sandy white pig. She rushed into the dense forest, following the outer disciples in search of the sand-white pig. But no matter how hard I looked, I couldn't find it. Late at night, at the foot of Ubi Peak, outside Qin and's wooden house, a bruised and battered sand-white pig emerged from the bushes. It looked so miserable, and no one knew what had happened to it. But its eyes were unusually determined, and it approached the wooden house step by step. Inside the house, the red flame monkey, who was stirring pig food following Qin An's instructions, put down the long stick in his hand and turned to look at the wooden door. Bang, bang, bang. As the sounds of collision were heard, the red flame monkey showed a puzzled expression. Qin An raised his head, still holding the sound transmission note in his hand, and said in surprise, "Who would come over so late? It's not possible that Junior Sister Shan would come to kill us without replying to the message, right?" He stood up and opened the door curiously. He had just seen a series of messages from Shan Rushue. In the first message, she asked him what flavor of roast suckling pig he liked, and in the second message, she cried to him that the white suckling pig ran out of the pot by itself. Such an outrageous thing made him speechless. That was a sand-white pig. It had no fighting ability and was stupid. How could a cultivator let the food escape? So he thought that Junior Sister Shan would definitely not be willing to give up the roasted sand-white pig. After all, half a pig was worth 250 low-grade spirit stones. As a result, the wooden door opened. Qin An was stunned, because what appeared in front of him was a white pig covered with wounds. Judging from its appearance, it was sold to Shan Rushue. What really surprised him was the wish floating on the head of the sand-white pig. Name Shibai Pig. Current wish, to become Qin An's pet, to break away from being just food, and to become stronger to the 5th level of the First Order. Color gold. Chapter 13, The Second Pet. Golden Wish. Qin An reacted and stared at the sand-white pig in front of him, fearing that he was dazzled and had seen the wrong color. Throughout his practice, he had never encountered a golden wish. He once thought that this kind of legendary wish could only be born from a very high level of demon beast. But I didn't expect to see it on a first-level, first-grade sand-white pig today. Plus the blue wish that came true yesterday. Is this pig really a sand-white pig? It turns out that the one who really brings wealth is not Shan Rushue, but this. Why not just change the name to Fortune Pig? It's really luck that can't be stopped. It's not difficult to fulfill this wish, but I may be downgraded later, but at least I can keep my purple rank. If the golden color is truly completed. Qin An said that he had not completed it yet, and did not know what kind of reward he would get, so he could not help feeling expectant and excited. He stared at the sand-white pig with his eyes wide open. It makes the white pig a little scared. He involuntarily took 2 steps back, his dusty pig face full of vigilance. It came to Cheenan simply because it had nowhere else to go. If the other party also wants to eat it, it will try its best to escape again. Even if it cannot escape, it is unwilling to become food without any resistance. Don't be afraid. Don't be afraid. You're the white sand pig that Junior Sister Sean took away. You look like this. Were you chased and beaten by someone? You must be hungry. Come, eat some pig food and take a breath. Cheenan hurriedly called the red flame monkey, fetched a bowl of pig food, placed it in front of the sand-white pig, and said with an amiable smile. Seeing this, the sand-white pig hesitated for a moment, but couldn't resist the hunger in its stomach, so it stepped forward and took a bite of the pig food. After taking a bite, it immediately raised its head and looked at Cheenan. It seems that as long as the other party makes any unusual movement, it will run away immediately. Eat slowly. It's okay. There's more inside after you finish. Cheenan smiled. As a master of second-level beast taming, he naturally understood that what he had to do now was to first break down the opponent's vigilance and make him calm down. This is the only way to complete the contract and fulfill the first condition of the wish. A beastmaster in the chi refining stage can usually contract 2 to 3 pet beasts, and the sand-white pig is a food-type spirit beast with a low realm, so it is not difficult to contract it. The red flame monkey doesn't like living in the interior, but there happens to be a place inside for the pig to live there. Soon, the sand-white pig finished eating its food and suddenly felt tired. This is the effect of relaxing after a full meal. It burped and looked at Cheenan with big eyes. Hee. It came a long way to find the other party, and now it seems that it has found the right one. The only problem is how to make the other party contract it to become a pet, and then train itself to become stronger. Is it true that a beastmaster would contract a sand-white pig? After eating, it began to worry, making anxious humming sounds, as if it was afraid that Cheenan could not hear its voice. Little guy, do you want to be my pet? Cheenan stretched out his hand and asked with a smile. The white pig's eyes lit up and it let out a loud cry, as if in agreement. Snort. Well, you are much more obedient than the red flame monkey. It must not have been easy along the way. Hee. Well, I understand your thoughts. You want to become stronger. Then you must listen to me carefully from now on. Snort. The white sand pig nodded its head vigorously. Seeing that the time was ripe, Cheenan placed his palm on its head, and his spiritual consciousness entered its soul and began to brand it. The process of this contract was much easier than taming the red flame monkey. On the one hand, the sand-white pig's realm was low and it did not resist. On the other hand, Cheenan's spiritual awareness was too powerful. Almost in the blink of an eye, the mental imprint was formed. Cheenan could feel an invisible restriction coming from the beast taming technique. At his current level, he could only contract one more beast at most, otherwise his spiritual sense would not be enough. The sand-white pig also felt the contract and realized that it had become the other party's pet, so it rolled on the ground excitedly. It finally has a chance to escape its fate as food and become stronger. Next time you meet a fairy, you don't have to worry about being eaten. Even after becoming stronger, you can tie up fairies by yourself. Very good. But after the excitement, it quickly calmed down, looked at Cheenan with big eyes, and muttered to itself. It is a sand-white pig and food, but the monk in front of it is actually willing to contract with it. Is he seriously ill? Or do you want to eat it after making a contract? Without the crisis of survival, it feels a little confused and uneasy, worried that Cheenan would really cultivate it. Cheenan watched the sand-white pig's cheerful look turn into a sad one, and he immediately understood what it was thinking and took out 3 stalks of black spirit grass from his storage bag. Okay, little guy, from today on, you're my second pet. Take your time to eat these 3 black spirit grasses. I will train you to become a pig king first, and then help you become stronger little by little. Don't worry. To me, the sand-white pig is also a spiritual beast with great potential. Cheenan said to the Shabai pig with a smile. This is true. What he needs is the wish of the spirit beast. As long as the wish of the spirit beast is strong enough, it can make up for other losses. And this seemingly ordinary sand-white pig may bring him unexpected surprises and gains in the future. The sand-white pig seemed to understand Cheenan's words and looked at him with its big, spiritual eyes. There was a gleam of gratitude and anticipation in his eyes. Come on, go into the house first and I'll give you a bath. It's hard to sleep with blood all over your body. Cheenan used the black spirit grass to attract the sand-white pig, brought it into the house, and then introduced the red flame monkey to it. This is my first pet, the red flame monkey, brother monkey. As for you, I will give you name too. It is called Beiji. This name has a great origin. Brother monkey, Beiji, you two need to get along well with each other. Hearing this, the red flame monkey walked up to the sand-white pig, looked down at it, with a hint of disdain in his eyes. It seems like a disdain for the identity of the Shabai pig. However, out of Chinan's face, the red flame monkey did not do anything strange. It just nodded and went asleep on the other side. When the white sand pig saw this, it was not discouraged and just snorted. It still remembered that the red flame monkey kicked it in the pig pen yesterday, and that kick was very painful. Even if you look down on it now, one day it will kick you back. Come, take a shower. Chinan invited the sand-white pig into the bathtub, and then began to brush its body, apply herbs, and treat its wounds. The sight of those sword wounds made him shudder with fear. I can't help but sigh at the strong desire for survival of this sand-white pig. It can survive like this. Name Shabai pig. Current wish, become Chinan's pet completed, get rid of the status of food completed, and become stronger to the 5th level of the first stage. After taking a bath, he took the white pig back into the house to rest. At present, the other party's realm is too low. It is faster to practice internally than to absorb spiritual energy from the outside world. The progress of the wish has also been updated. The first 2 items have been completed, and only the improvement of realm remains. Plus the 4,000 wishing points I gained today. I currently have 11,480 points. Can I help it reach the 5th level of the first order in one step? Qian lay on the bed, looking at the mall and the system, planning secretly. Chapter 14. I'm not afraid of your poor talent. In the system, 1 plant of wooling grass costs 200 wishes. You have to buy 30 plants first, and 6,000 wishing points will be deducted here. Chinan bought 30 stalks of black spirit grass, and his wish points immediately became 5,480 points, causing him to feel a pang of pain. The 30 plants required for Beiji's evolution cannot be deducted from the pig feed given by Elder Xie, so he has to bear the cost himself. Even after Beiji evolved into the king of the white sand pig, there was a problem, and that was that his highest realm could only reach the 3rd level of the first order. If you want to go higher, you have to evolve again into another pig race. After all, as a food beast, the sand-white pig's racial talent limit is there, and it is difficult to break through no matter what. It will take at least a week to help it reach the 5th level of the first order. I hope the golden wish won't change color by then. Chinan sighed. Recently, he has been running low on spirit stones in his pocket, and the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones that Qian Xingye bet on will arrive in 10 days. During this period, he had to increase his efforts to train Monkey King's combat effectiveness before training Beiji. The duel between Beastmasters is not turn-based. You send out a pet, I send out a pet, and then we command each other to fight until the end before changing pets. Their duel is chaotic, a melee. In addition to the Beastmaster himself, who can serve as a fighting force, he can release as many pets as he wants. I heard that Qian Xingye had 2 of them under his command. Both of them were level 5 at the first stage, but he didn't know what kind they were. He took out Shan Rushiwe's sound transmission note, planning to ask. However, when he saw the series of unanswered messages, he felt a little guilty. This junior sister, Sha Baiju Shan, paid 500 low-grade spirit stones, and I put it in the account book. Now that I have contracted with Beiji, I have picked it up for free. Hey, should I return the money? He touched the empty storage bag in his pocket and thought that junior sister Shan should not be sure of the 500. Moreover, this sand-white pig ran away by itself and got lost. What does it have to do with him? Beiji is Beiji, and Shibezu is Shibezu. Even if junior sister Shan comes and takes a closer look in 2 days, she probably won't be able to recognize that it is the same pig. Junior sister, I'm sorry. I just saw the message while practicing. However, China decided to comfort junior sister Shan. At worst, if you have money, you can treat the other person to a meal. The pig is lost. It was probably eaten by other outer disciples. Don't be sad, junior sister. You can choose another one next time you come back to Ubi Peak. By the way, junior sister, do you know what type of pet Qian Xingye has contracted? How strong is it? As you know, I just made a contract with a red flame monkey. I'm afraid I won't be prepared for the duel, so I came to you to find out something. After sending the message, Chinan planned to rest and sleep as he had to get up early tomorrow to feed the pigs. It's time to train the Pig King and earn spirit stones. On the other side, Shan Rushiwe was still in the dense forest of Shifa Peak, persistently searching for traces of the sand-white pig. When she received the message, her eyes lit up. My senior brother doesn't blame me for losing the pig. I thought my senior brother was angry because he didn't reply to me. It seems that I overthink it. That's right. Next time I save up enough spirit stones, I'll buy another one to treat brother to a meal. Hey, although I feel a little sorry for the 500 spirit stones, I haven't found it after searching for a whole night. There is really no hope. Never mind. Let's go back and rest. Shanrushu sighed, looking slightly tired. Several outer disciples had been chasing the sand-white pig before. She went out quite late, and probably, as her senior brother had expected, the sand-white pig had become someone else's food. After letting go of his obsession with the sand-white pig, he saw Qin and asking Qianxingye about his pet. She sent the information she knew without much hesitation. Although she and Qianxingye met in the same secular city, she did not have much feelings for Qianxingye. She was even annoyed because he was entangled with her and disrupted her marriage. If her senior brother could defeat Qianxingye in a duel, she would naturally be extremely happy. Brother, you must do your best. Let me get rid of Qianxingye's entanglement. After sending the message, Shanrushu clenched her fists and muttered. The next day, when Qin woke up, he got information about Qianxingye's pet. The first pet is the white wild crocodile. The first-order 5th-level white wild crocodile is indeed difficult to deal with. It is the overlord of the swamp pool in the Qi refining stage. The second pet is a spirit toad. It's quite common and easy to deal with. However, both of them are water type, which is a bit of a hindrance to my red flame monkey. He flipped through the information about the 2 spirit beasts in his mind. The white wild crocodile is a melee water-based spiritual beast that excels at biting and tail attacking. With its thick crocodile skin, it can withstand the attacks of most first-level spiritual beasts. It is both tough and has strong output, making it one of the nightmares of many Qi refining beast tamers. The spirit toad is a long-range water-based spirit beast. Its common skills are spells such as water arrow, water splash, and water snake. As long as you can get close to its body, even if its attributes are biased towards the red flame monkey, you can still defeat it with your fists and feet. The red flame monkey is not good at fire magic, but is more capable in close combat. Is it considered fire plus fighting? After sorting out his thoughts, although Qin felt a little tricky, he felt much more at ease. As long as you train yourself well, your chances of winning are still great. And even if the red flame monkey is restrained, there is still the sand-white pig. Strictly speaking, the sand-white pig has no attributes, or it can be classified as the Earth system. Earth controls water. There's still 10 days left. There's still time. He looked inward and saw the sand-white pig in the interior scene. What was a bit unexpected was that it was not being lazy or sleeping, but was trying hard to open its mouth to absorb the spiritual energy in the inner scene and practice. The speed at which a pet can cultivate in the inner world is related to its master. Someone like him, with natural spiritual roots, has plenty of spiritual energy in his inner world. And since the red flame monkey doesn't like to stay in the inner world to practice, the overflowing magic power is given to the sand-white pig. That's right. I'm not afraid of your poor talent. I'm afraid of your poor talent and your unwillingness to work hard. Qin withdrew his gaze, very satisfied, then asked the red flame monkey to bring out the pig food and called the sand-white pig to come out and eat. The sand-white pig raised its head and looked at its fellow pigsty in front. One is outside and the other is inside. He felt quite touched, so he lowered his head and ate the black spirit grass desperately. Black spirit grass also requires physical strength to digest. Since you are weak in talent, you need to pay more sweat than other spirit beasts. After Qin added a few more plants of black spirit grass to it, he went to the pig pen with the red flame monkey. Because Shanrushu came to help him choose last time, and combined with his own evolution map, he quickly selected a sand-white pig that required the least amount of black spirit grass. Sand-white pig king, required 6 stalks of woolen grass, normal chi, and blood. Come on, baby, this is your favorite blackling grass. Eat it all. He smiled and fed the black spirit grass to the sand-white pig in front of him. When the sand-white pig was full, the information has also changed. Sand-white pig king. Time required. 1 day. Chapter 15. Red Flame Monkey learns boxing. Sand-white pig breaks through. After eating the woolen grass and reaching the conditions for evolution, does it still take time to complete? Qin thought he could evolve immediately after eating it. Unexpectedly, It is quite in line with the laws of nature and needs to change over time. Since it would take another day, after he fed the pigs in the pig pen and obtained 4,000 wish points, he went to find a martial arts book intending to give the red flame monkey some close combat lessons. Brother Monkey, there will be a duel in 10 days that requires you to participate. The opponents are the white alligator and the spirit toad, which have attributes that are more restrained than yours. You shouldn't be afraid, right? Cheenan said with a smile on his face. Squeak. Roar, roar, roar. The red flame monkey beat his chest and roared. Seems to be shouting, afraid? Since I was born, I have never known how to write the word fear. Seeing its high fighting spirit, Cheenan felt much more relieved, and then took out the martial arts that he had exchanged for 3,000 wish points. This is the 8-shaped fist created by a martial arts master from the secular world, combining various martial arts. You are not weak in fire spells, but your melee attacks are too chaotic and impulsive. Next, I will teach you this punch. I hope you can put it into practice. The red flame monkey frowned. Learning boxing? It's a monkey, and it still needs to learn martial arts. Isn't fighting just based on instinct? What are you going to do? But after seeing Cheenan's serious expression, it finally nodded, which was considered as its agreement. As long as it can make you stronger, just learn it. Cheenan was delighted when he saw the red flame monkey nodded in agreement, and immediately began to carefully explain the essentials of the 8-form fist. As he demonstrated the movements, he explained in detail the purpose and force-generating techniques of each move. Back Sinquin, as the name suggests, is a boxing style that imitates the movements of 8 animals. These 8 animals are tiger, elephant, leopard, snake, crane, dog, horse, and chicken. Each animal has its own unique movements. By incorporating these characteristics into boxing, we can unleash great power. Among them, Xiangxingquan emphasizes the vigorous momentum and fierce punches, and a sense of dominance that is unstoppable. Cheenan first demonstrated the pictographic boxing technique. His body moved, and his punches were fierce. When he punched, it was as if a giant elephant raised its hoof behind him and smashed down fiercely. Beside them, the red flame monkey stared with eyes wide open, terrified. Is this secular boxing style really so powerful? If I learn it myself, wouldn't my strength be taken to a higher level? Then, with a fiery flash in its eyes, it began to imitate Cheenan's actions. Although he seemed a little clumsy at first, his serious attitude was touching. Next to it, the white sand pig, who was really working hard at practicing, also poked its head over, observing the red flame monkey's movements curiously, and then occasionally raised its hoof to imitate it. It's just that because it can't stand on 2 feet like the red flame monkey, its approach is a bit different. However, Cheenan didn't say much when he saw this. Since both pets are willing to learn, let them learn. It's never too late to have too many skills. As time went by, the next day, perhaps because the red flame monkey is good at close combat, it has become much more proficient in the 8-shaped fist. The sand white pig was still as clumsy as ever, but it also understood its own disadvantages, so it simply gave up the other animals' boxing styles and only learned one, the pictographic boxing. But its understanding of pictographic boxing was not as deep as that of the red flame monkey. As it practiced, it became confused. It raised its hoof and looked around, revealing a frustrated expression. Snort. I didn't get any feedback at all from my hard work in studying. This will cause the pet to gradually become lazy, give up on itself, and lie down. This is the case with the spiritual beasts in the zoo. Seeing this, Cheenan thought about it and decided to give the Shabai pig a little sweetness to stabilize its mentality so that it would not become too depressed and cause the golden wish to change. He went up and squatted in front of the sand white pig, comforting it. Cultivation is never something that can be accomplished overnight. Persistent hard work is sometimes a kind of talent. After saying this, he placed his hand on the sand white pig's head, rubbed it vigorously, and looked at the evolutionary chart. Sand white pig king. Time required, 5 days. 30 stalks of wooling grass had been eaten, but the time required was 5 times that of the other Shabai pig. It is indeed far behind in terms of talent, but it doesn't matter, he is still there. Cheenan's mind moved, and a wish was born in the system. Current wish, breakthrough to the first level, second stage of the sand white pig realm, required wishing points 5,000. The next second, the wishing points are deducted. The sand white pig under his palm trembled, blinked its big eyes, and roared in disbelief. Snort. It broke through. Suddenly, There seemed to be a mysterious force rushing through its body, and then it broke through. All along, it has been worried about when it can make progress and when it can break through the second level of the first stage. But today, after being touched by his master, he actually made a breakthrough. The white sand pig nudged Qin and his palm vigorously, thinking to himself, could it be that the master's hands have some special magical power? All right. I'll cast a little spell to help you reach a breakthrough. It will be further improved. Qin continued to help the Shabai pig improve, but this time it was not to improve his realm, but his strength. In his mind, the 9 phases of magical powers began to operate. Through the contract, the image of the sand-white pig was imprinted. Because the red flame monkey had been imprinted before, this time it was much smoother. Soon, the outline was completed and a line of words appeared under the picture. The second beast, the first phase, the sand-white pig. At the same time, the strength of the sand-white pig increased by 10%. It felt its own growing strength, opened its mouth in astonishment, and looked straight at Qin, unable to believe it. Snort. I practiced so hard, but I couldn't make any progress. As a result, in front of the master, you could be promoted in an instant. This is the ability of the Beastmaster, so terrifying. After being shocked, it became excited again and turned around to continue practicing boxing even more seriously than before. I must let my master see this serious look, so that it will be my turn to improve next time. It took one look at the red flame monkey, and fighting spirit ignited in its heart. It raised its hooves and performed pictographic fists. After doing all this, Qin came to the pig pen to check the sand-white pigs he had fed yesterday. Name, Sand-White Pig King. Current wish, 3 bowls of pig food. The other party successfully evolved into the Sand-White Pig King, and its size was a whole circle larger than before. Even if he rides on the other person, it won't look awkward. It's really strong, and his appetite has grown. He needs 3 bowls of pig food a day. Not bad. I'll contact Elder Xie today to see if I can sell you. Qin smiled, then took out the sound transmission note and contacted Elder Xie. A single sand-white pig king is worth 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. Generally, after it is cultivated, it is not given to outer disciples to eat, but to the elders for their enjoyment. Therefore, every time a pig king is born, Elder Xie will be happy. The moment he received Qin's news, he immediately rushed to Ubi Peak, stared at the tall pig king, clapped his hands, and exclaimed in admiration. Okay. Chapter 16, Rewards, Breeding Plan. Look at the size and the aura. It's definitely top-notch stuff. I didn't expect you to be so talented in raising pigs. You've already trained a pig king in just 5 days. Elder Xie stroked the smooth and shiny fur of the sand-white pig king and praised it highly. Qin stood aside, watching the scene with a smile. As a second-level beast tamer, raising sand-white pigs is an easy job for him. Add to that the functions of the evolution map and wishes. How can a sand-white pig king he raises be good? Thank you, Elder, as long as you are satisfied. Satisfied. Such white pig kings are very popular in the market. Don't worry, I will definitely reward you well. Elder Xie turned to look at Qin, his eyes full of admiration. Generally speaking, if you train a white sand pig king, you can get 500 low-grade spirit stones as a reward. I will personally add another 100, and the sect contribution will be increased by 100 points at one time. Qin was delighted when he heard this, and he quickly bowed and said, Thank you very much, Elder. 100 more low-grade spirit stones is nothing, but 100 points of contribution to the sect is a lot. Inner disciples only get 1,000 points a year. These 100 points are equivalent to 1 month's work. If you save up enough, you can exchange it for a new skill. This is what you deserve. Elder Xie waved his hand. At this time, Qin asked, Elder Xie, I wonder if this pig pen will be expanded? I think it is more than enough to take care of 500 pigs, and the probability of training a pig king will also be increased. If you can have 100 more sand-white pigs, you could get 1,000 more wish points every day, which means 10,000 more in a month. That's a lot. Therefore, Qin planned to test whether he could add some pigs. Elder Xie heard this and smiled bitterly. If it was a month ago, I could still agree to give you an extra 100 heads, but now. He shook his head. I bought a top-grade, Shin-level magic weapon some time ago. I don't have many spirit stones left in my pocket. I can only wait until the new year to expand the pig pen. After hearing this, Qin felt a sense of regret and thought to himself, Elder Xie stays in the sect and doesn't go out to fight or take risks. So why would he buy a top-grade Xian-level magic weapon? What a waste of spirit stones. A top-grade Xian-level magic weapon, if it has excellent properties, can be sold for millions of low-grade spirit stones. This level of magic weapon is usually used by the Foundation establishment real person. Qi refining stage, the yellow level is enough. Elder Xie is also very wealthy. He bought the magic weapon whenever he said he wanted. It's a pity that it's difficult to expand the pig pen and we have to wait until next year. Thinking of this, Qin suddenly asked, Elder Xie, I see there is still some vacant land here. I want to raise some magical chickens and ducks here. It will not interfere with raising pigs, nor will it use the pig feed for personal use. Do you think it is okay? Since the pig pen could not be expanded, he raised some spirit beasts to increase his income from making wishes. The price of spiritual chickens and ducks is much different from that of sand-white pigs. The most expensive one can only be sold for 20 to 30 low-grade spiritual stones, and the nutrition and taste will also be much weaker. But there is still a market and they can be sold. Many outer disciples and market disciples will start by raising spiritual chickens to make money. Hearing this, Elder Xie frowned. The pig pen is very large, and there's an empty space of 30 square meters in the corner, which is really a waste. But this is the first time that I have raised one for my disciples. He thought about it, took another look at Qin An's inner disciple robe, and decided to invest. Anyway, the rent of Ubi Peak is the same every year, and it would be a waste if the space is empty. It won't affect Qin and to raise magical chickens and ducks. So he agreed. Okay, but the job of raising pigs must be done well. Don't worry, Elder Xie. I will definitely train another pig king in a few days. Qin looked delighted and said in a decisive tone. Elder Xie was also happy and said, Okay, if we could train another one, you'll be a great contributor to the spiritual stones and the sect. Okay, I'm going to go buy some pig food, so I'll take the pig king away first. The sand-white pig king was put into Elder Xie's pet bag. When leaving, Qin suddenly asked, By the way, Elder Xie, do you have any low-grade fire spirit stones? I don't have any on me. I remember that you're practicing wood-attributed skills. Why do you need low-grade fire spirit stones? Elder Xie asked puzzledly. I have contracted a red flame monkey and want to use the low-grade fire spirit stone to cultivate and evolve it. Oh, Elder Xie glanced at the red flame monkey who was working hard to stir the pig food. He said, I have a good friend who has some low-grade fire spirit stones. I'll go ask him about it some other day, but the price is not cheaper than the market price. One low-grade fire spirit stone can be exchanged for 10, which requires at least 5,000 low-grade fire spirit stones. Do you have that many? Qin smiled and said, It will be available in 10 days. Hearing this, Elder Xie recalled the rumors of the duel outside and laughed. I heard that the bet between you and Qianxingye was 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. You are so sure that you will win. Of course. Qin nodded. Okay, then I'll go find that friend and reserve some lower-grade fire attribute spirit stones for you. Thank you, Elder. Elder Xie muttered to himself as he walked away from Ubi Peak. Is it a sure win? I heard from the betting that the intersect elders set Qin An's chance of winning is 10%, and the betting ratio can reach 1 to 3.5. He admitted that Qin An was quite talented in cultivating spirit beasts. Moreover, he possesses natural spiritual roots, a true genius cultivator. But Qin An had only been in the 10,000 Beasts Sect for a few days, and the red flame monkey he had just contracted with had not yet been trained. His spiritual roots were a talent for cultivation, but they could not be transformed into strength immediately. Qianxingye has been training in the outer sect for 5 years, and his pet has already developed its strength. 10 days later, is there really a chance of winning? Many people were waiting to see the joke, but many people were also secretly thinking about it. Invest less and see if you can make some money. With the attitude of just gambling for fun, Elder Xie plans to bet on Qin An and win. On the other side, Shifa Peak. Qianxingye, stop following me. I've told you so many times that I won't be your Taoist partner. You just make me sick. Shan Rushiwe pointed at Qianxingye's nose, scolded him without any respect, then turned and left. Qianxingye stayed where he was, with a grim expression on his face, clenched fists, and was very angry. But in the end it turned into a sigh. Rushiwe, why don't you understand? Only I am worthy of you, and you can only be my Taoist partner. After saying this, he watched Shan Rushiwe walk away, with a hint of evil thoughts rising in his mind. and a younger brother who came over behind said in a low voice, "Mr. Qian, we have investigated carefully. The monkey Qin and contracted in the zoo was a red flame monkey. I heard from outsiders that the monkey had a bad temper and was unruly. Now that it has been tamed by the other party, it will most likely be the one to take the field in 10 days. Red flame monkey? Fire tribute." Qian Xingye curled up his lips in a sneer. "I thought the other party could contract some spiritual beast, but I didn't expect it to be a rag picker. Let's go back and find someone to go to Ubi Peak to find out the details some other day." Chapter 17. Testing. The Red Flame Monkey's First Battle. The next day, Qian Xingye found two younger brothers and asked them to go to Ubi Peak to test it. Upon hearing this, the two men agreed and left Shifa Peak. Are we really going to go and cause trouble for Qin and just for the sake of less money? I'm not looking for trouble. I'm testing the strength of his pet. But Qin is an inner sect disciple. Will we offend him by doing this? What are you afraid of? Young Master Qian will soon be an inner sect disciple and will be on equal footing with the other party. Kang Yihan put his arm around the brother's shoulder and said in high spirits. Moreover, Qin abandoned the blessed land of the inner sect and relied on his talent to raise pigs instead of practicing. This has already disgusted many elders. If he loses this duel, his status as an inner sect disciple will most likely be revoked. By then he will be an outer disciple like us. So don't be afraid, just hold on to Qian Shao's thigh. Upon hearing this, Jian Zhili nodded vigorously. Okay, so how we test it? I've already found out that the Red Flame Monkey goes to the back of Ubi Peak every day to move rocks and exercise. We can summon our pets and let them pretend to be wild monsters and beat them up. Kang Yihan said confidently. Well, this is a good idea. It can test the strength of the Red Flame Monkey without directly offending Qin, and Jian Zhili nodded in agreement. So, the two began to prepare, and each summoned their own pet. Kang Yihan summoned a huge armored bear that was good at close combat. Jian Zhili's is a nimble and agile wind shadow wolf that can release wind blades and is good at both close and long-range combat. After the two of them quietly came to Ubi Peak with their pets, they saw the Red Flame Monkey moving stones. The Red Flame Monkey's fiery red hair makes it particularly eye-catching. Squeak! At this time, it is trying to move rocks that are larger than before. Seeing this, Kang Yihan whispered, "Let your Wind Shadow Wolf try it out first. If you can't even defeat the Wind Shadow Wolf, there's no need for my Iron Armored Bear to appear." The Wind Shadow Wolf's realm is slightly lower than that of the Iron Armored Bear, at the 4th level of the First Order. However, with its wind blade and wind-controlling agility, it can easily outsmart spirit beasts of a higher level, often giving them a headache because sometimes the opponent can't even touch its shadow. Jian Zhili nodded in response. Good. Remember, you don't need to cripple the Red Flame Monkey. Just test its level. He rubbed the Wind Shadow Wolf's head, gave an order, and let it rush out. Squeak! The Red Flame Monkey heard the noise and put down the rock. Then he frowned, and flames rose between his claws, preparing for battle. It was not one of those fools in the zoo. It felt a sense of malice at the first moment. It looked around and saw a Wind Shadow Wolf passing through the grass. Are there any wild monsters in Ubi Peak? It didn't have time to think about it, because the opponent had already pounced on it. Roar! In an instant, its arms were covered in flames. It was the spell Firearms. The Wind Shadow Wolf was agile, and upon seeing this, it opened its mouth and spit out a wind blade. Bang! A beam of fire was thrown out from the Red Flame Monkey's claw, hit the wind blade, and exploded. Dust was flying all around. The figure of the Red Flame Monkey seemed to be shrouded in flames, and it rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. It was the second spell, Flame Charge. The pupils of the Wind Shadow Wolf shrank as it was approached, and it turned sideways to avoid the attack of the Red Flame Monkey. But after several days of hard training, the Red Flame Monkey learned the 8-shaped fist, and it can be said that his close combat strength has been greatly improved. He also has a strong sense and can predict when the opponent is about to make an evasive move. The Red Flame Monkey reacted quickly, swinging its flame-covered arms and performing its snake-like punch, which was known for its flexibility. It threw a punch, and the shadow of its fist was like a fire snake coming out of a cave, hitting the Wind Shadow Wolf's belly directly. Ah! The Wind Shadow Wolf screamed and flew backwards and hit the tree. It had strong melee combat capabilities, but was actually crushed. Not good. Hurry up and get your Iron Bear up there. This guy's quite strong. Jian Zhili exclaimed at the side, realizing that the red flame monkey's realm strength was higher than that of the wind shadow wolf. Kang Yihan also stared at the battlefield closely and immediately asked the armored bear to go over to help. And as the armored bear rushed over, the wind shadow wolf was in trouble. It opened its mouth and wanted to spit out wind blades, but the next second the red flame monkey lifted it up on its heels and slammed it to the ground. Puff! The wind blade was not spit out, but a large amount of blood spurted out of his mouth. Seeing this scene, Jian Zhili felt so distressed that he almost couldn't help but rush forward to help. Hold on, they're wild monsters now. Kang Yihan quickly grabbed him and squatted down. I know, this red flame monkey is too strong. My wind shadow wolf was beaten so badly that it had no ability to resist. How could it be so strong in close combat? Jian Zhili gritted his teeth. Fortunately, the iron armored bear appeared behind him and charged fiercely, forcing the red flame monkey to retreat a distance, allowing the wind shadow wolf to regain its freedom. Squeak! The red flame monkey frowned in confusion, then used the power of the contract to notify Chenin. The appearance of two wild monsters in the back mountain of Ubi Peak is a bit abnormal no matter how you think about it. Moreover, the armored bear seemed to be quite large and difficult to deal with. Before Chenin arrives, it has to rely on itself to hold on. Roar! The iron armored bear and the red flame monkey were at the same level, but with their huge size, strength, and defense, they had the upper hand in the battle. The flames of the red flame monkey are unlikely to cause a decisive attack on it. Bang! 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 The iron bear kept slapping with its heavy paws, and each attack caused the ground to tremble slightly. Although the red flame monkey was agile, it could not withstand such a fierce attack. Finally, when it jumped to evade, it was hit by a wind blade from the wind shadow wolf next to it that had recovered some strength, cutting a wound on its arm. The blood dripped, which made the red flame monkey even more ferocious. Roar! It beat its chest and roared, using its pictographic fist to fight the armored bear. Flames spurted out from behind its arms, as if increasing the power of the punch. Bang! How is this possible? The red flame monkey is not a spiritual beast known for its strength. Kang Yihan widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. The red flame monkey fought against the iron-armored bear and surprisingly did not lose the upper hand. All the surrounding trees were knocked down, but its thin body remained standing, as if there was a powerful force supporting it. Graf! Chenin stepped into the battlefield. A light flashed on his palm, and a smile appeared on his lips. I didn't expect there would be spirit beasts causing trouble at Ubi Peak. He could tell at a glance that the two monsters were other people's pets, but the other party did not show up. Did he not want to break up with them? Brother Monkey used the crane fist to attack the iron-armored bear's eyes. Don't worry about the wind shadow wolf. Upon hearing this, the red flame monkey reacted immediately. Covered by the flames, its figure moved as fast as lightning. It stepped over the iron-armored bear's arms and kicked it into the air, then blinded one of the other's eyes with a punch. The iron-armored bear screamed in pain, and the wind shadow wolf next to it seemed to be frightened by the red flame monkey's ferocity and took several steps back. Not good. Kang Yihan saw that the situation was not good and hurried out. Brother Qin, tell your pet to stop. Chapter 18. 1 against 2, totally worth it. Where did you two brothers come from? Qin saw two outer disciples running out from the bushes in the distance and asked with a smile on his face. Brother Qin, these two monsters are our pets. They got lost accidentally when they came to Ubi Peak, and that's why they started fighting with your pets. Hurry up and tell them to stop hitting each other. It's so damaging to the relationship. At this time, the fighting on the battlefield ahead did not stop, but became more and more fierce. But the fiercest one was the red flame monkey. I don't know what medicine it took, but all of a sudden, it became as ferocious as a tiger. All the demonic power in his body boiled over, and he punched one after another, forcing the iron-armored bear to retreat again and again, without any chance of fighting back. Chenin looked at this scene with a smile on his face. Sure enough, the special training during this period was effective, and the magic power of transplanting flowers and trees was transformed into magic power for the red flame monkey. It is difficult for the red flame monkey to find an opponent in the same level nowadays. Even the thick-skinned and tough iron-armored bear cannot withstand its violent punches. Oh, aren't these two wild monsters? It was the pet of the two junior brothers. Why didn't the two junior brothers stand up and stop it before? Chinan raised a playful smile and glanced at Kong Ihan and Jian Jili. My pet seems to be very interested in your pet now and wants to have a good communication with it. How can I stop so easily? Kong Ihan and Jian Jili looked at each other and groaned inwardly. They didn't expect that the red flame monkey was so powerful that even the iron-armored bear was no match for it. What's worse, Chinan's attitude made them feel a little uneasy. Brother Chin, this is indeed a misunderstanding. We will take the pet away right now and not disturb your peace. Kong Ihan tried to ease the atmosphere. While speaking, he secretly winked at Jian Jili, indicating that he should quickly recall the Wind Shadow Wolf and retreat together. Jian Jili understood what he meant and quickly blew the whistle to call back the Wind Shadow Wolf. Although the Wind Shadow Wolf did not fight with the red flame monkey, it was still attacked by the flames. After hearing the call, it tried to leave the battlefield and approach Jian Jili. However, the red flame monkey did not intend to let them go easily. It let out a deafening roar, and the flames all over its body became even more intense. It suddenly appeared next to the Wind Shadow Wolf and launched a fierce attack. The iron bear, which had a chance to catch its breath, covered its blind eyes and was about to get up when the red flame monkey came back and punched it. 1 against 2. Absolutely no loss. Brother Chin, look at this. Kong Ihan was a little anxious. He didn't know what Chinan was trying to do, but it was obvious that things were beyond their control. Chinan smiled slightly and did not let the red flame monkey stop attacking. My two junior brothers, fighting between pets is also a part of cultivation. Why not let them have a good fight? Maybe this will help your pets grow a little. Kong Ihan was dissatisfied and clenched his teeth. What kind of contest is this? He was crushed and beaten like a dog. One of his armored bear's eyes was even blinded. If the fight continues like this, the pet will be crippled. In order to heal its wounds, he will even have to spend a large amount of spirit stones to buy elixirs. Brother Chin, do you really want to take things to this extent? He asked in a deep voice, his words vaguely threatening. Chinan tilted his head, took a look, and then laughed out loud. I know very well why the two junior brothers came to Ubi Peak. Isn't it just to test the strength of my pet? Then I'll let you see enough today. Why? You're allowed to test me, but I am not allowed to test you. As he spoke, he deliberately revealed the inner disciple badge on his waist. I raise pigs in Ubi Peak just to have a relaxing life. But if you come to cause trouble, you must be prepared to bear the consequences. After this battle, let's forget about this matter. Otherwise, I will tell Elder Xie that you allowed your pets to destroy the environment of Ubi Peak. When the two heard this, their faces changed and they lowered their heads. The sect has regulations that prohibit provoking trouble. If there is a conflict, it must be fought on the duel arena. And they sent their pets to pretend to be wild monsters to test the sect, which was against the sect's rules. Normally, no one would care, but Chinan was an inner sect disciple. If they mentioned it to Elder Xie, they might have to go to the law enforcement hall. So, the two of them wilted. He didn't dare to disobey Chinan's wishes anymore, and could only stand aside and watch the situation on the battlefield anxiously. At this moment, the iron-armored bear finally couldn't withstand the fierce attack of the red flame monkey and was knocked to the ground by a punch. The Wind Shadow Wolf was thrown away and fell to the ground, with blood flowing from the corner of its mouth and its body covered with burns. The red flame monkey stood on the iron-armored bear, stepped on its body, looked down at the Wind Shadow Wolf, and snorted with disdain. Then, it turned and ran towards Chinan as if seeking credit. Well done. After this battle, you have completely mastered the 8-form fist. Chinan stroked the red flame monkey's head and praised it a few words. Then, he looked at Kong Ihan and Jian Jili with a hint of coldness in his eyes. My two junior brothers, I will not pursue today's matter any further. But please remember, don't let me find out that you're disrespectful to my pets in the future. Otherwise, you will bear the consequences yourself. After Chinan finished speaking, he turned around and left with the red flame monkey. Kong Ihan and Jian Jili looked at Chinan's departing back, feeling mixed emotions. Then he came to his pet and felt distressed again. Hateful. The injury is so severe, it will cost at least 1,000 spirit stones to treat it. Kong Ihan said viciously. Let's see how long Chinan can be so arrogant. The inner sect disciples are so great. Brother, you'd better go get treatment quickly. Your iron bear has injured your eyes. If you don't take medicine and recover soon, you might become a one-eyed bear in the future. Jian said cautiously beside him. Fortunately, although his wind shadow wolf seemed to be seriously injured, most of the injuries were superficial. This type of fire injury is easy to treat, and the cost is lower than that of the Iron Bear. Hearing this, Kong Yihan quickly put the armored bear into the interior scene. Let's go. After we cure our pet, we should report what happened here to Qian Xiao. This red flame monkey is stronger than I thought, he said with fear in his heart. Soon, the two left Ubi Peak and returned to Shifa Peak to report the situation. After hearing this, Qian Xingyi used the best monster meat in his hand to feed the white wild crocodile at his feet and did not worry about the problem of the red flame monkey. It's normal for you to be defeated because you are too weak. Besides, he only has one pet, but I have two, I'll give you this pill. Go down and rest. Wait for the duel in 9 days. Just wait and see how I avenge you. The two were delighted when they received the elixir and felt that they had followed the right person. Their efforts were not in vain, and in this way, the medical expenses were saved. On the other hand, Qian also successfully purchased 100 baby spiritual chickens. Name: Spirit Chicken. Current wish: a handful of spiritual rice. Chapter 19, Evolution, the Sand White Pig King. Complete a wish for a spiritual chicken and gain 3 wish points. Complete a wish for a spiritual chicken and gain 2 wish points. Complete 100 magical chickens, all wishes fulfilled. Qian gained a total of 210 wishing points. Perhaps because the spiritual chicken breed is much weaker than the Shabai pig, the points of these wishes fluctuate more, sometimes as high as 5 points, and sometimes as low as 1 point. But it was better than ordinary chickens and ducks in the world. He fed those, and the score was only 1 many times, and sometimes even 0. 100 spiritual chickens, but they emptied all my spiritual stones savings. Qian looked at the clever chickens in the chicken coop and sighed. At present, these spirit chickens are still young and need to be raised for a month before they can be sold. If there are no deaths or injuries during the process, the profit of one adult is about 5 to 10 spirit stones, which means that they can earn more than 800 low-grade spirit stones in a month. Of course, Qian was not satisfied with this small amount of money. What he wanted to cultivate was naturally the Spirit Chicken King. In the market, although the Spirit Chicken King is not as rare as the Sand White Pig King, one can still be sold for 80 or 90 spirit stones. A good quality one can be sold for hundreds of spirit stones, which is 5 times the price of an ordinary spirit chicken. So pursue maximum benefits. Fortunately, the things needed for the Spirit Chicken to evolve into the Spirit Chicken King are not expensive. He glanced at the evolutionary map and saw only one line of information displayed on it. Spirit Chicken King, required. 1 pound of spiritual rice, 1 drop of essence blood of a first-level non-attribute monster, reaching adulthood. The price of spiritual rice is not expensive, and you can get 1 kilogram with just a few spiritual stones. The essence and blood of first-level non-attribute monsters can be produced by sand white pigs, and the rest require time to cultivate into adults. Brother Monkey takes care of the pigsty, and from now on, Pigsy will take care of the chicken coop. Qian summoned the sand white pig and gave the order. The white sand pig nodded vigorously. Young chickens need to be driven from time to time and let run around, so that their meat will be delicious and they can grow faster. And this important task was given to the Shabai pig. Time flies. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. This day was the day when Beiji evolved into the sand white pig king. Under Qian's gaze, its body began to gradually grow larger. Its white skin became shiny, the muscles of its limbs became stronger, and its entire body grew by more than a full circle. The power surges. Beiji hummed excitedly. His huge body was already able to stand up, about 2 meters tall, but soon it climbed down again, because standing is too tiring and it is not used to it yet. Oomph, oomph. However, this change made it very happy, because becoming stronger meant that it had escaped the status of food. Don't get too excited. Evolving to the Sand White Pig King is just the beginning for you. Next, you will follow Brother Monkey to train your strength every day and break through 3,000 kilograms of force. Then I can let you evolve again and train you to become the Arm Strength Pig King. Qian said with a satisfied expression. After Beiji became the king of the Sand White Pig, the original evolutionary condition information also changed a little. Sand White Pig King, Arm Strength Pig King, required. 1 first level, 9th level strength type demon, beast demon pill. Take 5 Qingxing grasses and practice long-term strength to break 3,000 pounds. Each condition rose by period. As for why we chose the armed pig king instead of the sand pig king or other pig races, he also thought about it carefully and decided to train Beiji into a guardian pet with thick skin and strong muscles, who could stand in the front to withstand damage and also stay by his side to ensure his safety. Monkey King can go out at any time to attack the enemy without restraint. When he reaches the peak of Chi training, he can contract a third pet beast and add a long-range attack, and the team will be complete. Beiji nodded vigorously. Now she looks less cute and more solemn. Qin touched his chin and said, "The 9 abilities of divine power can allow pets to disguise their appearance and restore their previously stored appearance. Why not give it a try?" Beiji was his first evolved pet, so he could try out another camouflage ability of the 9 phases of divine power. He raised his hand and pressed it on Beiji. 9 phases, first phase. I saw a ray of light covering Beiji, and the next second, its body suddenly shrank and fell from midair. Boom, boom, boom. It landed on its butt and jumped 3 times, looking confused. Change back. How did I change back? It raised its hoof and looked left and right, unable to understand. Hee. Then it shouted anxiously at Qin. "Okay, I'll change it back for you right away." Qin was very satisfied, and then lifted the effect of the 9 phases of divine power. The next second, Beiji's body swelled up again and turned into the appearance of the Shabai, Pig King. This made it feel at ease, and it also understood that the changes just now were the magic cast by its master. Call! It nudged Qin with its head. The duel will start in 4 days, and you'll have to go on stage then. You have to improve your realm in the next few days, otherwise you will be beaten even if you go on stage at the 1st level and 2nd level, and you won't be able to fight back. Qin raised his hand and pressed it on its head, and an idea came to his mind. Current wish, breakthrough to the 3rd level of the 1st level of the sand white pig realm. Required wishing points 10,000. 10,000 wishing points will be deducted. Beiji's eyes widened, and he felt a breakthrough in his realm. The master really knows some magical spells, which have allowed it to break through again. However, in just a few days, it changed from a 1st level, 1st grade sand white pig to a 1st level, 3rd grade sand white pig king, and it always felt a little weak. This is actually a sequelae of forcing things to grow. Qin naturally knew it. However, he could not give the Shabai pig too much time at the moment. Otherwise, in the duel 4 days later, it would be too difficult for the red flame monkey to charge alone and defeat Qian Xingye's 2 pets. It must share some of the firepower with the red flame monkey. Therefore, by the time I grow to the 4th level of the 1st stage, I should be able to shoulder the heavy responsibility. Keep going. Once your strength exceeds 3,000 kilograms, we can start the next step of our evolution plan. Now go exercise with Monkey. Qin patted Beiji. It nodded vigorously and ran into the mountains in a daze. Its training method is somewhat different from that of the flame monkey. The flame monkey carries rocks, but this one uses all its strength to hit the rocks. On the one hand, it can provide hardness to the body, and, on the other hand, it can improve the strength and balance of the whole body. Bang, bang, bang. So, that day, the 2 beasts exercised in the back mountain until very late. At night, there were unexpected visitors. Junior sister Shan. Qin was very surprised. He didn't expect Shan Rushue to come to see him so late. He didn't receive the news in advance, so he was a little surprised when it came suddenly. "Brother, this is the elixir I brought you. It's called the Beast Fierceness Pill. After your pet takes it, its strength will increase significantly within an hour. I know that my senior brother will duel with Qian Xingye in 4 days. Please accept this pill, just in case." Shan Rushue held a small and exquisite jade bottle in both hands, her eyes full of worry. Obviously, even though she was very optimistic about Qin, she felt that the probability of losing this duel was very high. That's why he bought the Beast Fierce pill in an attempt to increase Qin's chances of winning. Chapter 20. Don't force it, brother. Beast Fierce pill. Qin was stunned for a moment when he looked at the pill that Shan Rushue handed over. As a beastmaster, he had naturally heard of this top-grade yellow elixir, which could boost the strength of his pet within an hour and unleash its potential. It was a trump card that many Qi refining stage beastmasters used to turn the tables between life and death. This was because this elixir had an irreversible side effect, which was that it would only explode at the cost of overdrawing the pet's life. Once the time was up, the pet would quickly decline like a deflated balloon and fall into a dying state. This kind of medicine is for him to use in a duel. Although this duel was very important and related to his future status and peace in the 10,000 Beasts Sect, his pet would surely die if he used this elixir, and he simply did not have the financial resources to restore his pet's life. Moreover, is it worth it for him to abandon his pet and go to such an extent just for Qianxinye? In a duel between Beastmasters, what is being competed for is not only the pets, but also the Beastmaster's own strength, vision, microcontrol, etc. He has enough confidence to win the battle without using any elixir. So Qin stretched out his hand to refuse. Junior Sister Shan, you should keep this elixir. I don't need it. Hearing this, Shan Rushue became anxious and said, Brother, you should accept this pill. I know you don't want me to worry, but Qianxinye, he has some tricks, and I'm afraid you will suffer. Don't force it, brother. Otherwise, seeing you lose, I will be restless and regretful. There was a hint of pleading in her voice, and her bright eyes were full of confusion and crying. Because this matter, after all, was caused by her, which caused trouble for Qin. Otherwise, Qin could have refused to fight and left that day, and he would naturally not have offended Qianxinye later and been forced to this point. News of the duel had spread throughout the sect, and some elders had even opened a betting table. So Qin had no way out and could only go on the field. But once on the court, in Shan Rushue's eyes, the probability of losing is very high. After all, she was very clear about Qianxinye's strength, but Qin only contracted the red flame monkey. When comparing the two, the gap was too big. Seeing this, Qin knew that no matter how much he said, it would not reassure Shan Rushue. So he sighed and accepted the pill. Although he accepted the pill, he didn't know how to use it. Thank you, Junior Sister Shan. Shan Rushue breathed a sigh of relief, and a relieved smile appeared on her face. This Beast Fierce pill was refined by the sect's Ubi Peak, right? Junior Sister Shan, if I want to learn alchemy in the 10,000 Beasts Sect, is there any alchemist you can recommend? Qin shook the pill and asked. Not only humans can eat pills for cultivation, but pets also have pills that can help them improve their realm. As the first of the 6 arts of cultivating immortals, alchemy has many benefits, the most important of which for him is to earn spirit stones by refining and selling pills. When it comes to making money quickly, I'm afraid no one can compare to the alchemist. But he just needed to make money, a lot of spirit stones. Otherwise, when would he be able to save up enough 200,000 low-grade spirit stones to contract Ubi Peak? Even buying 100 magical chickens left him with insufficient funds. So Qin realized that if he wanted to make money, he still had to rely on alchemy. After all, beast taming could only provide him with wishing points, but it could not quickly accumulate wealth. Alchemist? Brother, do you want to learn how to make pills? Shan Rushue saw Qin and nodded, thought carefully, and said, Among the yellow-level alchemists at Diverting Peak, only mastering Wenshu is the most outstanding. A few years ago, I heard that his alchemy method is suitable for many types of elixirs. It mainly uses fast fire, and he can refine 9 furnaces elixirs in a day. However, he will be promoted to a Xian-level alchemist at the end of the year, so the current conditions for accepting disciples are very harsh. You must have a talent for alchemy, and can only be taught alchemy if you can pass his test. Also, the spirit stones required to register for the test are quite expensive, 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If you fail, it will not be refunded. Brother, seeing Qin's expression, she gritted her teeth and said, Brother, if you don't have enough spirit stones, I can lend them to you first. 1,000 low-grade spirit stones is still a lot for a chi-refining cultivator. Qin can only earn a few $100s a month by raising magical chickens. Thank you, Junior Sister. However, this matter is not urgent. I will go to Diverting Peak to take a look at it at the end of the month. I have to deal with the duel first. Qin wrote down Wenshu's name and then smiled. Hearing this, Shan Rushue felt a pity again. If her senior brother asked her to borrow money, she could use this as an excuse to come to Ubi Peak more often. These days, she felt that her senior brothers had become much colder as they had only relied on sound transmission to communicate. Brother, if you need any help, please don't hesitate to ask me. I will do my best to help you if I can. Shan Rushue nodded and said, Good. After the two chatted with each other for a few more sentences, Qin saw Shan Rushue off. On the way, they happened to meet Beiji and Monkey King, who were returning. The huge pig body emerged from the woods, and the red flame monkey sat cross-legged on it, looking very proud. Oomph. Beiji was startled for a moment when he saw Shan Rushue appear. Then his body trembled so much that he almost sprained his heel. The red flame monkey shook his body, frowned, and slapped the pig in front of him on the head. After being slapped, Beiji finally stabilized. I thought to myself, I have become stronger. The fairy from the past can't eat me. Don't be afraid. Beiji came to Chin and carrying the red flame monkey. Brother, who is this white sand pig king? Shan Rushue looked puzzled, and always felt that the expression of the sand-white pig king was a little familiar. However, Beiji has changed a lot now, so she looked at it for a long time, but still couldn't recognize that this was the sand-white pig she had lost in the past. This is the second pet I contracted. Come, Beiji, say hello to the fairy. Chinan smiled and moved Beiji's frightened face. The moment when Yin saw Shan Rushue, there is no longer the former beauty in Beiji's heart, nor the desire for fairies, only shadows. That day it was almost cooked, but now that it has become stronger, its heart has also become much stronger. It nodded to Shan Rushue calmly, without revealing its true intention. Senior brother, you also contracted a sand-white pig king. Shan Rushue was shocked when she heard this. Isn't the sand-white pig king a food monster? Can also be used as a pet? How hard it must be to train someone like that. No. She must have been thinking in the wrong way. Brother, this is to satisfy his appetite. He is waiting to fatten it up before eating it. That must be the case. She reacted and her face flushed because her senior brother just called her fairy. For a moment, Shan Rushue felt a little embarrassed. Brother, you must take good care of this pig king. I will cook for you myself when the time comes. After saying this, she flew away in a hurry, riding the wind. Chinan was left alone, looking shocked. Snort. Beiji's body trembled, and he stared at Chinan with big eyes, as if he recalled that day again. Chinan laughed out loud and patted its head. Don't let your imagination run wild. How could I bear to eat you? You are my lucky pig. Beiji seemed to understand, but seeing that his master really didn't have that intention, he felt much more at ease. Fairies are so scary. Not only do they want to eat it themselves, they also bewitch their master to eat it. Bad woman. Snort. Chapter 21. The duel begins. A few days later, on the eve of the duel, in front of Chin and the red flame monkey was practicing with Beiji. The flames hit Beiji's huge body, leaving only a few black marks. However, when it rushed towards Beiji and attacked with its burning arms, most of the damage was offset by the pig's skin. When he punched and attacked for the second time, Beiji dodged nimbly. This made the red flame monkey frown and become a little irritable. Yes, Beiji's reactions are getting faster and faster. Chinan watched from the side and nodded, satisfied with Beiji's progress. Today he spent 20,000 wishing points to raise Beiji's realm to the 4th level of the first stage. Now, it is only 1 level lower than the red flame monkey. In addition, it has been constantly colliding with rocks recently, causing its skin and flesh to harden, greatly improving its defense. The red flame monkey's attack is undoubtedly powerful, but without his ability to transform flowers and trees, it would be difficult for it to inflict particularly high damage relying solely on its own demonic power. Brother Monkey, your firearm attacks need to be more precise and fierce. The skin and flesh of the white alligator are thicker than that of Beiji. If you want to hit it, you must use the power of your firearm to push your fist. Otherwise, with your current strength, hitting it will only be a tickle. And Beiji, you are a spirit beast without attributes, so you need to assist Monkey Brother more. If its flames are extinguished by the spirit toad and the white wild crocodile, its combat effectiveness will be reduced. As a tank, you need to know how to take the damage in time. Okay, let's end today's sparring here. Chin and clapped his hands. In the field, the two beasts stopped their movements. Beiji happily shrank his body and turned into a cute sand-white pig. Then he ran to Chin and raised his head like a spoiled child, trying to please him. On the other hand, the red flame monkey stood there with confusion in his eyes. How come my strength is not improving as fast as that pig's? Could it be that the stones moved these days are not enough? But after thinking about it, it felt that this was not the problem, so it turned its attention to Chinan. He recalled the sudden increase in strength he felt when he moved stones last time, and the sudden surge in demonic power he felt when he fought the iron-armored bear. They finally figured out in their minds that if they wanted their pets to improve quickly, they still had to rely on the Beastmaster. Squeak. So, the red flame monkey also ran to Chinan, but with its personality, it couldn't do anything shameless to please like Beiji did. So, it kicked Beiji away from Chinan's feet, then crossed its arms in front of its chest and wagged its tail like a proud warrior. When Beiji saw this scene, he snorted and cursed the stinky monkey in his heart. However, with its current strength, it is still no match for the red flame monkey. Just now, it could only passively take the beating. If it were not for its thick skin and flesh, it would have been beaten into a roasted pig. Chinan was stunned when he saw the wish appearing above the red flame monkey's head. Name: Red Flame Monkey. Current wish: evolve and become stronger. Wish color: blue. The last wish of the red flame monkey was also blue, which was to become stronger and escape from a zoo. Chinan had already fulfilled it, and he received the reward of the evolution map. After that, its wish became to become stronger, exercise, and move stones every day. Come back once a day, and you'll get 10 wishing points. But this time, perhaps because of the stimulation from Beiji, its wish became stronger, reaching blue, and it had the conditions for evolution. Seeing this, Chinan smiled and said, I understand how you feel. I've already told Elder Xie that I will collect low-grade fire spirit stones and train you into a fiery monkey when the time comes. Red Flame Monkey Fiery Monkey required 500 low-grade fire spirit stones, swallow the red flame stones, and comprehend a method of controlling flames. The fire spirit stone requires about 5,000 low-grade spirit stones to exchange. The red flame stone is relatively rare and requires about 10,000 spirit stones, but Chinan does not plan to buy it with spirit stones. He will exchange it for wishing points later. It is not cost-effective to directly exchange wish points for spirit stones, but some of the resources needed for pets will be reduced if they are exchanged for them. Hearing this, the red flame monkey's expression eased a lot, and he stretched his head toward Chinan in a very friendly manner, like a proud crane, allowing him to touch its head. Chinan was amused by his action and reached out to touch it. Then the red flame monkey left happily. Okay, you should go back to the inner scene and rest early. You will have a tough battle tomorrow. Chinan pointed his finger, and a white light appeared on Beiji's body, and he was taken into the inner scene. After doing this, he looked at his data panel. Name: Chinan. Realm: 5th level of Qi refining. Constitution: with spiritual root, affinity with spirit beasts. Kung Fu: health and rest method. Minor success: 2560/10,000. Beast taming method part 1. Proficient: 260/10,000. Spells: Fireball. Minor: 150/50,000. Vine entanglement. Mastery: 590/10,000. Flower transplantation. Entry: 205/20,000. Magic power: 9 phases. Entry: 15/50,000. Skill: Level 2 Beast taming. 255/50,000. Spiritual pets: Red Flame Monkey, Sand White Pig King. Current wish: none. Remaining wish points: 17,480. There's still more than 17,000 wishing points. He was thinking about how to turn these wish points into strength. It is not enough to improve the realm of Monkey King and Beiji. It takes 40,000 wish points to go from the 4th level to the 5th level, and 80,000 wish points to go from the 5th level to the 6th level. Based on the income from raising pigs and chickens, it would take him 10 days or half a month to get the money together. There's no need to rush your pet's realm. Complete Monkey Brothers Blue Wish first. This way you can get a lot of wishing points. I'll use these wishing points to improve my skills. Just the beast taming technique and the health and longevity technique. The beast taming technique can strengthen the power of his contract with Monkey King and Beiji, and it can also enhance his spiritual awareness and strengthen his control over the details of the battle. Add to that the technique of health preservation and rest. The combination of the two can allow him to break through from the 5th level of Qi refining to the 6th level. Therefore, it is preferred to major in the practice method. After making up your mind, 9,740 wish points will be deducted. Chinan had a lot of insights into the beast taming technique and the health-preserving technique in his mind, and he absorbed and mastered them all in an instant. At the same time, his realm broke through to the 6th level of Qi refining, and the mana in his body increased by 10%. The strength of spiritual awareness is constantly increasing, and its range is expanding. From more than 80 meters, extending all the way to 120 meters. It's done. He exhaled and scanned the surroundings with his spiritual sense, clearly feeling all the changes in the distance. And in his mind, the contract became deeper, and the power transmitted to him by the pet also became stronger. The rest depends on tomorrow's duel. Cheenan walked into the house and planned to rest. After all, the remaining wishing points are not enough to upgrade other skills. The next day, early in the morning, the outer peak of the 10,000 Beasts Sect became very lively, because the long-rumored pig-raising genius cultivator and the disciple who was about to become an inner sect disciple were actually jealous of each other over a woman, and then made a bet of 10,000 spirit stones. This information has been circulated outside the peak for a long time, and almost everyone knows it. There's nothing we can do about it. Cheenan is the one who's receiving so much attention. Now the monks from all the peaks are rushing towards the arena, trying to find a good position. Senior brother. Shan Rushiwe was worried and clenched her fists. He looked around, hoping to find Cheenan. Chapter 22. Riding a pig to duel? Brother Xiang, are you here to watch this show too? Junior brother Su, how can we miss this duel? It concerns the reputation of the inner sect disciples. Haha, if Cheenan loses, the reputation of this inner disciple as a genius will be in vain. This Cheenan is too foolish. As an inner sect disciple, he lost his status by raising pigs, but he chose to do such a shameful thing in the outer peak, making a bet, going to the ring, and being jealous. He has absolutely no manners of an inner sect disciple. In my opinion, this person has been in the secular world for too long, and his character has not changed. However, I am also very curious about how strong his spiritual talent is that can alarm the inner sect elders. Is it possible for him to defeat Qian Xingye, who has been practicing for 5 years, after only half a month of practice? Defeat Qian Xingye? Even though that person is not as good as us, he is not defeated by a newcomer. The gap between the two is too big. Talent is just talent, not strength. If Cheenan is given 2 or 3 years to develop, there may still be hope. Look, the inner sect elders are here too. I heard that Elder Chen open the gambling table, forcing Elder He to bet on Cheen and to win. You placed a bet too? Yeah, but my bet is that he loses. Me too, huh? 2 inner disciples in blue robes chatted and laughed as they came to the high side of the arena and sat down waiting. And below the stage, there were many outer disciples muttering. Why hasn't Cheenan come yet? That's right, senior brother Chien has been waiting here for an hour. They agreed to fight at noon, and it's still some time before noon. Then there's no need to rush over. Could it be that you are afraid of senior brother Chien, so you don't dare to come over? What nonsense are you talking about? Why would senior brother Chien be afraid? Shan Rushiwe turned around and shouted at the outer disciple who was muttering. The disciple didn't dare to provoke her, lowered his head, and changed direction. Shan Rushiwe became even more worried and turned her eyes to the arena. Qian Xingye was standing there, looking calm, as if he was confident about the upcoming duel. Senior brother Qin will definitely come. He is not the kind of person who goes back on his word. And with the Beast Fierce pill I gave you, we will definitely win this round. Shan Rushiwe silently cheered Qin and in her heart. On the other side of the arena, several outer sect elders and inner sect elders were also there. Among them, Elder Xie from Ubi Peak was sitting aside, listening to the discussion of the inner sect elders. Elder He, I didn't expect you to come and watch this duel in person. This really surprises me. Elder Qin grinned. I thought you wouldn't be able to bear to see the inner sect disciple you admire being beaten down and kneeling there begging for mercy. Elder Chun, it's good to have confidence, but the duel field changes rapidly and it's still unknown who will win or lose. Elder He smiled slightly, then drank his tea and said, Besides, Elder Chun, you are the one who initiated the bet. How can I not come to see you lose money? Pay compensation? Ha ha! Elder He is really optimistic about Qin. Elder Chin's smile faded, and he said, Then let's wait and see who will cry and who will laugh. After the two finished their conversation, they closed their eyes and rested. The other elders discussed with great interest, is it really possible for Qin to win? At this time, there was suddenly a commotion below the ring. Here it comes. It's the pig-raising genius monk, Qin. As expected, he is an inner sect disciple. He keeps his word and will go to the battlefield, even if he is bound to lose. Wait, something's wrong. Why is he riding a pig here? Oh my god, he is indeed a genius monk who raises pigs. He actually rides the white sand pig king to the duel. Isn't he afraid of being laughed at by others? Brother Qin, Many outer disciples were shocked and stared with wide eyes. Under their gaze, Qin rode a huge, sand-white pig king and slowly walked towards them with a firm look in his eyes, as if he was not affected by the outside world's discussions at all. The disciples in the audience and the elders in the distance were all a little at a loss. Some covered their faces and wanted to laugh. Some shook their heads because of a headache, and some were surprised at his calmness. "Haha, Elder He, it turns out that the disciple you're optimistic about is really amazing. To be able to duel on a sand-white pig king is so weird that I almost died of laughter." Elder Qin laughed so hard that his magical power almost spread out due to his emotional fluctuations. And beside them, other elders also smiled. "I have to say, this white pig king is really big. It looks different from the white pig kings on the market." "Thank you, Elder. Are all the pig kings produced by Ubi Peak so good? I'll go pick some someday." Elder Xie gave an awkward smile, but still bowed and said welcome a few times. After all, these elders are of higher status than him. He could only force a smile. However, Elder He's expression was much uglier. He Chengshuan's face was gloomy and his brows were furrowed. He was obviously a little dissatisfied with Qin An's behavior of riding a pig to keep the appointment. No matter how little you care about your image, you still have to pretend. He whispered to himself, "Could it be that I really made a mistake?" For him, the bet was 1,000 medium-grade spirit stones, and if he lost, he lost. The spirit stones were not a lot, but losing to Elder Chun was disgusting. Therefore, he still had high hopes for Qin and just hoped that he would not be disappointed later. Qin turned over and got off Beiji, then quickly walked onto the stage, bowed slightly to Qian Xingye, and said, "I'm sorry to have kept junior brother Qian waiting for a long time." Qian Xingye sneered, looked him up and down, and said, "I thought you didn't dare to come." Qin smiled calmly and said, "I never break my promise. Since I have agreed to a duel, I will come naturally. Besides, how can I refuse to accept 10,000 low-grade spirit stones when someone offers them? Is this your trump card? The confidence to defeat me? A sand-white pig king?" Qian Xingye looked at Beiji with disdain. "It's quite fat, but food is food after all. Bringing it to the ring is simply an insult to me. Get ready and make it a quick fight. After I defeat you, I still have to go find junior sister Shan." Faced with Qian Xingye's provocation and contempt, Qin just smiled faintly and did not respond much. He understood that the real competition between Beastmasters in the duel field lies in strength, not verbal disputes. He turned around, patted Beiji's huge body gently, and whispered, "Beiji, today it's up to you." Beiji seemed to understand Qin An's words. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes, and he growled softly, as if in response. "Master, just watch how I crush the other party." Then, Qin turned his gaze to an elder and nodded to him. Indicates that the duel can be declared started. The elder who served as the referee wanted to say something, but when he saw Qin An's confident expression, he gave up trying to dissuade him and went to the stage. The sect has rules. If there's a conflict between disciples, they can go to the ring to duel. Disciple Qin An and Disciple Qian Xingye will compete under the witness of this elder to resolve the conflict. Life and death are their own responsibility. Betting 10,000 low-grade spirit stones already collected. Now announce start. Chapter 23, Tianji's Horse Race. Following the order from the referee elder, a light curtain rose above the ring. This light curtain is to protect the disciples in the outside world and can withstand the maximum power of the foundation-building cultivators. And the fighting inside, no matter how intense, will have no impact. Qian Xingye pointed his finger, a white light flashed, and he summoned his pet, the white wild crocodile. Then he said to Qin, "I know you have contracted a red flame monkey. That is your main force, right? Summon it quickly, or you will have no chance later." Qin smiled slightly and did not summon the red flame monkey immediately. Instead, he gently patted Beiji's huge body and spoke softly. "Beiji, you go first. Remember to entangle the white wild crocodile and don't let it free its hands." Beiji nodded. A glimmer of excitement flashed in his eyes. Then he growled and rushed forward. He. The huge body was running wildly, raising dust under its feet, and the momentum looked quite scary. Seeing this, Qian Xingye frowned and sneered. "How ridiculous! Teach it a lesson, white alligator." The next second, the white crocodile opened its bloody mouth, moved its limbs, and appeared in front of Beiji. Comparing the sizes of the two, The white alligator is smaller. But between pets, power and strength are never determined by size, but by realm, talent, spells, and bloodline. Roar! The sharp teeth of the white wild crocodile flashed coldly as it bit Beiji's front leg. Hee. Beiji's skin and flesh could not withstand its bite, and bloody marks immediately appeared on his front legs. But it was not afraid. Instead, it rolled its body and pressed towards the other party, trying to stop the white alligator from attacking further. At this time, Chinan also summoned the red flame monkey because he understood that Beiji could not defeat the white crocodile in a head-on confrontation and could only delay for a while. The tactic he adopted was Tianji's horse racing, using the weakest and most tanky Beiji to pair up with the white wild crocodile. Let the red flame monkey deal with the spirit toad. As for him, he is dedicated to making money and starting a business. Superior. With a loud shout, Qin and the red flame monkey attacked together. A mastery-level vine entanglement technique was performed, lighting up under Qian Xingye's feet, and countless vines instantly broke out of the ground. The red flame monkey turned into a beam of fire and charged directly with flames. Naive, do you think I'm not on guard against you? No matter what, you are also an inner sect disciple. How could I let you fall into the gutter just because I look down on you? Qian Xingye responded quickly. He sneered, and with a flash of his body, he easily avoided the entanglement of the vines. At the same time, he summoned the spirit toad to meet the fiery charge of the red flame monkey. Spirit toad, use water mist barrier. Qian Xingye calmly commanded the spirit toad. Upon hearing this, the spirit toad immediately opened its mouth and sprayed out a thick mist, which quickly formed a barrier around him. This barrier not only blocks fire attacks, but also blurs the attacker's vision. When a red flame monkey came into contact with a water mist barrier, the flames on its body were instantly weakened a lot. Water arrow. The next second, 3 water arrows shot out of the toad's mouth and hit the red flame monkey's vital points. Bang! The first water arrow was shattered by the red flame monkey's firearm, but the flame of the firearm was also weakened. Fireball. The second and third water arrows were blocked by Qin, and who arrived with 2 small fireballs fired instantly. Quickly fight and quickly resolve the opponent. Qin appeared next to the spirit toad and used vine entanglement to bind its heels. The spirit toad is a long-range pet, so it must be dealt with first, otherwise the red flame monkey will be in a bad situation when facing the white crocodile next. You can cast spells, so why can't I? Water whirlpool. Upon seeing this, Qian Xingye formed seals with his hands, and a huge water vortex formed under the feet of the spirit toad, which quickly drew in Qin's vines and crushed them. At the same time, the water vortex was still expanding, releasing a powerful suction force, trying to draw Qin and the red flame monkey into it. Qin's face was solemn. The opponent is good at water magic, and his pet is also water magic, which is really disadvantageous to him. At this time, the spirit toad shot out 3 water arrows again. This time the water arrow was aimed at him. Bang! The red flame monkey punched out from the side, blocking a water arrow, and at the same time his body was sucked into the whirlpool. Qin flashed and narrowly avoided the remaining water arrows. Hoo-hoo-hoo! Roar! In the whirlpool, the red flame monkey struggled hard. Humph! It seems that I still overestimated your strength. Qian Xingye looked at Qin and a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. An opponent like you is not worthy of me using my full strength. Outside the ring, the outer disciples cheered upon seeing this. The inner disciples who were watching the fight frowned and shook their heads, feeling that Qin was being too embarrassing. Some people even left early. Brother, there's still a chance. Where's the beast fierce pill? Shan Rushue clenched her fists, her eyes full of worry. The elders remained silent, but Elder Qin smiled happily. It seems the outcome has been decided. Elder He, I will gladly accept your 1,000 mid-grade spirit stones. Why are you in such a hurry? Isn't the fight not over yet? He Qingshuan looked towards the arena and felt that Qin was too calm. Was there some killer trick he hadn't used yet? Oh, with the current situation, I don't see any chance of a comeback. The 2 spirit beasts are too different, and their attributes are restrained. Although the red flame monkey is full of momentum, it is a pity that it was sucked into the vortex and can't move. Its ability to extinguish flames has been almost fully utilized. Just as he finished speaking, Elder Chun heard exclamations from the elders around him. How was that possible? It breaks the law with force. The strength of this red flame monkey has probably reached over 3,000 pounds. Elder Chin's expression changed instantly, and he quickly turned around to look. On the ring, the red flame monkey was wrapped in demonic power, with the flames condensed in his fists and concentrated at one point. Then it used the pictographic fist as a force and punched towards the ground. There was a loud bang, like a violent stampede of an elephant. A hole was punched in the ground, and the water vortex was destroyed by this force. The red flame monkey raised his bright red eyes, and the next second the flames on his body reignited, and Liang rushed to the front of the spirit toad. Quack! This frightened the toad, and its expression changed. The water whirlpool was originally near the feet of the spirit toad, and once the red flame monkey was freed, it had no time to escape. It was punched in midair just as it jumped up. Firearm. Bang! The fist blessed by the flame of the firearm is extremely powerful. The toad's face was directly dented, and its body flew backwards and hit the barrier of the ring. This sudden change made the outer disciples outside the ring turn pale instantly. Brother, good fight, Shan Rushiwe shouted excitedly. On the ring, the white crocodile used an iron strike and swung its tail to repel Beiji, then quickly ran towards the red flame monkey. Prevent the red flame monkey from taking advantage of the victory and directly taking the life of the spirit toad. At this time, Qian looked at Qian Xingye with a smile and said, Junior brother Qian, you can use your full strength now. Chapter 24, Beiji takes off. What did you do? Qian Xingye looked at Qin and with a gloomy expression and a hint of anger flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect that the battle, which he thought was a sure win, would have such a big turn. Moreover, he still didn't understand how the red flame monkey broke the water vortex. Logically speaking, it was impossible for a red flame monkey at the 5th level of the first stage to burst out such a strong force. What went wrong? He took a deep breath and calmed himself down. There is no problem. Even if the spirit toad has lost its fighting power, he still has the white wild crocodile. The only one the opponent can fight is a red flame monkey. Qinan, you really have some tricks up your sleeve. Qian Xingye said coldly. But do you think you can beat me like this? The white wild crocodile is my real main force. Look at your sand white pig king. He's almost been bitten to death. Even if we fight one-on-one now, your red flame monkey has used up most of its demonic power and cannot defeat me. On the ring, the white crocodile faced off against the red flame monkey. Both of them burst out with amazing power. As for the sand white pig king, he was lying in the corner, seemingly ignored by everyone. Qian looked calm as he quickly commanded the red flame monkey and provided support using fireball magic. This white wild crocodile is really thick-skinned. It is difficult to defeat it with just my attack. Even my fireball technique has no effect on its scales. He frowned. He had just used the technique of grafting to help the red flame monkey escape from the water whirlpool and seriously injure the spirit toad. That's why he can break the water whirlpool with one punch. He still has 50% of his magic power left in his body. If he uses it up and still fails to defeat the white wild crocodile, then he will be in trouble. Because the white wild crocodile is not very dependent on magic, it can completely defeat them with its powerful bite force and tail power. Brother Monkey, retreat. Qian gave an order, and in order to prevent the white wild crocodile from entangling the red flame monkey, he summoned vines again, tried to restrain the white wild crocodile's movements. However, Qian Xingye had obviously learned from his previous lesson and quickly commanded the white crocodile to avoid the restraint of the vines and follow closely behind the red flame monkey, not letting it catch a breath. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The red flame monkey became a little annoyed by the fight. Even if it used its firearm to increase the damage, as Qian had taught it before, its fist could not penetrate the scales of the white wild crocodile. And when I hit it, my fist hurt so much. After just a few collisions, its fist was already red and swollen. Moreover, the demonic power is decreasing and the concentration of the flame is decreasing. How to win? I'm not strong enough. At this time, Qian shouted, Brother Monkey, hold on. I still have a way. After saying this, he used the telepathy of the contract to let it understand the next tactics. When the red flame monkey learned about this, his eyes widened as if asking question. Do you really want to do this? You won't die, right? Qian shouted, Believe me. It gritted its teeth and nodded vigorously. Since it can't think of a way to win, it can only leave it to its owner. Oh, Brother Qian, What do you want to do now? Qian Xingye would not let Qinan go, so he kept a close eye on him and cast spells to attack him with water arrows. But his spell accuracy and strength are not very good. When facing the water arrow, Qinan only needed a small fireball to accurately offset it. The mastery level of fireball technique is no joke. Bang, bang, bang! Qinan calmly resolved the opponent's attacks one by one, and then came to Beiji. At this time, Beiji's body was covered with wounds, some of which penetrated deep into his bones. Fortunately, the physical strength of the Sand White Pig King is too exaggerated. Even if it is covered with wounds, it can still move, but it can no longer launch an attack. Looking at the toad on the other side, the one on the other side was as fragile as paper. It fell unconscious after being seriously injured by the blow. Beiji, it's up to you from now on. Huh? Beiji raised his head and stared at Qinan with big eyes, as if he couldn't understand what to do. Since it's so badly injured now, it's impossible to go up and help. It will be a burden if you go up there. Outside the ring, others were also a little confused about Qian's actions. Why did he go to find the Sand White Pig King? Isn't that the mascot he brought with him? Could it be that he expects the White Pig King to join the battle and defeat the White Crocodile? Haha, senior brother, stop joking. The Sand White Pig King just has thick blood. It was entangled with the White Wild Crocodile before, which delayed some time. You wanted to defeat the White Wild Crocodile? You are dreaming. The outer disciples were talking about it. The elders were also discussing that after the scene where the Red Flame Monkey defeated the Spirit Toad, they would no longer easily think that Qian was doing useless work. There must be a reason why he did this. However, no matter how hard they racked their brains, they could not figure out how the Sand White Pig King would get involved in the fight between the Red Flame Monkey and the White Wild Crocodile, especially when he was seriously injured. Elder Xia, what do you think? That White Sand Pig King should also be born from your Jade White Peak. It shouldn't have mutated or have any special features, right? An elder asked curiously. Elder Xia was speechless. After hesitating for a long time, he said, perhaps Qian wants to use its huge body to crush the White Wild Crocodile. After saying this, he even laughed. The other elders rolled their eyes. They admitted that this Sand White Pig King was very fat. But how could it be possible to crush the White Wild Crocodile? The White Wild Crocodile was much stronger than the other. Over there, Elder Chen also heard it and sneered. I guess Qian is a loss for what to do, so he wants to try his luck with some tricks. Elder, he stared at Qian, seemingly thinking about something. When he saw the body of the Sand White Pig King suddenly become smaller, his eyes lit up and he exclaimed in surprise. The art of transformation. The other elders looked over quickly and were also surprised. How did this Sand White Pig King turn back into a Sand White Pig? What kind of method is this? The White Pig King knows how to transform. I don't quite believe it. Is it because I'm too old and my eyes are blurry? Thank you, Elder. This Sand White Pig Turtle is most likely a mutant pet. Amid all the shocked voices, Elder Chun felt something was not right for some reason. On the stage, Qian picked up Beiji, who had transformed back to his first form. Then, through grafting, the magic power was continuously transferred. Beiji, this will be a little painful. You must bear it. Beiji nodded vigorously and clenched his teeth. I just feel that the demonic power in my body is increasing. Gather all your demonic power into your outer skin to improve your defense. Qian said softly. Beiji did as he was told, and the skin began to harden. Okay, now comes the crucial blow that determines the outcome. Go, Beiji! Qian shouted loudly and threw Beiji towards the Red Flame Monkey like a big rock. The Red Flame Monkey was already prepared and jumped up and caught it in midair. What do you want to do? Qian Xingye raised his head just when he was confused. The Red Flame Monkey used his firearm to accelerate Beiji to the second stage and smashed him towards the White Crocodile. Bang! A sound broke through the air. Beiji is in midair, recovering his second phase, the White Pig King. A huge figure fell from the sky. Bang! It hit the White Wild Crocodile. Chapter 25, I Lost. Boom! The huge impact force caused the entire ring to tremble. In the flying dust, one could see that the huge body of the Sand White Pig King was pressing down on the White Wild Crocodile with a pool of blood around it. Some of the blood was vomited by the Sand White Pig King. After all, the impact was so strong that even if it used all its magic power to defend itself, it could not withstand the damage and pain caused by its internal organs. Another part was ejected by the White Wild Crocodile. Its indestructible scales had become uneven, covered with bloodstains, and still ejected a little blood. Oomph. Beiji twisted his body and rolled to the side. He breathes in more than he breathes out and looks very weak. But the white crocodile was even worse off than it. Its head was buzzing and one of its eyeballs was crushed. White alligator. Qian Xingye's face looked grim, and he quickly appeared beside it. He didn't expect that Qin actually had such a method. Through the transformation technique and projectiles, he directly consumed more than half of the white wild crocodile's combat power. Ah. Bai Yi Crocodile tried hard to raise his head in response to Qian Xingye's call. But how could Qin miss this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? A vine entanglement technique bound its body. The red flame monkey took the opportunity to launch an attack. A figure appeared next to it and punched it with a blazing breath. Water whirlpool. Qian Xingye tried hard to cast magic, trying to stop it. Fireball. Qin instantly shot out a huge fireball, which directly interrupted his water vortex. Bang, bang, bang. This time, because the white crocodile was no longer protected by its scales, the red flame monkey punched it hard, forcing it to retreat continuously and spit out blood. No, Qian Xingye shouted, because he knew that if he continued to let the red flame monkey attack him like this, the white crocodile would be beaten to death no matter how thick-skinned it was. This was his most important pet. Once it died, not only would his strength drop significantly, but the death of the pet would even cause the contract to backfire, causing his realm to become unstable. He is about to become an inner disciple and will have to compete for resources with other inner disciples. How could I lose so miserably here and lose to Qin? So Qian Xingye immediately flew towards the toad and stuffed a pill into its mouth. It's the Beast Fierce pill. I'm going to make you all pay. His eyes were red, and he didn't care about the life or death of the toad at all. He activated the magic power in his palm and slapped its stomach, shattering the pill and digesting it. The Beast Fierce pill will greatly increase the strength of pet beasts, but it will also stimulate their lives, causing them to die after an hour. The powerful medicinal effect of this pill made the toad open its unconscious eyes, screaming in pain. Then its eyes turned red and bloodshot. Kill them, you toad. After hearing Qian Xingye's order, the toad, which was in a state of rage and pain, immediately launched an attack, trying to vent its pain. Water snake. It clapped its palms, splashing water everywhere. A stream of water suddenly rushed out, biting towards the red flame monkey like a nimble water snake. Qin's face changed slightly when he saw this, and he immediately reminded him, "Brother monkey, be careful." When the red flame monkey heard the sound, he also sensed the attack from the water snake behind him. So he freed one arm and performed the snake fist from the 8-form fist. Fight snake with snake. Bang! The fire snake collided with the water snake, and the red flame monkey's body shook slightly, and then he continued to hit the white crocodile with his fists. It understood that the white alligator was at its weakest now, and it had to take its life while it was sick. However, Qian Xingye did not give up. He continued to control the spirit toad to provide support, but was blocked by Qin An's fireball technique on the way. Qian Xingye, you actually gave it the Beast Fierce pill. You are really unscrupulous. Qin also had Beast Fierceness pills, but he didn't think of using them because pets were intelligent monsters, not toys. Qian Xingye sneered. As long as we can win, sacrificing a spirit toad is nothing. Upon hearing this, Qin used the vine entanglement technique to once again slow down the spirit toad. At this moment, the white wild crocodile let out a shrill scream. Well, puff! The red flame monkey finally ended the fight and punched it in the head, killing it. The death of the white wild crocodile also made Qian Xingye's face change, and he spit out blood. This is the damage caused by the backlash of the contract. No, it's impossible. No way. How could the white alligator be beaten to death? He tried to move in shock, but found that his hands and feet were also tied up by the vine entanglement technique. Just now, because of the backlash, he was distracted for a moment, so I didn't pay attention to my feet. But now he can do whatever he wants, and a huge fireball is coming towards him. Spiritual Toad. Faced with an intense life and death crisis, he used all his strength and spiritual awareness to command the Spirit Toad to stand in front of him. Bang! The next second, a huge fireball exploded. The toad was charred all over, and Qian Xingye was also blown away. Facing the fireball head-on without any defense, the damage is very high. You are such a despicable person. Now it's time to end this duel. Qin said this with a calm expression, and then he saw the red flame monkey, who had killed the white crocodile, used a flaming charge, appeared in front of the spirit toad, and punched it hard. Firearm, plus pictographic fist. Bang! The spirit toad itself is a powerful crossbow, and it was able to stand up again because of the beast fierce pill. Now it has endured so much damage that it finally can't bear it anymore. A large amount of blood spurted out of its mouth, its body fell to the ground, and the light in its eyes gradually disappeared. Two pets died in succession. This also announced Qian Xingye's defeat. Moreover, the pain brought by the backlash of the contract made his realm unstable. But he is also a ruthless man. He knows that he has no chance of winning, and continuing to fight would just give Qin the opportunity to kill him. So he immediately shouted to the referee, "I give up." At the same time, the red flame monkey had already taken action, rushing in front of him, swinging his fist with an angry expression and about to hit him on the head. After being bullied by the white crocodile for such a long time, Beiji was also seriously injured. Now that he sees only one enemy, how can he let him go? But with a loud shout, a powerful pressure came down from the air, causing the red flame monkey's punch to stop in front of Qian Xingye's forehead. Stop! A figure appeared on the stage. It was Chun Yongchang, the inner sect elder who presided over the opening of the gambling table. Elder Chun, what do you mean by this? It is against the rules to interfere in the duel without permission. He Qingshuan also appeared on the ring, but he stood next to Qinan. Elder He, Qian Xingye has admitted defeat. This duel is over. He is also a disciple who is about to become an inner sect disciple. If he dies here carelessly, wouldn't it be a loss for the sect? Chen Yongchang said with a gloomy expression. In fact, after Qian Xingye joined the inner sect, there was a high probability that he would join his faction. Therefore, he was well aware of Qian Xingye's strength and came forward to protect him. Chapter 26, The End. Elder Chun, once the duel begins, we as spectators should not interfere. Even if the disciple dies on the stage, it is his destiny. If every elder follows your example, what rules will remain in this competition? He Qingshuan frowned slightly and shouted angrily when he heard this. Chen Yongchang snorted coldly upon seeing this. He knew that the other party was just taking advantage of the situation. After all, he had belittled the other party many times before the duel. But he didn't expect that the final outcome of this duel would be beyond his expectations. The winner turned out to be Qin, who was favored by the other party. Qin, the duel has already been decided, and Qian Xingye has already admitted defeat. Do you have any objections? Qin saw the other party's gaze looking at him, and there was even a hint of pressure from a foundation-building cultivator pressing down on him. I understand that Elder Chun is determined to protect Qian Xingye at all costs. It was difficult for him to make another move. Elder Chun, I have no objection. Seeing that Qin understood, Chun Yongchang nodded with satisfaction, then untied the red flame monkey and signaled the disciples below the ring to help Qian Xingye off the ring for treatment. Qian Xingye's face was pale and his eyes were full of resentment, but now he could only swallow his anger and was helped away by his disciples. Seeing this, Qin did not say much, but silently put the red flame monkey and the sand-white pig king into the inner scene. In the sect, strength determines everything. His strength is not as good as Elder Chun, so he has to bow his head. He Qingshuan walked up to Qin and patted him on the shoulder and said, "You did very well this time. You really lived up to my expectations. Are you willing to follow me back to the inner gate blessed land to practice again?" Qin smiled bitterly and said, "Thank you, Elder He, for your appreciation, but I still want to cultivate and raise pigs in the outer peak." He Qingshuan's expression darkened, but he could do nothing about such a talented cultivator. He couldn't just tie him up and take him to a blessed land, forcing him to practice every day. So He Qingshuan shook his head and said to Chen Yongchang, "Elder Chun, remember to send me the bet I won. Don't worry, you'll be included." Chen Yongchang snorted coldly. Soon, the two elders left each other. Lost. How could Qian Xingye lose? That was all my belongings, a total of 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. And it's gone just like that. What on earth is going on with the Shabai, Pig King's transformation technique? I didn't even understand it, but Qian Xingye actually gave up. Hurry, brother, give me a hand. My legs are a little weak from losing so much. Which disciple said that Qian Xingye would definitely win, and that Qin, a genius cultivator who raises pigs, is nothing. Damn it. In the audience, many outer disciples were crying and holding their heads. All the spirit stones they had saved with great difficulty were lost this time. Even some elders are regretting. But where there are losers, there are winners. For example, Elder Xie was very happy because he won a lot this time. Chinan, you really earn enough face for me this time. Who would have thought that the Sand White Pig King of Ubi Peak could be so powerful? Many elders have even ordered the next batch of Sand White Pigs from me, saying that the Sand White Pigs you raise must be chewy. Haha. Elder Xie smiled as he took out a batch of fire spirit stones and said, my old friend just happened to lose a batch of fire spirit stones to me. How many coins did you want to exchange last time? Qin An's eyes lit up, and then he said, thank you, Elder. I want to exchange for 500 coins. Okay, here are 500 fire spirit stones. Qin An also received Qian Xingye's 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from the Elder Referee. Elder Xie gave him a favorable price. He only used 4,000 low-grade spirit stones to exchange for 500 fire spirit stones, saving 1,000. Thank you very much, Elder. Well, it's my luck that you can help me train the Sand White Pigs in Ubi Peak. You're welcome. When will the next batch of Shabai Pig King be shipped? In 3 days. Chinan thought about it and replied, that's great, haha. Elder Xie laughed, then saw Shan Rushue coming over and walked away silently. I'll leave first. Brother, you are so awesome. Shan Rushue now worships Qin An very much. She was shocked that they could win the fight, especially the Sand White Pig King, without using the beast fierceness pill she gave them. It's really good food, not just for show. Brother, how did you train that White Sand Pig King? Chinan laughed in his heart when he heard this. He couldn't tell the other party that it was all because of him that Beiji could achieve what he had today. So he said, this pig has a different way of thinking and works very hard. I'm just a guide. Oh, Shan Rushua seemed to understand. But it did not affect her feeling that Qin An was powerful, so she once again wished Qin An victory. Junior sister, I'll return this beast fierce pill to you. After all, you didn't use it. You can still sell it for a good price. How can you take back something you've given away? Brother, you should take it back. Seeing this, Qin An finally put away the fierce beast pill. The two talked for a while and then left each other. At the same time, the news of this duel began to spread, and soon other outer disciples in the outer peak knew about it. Didn't they say that Qin An gave up cultivation and went to Ubi Peak to raise pigs, not caring about worldly affairs? How could he still have such a level of strength? Just that one white pig king. Who among you present can train it? Ah, what a joke. Have you ever seen a duel? In my opinion, Qin An was able to win this one purely by luck. Yes, in the early stage, the White Pig King was beaten by the White Wild Crocodile and then suppressed by the Spirit Toad. It was only at the end that it had a little effect. That Red Flame Monkey is quite powerful. A monk who raises pigs is still a pig farmer after all. The fact that he can raise the White Pig King to be so fat shows that he has some talent in raising pigs. It's a pity that he uses this talent in the wrong place. No matter how fat the pigs are, can they be stronger than any pet beast? After all, they are just food. That's right. It's ridiculous that some outer disciples don't understand the truth and think that Qin An is amazing for defeating Qian Xingye. There are people with natural spiritual roots in the sect. Among the inner disciples, Senior Brother Huang Dai is the role model for us to learn from. Here are these discussions. Qian Xingye, who was recuperating in the cave at Shifa Peak, had a grim look on his face, clenched his fists, and his heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. Damn it, I'll make him pay the price sooner or later. In front of him, a young man in a blue robe held a cup of tea, took a sip, and said, Weak, you are too weak now. You don't even have the qualifications for revenge. Brother Huang, please teach me what to do. Huang Dai smiled slightly, put down the teacup, and said, after a while, the Sanyuan secret realm will be open. At that time, I can help you capture a good spirit beast and help you make a contract. And you need to help me find a way to bring Qin An in. I am very interested in the transformation technique that his Sand White Pig King possesses. As he spoke, a fierce look appeared in Huang Dai's eyes. Chapter 27, Evolution of the Red Flame Monkey. 5 days later, Ubi Peak. Qin An placed the 500 fire spirit stones he had exchanged in the room and set up a simple spirit gathering formation. This kind of small formation is not difficult to set up and can be set up using spirit stones. Many Chi-refining monks can learn it in a few days. After completing the arrangement, He exchanged a red flame stone through the system mall, spending 20,000 wishing points. Remaining wish points, 9,240. Come on, brother monkey, hold the red flame stone and sit inside. I will help you evolve into a blazing fire monkey today. Qin commanded the red flame monkey to sit in the magic circle. The red flame monkey has now recovered from his previous injuries in the duel, and his desire to become stronger is very strong. Just look at its unchanging blue wish, and you will know how much it desires to evolve. Squeak! The red flame monkey looked up, as if asking what to do next. Just hold it like this, don't move, and then learn how to control the flame. Qin said, Squeak! Flame control method? The red flame monkey lowered his head and looked at the red flame stone in his hand. This stone is different from other stones. It is a little hot, but how can I understand how to control flames from it? It means being at a loss. But this is normal. It usually takes months or even years for a red flame monkey to evolve into a fiery monkey. The path of evolution can transcend races and unlock the upper limit of talent, so it is not so easy to succeed. Therefore, training a pet of a low race level often gives many beastmasters a headache. Some wealthy families will directly buy a pet of a high race level, thus saving a long period of training time. The racial level of the red flame monkey is at the middle level of the yellow class, while the blazing fire monkey is at the upper level of the yellow class. Don't underestimate this small grade improvement. The upper limit it brings is the difference between the 9th level of Qi refining and the 1st level of foundation establishment. I'll give you a hand next. Seeing that the red flame monkey was unable to understand, Qin stretched out his finger and tapped its forehead. Make a wish. Current wish. The red flame monkey successfully comprehends the method of controlling flames. Required wishing points, 8,000. Remaining wish points, 1,240. After deducting the wishing points, the red flame monkey's body suddenly shook, and he felt a series of information in his head. It seemed to understand something and stroked the red flame stone with its palm. A flame rose from the red flame stone, flowed in its palm, and then spread throughout the body. At the same time, the fire spirit stone in the spirit gathering formation began to take effect. A large amount of spiritual energy poured into the red flame monkey's body. The realm is also elevated at this moment. It has entered the 6th level of the 1st stage. Current wish. The red flame monkey successfully comprehends the method of controlling flames. Achieved. Okay, you can swallow the red flame stone now. Qin reminded from the side. The red flame monkey did as he was told and swallowed the red flame stone, which had shrunk by half, into his body. Qin also saw changes in the information on the evolutionary map. Red flame monkey fiery monkey required. 1 day. This shows that evolutionary success is a foregone conclusion. All that remains is to wait. He saw the red flame monkey close his eyes and quietly absorb the spiritual energy. Then he turned and walked to the other side. Beiji. In front, the sand-white pig king was lying on the ground, raised his eyes and blinked. After the duel 5 days ago, it has also become mature. And with Qin An's full efforts, the injuries on his body are almost healed. Once Monkey has finished evolving, it will be my turn to help you evolve next. Qin touched its head. Compared with the red flame monkey, the sand-white pig king was more obedient, which made him take better care of it. If one wants to become the king of Brawn Pig, one must have a strength of over 3,000 kilograms. However, this is not a big problem because Beiji has always been very hardworking. Given his size, his full burst of strength is almost enough to meet the standard. The 5 stalks of Qingxin grass are not a big problem, but the 1st level, 9th level power type demon Beast Demon Core is difficult to find. If you use wishes to exchange them, you will need at least 80,000 wish points, and the type is random. The demon pill of the demon beast is also very important for evolution. If it is a power type demon pill, like the sky giant elephant, after the evolution is completed, Beiji's strength can be further improved. And if it is weaker, such as the demon pill of the white crocodile, the upper limit of future strength will be stuck at around 4 or 5,000 kilograms. This demon pill is hard to find. Qin sighed inwardly, thinking that his plan to make money by refining pills should be advanced. Otherwise, he would soon be out of spirit stones. After deducting the cost of exchanging the fire spirit stones, he used the remaining 6,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy spirit chicken chicks. Now he has a total of 1,000 spirit chickens. These 1,000 spiritual chickens can produce about 2,000 wishing points every day. At the same time, a problem also arose. That is, so many young spiritual chickens required a large amount of spiritual rice, and they had to eat dozens of kilograms a day. And as the spiritual chicken grows, the food will increase. He would spend hundreds of low-grade spirit stones just on spiritual rice every day. Of course, if he could train all these spirit chickens well, or even train them to become spirit chicken kings, his profits would be very high. If all the 1,000 spirit chickens were sold as spirit chicken kings, one could earn 60 to 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. However, there are many expenses that need to be calculated carefully. One more day of feeding will cost one more spirit stone. Sheenan looked down at the storage bag. The spiritual rice inside was only enough for the spiritual chickens to use for 3 days. It's time to go to Diverting Peak and take a look. Fortunately, the sales of the sand-white pig king he cultivated in the past few days were good. Otherwise, he would not even be able to pay the 1,000 low-grade spirit stones required to register for the alchemy test. Beiji, take good care of yourself at home. I'm going out. Beiji nodded and watched Sheenan leave. Sheenan left Ubi Peak and headed towards the inner gate. Diverting Peak has a special status in the Wansho sect. It is located between the outer peak and the inner peak and is the place where the most inner and outer disciples appear. There are 3 levels here. The first level is where the yellow-level alchemists are located, and they can only refine first-level mid and low-quality elixirs for the chi refining period. The second floor is where the Xin-level alchemists live. They can refine first-grade superior elixirs with a success rate of no less than 70%. They can also refine 3 or more second-grade inferior elixirs and 1 second-grade mid-grade elixir. Second-level elixirs are mostly used by cultivators who are building their foundation. For example, the well-known foundation-building elixir is a mid-grade second-level elixir. As for the third level, the earth-level alchemist, his status is quite transcendent. He is equal to the inner sect elders, or even 1 level higher, and on par with the outer peak masters. He is able to refine third-level elixirs, which are used by many golden core true immortals. There are also higher-level heavenly alchemists, which the 10,000 Beasts Sect does not have. It is said that they can refine elixirs for the nascent soul stage and the god transformation stage, all the way to Diverting Peak. Sheenan saw many disciples looking at him secretly. Is it him? The pig-raising monk. Why'd he come to Diverting Peak? You're not tired of raising pigs. Are you thinking of refining pills? It's good to have too many skills, but if you have too many skills, your mind will be scattered. If he keeps learning here and there will be no hope for him in this life. Haha. As expected, the status of an inner disciple will lose value in his presence. The newcomers of our generation still have to look up to senior brother Huang Dai. Amidst all the discussions and strange looks, Sheenan walked away with a calm expression. Chapter 28, Divine Sun Fire Alchemy. Sheenan's expression was calm. He also heard some of the discussions around him. For example, some people compared him with senior brother Huang Dai. The group of inner disciples is divided into new disciples and old disciples. Among them are new disciples like Sheenan, who has just joined the 10,000 Beasts Sect for less than 5 years, and whose main cultivation realm is in the chi refining stage. The older disciples have reached a higher level of cultivation. Most of them have reached the foundation building stage, and some have even achieved the golden elixir stage and are listed as true disciples. And that senior brother Huang Dai was the one who joined the 10,000 Beasts Sect 3 years ago. He had the same natural spiritual roots as him, but his realm was now higher than his. The last time I heard, he had reached the 8th level of chi refining, while he was only at the 6th level. This person has a great reputation. In the past 3 years, he has challenged many new disciples in the inner sect and has a vague sense of being a leader. He has 3 pet beasts under his command, and is regarded by the inner sect elders as having the potential to build a foundation before the age of 30 and become a true disciple. But these things have nothing to do with him. He just wanted to stay in the outer peak and raise pigs to practice, and would not take the initiative to provoke Huang Dai. Fame is sometimes a poison. Sheenan murmured in a low voice. As a talented cultivator with natural spiritual roots, he had attracted much attention. Even if he went to raise pigs, there would always be people provoking him to make comments from time to time. Can't he just raise pigs and practice in peace? Enter the alchemy hall. There was a disciple on duty who entertained Sheenan. Does this senior brother want to learn alchemy? The disciple on duty stared at him in surprise. What's wrong? Does the sect have a rule that I can't make pills? Sheenan asked. No, that's not it. I just feel that with your talent, you should concentrate on cultivation. Alchemy is not that simple, and it takes a lot of time and effort. Normally, only cultivators like me who have less talent in cultivation would consider it. The disciple on duty patiently advised. The look was just like the day when Elder He Chengxuan advised him to go to the blessed land to practice. Thank you, but I still want to try alchemy. Seeing that persuasion was ineffective, the disciple on duty followed the rules and said, there are currently 5 yellow-level alchemists in the alchemy hall giving public classes, with spirit stones ranging from 500 to 1,000. Which alchemist do you want to learn from, brother? Qin took a quick glance and saw Mastering Wenxiu, the alchemist recommended by Shan Ruxue. So he pointed at him. Master Ying's lessons will be quite special. The registration fee is 1,000 spirit stones, and the duration is 1 month. This period is the assessment period. If you cannot learn his alchemy skills to the entry level within 1 month, you will be kicked out, and the fees will not be refunded. As for other alchemists, you can study for a few more months after paying the fees. Hearing this, Qin shook his head and said, this must be Master Alchemist Ing Wenxiu. If you want to learn, you must learn it well. However, Mastering Wenxiu has already entered the realm of a Xian-level alchemist. The registration fee is only 1,000 now, which makes him much better than other Xian-level alchemists who are unwilling to accept disciples. You should know that if a Xian-level alchemist spends an hour refining a furnace of pills, he can earn more than 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. Okay, please follow me, brother. After collecting Qin An's spirit stone, the disciple on duty took Qin into a private room. The smell of herbs was very strong inside. Many disciples were sitting in the private rooms, studying with their heads down. They all came here for the fame of Mastering Wenxiu. And in the front, a middle-aged man in a blue robe was sitting on a cushion and giving a lecture. The middle-aged man was the alchemist Ing Wenxiu. When Ing Wenxiu saw the on-duty disciple coming with an inner sect disciple, he frowned and said, another newcomer? Didn't I tell you to raise the bar? Look at the newbies you recommended to me recently. They are all dumb. They haven't even learned the basics in half a month. There was a hint of dissatisfaction in the voice. The disciples in the private room lowered their heads, too ashamed to speak. Mastering Dan, please calm down. This is the new disciple Qin. He is extremely talented among the inner disciples and has a rare spiritual root. Perhaps he can learn your alchemy skills. The disciple on duty explained hurriedly. Oh, why would a disciple with a natural spiritual root come to me? Are you trying to trick me? Ing Wenxiu looked at Qin in surprise. Because disciples with natural spiritual roots are all talented cultivators. They are the apple of every peak and every elder's eye, and they will go to the inner gate blessed land to practice. How could one come to Diverting Peak to learn alchemy? Refining elixirs is a very time-consuming task. Some people can only become a yellow-level alchemist even after refining elixirs for their entire lives. It requires study, talent, and patience. And if a talented cultivator with natural spiritual roots concentrates on learning alchemy, isn't that wasting his talent and neglecting the righteous path? No matter how good the elixir is, it cannot become the golden elixir or the nascent soul. After all, this world is based on strength. Therefore, Ing Wenxiu was a little confused, and at this time the disciple on duty whispered a few words. This immediately made his eyes light up, and he almost laughed out loud. As someone who lives in Diverting Peak and deals with alchemy all day long, he has never heard of the name Qin and didn't know that he had caused quite a stir some time ago. A genius monk who raises pigs? Ha, quite interesting. Instead of raising pigs, you come to me to make pills. Elder He and Elder Xie will probably be so angry that they will blow their beards and glare at you. That's all. Please take a seat. Ing Wenxiu smiled and pointed to a seat for Qin. Thank you, Mastering Dan. Qin bowed to express his gratitude, and then found a seat to sit down. Immediately, a disciple nearby looked over. Obviously, they knew Qin An's identity. Brother, you are really good. After raising pigs, you are now learning alchemy. Are you planning to learn all 6 arts of cultivation? Oh, by the way, my name is Tang Wuyu, a disciple of the inner sect Forging Fire Peak. The pet I contracted is the same as yours of the fire element. Next to him, an inner disciple who was wearing a blue robe like Qin and moved his body and spoke in a low voice. My white pig king was injured, so I wanted to learn how to make pills and make some healing pills for him. Just learn alchemy. I don't have time to learn all the other arts one by one. Qin smiled. This was the first time an inner sect disciple came to talk to him. Oh, it's the White Pig King who participated in the duel a few days ago. He was beaten badly by the white, wild crocodile. Tang Wuyu thought about it and said, "Why don't you just buy some healing pills? Why waste your time learning the art of alchemy? My White Sand Pig King is used to eating my food, but not other people's food." Qin didn't explain too much and just made up a reason. This made Tang Wuyu roll his eyes. You can't be so casual in making excuses. You're treating him like an idiot. Is your Sand White Pig King a mutant? How did you train it? That transformation technique is really advanced. I don't understand it. Can other pets learn it? Tang Wuyu recalled the previous duel scene and asked, but when he saw that Qin ignored him, he couldn't help feeling distressed. At this time, alchemist Ing Wenshu also distributed the alchemy techniques that Qin needed to learn. It was a book with 6 big characters written on it. Define Yang Fire Alchemy. Chapter 29, Mysterious Monster Skill Book. This divine Yang Fire alchemy technique is one of the unique skills of my lineage. There are 7 kinds of fire in the human body: heart fire, liver fire, stomach fire, lung fire, kidney fire, spleen fire, and intestinal fire. The Xinyang fire is formed by melting these 7 kinds of fire in the human body. It is different from other alchemy techniques in alchemy. The medicinal effects of the pills refined can be greatly absorbed by the human body. This is also the reason why my lineage's unique skills are famous outside the peaks. It's a pity that our master was unable to walk the path of a first-class alchemist. You will listen to my lessons and need to learn the divine Yang Fire alchemy within a month. If you can smelt the divine Yang Fire, you will pass the assessment. Later, I will teach you how to control and refine other alchemy recipes. Alchemist Ing Wenshu was explaining the art of alchemy to Qin and others. In the private room, half of the disciples were almost drowsy, but they still perked up and wrote down every word carefully, hoping to learn it. This alchemy technique is more than twice as difficult as other alchemy techniques. It takes a long time just to find the 7 fires, let alone to smelt the divine Yang Fire. Most of our disciples will not be able to learn it. By the way, you've been concentrating on it for so long. Can you understand it? This alchemy technique is very difficult. Tang Wuyu was puzzled when he saw Qin and flipping through the book on alchemy. The art of alchemy still requires the word understanding. It's not something you can learn just by having a good natural talent. It requires good comprehension. This is also the reason why many inner disciples did not come to participate in the assessment when they knew that mastering when she was looking for a direct disciple, because this alchemy technique is too difficult to comprehend. Well, not too difficult. Qin replied calmly. Not difficult. This isn't difficult. Tang Wuyu looked at him in astonishment, then rolled his eyes and didn't bother to pay attention. Everyone can brag, and he can say it's not difficult. If the other party really has extraordinary understanding, then why would he go to another mountain to raise pigs and suffer the consequences? In his opinion, the other party was born with good spiritual roots and had some talent in taming beasts. As for the rest, it was difficult to evaluate. Since it's not difficult, try to learn it within a month. I have no hope anyway. Tang Wuyu sneered, then watched from the side while holding his book. Qin looked at the information displayed on the system. Skills: Level 2 Beast Taming, 255/50,000. Level 1 Alchemy, 1/30,000. The art of alchemy includes the manipulation of alchemy techniques and the understanding of elixir recipes. When he was learning the divine Yang Fire alchemy technique, he showed progress. As for this art of alchemy, it belongs to the category of exercises, and I have not yet mastered it. Current wish: Introduction to the art of divine Yang Fire alchemy, requires 5,000 wishing points. It costs 5,000 points just to get started. The level of this alchemy technique is not low. It is at least earth level. That's right. Master Ing Wenshu's great master was ultimately stuck at the threshold of becoming an earth-level alchemist. If he could perfect his cultivation, he might be able to become an earth-level alchemist. Qin took a look at his remaining wishing points. Remaining wish points, 1240. Really poor. But it's okay. After the income from raising pigs and chickens arrives tomorrow, he will be able to improve his divine Yang Fire alchemy to the entry level. Soon, after mastering Wenshu finished his explanation, he looked at Qin and asked, Qin, is there anything you don't understand? As the only disciple with natural spiritual roots among the present disciples, he still had high hopes for him, thinking that if the other party had a good understanding and could learn it, it would be considered fate. As the instructor, He naturally had to answer as many questions as possible so that the students could get started as soon as possible. However, Qin bowed. Master Ingdan, there's nothing I don't understand. This answer surprised Wenxiu a little, and he immediately frowned. He was happy when his disciples were eager to learn, but he was a little unhappy when his disciples were overambitious, proud, and complacent. As for what Qin said about there being nothing he didn't understand, he didn't believe it at all. After all, the divine yang fire alchemy technique is profound and extensive. Even if it is explained once, there's still a lot of details in it that need to be slowly deduced and understood. Even if he told his disciples the answer directly, the disciples were still unable to understand the mystery. In that case, let's disperse. Today's class ends here. Wenxiu stood up and left after speaking. Originally, he wanted to give Qin a license to play showdown, but now he didn't have that mind anymore. He shook his head and thought that although this disciple had a natural talent, his ambition was just average. Qin didn't know all this. After all, he planned to get started tomorrow, then demonstrate himself, get the recipe, and go back to raising pigs. Pig farming is his foundation, and alchemy is just for making money. He doesn't have any obsession. After class, many outer disciples wanted to make friends with him and ask about the secret of the Shabai Pig King's transformation technique, but Qin politely declined them all. These people who curry favor with the powerful are not worth his time and effort to make friends with. People don't think highly of you. Don't try to please others. Tang Wuyu sneered at those lost outer disciples. At the same time, he felt a little resentful towards Qin. You're pretending to be so profound. You really think you can learn this alchemy technique? Snort. Return to Ubi Peak. The next day, the red flame monkey successfully evolved into the blazing fire monkey. Not only is his body more robust, but he also exudes a fiery aura, as if he could burst into flames at any time. Brother Monkey, you are becoming more and more impressive. Qin looked at Monkey Brother's new look and smiled with joy in his heart. From now on, you will be called Wukong. I hope you can live up to this name in the future. Squeak. Goku tilted his head in confusion. I don't understand what special meaning this name has. Qin touched his chin and said, Wukong, Beiji, if I add Monk Sha and White Dragon Horse, wouldn't it be a master-disciple group of For Good of the West to obtain the scriptures? Snort. Next to him, Beiji heard it and leaned his head out to nudge him. What White Dragon Horse? Master, you already have a mount. Why are you still thinking about other mounts? This won't do. Beiji turned his head hurriedly. After all, he knew that his identity and racial status were naturally lower than those of other pets. If he wanted to attract attention, he would need to pay more, and he couldn't let other pets take away what he could do. Otherwise, when it becomes useless, the owner will just abandon it. As if he understood Beiji's thoughts, Qin laughed out loud. Don't worry. I'm just kidding. If an expat wants to contract, I'll contract a fox spirit. Fox spirit? Beiji tilted his head. That seemed okay. After all, fox spirits couldn't be used as mounts. It hummed happily. Wukong couldn't stand this flattering look, so he shook his head and went out. It needs to keep training and becoming stronger, and cannot be lazy just because of evolution. The next time it encounters a pet like the white alligator, it will never be so embarrassed again. There seemed to be a burning desire to fight in Wukong's eyes. Qin also received the reward for fulfilling his wish. Complete the wish of a fiery monkey, gain 4,000 wish points, and a skill book of any Shin-level monster. Chapter 30, The So-Called Genius. Any mysterious monster skill book? Qin was stunned when he saw a blue skill book appeared in the system. How could such a thing actually be revealed as a reward? He has never seen it in the secular world. So Qin hurriedly checked the introduction of this skill book. The racial levels of monsters are divided into Tiandi Xianwang, and this skill book can copy any monster skills below the Xian level, and then enable the pet that reads this skill book to learn them. Skill books are disposable items. After being copied and learned, they will disappear. But this effect is also amazing. You have to know that the higher the racial level, the stronger the ability of the monster. He can easily find a flying Xian-level monster to copy its spells, and then let Wukong or Beiji learn them. Allow them to fly to the sky and into the earth at the first level. This thing can go against common sense. It's as absurd as a fire-attributed monster being able to cast fire-attributed spells. Qin sighed, and then thought about where he could copy the skills. The first option is to remove the zoo on the outer peak. Then there are the pets of the elders that are raised freely in the inner gate blessed land, but but they are not very good either. Maybe we can go to the Pavilion of Strange Beasts and have a look. The Strange Beast Pavilion is a force in the market outside the sect that specializes in selling spiritual beasts. They would purchase the strange monsters trained by the disciples and elders in the 10,000 Beasts Sect, then tame them into spirit beasts and sell them to the chi refining or foundation building disciples. The Pavilion of Strange Beasts holds an auction every year, and even spirit beasts of Earth-level races have appeared. Therefore, the Strange Beast Pavilion is undoubtedly a good place to find the skills of mysterious level monsters. After passing the assessment of Master Ingdan today and getting a pill recipe, go to the Strange Beast Pavilion and have a look. Qin said in his heart, then left Ubi Peak and headed for Diverting Peak. In the afternoon, Ingwenshu came to the private room as usual. Even though he had no expectations for this group of disciples, he still needed to try his luck. Otherwise, when he studies the Xin-level alchemy and refines second and third-level pills next year, he will not have enough free time to recruit disciples. Today we will explain the details of finding the 7 fires and smelting the 7 fires. Ingwenshu began to lecture, his eyes scanning the disciples below. When he saw Qin sitting in his seat with a lazy look on his face, without even opening the book, he couldn't help but frown. Qin, tell me, if you want to find the 7 fires, where should you start? When Qin heard Ingwenshu's question, he stood up from his seat calmly. Then he slowly said, if you want to find the 7 fires, you can start from the 5 elements and the functions of the internal organs in the human body. We use our spiritual consciousness as a trigger to stimulate the heart fire in the places where the heart fire is strong, such as the tip of the tongue. Sit down. You answered very well. After listening to this, Ingwenshu was a little surprised. Could it be that this disciple had made a mistake and that he was actually learning very well? Was there nothing he didn't understand? But how is this possible? He has only been studying in the classroom for 1 day. After thinking about it, he shook his head again, thinking that Qin might have a good memory and memorize the book and related content. Little did he know that at this moment Qin was looking at the progress displayed on the system with great boredom. Kung Fu, Shenyang Alchemy, entry 50/10,000. When he had enough wishing points in the morning, he would get himself in through wishing. And he already understood what Ingwenshu said. He even knows how to smelt the divine yang fire. Next, I will guide you in smelting the divine yang fire. Disciples who have found the locations of the 7 fires can come forward. Ingwenshu said. 3 disciples immediately came out. Among them was Tang Wuyu. Seeing this, Qin slowly followed out. Decided to get the elixir recipe from Master Ingdan as soon as possible and leave. After all, he had already learned the art of refining elixirs using the divine yang fire, so there was no need for him to stay at Diverting Peak any longer. Have you found the location of the 7 fires? Ingwenshu looked at Qin. Don't mess around with this. If you don't find it, following my instructions will cause you to damage your internal organs. Please rest assured, Master Ingdan, I know that I have found the location of the 7 fires. Qin answered honestly. Some disciples beside them sneered, and even Tang Wuyu shook his head. Brother, you have only been in the hall for 1 day. Do you really think that you have extraordinary understanding and can understand the mysteries of alchemy in 1 day? Don't be so stubborn, just go down and calm down. Qin was indifferent to this. After all, he really found it and he could use it. Ingwenshu was also puzzled when he saw this. But since the other party didn't go down, he couldn't scold him, so he spoke up. If you feel unwell, please leave. The 7 fires originate from the internal organs of a human body, and the divine yang fire needs to be ignited by divine consciousness. You can imagine the 7 fires as fuel, which is the prototype of the divine yang fire. After being integrated with divine consciousness, it gradually changes. Under Ingwenshu's guidance, the 3 disciples stretched out their hands, closed their eyes, and began to try to smelt the divine yang fire. Tang Wuyu's forehead was covered with cold sweat, and he felt restless and irritable. The smelting of the divine sun fire will test your emotions, so you must keep your emotions stable. Ingwenshu gave instructions from his side, but in the end, Tang Wuyu and the others were still worried because they failed. Qin stretched out his hand, and the 7 fires in his body obeyed his commands and gathered in the veins under his palm. The spiritual consciousness is forged into a cauldron, which combines the 7 fires into one and ignites it. Boom! A strange golden fire ignited in his palm. This fire is the divine yang fire that many disciples have been pursuing in vain. You, how did you refine it? Tang Wuyu opened his mouth wide and stared at the fire in Qin An's hand with an expression of disbelief. The same thing happened to other disciples beside them. Divine Yang Fire. This is Divine Yang Fire. No, hasn't he just been in the temple for a day? How come he has already finished refining it today? Crazy. I think I must be crazy. Is this alchemy so easy to learn? Tell me this is fake. Ying Wenshu stared, stepped forward and held Qin An's hand. After sensing it for a long time, he sighed and said, "It's the Divine Yang Fire. You're a beginner." After saying this, he raised his head and stared at the disciple in front of him, feeling extremely complicated. He had seen geniuses, but he had never seen anyone who could learn alchemy in just one day. It is also possible that those geniuses disdained to learn the art of alchemy, so he has never seen it before, but today he finally saw it. After receiving Ying Wenshu's affirmation, many disciples took a deep breath. This incident today will most likely spread, and they also realized that there are always people better than you. Class is over. Qinin, come with me. Ying Wenshu called Qinin, then turned and left the private room. The purpose of holding this class was to find a disciple with good comprehension ability. Now that he has found one, he naturally will not waste time on other disciples. Qinin took a step and followed. As for Tang Wuyu, who stayed where he was, his face looked grim at the moment. Thinking of some of the sarcastic words he had said yesterday, he felt like a clown. Chapter 31, Alchemy. Damn it, I was the first one to come here. How come he learned it first? As both of us are inner disciples, is the gap in talent between him and me so huge? Tang Wuyu stood there, his face changing from gloomy to bright. He looked at Qin An's back as he left with Mastering Wenshu, and felt jealous. Mastering Wenshu's alchemy skills are very famous in Diverting Peak. So many chi refining cultivators want to become his direct disciples. But the other party only accepts one disciple. Now that Qin An has joined, he and other disciples have no chance. Other disciples were also discussing the matter. Some were amazed at Qin An's amazing performance. Some were shaking their heads and laughing bitterly at themselves for being frogs in a well. And some were jealous and felt that Qin An was just lucky. On the way to mastering Wenshu's alchemy room, Qin An felt unusually calm. When they arrived at the alchemy room, Ying Wenshu turned and looked at Qin An with satisfaction flashing in his eyes. He spoke slowly. "Qin An, your performance has exceeded my expectations. In my alchemy technique, there has never been anyone who can smelt the Divine Yang Fire in one day. I have decided to accept you as my personal disciple. From now on, you will follow me to make alchemy. Are you willing?" Qin An heard this and bowed quickly. Just when Ying Wenshu thought the other party was about to agree, he suddenly heard, "My disciple wants to make a living by raising pigs at Ubi Peak, so I'm afraid I can't stay with Mastering Dan." Well, Ying Wenshu was a little surprised and shook his head with a wry smile. No wonder those inner sect elders say that you have a strange nature. With such talent, why do you still raise pigs? If you want to earn spirit stones, wouldn't it be better to follow me to make pills? Seeing that Qin An didn't reply for a long time, Ying Wenshu also saw the other party's dedication to pig farming and sighed helplessly. "Forget it. Then I will teach you 3 first-level pill recipes and accept you as my personal disciple. You don't have to follow me to make pills in the future. If you have any questions, you can ask me at any time. Thank you, Mastering Dan, for your kindness." Qin An didn't expect that Mastering Dan would accept this. He couldn't help but look happy and thanked him quickly. Ying Wenshu nodded, took out 3 pill recipes and handed them to him, and continued. "These 3 recipes are the Qi Gathering Pill, Yuan Yin Pill, and Soul Guarding Pill that are commonly used in the Qi refining stage. They contain my experience in refining them back then. Since you have already entered the Divine Yang Fire alchemy technique, take them and read and learn more." "Yes, Mastering." Qin An took the recipe. "You still call me Mastering Dan, but you should change your address to Master," Ying Wenshu said with a smile. Qin An heard this and immediately changed his tone respectfully. "Yes, Master." Ying Wenshu nodded with satisfaction, looking at Qin An with eyes full of anticipation. He knew that Qin An had an inexplicable obsession with raising pigs, but his talent in alchemy was rare. If such a disciple can be guided well, he will definitely achieve success in alchemy in the future. Even surpassing him is possible. "Qin An, even though you don't want to follow me, you must remember not to waste your talent," Ying Wenshu said earnestly. "The art of alchemy is profound and extensive. Sometimes you need to compete with other alchemists and discuss with them. Only in this way can you perfect your own alchemy. From now on, I will randomly check on you once a year. If I find that you have made no progress in the way of alchemy, don't blame me for risking my reputation to find your peak master and forcibly transfer you here. Hearing this, China nodded seriously and agreed. As for improvement, he can improve every day, so why wait a year? However, he also knew that those alchemists needed to spend a long time on refining the elixirs, and they could not rely on making wishes like him to improve. So he also planned to disguise himself. Otherwise, if he was exposed and became a second-level alchemist in less than a year, wouldn't that scare them to death? After the two chatted for a while in the alchemy room, Ingwenshu was about to go to make the elixir, and Sheenan said goodbye and left Diverting Peak. On the way, he also saw that Tang Wuyu had chosen another alchemist and became his disciple. Returned to Ubi Peak. Sheenan looked at the 3 prescriptions. Qi gathering pills are used to assist Qi refining practitioners in their practice. After taking them, they can speed up the absorption of spiritual energy. It is also the most popular pill in the market and has no worries about sales. Yunyuan Dan is a comprehensive elixir used to restore mana and recover from injuries. It is generally used in battle and has a high cost-effectiveness. Shoshin pills are good for consciousness and can help calm the mind when taken. He studied the 3 recipes carefully, then looked at how many wish points each one required. Current wish. Learn how to make Qi condensation pills. 6,000 wish points required. Current wish. Learn to make Yunyuan pill. 4,500 wish points required. Current wish. Learn to use the Guardian pills. 2,800 wish points required. The higher the difficulty, the more wishing points are required. It seems that I can only learn Yunyuan Dan first. He currently has few wishing points left, so he must use them sparingly. The market for Yunyuan Dan is also huge. The materials are cheap, and after it is refined, Beiji can also use it. As for the Qi gathering pill, there is no need to rush. It will not be too late to learn it later. Sheenan thought about it and deducted the wish points. Remaining wish points, 235. At the same time, the method of refining Yunyuan Dan flooded into his mind, and he mastered it all. So, he went out to collect the materials for Yunyuan Dan. These materials were all common spiritual herbs. When he came out of Diverting Peak, he bought 3 sets of each from the pharmacy there. Each set cost more than 10 spirit stones on average, and he spent all his savings. If 1 furnace is refined, 1 pill can be sold for more than 10 spirit stones. If 3 pills are refined, the profit is doubled. If 4 pills are refined, the profit is tripled. And so on. Up to 9 pills can be refined. Of course, if the furnace explodes, you will lose money. Generally speaking, an alchemist is considered excellent if his success rate in making pills is over 50%. Qeenan learned the art of refining the Xinyang fire alchemy and the method of refining the Yunyuan pill, so his success rate was about 30%. Alchemy still requires practice. Since you've already mastered it, let's give it a try. I bought 3 sets anyway, so it's not like I can't make one. Everything is ready. Qeenan took out a crude alchemy furnace from the room. It was something from a street stall, and he bought it for 100 spirit stones. It was only enough to make first-grade pills. There was no way. He was so short of money now that he could barely afford to raise even the spiritual chickens. Let's start refining. Qeenan used the divine yang fire alchemy technique. Golden fire rose from the palm of his hand, and then he threw it under the alchemy furnace. When the fire gradually warmed up, he put the materials of the first batch of Yunyuan pill into the alchemy furnace one by one. With his hands, he flexibly controlled the temperature of the Xinyang fire to ensure that the medicinal materials could be heated evenly. As the fire heated up, the herbs gradually melted and gave off bursts of medicinal fragrance. The next step is the most important step of pill making. Many alchemists make mistakes at this stage, resulting in the ruin of a furnace of pills. Qeenan concentrated his attention, made hand gestures, and performed one spell after another. Use alchemy to manipulate the elixir liquid inside and gradually condense it into a pill. Congeal. Following the command, a wisp of medicinal fragrance wafted out. He opened the lid of the alchemy furnace and saw 3 round pills inside. Its surface has a light luster, which shows that it is of high quality. I made twice the money, Qeenan said with a smile, then put the pills away. Chapter 32, Fulfilling the Golden Wish. Soon, Qeenan refined the other 2 materials into Yunyuan Dan. I was lucky and the furnace didn't explode. I got a total of 12 pills. There are 3 in the first furnace, 5 in the second furnace, and 4 in the third furnace. He took out a Yunyuan pill and threw it to Beiji. Beiji has injuries that have not yet healed, and Yunyuan pill is a multifunctional pill that can restore a little magic power and also heal injuries. Baji, after eating, Beiji felt warm in his stomach and felt much more comfortable. It hummed towards Sheen and with great joy. It seems like I want to eat another one. No, it won't work if you take it continuously. I have to sell this pill. I'll give you another one tomorrow after I refine it. Sheen shook his pig ears and said. Hearing this, Beiji was a little depressed, but soon became happy again. After all, if you take 1 Yunyuan pill a day, it will be healed in a few days. Then it can continue to train hard, instead of just watching Goku training and not being able to get started. After leaving Ubi Peak, Sheen came to Diverting Peak. Inside the peak, there's an alchemy room that specializes in purchasing medicines made by disciples for refining, but the price is slightly lower than that in the outside market. Of course, if you want to maximize your profits, you can also go to the market to sell them yourself. But it is so laborious, time-consuming, and labor-intensive. It would be better to use this time to refine more furnaces and earn more spirit stones. The quality of this Yunyuan Dan. I haven't seen you before. Is this your first time refining it? The elder of the alchemy room picked up a Yunyuan pill and looked at Sheen and with some surprise. Sheen nodded and asked, I wonder what price this one could be sold for. The elder of the alchemy room said, the shape of the pill is complete, the quality of the first grade lower grade. There is no pill pattern, but its medicinal effect is perfectly integrated into it. This kind of alchemy technique was seen by Master Ing Dan last time. As he spoke, he looked at Sheen and muttered to himself that this person might be the inner disciple that was rumored to be accepted as a personal disciple by Master Ing Dan. But to be able to refine so many pills in just one day, this efficiency is too high. So he thought about it and offered a high price. If you provide it for a long time, I can give you a 15th grade, lower grade spirit stone. The price is almost the same as that in the market outside. Others with the same quality cannot sell at this price. After hearing this, Sheen realized that what the other party said was true. Before coming, he already understood the elixir market. The Yunyuan pill was a first grade lower quality. If it had elixir patterns, the price could be 5 spirit stones higher. It's a pity that he couldn't produce a pill with elixir patterns the first time he refined it. He needed to improve his alchemy skills to the first level. I'm willing to provide it for a long time. Thank you, Elder. Sheen agreed to the request of the Elder of the alchemy room, and then sold a total of 165 low-grade spirit stones. After deducting the materials, the net profit was 120 low-grade spirit stones a day. This is a considerable number. You have to know that he only earns 3 low-grade spirit stones a day by raising pigs in Ubi Peak, and the commission for raising a Shabai Pig King is only 500 yuan. You can imagine how terrifyingly fast the money-making process is by refining elixirs. After selling the pills, China went straight to the pharmacy to purchase the next batch of materials. Anyway, there's nothing to do in Ubi Peak except raising pigs. So refining pills is a good way to make some extra money. The next day, after refining the elixir, the food expenses for 1,000 spiritual chickens are enough for now. The training of pets cannot fall behind either. Sheen checked Beiji's status. Name, Sand White Pig King. Current wish, become Sheen's pet completed. Get rid of the status of food completed and become stronger to the 5th level of the first stage. The color of the wish is still golden, but the golden light has begun to fade slightly. A thought occurred to him. Current wish. The realm of the Sand White Pig King is raised to the 5th level of the first stage. Requires 40,000 wishing points. Remaining wish points, 5,150. If you want to break through by making a wish, you will need at least 40,000. It would take 10 days of raising pigs to earn that much. What's more, Sheen has many other things to wish for and may continue to delay. By then, Beiji's golden wish will definitely change. Therefore, the only way to help it reach the 5th level of the first stage is to rely on elixirs. Sheen opened the system all and found the elixir he needed. It was the Flying Beast Pill that Wukong had taken once before. Flying Beast Pill. For level 1 and level 5, it can break through the level 1 of the demon beast realm unconditionally. Required wish points, 4,500. With this calculation, he can save about 35,000 wishing points. You need to be prudent and find the most economical solution from various methods. just like you need to compare prices from 3 stores when buying something. I will help you break through the 5th level of the first stage today. Cheenan smiled and exchanged it for a flying beast pill. As soon as the pill came out, Beiji immediately smelled the tempting fragrance and hurried over, staring at him. That expression, one of disbelief, seemed to be asking, "Is this pill really for it to eat? Such a good pill. I want to eat it." "Oh." Beiji opened his mouth and shouted excitedly, and Cheenan immediately threw the flying beast pill into his mouth. After it swallowed the phyta beast pill, its body expanded rapidly, its muscle lines became more obvious, and a powerful force surged out. The next second, the realm broke through and reached the 5th level of the First Order. Hee. Beiji ran around Cheen and excitedly, snorting from time to time, as if he was celebrating the improvement of his own strength. And that dazzling golden wish also shows fulfillment. Complete the wish of a white pig king, obtain 30,000 wish points, and a mid-level, Shin-level magic weapon. Jiaolong Whip. Cheenan was stunned. He actually got a magic weapon, and it is a mid-level Shin grade. Magical weapons of this level are commonly used by foundation-building monks, and are rarely found in the hands of chi-refining monks. You know, Elder Xia had to spend 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy a top-grade Shin-level magic weapon. Although his magic weapon is a mid-grade Shin-level magic weapon, it uses rare dragon materials. If it were to be sold, it would cost at least 6 or 700,000 low-grade spirit stones. Is this the wish of the golden legendary level? If Beiji's realm is higher, wouldn't he be able to explode earth level or heaven level? Cheenan felt a little dizzy. Even though I was mentally prepared, I was still shocked by the reward. In comparison, Ryukong's reward seemed a bit shabby. Lucky pig, you are truly my sweetheart. He picked up Beiji excitedly and couldn't help but go over to him and give him a kiss. It is the first time he has been picked up by his master and patted him. Beiji was almost frightened out of thinking that his master was going to do the same as the fairy and brush it first and then steam it. Good boy. Today I will give you an extra yuan yundan as a reward. Cheenan took out the freshly made yuan pill and fed it to Beiji, which calmed its frightened expression. Your injury should be healed by tomorrow. Then I will choose a good spell for you and create it. Now Cheen and his 2 pet beasts. Ryukong has reached the 6th level of the first stage, and Beiji is now at the 5th level of the first stage. And he also has a mysterious level monster skill book in his hand that he can use. He planned to copy a spell for Beiji as a reward. Chapter 33, Copying Monster Spells. Bang! With a loud bang, the dragon whip lashed in the air, as if a dragon was dancing, leaving a blue light mark in the air. Cheenan, holding the dragon whip in his hand, looked delighted when he saw this. As expected of a mid-level, Shin-level magic weapon, this power is several times stronger than the fireball technique. If it hits the cultivator, he swung the whip again, and the whip shadow was like a dragon, cutting through the air with a whistling sound and hitting the mountain wall heavily. Boom! There was a loud bang. A deep gully appeared on the mountain wall. Gravel flew and dust rose. Beiji, who was watching nearby, quickly jumped up to avoid the rolling rocks. And Goku punched out, sweeping his flaming arm around, smashing the gravel into powder. Hee. Beiji was very surprised at the power of the dragon whip. Now that the master has this treasure, can he fight on his own? Ryukong was also a little surprised. The power of the magic weapon was so terrifying. Was it necessary for him to practice it every day? Cheenan seemed to see through their psychological activities. He put away the dragon whip and smiled. This whip is a great burden to me. I only have enough mana to whip it 5 times. If I can't hit the target or kill the enemy with 5 whips, I will have to surrender. I still have to rely on you. After hearing this, Beiji and Ryukong realized that using magic weapons beyond their own realm would consume far more magic power than they imagined. Hee. Beiji shouted with his chest puffed out. Then tell Cheenan, don't worry, I will become stronger and will be able to help you when the time comes. Now that Beiji's injuries have healed, he could train with Ryukong. Cheenan also arranged exercise plans for them. For example, Ryukong mainly practices boxing, melee attacks, and body movements, and needs to reduce his reliance on fire. Beiji began to run with weights to exercise his flexibility and increase his muscle strength in the mountains. Currently, the wishes of both beasts are white, getting stronger. As long as there is progress every day, you can complete it once, and the harvest is similar to that of other spirit beasts before, which is pitifully small. Sure enough, a strong wish can't be fulfilled every time. It's time to go to the Beast Pavilion. Cheenan withdrew his gaze, feeling quite regretful, and then planned to leave Ubi Peak and go to the Strange Beast Pavilion to copy the Shin level monster skill book. The Strange Beast Pavilion is located in the market town outside the outer peak of the 10,000 Beasts Sect. There are usually many outer disciples and menial disciples living there who have been working hard all their lives to get the blue robe that Sheen is wearing, which represents the inner disciples. Inner disciples are the masters in the market town, and everyone who sees them has to greet them as brother. Brother, do you want to buy a pet? When Sheen arrived at the Strange Beast Pavilion, a sharp-eyed female cultivator immediately came up to greet him. They are all servants in the Strange Beast Pavilion. Their cultivation level is only the first or second level of chi refining. Their talents are very limited, and they can only survive in the cracks among these forces. Are there any Shin-level monsters? Cheenan asked straight to the point. Upon hearing this, the female cultivator's eyes lit up. Of course, the Strange Beast Pavilion had Shin-level monsters, but they were very expensive, and there were very few cultivators who could afford them. If she could make a sale, her commission would surely be tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. When she thought of this, the smile on her face became even brighter, and even the clothes on her body seemed to tremble slightly with excitement. She quickly approached Sheenan and said with a smile, "Brother, you really asked the right person. Our Strange Beast Pavilion just recently acquired a new Shin-level monster with an extremely rare ice attribute. However, these monsters are very expensive." Having said this, she deliberately paused, as if observing Cheenan's reaction. Cheenan looked indifferent, as if he didn't care about the price. He just nodded slightly, motioning her to continue. Seeing this, the female cultivator was convinced that Cheenan was a capable buyer, so she continued to speak enthusiastically. "Brother, please follow me." The female cultivator led Cheenan through the hall of the Strange Beast Pavilion and headed towards the second floor. As soon as he entered the second floor, Cheenan's eyes lit up because the pets here were all very good, and he even saw blue wishes on several of them. Name: Extreme Fox. Current wish: escape from the cage and return to the icy northern plains. Brother, what do you think of this extreme-tailed fox? It belongs to the middle-grade Shin-level race. Its upper limit can be cultivated to the middle stage of the second stage, which is equivalent to the middle stage of the foundation building stage. What's more rare is its pure ice attribute demonic power. It is very good for dealing with demonic beasts of both fire and water attributes. Cheenan looked and saw a fox with silver-white fur imprisoned in a cage in the middle of the second floor. The fox has a slender body, lively eyes, and exudes a faint chill, like the rippling surface of a lake under the moonlight. When it saw Cheenan, a hint of disdain flashed in its eyes, and then it turned to look to the other side. Not bad, not bad. Cheenan nodded and smiled. The mystical level race, like the extreme-tailed fox, is indeed rare. If Beiji copies its skills, he will be able to control the ice and attack the enemy unexpectedly in battle. As for buying the other party and signing a contract to become the third Beastmaster, that's fine. Blue does have a lot of wishes, but its wishes are not easy to fulfill. It has to be sent back to the icy and snowy northern plains, which is tens of thousands of miles away. Isn't it like throwing a meat bun at a dog, which will never come back? This ice fox is truly extraordinary. Are there any other mysterious monsters? Cheenan wanted to make another choice. After all, one more choice means one more path. When the female cultivator saw that Cheenan seemed to have little interest in the extreme-tailed fox, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. But she soon regained her smile and led him to continue visiting the other mysterious level monsters on the second floor. Brother, please come this way. We still have several Shin-level monsters for you to choose from. As the female cultivator spoke, she pointed to a cage nearby, where a huge black tiger was imprisoned. Its eyes were piercing and it exuded a fierce aura. This is the Black Wind Tiger, a low-grade Shin-level demon beast. It is famous for its strength and is good at wind-based magic. When it attacks the enemy, it is as fierce as a black storm. The female cultivator introduced. I can cast spells like Wind Blade and Swift Bite. Cheenan shook his head slightly. Although this Black Wind Tiger was good, it was of the lower Shin grade, so it would be a bit of a waste to use it for copying. He continued to walk forward, his eyes moving among the monsters, trying to find a better monster. Suddenly, Qin An's attention was attracted by a turtle kept in an exquisite water tank. The turtle lay quietly in the water tank, as if everything around it had nothing to do with it. On the shell on its back, there was a crying face pattern engraved. This is the black ghost turtle, a mid-grade Xian-level demon beast that is good at defense and control spells. Seeing that Qin An was interested in the black ghost turtle, the female cultivator hurriedly introduced it. But it is very lazy, and it is hard for it to become a fighting force. Do you want to buy it, brother? Qin An observed the black ghost turtle carefully, thinking secretly in his heart. If he remembered correctly, he had read in a book that the ink turtle had a very scary spell that could cast a black ink aura on itself, pollute the water area, control the water flow, and be able to attack as well as defend. For example, if you learn this trick, you can counterattack Qian Xingye in an instant when facing his water whirlpool. At the same time, you can also add a black water shield to yourself to resist attacks. It can be said to be a magical spell that works in all ways. That's it. Qin An's mind moved, and he activated the Xian-level monster skill book in his mind and copied the MO Ghost Turtle spell. Black Ink Halo. Chapter 34. Black Ink Halo. Brother? Brother, you really don't want to buy it. The female cultivator from the Strange Beast Pavilion looked a little disheveled in the wind. She watched Qin An walk around, and after staring at the black ghost turtle for a long time, she thought that the other party wanted to buy it. After reading it, the other party left. No, if you're not going to buy a spiritual beast, why are you coming to the Pavilion of Strange Beasts? Qin An left the Pavilion of Strange Beasts in a good mood, because the mysterious monster skill book successfully copied the Black Ink Halo. From a certain perspective, he no longer has to worry about water-attributed spirit beasts going against him. In this way, Monkey King's combat effectiveness can be fully exerted, and Beiji can also add some attack and control methods in terms of assistance and meat shield. Return to Ubi Peak. He called Beiji over immediately. Beiji blinked his eyes and shrank into a cute sand-white pig. He approached Qin An and was a little confused as to why his master called him. Was he going to give him some medicine? As a result, Qin An took out a book. Come, Beiji, let's study today. Snort. Beiji opened his eyes wide, seeming to be shocked. But it's a pig, and it needs to read books and study. Isn't this making things difficult for it? However, the next second, Qin An's palm brushed across its head, as if it had been enlightened. It stared at the book, and it seemed as if countless truths flowed into its mind. Its eyes gradually became wise, and at the same time it understood a spell. The White Pig King successfully learned the black ink aura, and when Beiji learned it, he tilted his head again, and his eyes returned to being confused. What just happened? It seems like it learned something amazing. Black Ink Halo? Beiji activated the demonic power in his body, and a black halo immediately appeared under his feet. Try to manipulate this water. Qin An poured water at its feet. Beiji used the power of the black ink halo to dye the water black. Then the water could obey his will and turned into a water arrow and flew out. Bang! Water arrows shot onto the ground outside the house. Although the power was not great, it left a small hole. This made Beiji extremely excited, and he happily circled around Qin An. It actually learned a spell. You know, a food-type monster like the Sand White Pig King will never be able to comprehend any useful spells in its entire life, and mostly relies on brute force and size. And now it realizes that it is breaking away, becoming stronger, and different from the other Sand White Pig Kings. I will no longer be a food monster. After you learn it step by step, you have to practice this black ink halo diligently. Otherwise, it will be difficult to deal with water-attributed spirit beasts at the same level as you. You don't want to be bullied by the spirit toad and the white wild crocodile again, right? Qin An smiled, then took out a Yunyuan pill to reward Beiji. After taking the pill, Beiji's expression became serious. When you train your strength in the future, you can use the black ink aura to release water arrows. If you can penetrate the boulder, it means that you have reached the level of training. Qin An pointed to the stone in the mountains. It was the rock that Wukong used to practice carrying things, and it weighed over 1,000 pounds. Beiji nodded, agreed, and then ran off to exercise. Qin An went to the pig pen and the chicken pen to see if the pigs had grown fat recently. Spirit Chicken King, required. 10 genes of spirit rice, 5 days. Spirit Chicken King, required. 25 caddies of spiritual rice, 13 days. Looked around. Some spiritual chickens developed faster, and have grown up. To become the king of spiritual chickens, they only need to spend another 10 kilograms of spiritual rice and raise them for 5 more days. This one will be ready for shipment in 5 days. Qin looked delighted and sprinkled more spiritual rice on the spiritual chicken, hoping that it could evolve soon. At the same time, he also has to think about sales channels. Selling it directly to the sect would be a huge loss. But if you try to find channels and people to sell to, it will be time-consuming and laborious. If only someone could sell it for me. As he was thinking about it, a tool man suddenly popped up in Qin's mind. Shan Rushiwe? Yes, she likes to eat shabai pork, so naturally she likes to eat lingji, and lingji is cheaper than shabai pork, so it's not expensive. Birds of a feather flock together. The other female cultivators around her will definitely like it. Wouldn't that boost sales? His eyes lit up, and he smiled. Then he took out Shan Rushiwe's sound transmission note after a long absence. I found that the other party left a message after the last duel to celebrate his victory. I just haven't responded yet. So Qin sent a message. Junior Sister Shan, I'm sorry. I've been busy refining pills recently. I've already become Master Ying's disciple. I just saw the news today. Practice peak. Shan Rushiwe is making her own delicious food. She's been in a good mood recently, but she occasionally feels distressed late at night because senior brother Qin has not replied to her messages recently. Will you like this white duck, senior brother? Shan Rushiwe picked up a piece of meat and put it in her mouth. The delicious taste made her feel happy. She took out the sound transmission note and checked the message out of habit. Otherwise, his eyes widened and he said in surprise, "It's a message from my senior brother." Brother finally replied to me. It turns out that he has been learning alchemy recently. Yes, last time, brother said that he would learn alchemy by the end of the month. Hey, Spirit Chicken, senior brother is concerned about me and asked me if I like it. Of course I do. After reading Qin's message, Shan Rushiwe was surprised and replied quickly. Brother Qin, congratulations on becoming Master Ingdan's disciple and learning alchemy. Your alchemy skills will surely become more and more sophisticated. As for the spiritual chicken you mentioned, I am very interested. I do have some female cultivators around me who like to eat this kind of food. As for the price and quantity, we can discuss it in person when it is convenient for you. What do you think? She smiled and left a reply on the note. On the other hand, Qin felt very happy after receiving Shan Rushiwe's reply. Junior Sister Shan has many friends. Let's wait for her to come to Ubi Peak to discuss. After all, friends are friends, and the compensation should still be paid. So he immediately replied to Shan Rushiwe and made an appointment. There are huge rocks in the mountains. Bang, bang, bang. Beiji was diligently training the black ink halo, with water arrows hitting it. Dripping water wears away a stone. If once is not enough, try 10 times, 100 times. This scene made Wukong, standing next to him, stunned. How come Beiji became so powerful after just 1 day's absence? Even though it evolved into Infernape, its ability to control fire did not improve that quickly. Moreover, isn't the sand white pig a food-type monster? Can it also learn magic? It felt confused and curious, so it put aside its pride and walked over to Beiji to ask. Squeak. Oof, hoof, hoof. Huh. Although they are two races, the beast tamer is the same person, so they can naturally communicate through the power of the contract. So Wukong knew the truth about why Beiji became stronger. Wukong looked at Qin, who was still in the chicken coop, and his heart longed to become stronger. It turns out that I still cannot do without his training. It leaped up and planned to go down a mountain to find Qin and to ask. Chapter 35, Hateful Qin. When Wukong found Qin was looking down at the growth of the spiritual chicken with a satisfied smile on his face. Seeing this, Wukong hurried forward and gently tugged at the corner of Qin's clothes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. That seemed to be asking, is it because of you that Beiji became stronger? Qin turned his head to look at Wukong and saw the wish on its head gradually changing color. Blue again? It's a bit surprising. It seems that every time Goku is born, it is a blue wish. Name, Fire Monkey. Current wish, learn new spells. However, this time it didn't seem to want to break through the realm, but instead wanted to learn new skills like Beiji. Unfortunately, the Shin-level monster skill book has been used. What kind of magic do you want to learn? Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong waved his fist, indicating that he wanted to learn a spell to become stronger. Qin touched his chin and made a wish with his heart. Then, rows of monster skills emerged, but the required wish points were enormous. Narrow it down a bit. You are a spirit beast of fire attribute, so you are more compatible with fire attribute spells. You are also good at close combat. Several monsters that he had seen in books before emerged in Qin An's mind. Once the scope is narrowed to the first level, the number of wishing points required will also decrease. How about the Fire Fury of the Fire Hunter Leopard? This spell can increase the power of the flames in your body. If you use it with firearm and flame charge, and get close to the enemy, you can defeat them in a very short time. The wish points required for the spell of Flame Fury are within Qin An's tolerance. The Fire Hunting Leopard is a top-grade yellow race, and is also a dominant monster among the first-level monsters. After hearing Qin An's words, Wukong thought for a moment, nodded and squeaked. Agree, as long as it can become stronger, it can. Current wish. Let Wukong learn the Fire Fury spell of the Fire Leopard Hunter. Required wishing points 80,000. Not enough. Qin An currently has more than 30,000 wish points. Normally, it would take at least 20 days to collect 80,000 wish points for Wukong to learn Fire Fury. However, Qin can also bypass this expensive wishing point through other means. Current wish. Let Wukong learn the Fire Fury spell of the Fire Leopard Hunter, with a high probability of learning it. Required wishing points 10,000. In this case, Wukong needs to participate in the learning process. Once he has enough wishing points, he can shorten this process by reducing some wishing points in the process. The spell Fire Fury will suit you. Qin An brushed his hand across Wukong's head. Wukong only felt a warm current flowing through his body, as if a fire had been planted in his body. At the same time, it had many more ways to learn the Fire Fury spell in its mind. Because it was familiar with fire and had mastered the ability to control flames, it quickly became familiar with these methods. Squeak, squeak, it shouted excitedly. Found a way. It turns out that it still needs the help of its master to become stronger. From now on, you can learn according to this method. It won't take long before you can master this spell. Qin An smiled. Wukong nodded and then went to the mountains. When he met Beiji, Wukong was throwing flaming objects in his hands, as if he was showing off. Beiji was not envious because he had already learned a magic spell while Wukong was still on the way of learning. The next day, it was the time Qin An and Shan Rushue had agreed upon. He had prepared a spiritual chicken king early on. Senior brother. Shan Rushue arrived as expected, with a bright smile on her face and a small basket in her hand filled with various ingredients and seasonings. As soon as she saw Qin An, she greeted him warmly. Junior sister Shan, you're here. Qin An walked over to her with a smile, his eyes naturally falling on the basket in her hand. It seems like you came prepared today. Of course, senior brother. Shan Rushue smiled happily. I didn't let you eat the white sand pig I made last time, so you have to try the king of spirit chicken this time. I'll buy this first spirit chicken king first, and we can eat and chat at the same time. Qin An smiled and nodded, saying, since Junior sister has this idea, the stove is over there. After Shan Rushue paid Qin An 100 low-grade spirit stones, she went to deal with the spirit chicken king. It has to be said that this was the fattest spirit chicken king she had ever seen. As expected of you, senior brother, you have raised big pigs and raised the king of spirit chickens so well. A smile appeared on her face, and she swung the knife. After a while, a roast chicken came out of the oven. The two of them were in the pavilion of Ubi Peak, eating and chatting about the sales channels of spiritual chickens. I am confident that I can produce a batch of spirit chicken kings every week. The number will be about 10, and the total price will be 1,000 low-grade spirit stones. If junior sister sales are good, the number can be gradually increased. The price is still based on 100 low-grade spirit stones. Shan Rushue was a little surprised to hear Qin An say this. This senior brother Lingji Wang has mastered the training experience and can actually deliver stable products. That's no problem. I have a lot of sisters who like to eat this kind of food. I'll contact them tomorrow and ask them. Besides, their sisters also like it, so it will definitely boost sales. Then I'll leave this matter entirely to junior sister. I hope this cooperation can go smoothly. You're welcome, senior brother. I won't treat you unfairly. I will give you 5% of the spiritual stones for every spiritual chicken king you sell. Shan Rushue was happy in her heart. After all, her income was indeed not keeping up with her consumption. The spirit stones in my pocket are almost gone. If I can help my senior brother, I can earn some spirit stones at the same time. Why not? So the two of them happily reached a cooperation. The other side, Diverting Peak, an alchemy room. Tang Wuyu stared at the pill taking shape in front of him and laughed. It's done. It's done. I've made it. Sure enough, my level of alchemy is not worse than Chinan's. It's just a pity that the Divine Sun Fire alchemy technique was wasted. If the other party had come a few days later, maybe it would have been mine. When he thought of this, Tang Wuyu gritted his teeth in anger. It is outrageous that a monk who is good at raising pigs would not raise pigs, but instead compete with him for the position of master, Ing Dan's direct disciple. Now he has turned to other alchemists and learned another kind of alchemy called three-fire alchemy. This type of alchemy emphasizes slow refining over low heat, and its speed is not as fast as that of the Divine Yang Fire. The time it takes him to refine one furnace is enough for the Divine Yang Fire to refine 2 furnaces. However, each alchemy technique has its advantages and disadvantages. He can only accept it. Tang Wuyu picked up the pills and went out to the alchemy room to sell them and earn some spirit stones. As soon as he moved his ears on the way, news related to Qin and came to his ears. Have you heard? The inner disciple Qin and is a genius in alchemy. He learned the art of alchemy in just 1 day, and he can make yin yuan pills when he gets the pills. The quality of this yin yuan dan is getting better day by day. I heard from the elder in the alchemy room that in a few days they will be able to refine a yin yuan dan with danwen. That talent is terrifying. But don't worry too much. It is said that this person refused Master Ying's request to make pills on his person and returned to Ubi Peak to continue raising pigs. He may not attend the alchemy conference next year. I hope he won't come to Danding Peak to compete with us for resources again. This kind of genius is unreasonable. Upon hearing this, Tang Wuyu frowned, and his hatred for Qin unconsciously increased. Damn Qin. Chapter 36, Treasure Map of Sanyuan's Secret Realm. Half a month later, at Ubi Peak, Qin successfully sold 30 spirit chicken kings with the help of Shan Rushue and obtained a total of 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. The other spirit chickens in the chicken coop are also growing up gradually, and now there are spirit chickens evolving into spirit chicken kings every day. On the other side, Qin can also steadily breed the sand-white pig kings in the pig pen. One was produced every day, and within half a month, a total of 7,500 low-grade spirit stones were obtained. Part of these spirit stones were used by Qin and to pay for the daily spiritual rice expenses of spirit chickens. The excess is used to purchase elixir materials and refine elixirs. As money makes money, his not-so-rich pockets became full again, and he already had over 15,000 spirit stones in his hand. Goodbye, Elder. Qin smiled and saw off an elder who was carrying the sand-white pig king away. Recently, the sand-white pig king of Ubi Peak has also become famous in the 10,000 Beasts Sect, and many elders will come to select it personally. Elder Xia also praised this repeatedly and smiled from ear to ear every day. It just keeps Qin very busy. My wish points have exceeded 100,000. It's time to improve my cultivation. After finishing his work, Qin checked the wishing point after feeding the pigs today. Name, Qin. Realm, 6th level of Qi refining. Constitution, with spiritual root, affinity with spirit beasts. Kung Fu, health and rest method. Great mastery, 5260/50,000. Beast taming method part 1. Mastery, 350/50,000. Divine Sun alchemy. Entry 150/10,000. Spells, Fireball, Minor, 650/50,000. Vine entanglement. Mastery, 990/10,000. Flower transplantation. Entry 805/20,000. Magic power, 9 phases. Entry 55/50,000. Skills, Level 2 Beast Taming, 592/50,000. Level 1 Alchemy, 5356/30,000. Spiritual pets, Fiery Monkey, White Sand Pig King. Current wish, none. Remaining wish points, 103,550. Improve your health and wellness skills. A large number of wishing points are integrated into it. Qin's realm broke through in the next second, and his mana increased by 30%. The 7th level of Qi refining. And this technique has been cultivated to its limit. There is little point in continuing to cultivate it. From now on, you should start to improve the beast taming technique. Once you have mastered the beast taming technique, you can contract a 3rd pet beast. Qin saw the information change. The perfection of the health-preserving technique became the pinnacle, and the wish point requirements behind it were also cleared, leaving only a plus sign. This means that if you want to improve this technique later, you can only invest wish points to deduce it. However, at that time, the deduced martial arts method was a completely new one. It is no longer a method of health preservation and rest. The deduction consumes too much energy, and the gain does not outweigh the loss. I have already reached the 7th level of Qi refining. The most urgent thing now is to improve the strength of my pets, otherwise Beiji and Wukong will not be able to keep up with me. Qin then murmured. A large part of a Beastmaster's strength comes from his pet. If the pet's realm is too low, the feedback of the contract power it brings will be less. Therefore, the remaining 50,000 wishing points must be used on pets. As for the art of alchemy, he has already made some improvements, and is now able to refine Yunyuan pills with Danwen, earning 10 more spirit stones for each pill than before. After thinking about it, Qin walked towards the mountains. Wukong and Beiji will be practicing magic in the back mountain of Ubi Peak in the near future. Bang, bang, bang. I saw a flame burning in front of me, and it was Wukong who was charging with flames. Its opponent is Beiji, who has a black ink halo under his feet. Seeing Wukong attacking, Beiji snorted, but he was not too scared. After all, he had learned magic and possessed fighting ability. Relying on his huge size, he was no inferior to Wukong. The next second, under the influence of the black ink halo, the spring water next to it turned black and rushed towards Wukong. The water flow split into water arrows in the air. When Wukong saw this, a cunning look flashed in his eyes. He nimbly dodged Beiji's attack easily. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Then Wukong laughed triumphantly, as if mocking Beiji's attack for not being accurate enough. But it didn't see that the water arrow that it had dodged turned again and hit its back. Bang, bang, bang. The fire on Wukong's body was extinguished by the water, and he became a drowned chicken. Beiji chuckled. This time, Wukong became angry and flames rekindled on his body. But this time the color of the flames turned deep red. After half a month of hard study, it has already mastered some fire fury spells, but it has never been able to cast them. Today it was stimulated and finally succeeded in casting them. It learned the spell, Flame Fury. By using this spell, the flames can be amplified, causing the strength and destructive power to surge for a period of time. Roar! Wukong opened his mouth and roared, then used his firearm and charged with flaming fire to flash past at a faster speed. Beiji hurriedly controlled the water arrow, but the speed of the water arrow could not keep up with Wukong's movement speed. Bang! The flaming arm hit Beiji's belly. The incredible force directly blew away its huge body, and then it crashed into the mountain wall not far away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong shook his fingers and seemed to be laughing. You're still far from it. Qin stood aside, watching the scene quietly. He nodded secretly in his heart, feeling satisfied with the progress of Wukong and Beiji. These two pets have already taken shape on the path of cultivation, and all they have to do next is move forward in this direction. Recently, Beiji has been serving as Wukong's sparring partner, and his ability to withstand attacks has continued to increase. Maybe I can give it an Iron Rhino's Iron Skin spell next time. This way, its defense can be further improved. Qin looked at Beiji, who crawled out of the pit, and thought to himself. Beiji shook his head and moved the rubble beside his body away. Then he saw Qin shrank his body quickly and ran over happily. At this moment, Wukong also suppressed his flames and stood quietly by the side. Compared to the unruly person he was half a month ago, he now knew when to learn his lesson. Complete the wish of a fiery monkey, get 5,000 wish points, and a treasure map of the Sanyuan secret realm. The blue wish that lasted for more than half a month, learning a spell, was finally fulfilled. This reward also surprised Qin a little. Treasure map? Can this be revealed? The 3 yuan secret realm. Isn't it the secret realm that the sect opens once every 3 years? Qin thought to himself. If it was that secret realm, he would know something about it. As the largest sect in Yin State, the Wanshou sect naturally possesses several secret resources. Among them, the Sanyuan secret realm is used to cultivate qi refining monks. There are many wild first-level spirit beasts in it, and some of their species can reach the Xian level. To enter this secret realm, one needs at least the identity of an inner disciple, and one also needs to pay 10,000 spirit stones. You can stay in the secret realm for 3 days, and the spiritual herbs, contracted spiritual beasts, ores, and other resources you obtain all belong to you. Some cultivators will be at a loss after entering and will suffer losses, while some cultivators will enter with targeted purposes and will often make a lot of money. If you remember correctly, this December would be the 3rd year, the day when the secret realm would be opened. There are still 3 months left. Chapter 37. Choosing the Demon Pill. Qin received the treasure map of the Sanyuan secret realm as a reward, and wondered whether he should go to the secret realm when the time comes. The secret realm is full of opportunities and dangers. Sometimes the enemy is not just a monster, but may also be a fellow disciple. Several years ago, there were rumors that in order to compete for the position of true disciple, the inner disciples joined forces with several people to kill a powerful enemy. When the law enforcement hall of the 10,000 Beasts Sect learned about this, they were very angry, but after a search, they still couldn't find any evidence. In addition, the inner disciple was already dead, so in the end they had no choice but to let the inner disciple who had plotted for the position of the true disciple go, and gave him a punishment that was neither too big nor too small. There were also casualties in the Sanyuan secret realm last time, but most of them were under control. This made the sect turn a blind eye. After all, the path to becoming an immortal is extremely cruel. If you come to a secret realm, you need to be prepared for life and death. How can flowers in a greenhouse grow into towering trees? This is also the intention of the 10,000 Beasts Sect to open up a secret realm for chi refiners, a way to raise and cultivate goo. Of course, whether to join the fight or not is still up to you to choose. Qin has a wish system which allows it to develop steadily, so it can actually stay alive forever. However, this sudden treasure map of the Sanyuan secret realm made him feel a little itchy. What is hidden here? After thinking for a long time, Qin decided to wait and see the situation after 3 months. If by then my realm can reach the 9th level of chi refining, and both Wukong and Beiji have the ability to fight 3 at 1, or fight against opponents of higher levels, then it will be fine to go to the Sanyuan secret realm. Because the one who should be afraid at that time is not yourself, but the enemy who wants to plot against you. Come on, after you finish your training today, take some pills. It's time to improve your realm in the near future. Qin put away the treasure map and looked at Wukong and Beiji. The two beasts have been honing their skills at this level for a long time and no longer need to consolidate. Wukong is at the 6th level of the first stage, and Beiji is at the 5th level of the first stage. After hearing what their master said, the two beasts' expressions became much more serious. This is your portion, Goku. Eat 1 pill every 3 days, and it will last you a month. Qin took out a pill, which was the 5-color beast pill, used to assist monsters in cultivating their magic power. 10 pills cost a total of 25,000 wish points. Compared to using wishing points to break through the realm directly, using elixirs to improve slowly is actually more economical. But this can also allow Wukong to advance step by step, instead of forcing things to happen and making his realm float in the air. Wukong took the pill and ate 1 immediately, his eyes lighting up. Squeak, squeak, squeak. This pill is good. Once you take it, you will feel the spiritual energy between heaven and earth continuously pouring into your body. If the absorption efficiency before was 1, then the absorption efficiency now is 2. Qin can also use wishing points to exchange it. Otherwise, which chi refiner would be so generous as to give this elixir to his pet and have it eat it for a month. Hisaki. Hey. Seeing this, Beiji licked his tongue hurriedly and shouted anxiously. It seems to be saying, "Master, where is my pill? Give it to me. I want some too. This is yours. Take 1 pill a day for a month." Qin selected a pill that was more suitable for Beiji from the system mall, a total of 30 pills, and spent 30,000 wish points. This pill is called the Power Gathering Beast Pill. As the name suggests, it is a pill that helps pet beasts to better condense their demonic power. 1 pill only lasts for 5 hours, but its effect is stronger than the 5-color beast pill. Unfortunately, the duration is a bit shorter. Beiji hung the bottle of pills around his neck, then took a pill, and his expression became happy. This medicine is so delicious. Moreover, after eating it, the demonic power that was originally scattered in its body began to gather towards the center, and its strength became stronger. Take 1 pill a day, and after a month, you may be able to break through. Qin watched the two beasts eat pills in practice, then looked at the wish above their heads. feeling a little regretful. Why aren't there any more golden or purple wishes? The wishes that appear this time are all green, and the condition for completing them is to break through a realm. Perhaps it was because of the appearance of the elixir that made them more confident, and their obsession was not as strong as last time. There are still more than 8,000 wishing points left. It's true that no matter how much money you have, you can't stop spending it. Fortunately, there are still 3 months until the Sanyuan secret realm opens, so I will have the opportunity to train them to the 9th level of the first stage. Qin calculated that in 3 months, he would be able to save up hundreds of thousands of wishing points. If we calculated at 5,000 or 6,000 a day, that would be 500,000 in 90 days. With so many wishing points, you can use them to improve your own realm first, and the rest can be used to improve your pet. You have to eat slowly, practice slowly, and you can't be impatient when cultivating immortality. It is estimated that Beiji's strength has exceeded 3,000 kilograms. Next, we must start preparing the conditions for evolving into the break-eating Pig King. Qin looked at the information: 1 first-order, 9th level power-type Demon Beast Pill, and 5 stalks of Qingxin grass. He planned to buy the Demon Pill with Spirit Stones. After all, it was not cost-effective to use wishing points. Qingxin grass is relatively rare and can be exchanged for wishing points. The price is not expensive. A total of 30,000 wishing points can be collected in 5 days. Which race should I choose for the Demon Beast Demon Pill? I saw a demon pill of an ancient green crab in the market last time. It was very powerful, but a little bulky. The Sand White Pig King is already large in size. If it uses this bulky beast pill to evolve, it'll be troublesome if it can't walk in the future. Qin thought for a long time, then left the back mountain, planning to go to the market first to ask if there were any other demon pills. On the way, he also met Elder Xie. Thinking of the Fire Spirit Stone, he couldn't help but ask about the demon pill. After all, Mr. Xie has a wide network of contacts, so you can't guarantee that some of his old friends may have stocks. It's the 9th level of the first level. If it's a 2nd level demon pill, I know some old friends who have it. But the first level, to be honest, is no longer important to us. We'll sell it if we need to. How can it be kept until now? Elder Xie shook his head and suddenly thought of something and said, "You can go to the Outer Peak Mission Hall to have a look." Some time ago, a group of outer disciples came back from hunting monsters. Maybe there will be some gains. Oh, Qin's eyes lit up and he smiled. Okay, thank you, Elder. Outer disciples are different from inner disciples. In order to earn spirit stones and contribute to the sect, they sometimes need to go out to hunt monsters or perform other tasks. People without talent must work harder, even risking their lives to fight for a way out. Qin still has great respect for these outer disciples. After all, they're all hunters who have bathed in blood and fought their way out of the beast herds. Unlike other outer disciples, who spend their days engaging in conspiracies, infighting, or getting caught up in the love affairs of their junior sisters and unable to extricate themselves. After arriving at the mission hall, Qin searched for a long time before finding a group of hunting cultivators. Coincidentally, they had a batch of demon pills in their hands, including the 1st level, 9th level power-type demon pill that Qin needed. "You want this black demon rhinoceros's beast pill?" Sipingyi frowned and said hesitantly, "But we plan to sell this demon pill to Senior Brother Huang." Chapter 38. Stealing Brother Huang's Demon Pill. Brother Huang? Which Brother Huang? Qin asked in surprise after hearing this. Of course it's Brother Huang Dai from your inner sect. We have worked with him twice, and we sold the demon pills we captured to him every time. Maybe his pet likes to eat demon pills to practice, Sipingyi said with a smile. Qin couldn't help but frown when he heard this. This demon pill of the black demon rhinoceros is very important to him. It is not only related to Beiji's evolution, but also the future combat effectiveness of the Sanyuan secret realm. If it were replaced with other demon pills, the effect would probably be lower. The black demon rhinoceros has strong defense, and its destructive power and strength are also extremely high, which is very suitable for Beiji. Therefore, he was somewhat reluctant to give it to others. Cultivating immortals. Isn't it all about competing for resources? It seems that I can only rush to buy them. I hope that Senior Brother Huang will be more generous after knowing this. So Qin took a deep breath and tried his best to make his tone sound sincere. My junior brother, this demon pill is related to the evolution of my pet, and it is really important to me. I am willing to pay a higher price than Senior Brother Huang for it. And I also owe you a small favor. What do you think? Si Pingyi and the other hunters looked at each other, obviously weighing the pros and cons. Qinan saw the hesitation in their eyes, so he said, "If senior brother Huang blames you, you can just say that I bought it. I'm also quite famous in the sect, and I will not escape responsibility." So he revealed his identity. When these hunters learned that he was the talented pig-farming boy who had recently been rumored to be an alchemy genius, they were horrified. "It's you, Brother Qin. I'm so sorry for my disrespect. Although I didn't have the time to witness the duel between you and Qian Xingye, I heard that you have a very special white pig king that can transform. It seems that this demon pill is prepared for the sand white pig king." Si Pingyi bowed and smiled. Qinan nodded, which was considered as an admission. At this time, a hunter next to him spoke. "Brother Si, we haven't sold our demon pill to Brother Huang yet, so we don't need one. Why don't we help him out and make friends with Brother Qin?" After hearing this, Si Pingyi pondered for a moment and nodded. "Okay, in that case, I will sell this black demon rhinoceros's demon pill to senior Brother Qin, but the price is—" Qin was overjoyed when he heard this, and quickly nodded and agreed. "Don't worry, I will definitely not let you suffer a loss in terms of price. It will be 30% higher than the market price. What do you think?" Si Pingyi's expression lit up with joy, and the two sides quickly reached a deal. Qinan used 13,000 low-grade spirit stones to buy the beast pill of the black demon rhinoceros. After the transaction was completed, Qinan said goodbye to these hunters and promised that if they needed help in the future, he would definitely help. After leaving the mission hall, Qinan couldn't wait to return to his residence and give the demon pill to Beiji. Because the demonic power contained in the first-level 9-layer demon pill is very strong, it takes at least several days to digest. When Beiji finishes digesting it and eats the Qingxin grass, it will be the day of evolution. It's just that the spiritual stones in my pocket are almost empty again. It's easier to spend money than to make money. Qinan took a look at the remaining spirit stones, which were about 5,000 or so. These were the money he had saved from refining and selling pills in the past half-month. Let's go to Diverting Peak. After finishing his work, Qinan went to Diverting Peak Pharmacy to purchase a batch of materials for Yunyuan Dan. Nowadays, Yunyuan Dan can be refined into first-grade mid-level quality, and with a Dan pattern, one can be sold for 30 low-grade spirit stones, which is twice as high as the previous price of 15 low-grade spirit stones. "Hey, Master's looking for me?" When Qinan was about to go back to Ubi Peak to make the elixir, the jade pendant on his waist lit up and a voice came over. After checking the message, he found out that it was Master Ing Dan who came, so he went to the alchemy room. "Master." When Ing Wenshu saw Qin and coming over, he put down the fire fan in his hand and asked curiously, "It is rumored that you are able to refine the Yuan Yun Dan with Danwen?" "Yes, when I was thinking about alchemy at Ubi Peak, I gained some insights, so I was able to break through." Ing Wenshu was silent for a moment after hearing this, and then he sighed. "Young people are really formidable. How about the other two kinds of elixirs? Can they also be refined to produce elixir patterns?" Qinan felt a little embarrassed because the wishing points had to be used on pets, so he had not learned the other two kinds of elixirs. After all, one kind of money-making elixir was enough. He could only answer honestly, "I haven't learned the Qi condensation pill and the soul-guarding pill yet." "Well, that's normal. After all, it's only been half a month. It's already a natural talent that you can learn one and refine it into Danwen." Ing Wenshu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. If his disciples could make all three kinds of elixirs and refine elixir patterns, then the psychological pressure on him as a master would be really great. He also wants to see his disciples surpass their teachers. But to surpass their teachers, it will take some time, right? What's more, if his disciple surpasses him after only being a master for a few days, he will not have any sense of accomplishment. You can also try to practice the other two kinds of pills. This time, in addition to wanting to learn about your progress in alchemy, I also want to ask about your wishes for an important matter. Qinan heard this and immediately said seriously, "Master, please speak." Ing Wenshu pondered for a moment and said, "Next year, the sect will hold an alchemy conference to select outstanding new alchemy stars and train more yellow-level alchemists. If you excel in the competition, you'll be able to obtain resources for alchemy training from the sect, and the pharmacy will also give you the right to purchase second-level medicinal materials. The competition should start after the Sanyuan Secret Realm in mid-January. If you want to participate, I will sign you up. In fact, you have been refining pills for too short time. As your master, I am also hesitant. I am thinking of joining us in 2 or 3 years. By then, you should be able to sweep the world. However, time for refining pills does not wait for me, and resources are in short supply. You can join in to see the world first and gain experience. Even if I fail, I will not fall into obsession as long as I miss your character. What do you think? Qin An's heart moved slightly, knowing that this was indeed a rare opportunity. It takes 2 years to advance normally to become a yellow-level alchemist, and after certification by several black-level alchemists, one can obtain the right to purchase second-level medicinal materials and try to refine second-level pills. But if you participate in this alchemy conference and rank among the top, it means that you have proved your ability in alchemy. You can skip the time limit and become a yellow-level alchemist, and then move all the way up to the mysterious level. You know, the value of second-level elixir is several times higher than that of a first-level one. Among them, the most important foundation-building pill for chi refiners is the second-grade intermediate pill. One pill is worth hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones and is what many chi refiners pursue throughout their lives. If he could refine the foundation-building pill, wouldn't he be able to become rich quickly? So Qin smiled and agreed. Disciple is willing to participate. Ing Wenshu smiled with satisfaction upon hearing this and said, "Very good. With your talent, you should be able to get into the top 50 in the conference in 4 months. However, you should not take it lightly. There are many talented people in the sect, and many alchemists have their own unique alchemy techniques." Qin nodded seriously and said, "Disciple understands." Ing Wenshu nodded with satisfaction, then handed Qin an ancient alchemy book and said, "This is a summary of my experience in alchemy over the years. It contains some unique alchemy techniques and secret recipes. You can take it and study it carefully." "Thank you, Master." Qin took the secret book, expressed his gratitude, and left the alchemy room. Chapter 39, Another Golden Wish. Inner door. I remember you said you defeated 7 monsters. So how come you are missing a monster pill? Huang Dei frowned and looked at Si Pingyi and others with displeasure. Are you guys playing a joke on me? Si Pingyi's forehead was covered with cold sweat. He didn't expect that senior brother Huang also attached so much importance to the demon pill. He didn't know how to answer. Although Qin said that he could tell him, this would not please either side. Just when he was under pressure, an outer disciple behind him couldn't bear it anymore and told him about Qin and buying a demon pill. "Ha, it turns out to be him. Good, very good." Huang Dei spoke in a low voice, then glanced at Si Pingyi. These hunters are still of some use to him. In the future, he will still have to rely on them to hunt for food for his pets. So he waved his hand, and a breeze came out. "Forget it. I already know about this matter. You guys can go down." Si Pingyi and the others secretly breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurriedly left the blessed cave. I was thinking in my heart that senior brother Huang was really magnanimous and didn't take it to heart. However, Si Pingyi also knew that this would most likely bring trouble to Qin, so he glanced at the hunter who said that, shook his head, and continued hunting. Inside the cave, Huang Dei took out the sound transmission talisman and sent it to Qian Xingye. Now, Qian Xingye has been promoted to an inner disciple. The injuries from the last duel have healed, and he has also contracted a new first-level, fifth-level pet beast. He had been paying close attention to Qin An's movements recently, and had heard that Qin An was quite talented in alchemy. He was filled with hatred, but he could do nothing about him. After that battle, more than half of his strength had been destroyed, and he could only survive in the inner sect by relying on Huang Dei. After receiving the message, Qian Xingye went to the cave immediately. "What about what we talked about last time? Have you figured out how to lure Qin and into the Sanyuan secret realm?" Huang Dei asked straight to the point. Inner disciples also have rules and cannot act rashly, but the Sanyuan secret realm is different. It is where the sect raises goo, and life and death are at your own risk once you enter. Otherwise, there would be risks whether luring Qin and out of the sect or going outside the sect. He didn't want to get his hands dirty. Hearing this, Qian Xingye smiled and said, "Brother Huang, are you still worried about my work? I have already let people spread the word that there will be a mature first-grade high-quality metamorphosis grass in the Sanyuan secret realm this time, and I have also specially passed this news to Sister Shan and her group of sisters." Given junior sister Shan's personality, if she knew about this, she would probably tell Qin. If he knew, he would definitely not let go of this transformation grass. Metamorphosis grass is extremely rare among first-level spiritual herbs, and is also a spiritual herb that is useful to many chi refining cultivators. It has a very special ability. That is, if a pet below the yellow level eats it, it will evolve once unconditionally. Therefore, many chi refining cultivators will go crazy when they hear the news about it. No one will let go of a plant of transformation grass without being tempted. Well, very good. Huang Dai laughed out loud. The other party intercepted a demon pill from me this time. He probably wants to evolve the Sand White Pig King. With the transformation grass, he will definitely be tempted. As long as we enter the 3 yuan secret realm, with our strength, it will be easy to encircle and destroy him. Then we will be able to learn the transformation technique of the Sand White Pig King from him. Others think that this technique was created by the Sand White Pig King and cannot be learned. Haha, how ridiculous. They can't recognize it. Could it be that the elders can't recognize it either? I have asked Elder Chan, and he said that this spell is most likely a earth-level or heaven-level beast transforming spell. It's a pity to use this technique on the White Pig King. It's better to give it to us, so that we can have a chance to compete for the position of the true inheritor. As for him, since he likes to raise pigs, he should raise pigs well. If he has ambitions, bury him in advance. At the end of his speech, a fierce look flashed across Huang Dai's eyes. A few days later, Ubi Peak. Beiji successfully digested the evil pill of the black demon rhinoceros, and after taking the Qingxin grass, he began to evolve. Sand White Pig King, Arm Strength Pig King, required 1 hour. Qin watched as Beiji's body began to grow again, and the information in front of him changed. I'm finally going to evolve into the Brawn Pig King. He murmured expectantly in his heart. The aura of Beiji was getting stronger and stronger, and the power in his body could not be suppressed, causing him to roar in pain. Its trotters became thick, its muscles bulged like hills, and its skin had a faint steely luster, as if every inch contained explosive power. Qin watched excitedly from the side. With this upgrade, Beiji will completely transform from a food-type monster into a dangerous monster. Opened its future ceiling. The Arm Strength Pig King can be cultivated to the 2nd level at the highest. It is a monster that causes headaches for many chi refining monks in the mountains. Not only does it have thick skin and tough flesh, but it is also incredibly powerful and can smash rocks with its attacks at will. If it approaches and bites you, even a cultivator in the middle stage of chi refining will have to lie on the ground. As for other monsters, only tigers, lions, bears, etc. can fight against it in terms of strength. If there is another duel with a fragile monster like the spirit toad, Beiji can easily defeat it and even crush it to death. As time went by, Beiji's roar gradually weakened. Its body also stopped expanding. A powerful aura emanates from it. The 2 fangs on its mouth, the muscles on its trotters, and the thick flesh on its back all tell the enemy that it is very powerful. It's over, Qin shouted excitedly. Beiji, how do you feel? Beiji's eyes became even brighter, revealing an unprecedented majesty. It turned around, and its body, which was taller than Qin, could already overlook a short distance. Hearing its owner's voice, it shook its head. Finally emerged from the aftereffects of evolution. Hehe. Beiji lowered his head and rubbed Qin gently with his big head, paying special attention to his fangs, with gratitude and loyalty in his eyes. Although it cannot express it in words, Qin can feel its inner joy and excitement through the emotions of the contract. Good. It looks like you've adapted to your new racial powers. Qin smiled. The Arm Strength Pig King and the Sand White Pig King are not of the same race. Although they're all pigs, some pigs are strong and some are weak. Beiji's evolution also enabled him to reach a higher realm. Now he has leaped to the 7th level of the First Order, which is 1 level higher than Wukong. This is also due to the beast pills I took these days. Complete the wish of a Brawn Pig King and gain 1,500 wishing points. Green wish breakthrough accomplished. The rewards are not that rich, but they are worthy of the green color. And then, Qin saw a new wish pop up on its head. Name, Arm Strengthening Pig King. Current wish, to avenge the previous shame, defeat Qian Xingye's pet again, and humiliate him severely. Color gold. Chapter 40, giving you this chance. Lucky pig, you are really my lucky pig. Qin laughed out loud in surprise. Last time, the golden wish resulted in a Xian-level mid-grade magic weapon, the Dragon Whip. This time, Beiji's realm and race level have both been raised. If it is completed, I wonder what good stuff will be revealed. However, This time, his wish was not only to defeat Qian Xingye's pet, but also to severely humiliate the other party. He was not afraid of failure, but he was afraid that Qian Xingye would not agree so easily after his experience in the last duel, giving him the opportunity to humiliate him. After all, it has only been more than half a month, and the opponent's newly added pets probably haven't yet formed their combat effectiveness. We still have to give it a try. What if the other party gets carried away? He smiled, and then he saw the wooden sign of the magic circle on his waist light up, indicating that someone was visiting ahead. When Qin arrived at the pig pen, he saw Shan Rushue outside the formation. Junior sister Shan, are you here to pick up the Spirit Chicken King you reserved? China was puzzled. Shan Rushue had been selling the Spirit Chicken King for him during this period, and the sales were quite good. Even many of his fellow apprentice sisters had already reserved the next batch. During this period, more than a dozen chickens were born in the chicken coop. He originally wanted to contact the other party to pick them up in 2 days. Unexpectedly, Shan Rushue came in person. Brother, besides this, I have another good news to tell you. Shan Rushue said excitedly. I heard from Ubi Peak that a high-grade metamorphosis grass was born in the Sanyuan secret realm this time. Many disciples have already started preparing in advance and have recruited many senior brothers who are at the 7th and 8th levels of Qi refining, intending to give it a try. Brother, will you go then? Hearing this, Qin showed a hint of surprise. First-grade superior transformation grass? How was this possible? He frowned, feeling something was odd. If there was any top-grade metamorphosis grass, it would take a very long time to mature. If it really existed, it should have been picked the last time the Sanyuan secret realm opened. Why did it become its turn now? And the rumors spread everywhere. Qin felt that there must be some conspiracy here, but whether the news was true or false, he would go to the Sanyuan secret realm because the treasure map was still in his hands. As for the first-grade superior metamorphosis grass, he gave up on it. He didn't want to fight for it and provoke a group of people for nothing. Anyway, with the wish system in place, evolving the pet is just a matter of time. There is no need to take particularly great risks and get involved in the fight. I will participate in the Sanyuan secret realm, but I have no intention of competing for the transformation grass. I prefer to stay at Ubi Peak and raise pigs and live a relaxing life. I also have my own things to do when I go to the Sanyuan secret realm this time. Shan Rushue nodded and said, I will join in then. If you need me, we can form a team. My sisters and I are quite strong. As she spoke, she flexed the little muscles in her arms, as if she was joking about herself, and laughed out loud. Okay, Qin said with a smile. If possible, he would take better care of the other party in the secret realm. After all, I have earned a lot of spirit stones through the other party's channels these days. After that, the two chatted for a while, and Shan Rushue went to the chicken coop to pick up the reserved spiritual chicken king. Before leaving, she also met Beiji. Is this the sand-white pig king from last time? Shan Rushue widened her eyes in surprise. This time, Beiji was not as scared as the last time he saw Shan Rushue. Instead, he straightened his chest, showing his muscles to her with a proud expression. Fairy, I'm no longer the white sand pig I once was. Now I'm stronger. You can't cook me anymore. Shan Rushue laughed when she saw his expression, then walked forward and touched Beiji. Brother, you have taken good care of this pig. It has even evolved into a powerful pig king. Beiji felt the tender white hand on his chest, and his face instantly turned red and warm. Then, for some reason, his straight chest became a little concave and soft. It feels so comfortable, it scratches the itch. Yes, at this location, the fairy needs to tickle it more. It swayed its body with a joyful expression, leaving Qin, who was watching this scene, speechless. So Qin walked up and patted its pig head. Be more motivated. Haha, brother, please don't hit it. I think it's quite cute. The last time I saw it, it was still a small sand-white pig. I didn't expect it to grow so big all of a sudden. I guess its strength must have increased a lot. Shan Rushue said with a smile. It is definitely much stronger than before, but does not have much combat experience and needs more practice. Qin patted Beiji and said, Go and practice with Yukong. Don't embarrass yourself here. Beiji lowered his head, pouted his lips, then turned and headed towards the mountains. I hope you'll be stronger next time I see you. Shan Rushue shouted from behind. After hearing this, Beiji suddenly quickened his pace and seemed very happy. This pig's mouth is probably hooked up by being fished. I've almost completely forgotten the loss I suffered last time. Qin shook his head and sighed. A pervert is always a pervert. No wonder Marshal Tian Peng couldn't resist the pervert. It's hard to change one's nature. Huh? What are you mumbling about, brother? Shan Rushue turned around and looked over. It's okay. If Junior's sister Shan likes the pig, you can bring some roasted pig trotters for it to eat next time. Hearing this, Shan Rushue was surprised for a moment, covered her mouth and laughed. Brother, you are so bad. I'll bring it some strength-enhancing grass if I get a chance. It's said that the arm-strength pig king likes to eat this magical grass. That's fine. Strength-enhancing grass is not cheap. One plant costs hundreds of low-grade spirit stones. Eating too much can increase the strength of the break-eating pig king. Even Qin does not arrange strength-enhancing grass for Beiji every meal now, and he only eats it once or twice a week. And if there's a free strength-enhancing grass, how can you not use it? Beiji can earn his food expenses by himself. This is a good pig. After seeing Shan Rushue off, Qin asked someone to spread the news, hoping to challenge Qian Xingye again. Qian Xingye, if you're not convinced, why don't we fight again? If I lose this time, I'll give you 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. And if you lose, just kneel down and call me Grandpa a few times. You don't even dare to accept a challenge? Where's your arrogance from a while ago? Haha, it seems like you're not doing well as an inner sect disciple. Qian Xingye was extremely angry when he got the news and started smashing things in the cave. But he still did not accept the battle. After all, he had just started training his pet, so how could he win? Coupled with the last duel, there's indeed some shadow in his heart. Why rush? Let him jump around for a while longer. Or you can tell him that I want to fight you again. The real battle will be decided in the Sanyuan secret realm in 3 months. Huang Dai sent a message. After Qian Xingye calmed down, he spoke according to Huang Dai's wishes. Another 3 yuan secret realm? Qin frowned and muttered, thinking that you can rely on forming a team in the secret realm and crowd me to death with so many people? He looked towards Wukong, who was not far away, and saw that he was emitting a surging aura. Breakthrough to the 7th level of the First Order. Complete the wish of a fire monkey and gain 2,000 wishing points. Qin saw the reward and said with a smile, That's fine. I'll give you this opportunity. Chapter 41. Level 1, Level 7, Kunlun Power. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After Wukong achieved a breakthrough, he laughed triumphantly. However, Beiji next to him snorted, puffed out his proud chest muscles, and seemed to say, What are you so proud of? It's just a breakthrough to the 7th level of the first stage. I old pig broke through it a few hours ago. This made Wukong angry, and a flame immediately rose from the palm of his hand and hit Beiji. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Today it wants to eat a whole roasted pig. The 2 beasts are currently at the same realm, but earlier, Wukong was stronger than Beiji. When he left the zoo, he was already at the 4th level of the first rank. However, now he has been overtaken by a pig. How can he tolerate this? So, the 2 sides fought together, and a black ink halo rose under Beiji's feet. While he controlled the water flow to attack Wukong, the muscles in his arms suddenly grew bigger, and with each step, dust was splashed several feet high. The power of the wrestling pig king is no joke to you. However, the mixture of dust and water is very uncomfortable for Wukong, who has the fire attribute. Even though it becomes a fire monkey, most of its strength still depends on the fire on its body. Once the fire is extinguished, its strength will be weakened by 3 points. Bang! But Wukong was very fast. Relying on the agility of his limbs, he avoided the mixed attack of dust and water with a flash of fire. A sly look flashed in Wukong's eyes, and he immediately used Flame Charge to approach Beiji and launched a fierce attack. Start with Pictographic Fist. Add firearms. The 2 exploded together, and the increasingly fierce flames seemed to burn everything around them. Bang! Fortunately, Beiji hit the ground in time, and with the help of dust and water flow, most of the damage was offset. When Wukong's fist hit it at last, only a little bit of burnt black was left. Hehe. Beiji laughed triumphantly. After eating the demon pill of the black demon rhinoceros, it also acquired some of the black demon rhinoceros characteristics. That is, its defense became stronger. The demonic power surged in his body, and the pig's skin soon turned black, and ordinary flames could hardly penetrate the skin. Being laughed at by Beiji, Wukong's eyes turned red. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong let out a sharp cry and moved around Beiji like a ghost, with each attack aimed directly at Beiji's vital points. Combine the 8-shaped fist with the power of the firearm and bring it to its full potential. This series of attacks made Beiji dare not be careless. It was well aware of Wukong's speed and the power of the fire. So, it once again activated the black ink halo under its feet, tried to use the water flow to restrict Wukong's movements. This trick is as effective as Qian Xingye's water whirlpool. However, Wukong had learned the lesson from the last duel and saw through Beiji's intention. He stepped on the ground, flames exploded, and he leaped into the air, jumping flexibly on the tree trunks. While avoiding the water flow, it did not forget to use fire to remotely bombard and burn Beiji's fur. Huff huff! Beiji was constantly attacked and suffered accumulated damage. His skin and flesh became more and more burnt, and it hurt a bit. But it did not show any weakness and ran towards the other party with all its might. Its huge body directly knocked down the trees in the mountains and fields. It could even hug the trees with its arms and smash them directly as weapons. Wukong was hit by a tree and his body fell from midair. The moment he landed, he used the flaming charge to rush towards Beiji again, changing his initial fierce attack tactics and using a fire attack to gradually wear down Beiji's skin. Seeing this, Beiji also seemed a little anxious. Although it is powerful, it is not as agile as Wukong, so it is the one that gets beaten most of the time. The damage caused by the fire is not high, but if there is too much, it will easily cause burns. And just as the battle between the two sides became bigger and more intense, Qin En's voice suddenly rang out. "That's enough. Both of you stop." When Wukong and Beiji heard Qin En's voice, they quickly separated and stopped fighting. After all, the two beasts were not mortal enemies. They were just fighting because of some emotional conflicts. They had been training and practicing like this for a long time. Therefore, they both knew their limits and recognized Qin En as their master. When the two beasts came in front of Qin En looked at their messy hair and tired expressions and couldn't help feeling helpless. You too, even if you're sparring, you should be careful with the strength of your attacks. How can you fight to the point of raising the mountain behind the ground? If Elder Xie comes here and sees that all the trees here have been cut down by you, won't he scold me? Qin En pointed at the scattered forest and said with a grim expression. Wukong and Beiji both lowered their heads, seeming to realize their mistakes. Hihi. Beiji muttered softly. Seems to be complaining. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong shouted loudly. Seems to be refuting. Okay, that's enough for today. You two should fill in this piece of land and tidy up the trees so that there's a clearing. Next time, if you want to practice, don't go beyond this circle. Qin En drew a line at the area with his finger and said. Both beasts nodded. Then, Qin En said to Wukong, "You have no problem with the use of fire and tactics, but you're still a little lacking in magic. If you encounter a monster with attributes that counteract you again, I'm afraid you will be in a difficult battle. 3 months from now, the Sanyuan Secret Realm will be open. You must cultivate to the 9th level of the First Order during this period of time, and I will also create a set of combos specifically for you to help you kill the enemy." Beiji has the black ink aura, so he doesn't need to practice more magic. His main focus should be on controlling the water flow and creating a water vortex. Otherwise, he will be in a mess if he encounters a monster as agile as Wukong. Wukong, in addition to continuing to practice Flame Fury, I will also teach you a set of physical skills similar to the 8-form fist to strengthen your physical attacks instead of relying too much on fire. Qin En also discovered Wukong's weak point during the sparring just now, which is that there are too many elements of fire damage, which means that Wukong can only rely on fire to cause damage. And when the power of Baxinquan is no longer effective, it becomes difficult for it to cause damage. Hearing this, Wukong showed joy and grinned. I thought to myself, it's finally its turn to be promoted. After the promotion this time, I'll see if it doesn't teach that pig a lesson. It glanced at Beiji with fighting spirit in its eyes. When Beiji saw this, he didn't show any weakness and snorted. Then, in the following days, the two beasts began their training. The physical skill that Qin En chose for Wukong was called Kunlun Power, which is a low-grade Xian-level monster skill that cost a full 30,000 wish points. It can increase strength, burst, and generate power within the body. When combined with the firearm, it can double the power of Goku's original punch. It retains the advantage against fire while enhancing physical attack capabilities. After it learned it, it threw its first punch. The energy is over 3,000 pounds. Bang! Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong looked at the big hole in front of him that was made by his punch and shouted excitedly. As for Beiji, his body trembled slightly, and he looked at Qin and with pitiful eyes. Hehe. Master, how about you increase my defense a bit? I feel like I'm not tough enough. Chapter 42. Wukong's Red Wish. You want to learn taijutsu too? Qin saw Beiji nodding desperately and couldn't help but smile. Then wait for a while and see what your realm is. If you can reach the 1st level and 8th level next month, I will teach you a physical skill. At present, the wishing points he had on hand have been used up, and all the resources that should be exchanged have been exchanged. So if he wanted to teach Beiji to practice again, he would have to wait and see the situation after a month. If Beiji can keep up with the training speed without using the wishing points, he can use the saved wishing points to buy a physical skill that matches it. Upon hearing this, Beiji immediately straightened his chest and patted it with his pig's trotters, as if shouting, "Don't worry, master. I will definitely break through to the 8th stage of the 1st level next month." Since evolving into the Brawn Pig King, not only has its strength increased rapidly, but its cultivation speed has also increased. Compared to the Sand White Pig, the training speed has almost doubled. This is the natural racial gap. Okay, I look forward to your efforts. Qin rubbed its pig head and then looked at Wukong. Wukong was seen touching the big hole with great satisfaction. This Kunlun power could generate instant explosive force when punching, which greatly increased its flame and punching power. This punch could probably kill any monster of its level in seconds. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong pointed at the big pit with a proud look on his face, as if he really wanted Qin to praise him. However, Qin refused to do so. After all, according to Wukong's personality, he cannot be praised. Once praised, he will raise his monkey tail, his heart will fly to the sky, and then he will become wanton and reckless. Ahem, you're still far from mastering Kunlun Jin. This physical skill is a Shin-level lower-grade monster skill. If it can be cultivated to the 2nd level, its power can break mountains. You just made a big hole, which is nothing. Continue to practice. Don't be too ambitious. Qin scolded with a stern face. This made Wukong scratch his face and lower his head in embarrassment. When he looked at the big pit again, he no longer had the previous sense of pride and satisfaction in his heart. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It turns out that it is the technique that is powerful, not this one. Other monsters can smash mountains with this skill, but when will it be able to smash them? Under strong emotions, Qin's eyes lit up and he saw a new wish on Wukong's head. Name, Fire Monkey. Current wish, destroy the top of Ubi Peak. Color red. This was the first time he saw a wish color above blue on Goku. Before, it was always green or white, and blue was rare. But the red is actually a level higher than purple. Although the color of the wish is not as bright as Beiji's golden one. This is the first time that Wukong has had such a strong wish. If you want to destroy the top of Ubi Peak, you must at least reach the 2nd level. Qin thought for a moment and sighed inwardly. I hope that Wukong can maintain this momentum by then, and not lose color midway. Now he needs to fulfill 2 wishes, 1 purple and 1 gold beast, and he will be rewarded generously once they are completed. Okay, just come here for training today, and continue training tomorrow. Wukong, sometimes to comprehend a technique and become stronger, you need to think in addition to training. Why not calm down and meditate more to control your own flames? Qin pointed out, the fire monkeys are a species of monsters with hot tempers. They can sometimes win, but they can also reveal flaws because of their eagerness for quick success. Therefore, controlling emotions and manipulating the fire in his body will be of great benefit to Goku. Wukong tilted his head, seemed to understand a little, and nodded. The 2 beasts currently live in the back mountain of Ubi Peak. They would return to the house at night, with Wukong sleeping on the floor and Beiji returning to Qin's interior to rest. A few days later, a visitor arrived at Ubi Peak, and Qin was a little surprised by the visitor. Elder He, why are you here? Qingshuan had a smile on his face, but he couldn't help but frown when he heard this. Why? I can't come to this Ubi Peak. No, I'm a little surprised. I didn't expect the elder to come to the outer peak to visit me. Seeing this, Qin quickly lowered his posture and smiled. He was still grateful to this elder who valued him very much and helped him after the duel last time. After all, if it was another elder, he would have been so angry and resentful of me that he would not help me because I refused to become his disciple during the entrance test and insisted on going to the outer peak to raise pigs. He Chengxuan's expression eased a little when he heard this, and he glanced around the pig pen. It seems that you're living a good life in Weifeng. These white sand pig kings are all fat and white. Many elders from the inner sect have come to make reservations. Today, I am here to pick one and have a drink. It's also a chance to try the white-skinned pig king you raised to see what the meat is like. Qin An's heart moved, and then he smiled and said, "It is an honor for my disciple that elder he can come to visit. I will choose a white pig king for you. A white sand pig king costs 5,000 low-grade spirit stones. For an inner sect elder like He Chengxuan, this price is just a drop in the bucket." So after choosing one, He Chengxuan immediately paid the spirit stones, took out a bronze alchemy furnace, and handed it to Qin, saying, "I earned a lot of spirit stones from Elder Chun in the last duel. Your victory is also a glory for me. Recently, I heard that you want to learn alchemy again. According to your personality, I probably can't dissuade you. This Qingxian alchemy furnace is a lower-grade, Xian-level alchemy furnace that my old friend used during the Qi refining stage. It is no longer needed now, so I will give it to you." How can this be possible? Qin was shocked. You know, the price of an alchemy furnace is more expensive than ordinary magical instruments, and it is a lower-grade, Xian-level alchemy furnace. If it is put on the market, it is worth at least hundreds of thousands of lower-grade spirit stones. If he had to buy it himself, he wouldn't know how many pills he would have to refine to earn that much money. He Qingxuan stuffed the alchemy furnace directly into his hands and said, "Take it. It can be considered as a good relationship. Qinin, you have a natural spiritual root and a talent for alchemy. Although outsiders often sneer at you, laugh at you, and even use it to tease me, I still believe in my heart that you will become a great man in the future. I hope you don't waste your training in Ubi Peak." Qin listened carefully, then smiled and said, "Thank you for the generous gift, Elder He. I raise pigs in Ubi Peak just to stay away from disputes and practice in peace, but I don't intend to waste my life in decadence." "That's great. When I see you next time, I can't wait to see how you can train that white pig king. Ha ha ha. Okay, I'm leaving now." He Chengxuan's eyes revealed his expectations for Qin, and he turned and left Ubi Peak. After seeing He Chengxuan off, Qin returned to the house and carefully looked at the bronze alchemy furnace in his hand. This alchemy furnace has a simple shape, clear textures, and emits faint fluctuations of spiritual energy. The runes carved inside can stabilize the Dan fire. With this alchemy furnace, I can refine the other two pills and produce pill patterns. Qin thought to himself and decided to try to refine a furnace of pills immediately. Let's see what miraculous effects this change of alchemy furnace can produce. Chapter 43. The Rumors Spreading by the Spirit Chicken King. Let's get started. Qin placed the Qingxian alchemy furnace in a spacious space in the house. He then used his magic power to control it in midair and use a hand gesture to ignite the Shenyang fire. Afterwards, when the alchemy furnace gradually heated up, he carefully threw the materials for refining the Qi gathering pill into the alchemy furnace. He has now mastered the 3 pill recipes, among which the Yunyuan pill can reach a pill pattern. I was reluctant to throw the other Qi gathering pills and soul guarding pills into the wishing point for study. Therefore, only a few pills with Dan patterns can be refined occasionally. Fire. Qin took a deep breath, waved his hand gently, and increased the power of the Shenyang fire. The fierce light illuminated the entire room. Melt juice. He concentrated on controlling the flames and began to blend the juice of the spiritual herbs according to the refining steps. Keep adjusting the size and temperature of the flame to ensure that the medicinal materials can be fully integrated and release the maximum medicinal effect. This Qingxian alchemy furnace is truly extraordinary. It can actually speed up my alchemy refining process. In the past, it would take at least 1 stick of incense to melt the juice, but now it only takes half a stick of incense to complete, and the effect is even better than before. You get what you pay for. The alchemy furnace is too important to the alchemist. Qin smelled the faint medicinal fragrance coming from the alchemy furnace and couldn't help but sigh. Time passed slowly, and the aroma of medicine began to permeate the entire house. This is a sign that the elixir is about to be refined. He focused more on controlling the flame. Compared with his previous shabby alchemy furnace, this Qingxian alchemy furnace gave him a better feel, and the Shenyang fire he displayed was more refined, reaching the level of perfection. It seems that Danwen will probably be born. Qin had a premonition, and as he pinched his fingers to extinguish the fire, a crisp sound came from the furnace. He swept his hand, and the lid of the alchemy furnace flew up. A stronger medicinal aroma wafts into the air, lifting people's spirits and increasing their magic power. This is the Qi Gathering Pill. He looked inside the alchemy furnace and saw several round and smooth pills lying quietly there. There were 6 in total, and each had a layer of delicate pill patterns, which was a symbol of high-quality pills. Success! Qin was excited. With this alchemy furnace, the quality of the first-level pills he refines can be further improved, which also allows him to earn more spirit stones every month. Perhaps in less than a year, I will be able to buy the Ubi Peak pig pen from Elder Xie. He still remembers his wish. That is to buy the Ubi Peak pig pen and own your own territory instead of working for others. According to the current price of 500 sand-white pigs in the pig pen, he needs at least 200,000 or 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. Now, with the help of alchemy and raising chickens, he has saved up 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. Qin put away the pill. Now he only goes to the alchemy room to sell medicine once every week, so he can accumulate it and sell it together, which is convenient and saves trouble. After all, he has passed the stage of being sure of money. Continue to refine a few more furnaces and try the soul-guarding pills. He took out the herbs and refined them as before. Soon, another furnace was successful, and there were 7 dam patterns. This furnace would be worth 200 low-grade spirit stones if sold, and the speed of making money would be twice as fast as before. In the following days, in addition to taking care of Beiji and Wukong on a daily basis, Qin had devoted most of his energy to refining elixirs. 1 month later, Sister Shan's information? Are you going to order a new Spirit Chicken King? Qin took out the sound transmission talisman and frowned when he saw it. At present, Ling Jiwang's chicken pen has bred more than 100 chickens, in addition to more than 600 newly arrived baby chickens and more than 300 mature chickens. Thanks to Shan Rushue, his spirit chickens are now selling well in both inner and outer sections. Many female disciples even come to choose them in person. During this period of time, a total of 700 heads have been shipped, earning 70,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, the cost of feeding and purchasing must be deducted to give Shan Rushue some benefits. In the end, Qin got 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. This amount of money is something that many outer sect cultivators may not be able to earn even after several years. If you have a way to make money, it will naturally attract the jealousy of others. Who is spreading rumors? Qin was a little annoyed. The information said that there were recent rumors that he used harmful elixirs to stimulate the growth of the spirit chicken he cultivated, which enabled the spirit chicken to quickly grow into the Spirit Chicken King. Qin is also an alchemy disciple and is quite famous in Diverting Peak. Now this combination has suddenly made many people suspicious. Brother, I'm so angry. Several sisters who originally wanted to reserve the Spirit Chicken King have asked me for a refund. If I find out who is spreading rumors behind my back, I will stab him to death. Shan Rushue was very angry. During this period, Qin made a lot of money, and she also received a lot of spirit stones as rewards. More importantly, she felt that her relationship with her senior brother had become even closer. Business is on the rise and has the potential to grow bigger and stronger. As a result, I was subjected to rumors spread by others. The Spirit Chicken King itself is not easy to cultivate, and Qin's monthly shipment volume is almost equal to that of the chicken farm in the outer gate market, which naturally attracted many people's doubts. Now, those who originally wanted to eat it have asked for refunds. I know about this, junior sister, don't worry. There's no problem with the Spirit Chicken King I trained. I will ask Elder Xie to endorse it and take it to Diverting Peak to ask my master and several alchemists to check it. It can withstand any test. As for the person behind the rumors, investigate secretly. Qin quickly replied to the message and thought about it carefully. It seems like I haven't offended anyone recently. Could it be Qianxingya? He has been practicing in the inner gate blessed land recently, so he probably has no time to care about me selling spiritual chickens. If he wants to deal with me, he will focus on the 3 yuan secret realm. So who was behind this? He shook his head. There is no suitable candidate at the moment, so he could only wait for his junior sister to investigate and see if there were any clues. Qin then immediately went to the chicken coop, selected a few king chickens, visited Elder Xie, and told him what had happened. Haha, these scoundrels can only resort to some petty tricks. I will take responsibility for this matter. I will issue a guarantee for you tomorrow. Elder Xie agreed firmly. After all, he and Qin have the same interests. If the matter is made out a big deal, it will not only affect the sales of the Spirit Chicken King, but also the sales of his Shabai, Pig King. A sand-white Pig King is worth 5,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. Compared with the Spirit Chicken King, that is a big deal. This is Elder Xie's source of income. He will not allow anyone to cut off his source of income. Anyone who does so will be the murderer of his father. Thank you, Elder. After expressing his gratitude, Qin continued on his way to Diverting Peak. Inspect the Spirit Chicken King? Well, that's no problem. But you're sure that the cultivation process is normal, King of Spirit Chicken. If my old friends come and check together, they will not give me face and falsify it. Ingwenshu looked at Qin for advice. It seems to be saying that if you really use some ban elixir to cultivate the Spirit Chicken King, it is best to tell him, so that you can make up for the loss. Seeing this, Qin said firmly, Master, don't worry. The process of training disciples is in line with the way of taming beasts. Yeah, okay. Then I will invite them to come and see how you, the Spirit Chicken King, are. Ingwenshu felt at ease and smiled. Chapter 44. Proof. 2 kinds of beast taming elixirs. Under Ingwenshu's arrangement, several veteran alchemists from Diverting Peak were invited. Is this the spiritual Chicken King that your disciple raised on Ubi Peak? I have also heard about this matter. Right now the outer sect is making a big fuss. Let me make it clear first. Our friendship is friendship, but I cannot be deceitful. Haha, don't worry, Mr. Wa. Just tell the truth. Those guys, let's take a look together. Qin placed several Spirit Chicken Kings in front of the old alchemists. They began to take turns checking. Some cast spells, take the essence and blood from their hearts, and throw them into the alchemy furnace to decompose them. Some people use medicinal powder and give it to Lingji Wang to see its reaction. Some people extract feathers and look closely at the texture. Soon, as the inspection came to an end, their faces became shocked one by one. This spiritual Chicken King has only been raised for a month. How is this possible? Normally, it would take a first-level Beastmaster 3 months to train a Spirit Chicken King. Your disciple is truly amazing. This beast tamer must have reached the 2nd level. What a waste. A 2nd-level beast tamer is being used to raise the Spirit Chicken King. There is nothing wrong with these spiritual Chicken Kings. They all grew naturally. There are traces of spiritual energy from the spiritual rice they ate in their bodies. No banned drugs were used to stimulate their evolution. Several veteran alchemists made their judgments. Then, Master Wood Dan stared at Qin with sharp eyes. They are alchemists, but they are also beastmasters of the 10,000 Beasts Sect. They just aren't as proficient in beast mastering as other beastmasters. Now they have given up beast mastering and concentrate on making alchemy. But with their eyes, they could naturally see the superb skills of Qin in taming animals. Coupled with the previous rumors about the White Sand Pig King, they were extremely envious for a while. Elder He is indeed a man of vision. This man's talent in taming beasts is truly amazing. With such talent and spiritual roots, it's a pity for you to go to the outer sect to raise pigs and chickens. At worst, come to our Diverting Peak to make pills. I am already at the Xian level. Oh, you have already become Mastering Dan's apprentice. Mastering Dan has also picked up a treasure. It is said that your disciple has made rapid progress in alchemy and even produced alchemy patterns some time ago. Congratulations. Haha, you're too polite, old alchemists. You came to help with the inspection this time to prove my disciple's innocence. I should be the one thanking you. Ingwenshu was delighted and smiled as he cupped his hands. Qin, who was standing next to them, also expressed his gratitude and then saw off the old alchemists. As for the few Spirit Chicken Kings, they were given to the old alchemists, 1 to each person as a small reward. Qin, your Spirit Chicken King is indeed well-trained. Now that several veteran alchemists have testified, this rumor will soon be dispelled. Ingwenshu said approvingly. Qin heaved a sigh of relief when he heard this, and a smile appeared on his face. This inspection not only proved his innocence, but also cleared the name of the Spirit Chicken King. Thank you for your help, Master. Qin responded respectfully. It's a small matter. Have you made any progress in alchemy recently? Ingwenshu asked curiously. All 3 kinds of elixirs can now be refined and can form elixir patterns. Ingwenshu was silent for a moment, then shook his head and said with a smile, You have cultivated to this level without making any noise. Then I will give you 2 more recipes for cultivating beasts. You can study them slowly. Qin took the 2 recipes for cultivating beast tamers, his heart filled with gratitude, and then left Diverting Peak. Soon, the old alchemists and Elder Xie spread the word, proving that there was nothing wrong with Qin and spiritual chicken. After this incident, the sales volume of Lingji King gradually returned to normal, and even became more popular because of this incident. Many outer disciples who were originally on the sidelines also placed orders to buy the products after seeing Qin and pass the inspection. Qin also took this opportunity to expand his production scale. Not only did he increase the number of spirit chicken chicks, he also began to try to breed other kinds of carnivorous monsters. 2,000 spiritual chickens and 1,000 spiritual ducks. The daily wish points harvested have exceeded those of the pig pen. And this location can't support any more carnivorous monsters. Otherwise, Elder Xie will be unhappy when he sees it. He sighed and said that the corner of the pigsty could no longer accommodate so many magical chickens, and there were still more than 500 chickens that needed to be raised in the back mountain of Ubi Peak. Because the back mountain of Ubi Peak is not covered by magic circle and is in the mountains, it is easy to get lost or be stolen by other outer disciples. So those more than 500 heads were kept in the fence, and only Wukong and Beiji could look after them. Before I knew it, I had expanded this business. And according to the current progress, after reaching the Sanyuan secret realm, he might have enough spirit stones to buy the right to use Ubi Peak. Or go to other mountains and start over on your own. Take a look at the 2 beast taming pill recipes given by the master. Qin returned to the house and took out the recipe. One of them is called Tianbao Beast Pill. After taking it, it can slightly improve the physique and strength of the monster beast, accelerate its growth rate, and has no side effects on the monster beast. One of these pills can be sold for 30 low-grade spirit stones. If it has pill patterns, it can be sold for more than 40. Another type of elixir is called the Spirit Awakening Pill. As the name suggests, after taking it, it can strengthen the spiritual power of monsters and nourish their souls. If it is fed to monsters that have not yet developed their intelligence, it can help them develop their intelligence, become smarter, and easier to tame. Many disciples purchased this kind of elixir because it was said that after taking too much of it, monsters could even comprehend some racial spells and skills on their own. One is worth 40 low-grade spirit stones. If it has elixir patterns, it can be sold for more than 50. These 2 kinds of elixirs are obviously more difficult to refine than the previous 3. If I were to figure out on my own, it would take at least a few months. Fortunately, I have accumulated a lot of wishing points in this month and haven't used them yet. Qin's mind moved, and he looked at his own information. Name, Qin. Realm, Qi Refining Level 7. Constitution, with spiritual root, affinity with spirit beasts. Kung Fu, Health and Rest Method, Reaching the Pinnacle Plus, Beast Taming Method Part 1. Mastery, 3670/50,000, Divine Sun Alchemy. Entry, 230/10,000. Spells, Fireball. Minor, 1322/50,000, Vine Entanglement. Mastery, 1509/10,000. Flower Transplantation. Entry, 1385/20,000. Magic Power, 9 phases. Entry, 120/50,000. Skills, Level 2 Beast Taming, 1050/50,000. Level 1 Alchemy, 8950/30,000. Spiritual Pets, Fiery Monkey, Armstrong Pig King. Current Wish, learn how to make Tianbao Beast Pill and Shieling Pill, 23,300 wish points. Remaining wish points, 125,080. Let's learn both at the same time. Qin took a look at the 2 wishing points that he had learned together. There were not many of them, so he just decided to learn them together. After deducting the wishing points, there's a little over 100,000 left. The next second, a large number of techniques for refining Tianbao Beast Pills and Qi Ling Pills emerged in his mind, and he learned and mastered these methods in an instant. It seems that it is not very difficult to refine. It just so happens that Beiji is about to break through, and then we have to choose a physical skill for him. Let's go to the pharmacy tomorrow to buy the materials for these 2 kinds of pills. Qin murmured. The Qi Ling Dan can increase intelligence and improve mental strength. Since Beiji is a pig, he has always been stupid and learns things very slowly. Maybe he can become smarter if he eats more. Chapter 45. Bull Demons, Yi Jing Gong, The Wish to Upgrade. The next day, Qin went to the pharmacy on Diverting Peak to buy the materials needed to refine Tianbao Beast Pill and Qi Ling pill. After returning to Ubi Peak, he immediately started refining. With the help of the wishing points upgrade, his technique and skills were very proficient, and he successfully formed a pill the first time. Is this the Qi Ling pill? Qin looked down at the 3 blue pills in the alchemy furnace and put them into the jade bottle with a hand gesture. Take 1 Qi Ling Dan pill a day. Don't take more than that. If you take too much, it will easily make your mind confused, and you'll become crazy because you're too smart. Back mountain. Beiji, come here. I'll give you something delicious to eat. Qin casually threw a spiritual awakening pill to Beiji in the distance. Upon seeing this, Beiji's body suddenly shrank into the shape of a sand-white pig. He then leaped into the air and swallowed the pill like an agile hunting dog. After landing, the Qi Ling pill in its stomach was digested, and its mind suddenly became brighter. Beiji opened his eyes wide, feeling that whatever he was looking at was almost gone. No, it's not that it sees things faster. It's that its thinking becomes faster. What kind of magical elixir is this that can make its pig brain work and figure out things that it originally needed to think about in an instant? At the same time, the demonic power in its body began to break through. Level 1, 8th level. Humph, it shouted excitedly. It seems to be quite effective. It can even help me break through my realm. Qin was also surprised, but when he thought about it, it made sense. Beiji had been taking medicine and practicing for a whole month, and now he was just one step away from success. This Qi Ling pill just gave him a boost and pushed him into the 8th level of the first stage. Then I'll take this opportunity to choose a physical technique for you. You should study it carefully. It took Goku a long time to learn it last time. Let's see how long it takes you to master it. He quickly started making wishes with the help of the wish system and browsed through the mysterious monster skills he had read in books. The Bull Demon's Yi Jing Gong requires 90,000 wish points. Blue Whale Mysterious Body Technique requires 66,000 wish points. Black Devil Bark Method requires 43,500 wish points. Various mysterious level monster skills flashed by, some high and some low. The Kunlun power that Wukong possesses is only worth 30,000 wishing points, and the wishing points that Qin chose for Beiji are also quite expensive. But after all, Beiji had saved tens of thousands of wishing points through his hard work in cultivation this month, so he couldn't be too stingy. Moreover, Beiji has always been more obedient and well-behaved than Wukong, and will become his helper after becoming stronger. So hesitate for a moment. Qin chose the Bull Demon Yi Jing Gong, a mid-level Xian-level monster skill. This set of skills is enough for you to cultivate to the foundation building stage, right? He squatted down, stroked Beiji's head with his hand, and expressed his wish. Current wish. Let Beiji learn Nyo Mo Yi Jing Gong with a high probability of learning it. Required 90,000. After deduction. Remaining wish points. 11,780. Beiji only felt that there were suddenly many more images in his mind. It was a Ninjongtal bull demon monster breathing and practicing martial arts. Every breath made its muscles and bones stronger. As the bull demon beast practices martial arts, a layer of black flesh will grow on the surface of its body, which can greatly enhance its own defense, and flying swords and spells will not be able to hurt its bones. The improvement of skills will also make the bull demon monster stronger, until one day it can shatter the mountain with one punch. Beiji shouted excitedly, is it so powerful? This skill can actually shatter the mountain. If you practice like this, you can become that strong in the future. You will be 9 feet tall and look like a mountain when you stand up. It immediately tried to digest the images that suddenly appeared in its mind, and then try to strike a few poses according to the actions in the images. Although it was a bit clumsy, you could tell it was trying hard to imitate. Qin watched patiently from the side and nodded. After a day, Beiji's movements became more and more smooth, as if there was a bull demon beside him guiding him in his practice. This progress surprised Qin. Could it be that Beiji is really quite smart? He fed Beiji another chilling pill. Beiji's learning speed was increasing day by day, but this set of skills was obviously difficult, so much so that after several days, he still hadn't learned it. However, Beiji was not discouraged. He even gave up the time of practice with Wukong and worked hard to cultivate. This made Wukong, who was watching the show, burst out laughing. It only took it a few days to learn Kunlun power. It's nothing like this pig head. It's been almost 10 days, and there's still no progress. Little did it know that the Kunlun power it learned was different from the Bull Demon's Gong. Not only was it one level lower in level, but the Kunlun power was more of a secret technique and a one-time burst, while the Bull Demon's Gong emphasized self-improvement and was a set of exercises to continuously increase strength. It's just like what the Qigong practitioners say. One is a technique and the other is a method. But we can't treat them differently. After Beiji learns the Bull Demon Gong, we can find a chance to teach Wukong a complete set of skills. Qinen saw this and thought to himself, who made Beiji receive such rich rewards every time he made a wish? In comparison, Wukong was much weaker. The newly born red wish of shattering the top of Ubi Peak was still very difficult to accomplish. Looking at Beiji's golden wish again, it is enough to avenge the previous shame and defeat and humiliate Qian Xingye. Comparing the two, it is obvious that Beiji has more advantages, so Qinen used the wishing points he earned on himself. You have to do your best, Goku. Qinen came to Wukong, patted his shoulder, and said earnestly, if you don't work hard, Beiji's strength may surpass yours. Wukong tilted his head and looked at the stupid Beiji. That expression seemed to be doubtful. This idiot wants to surpass me? Impossible. It squeaked, then walked proudly towards the rocks nearby. Although it is still somewhat unruly and arrogant, it also knows that the gap between itself and Beiji is narrowing step by step, especially since Beiji has broken through to the 8th level of the first stage this time. You know, when it came out of the zoo, its realm was higher than Beiji's, but now it is one level behind. After thinking about it carefully, Wukong also felt a sense of crisis and looked at Qinen with wide eyes. Squeak, squeak, squeak. I have to behave better. This is the only way to get better training. It took the elixir that aided its cultivation, then displayed Kunlun power and punched out. Waves of fire rolled down and hit the rocks, instantly burning a large hole, but the rocks did not collapse. Its control over strength is more refined than before, and every inch of force is not wasted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Get stronger, get stronger. Old son, want to get stronger. This scene shocked Qinen. He stared at the wish above its head with a look of astonishment. The color was actually gradually rising and turned into the same golden color as Beiji. It would have been fine if this wish hadn't been downgraded, but it was actually upgraded. Beiji was demoted once because his wishes would be affected by his emotions. Once too much time had passed, he would become lax and give up step by step. But this time, Goku strengthened his faith again and again, and as a result, his wish was upgraded. Chapter 46, Crazy Improvement, 9th Level of Chi Training. Qinen looked at Wukong's determined eyes and felt relieved. This time, the golden wish is for Goku to prove his worth. It seems that it is also under pressure. But there is motivation only when there is pressure. When there are free wishing points next time, I will allocate some to Wukong. It can be regarded as compensation for him. After all, Kunlun Jin is cheaper than Beiji's Bull Demon Gong. Qinen said in his heart, and then encouraged Wukong. After the 3 Yuan secret realm, if you perform very well, I will make a weapon for you to use so that your strength can be further improved. This can also be regarded as a reward for you. Upon hearing this, Wukong grinned and squeaked a few times, as if he was saying, don't worry, how can I, old son, perform badly? It's definitely better than that pig. It punched out, and its flaming arms shattered the rocks in front of it, leaving a charred ground. Seeing this, Qinen nodded and then went to feed the spirit chicken. And in the afternoon, Qinen suddenly received a message from Shan Rushue and learned who was the mastermind behind the Spirit Chicken King's rumor-mongering incident last time. Didn't expect it to be him. He narrowed his eyes, a little annoyed. The name mentioned in the message was Tang Wuyu, whom he met when he became Ing Wenchu's apprentice some time ago. He had no grudge against the other party at all, but the other party actually spread such vicious rumors in an attempt to destroy his financial resources. What a mean person he is. Fortunately, he didn't make friends with him. Is it because I became Ing Wenchu's apprentice and thought I had taken his place? Haha, with his talent in alchemy, is he worthy of learning to be a disciple? I heard that he seems to have become a disciple of the alchemist Kutangzi. It seems that this alchemist has always been at odds with his master. I wonder if he will participate in the Sanyuan secret realm in more than a month. If he participates, humph, he will never come back. Qinen snorted in his heart, then replied to the message to thank Shan Rushue. If Shan Rushue hadn't found out from her friend in a roundabout way, he might still be kept in the dark and unaware of this potential enemy. Cutting off his source of income would be like killing his parents. This would create such a huge hatred. I also need to improve my realm as soon as possible. Otherwise, if you stay at the 7th level of chi refining for too long, you won't have the advantage of mana in the secret realm. Also, the art of grafting flowers and trees needs to be improved. It seems that the wish points next month cannot be used on Wukong and Beiji. Well, their first order 8th level strength is impressive in the Sanyuan secret realm. With the combination of the two, plus my magical power of 9 phases and transformation, we can break through even when facing the siege of several first order peak monsters. After Chinan thought about it, he planned to use the wishing points he had saved up next month on himself. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. There are less than 10 days left before the Sanyuan secret realm opens. Name, Chinan. Realm, Chi Refining Level 7. Constitution, with spiritual root, affinity with spirit beasts. Kung Fu, health and rest method. Reaching the pinnacle plus, beast taming method part 1. Mastery 3850/50,000. Divine Sun Alchemy. Entry 1050/10,000. Spells, Fireball, Minor 2122/50,000. Vine Entanglement. Mastery 1709/10,000. Flower Transplantation. Entry 1585/20,000. Magic Power 9 phases. Entry 310/50,000. Skills Level 2 Beast Taming 1550/50,000. Level 1 Alchemy 9530/30,000. Spiritual Pets Fiery Monkey, Armstrong Pig King. Current wish none. Remaining wish points 181,780. 180,000 wish points. You are lucky this month, and some spirit chicken kings can even give out green wishes. With a thought, he decided to upgrade the first part of the beast taming technique first and break through the realm. Beast taming technique part 1. Minor success 1/300000. With the first part of the beast taming technique, he reached the minor success stage. Chinan felt that his connection with Wukong and Beiji had become closer. He can perceive their emotions, states, and needs more clearly, and can even guide them to exert greater power. My own body also received feedback and became much stronger, and the spiritual sense was constantly expanding beyond the range of 200 meters, and the intensity was stronger than before. The moment it swept out, it could easily perceive details that were not perceived before. At the same time, the magic power in his body, under the guidance of the beast taming technique, turned into a sharp sword and pierced through the realm. Inside the Dantian, the internal scene expanded again, and the magic power increased. 8th level of Chi training. The improvement of his skills allows him to comprehend, rather than directly elevating his realm. Now that the first part of the beast taming technique has reached minor success, the next stage of major success will require 300,000 wish points. There was no need for him to continue improving. At that stage, only the foundation building stage could be used. And with his current spiritual power and the size of his inner vision, he could already contract a 3rd pet. Don't worry about the 3rd pet. We can choose another one if there is a suitable one. As for buying one from a strange beast pavilion, forget it. A pet beast still needs to be raised from childhood. Most of the monsters there are wild beasts, and they're used to being unruly. I don't want to raise another Wukong. Chinan sighed, then focused his attention on the realm again. Make a wish. Current wish. Breakthrough to the 9th level of Chi Refining. Required wishing points 100,000. He thought about it and deducted 100,000 wishing points. The next second, the magic power in his body increased again, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth was pouring into his head. When a magic power expands to a certain extent, it turns into a sharp sword again and stabs upwards. 9th level of Chi training. I'm only one step away from the peak of Chi refining. Chinan opened his eyes, and there seemed to be a sharp light flashing in his eyes. He felt the surging magic power in his body and nodded with satisfaction. Less than half a year after joining the 10,000 Beasts Sect, he had already entered the 9th level of Chi refining. Who could match his speed of cultivation? Even if it's a natural spiritual root, it's outrageous enough. I'm afraid no elder would dare to believe it, especially since he is still raising pigs in Ubi Peak. This strength breakthrough is a bit too fast. I also need to hide it. I should learn a spell to restrain my aura. Qin made a wish again, and then spent 20,000 wishing points to learn the Hidden Realm technique. He practiced the Gong, and soon his aura was restrained, and he turned into a person at the 7th level of Qi refining. I wanted to upgrade the transformation, but I didn't expect that I only had more than 10,000 wish points left. As expected, no matter how much you save, you won't be able to spend it when you want to. It seems that we can only wait a few more days. Fortunately, there are still 10 days before the opening of the 3 Yuan Secret Realm. He muttered, standing up and adjusting his strength. After the San Yuan Secret Realm ends, he will probably be able to reach the peak of Qi refining. Then he will have to consider some matters related to foundation building and purchase foundation building pills. The foundation establishment pill is a nightmare to Qi refining cultivators, and one pill is worth hundreds of thousands of spirit stones. If you want better quality, you'll have to spend another 200,000 or 300,000. If Qin wants to refine it himself, he has to buy the recipe, materials, etc. No matter what he did, this foundation establishment pill was an expensive and rare item for him. Fortunately, with his current financial resources, he can afford it if he wants. I have saved 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. Let's test Elder Xie's attitude during this period. If it works, then we can buy Ubi Peak after the San Yuan Secret Realm. From now on, we will have our own home in the outer sect. Qin looked at the beautiful mountain, and a smile appeared on his lips. Chapter 47, Demonic Hot Steve's Chicken. Elder Xie, I wonder how you're going to operate this pigsty in the future. Are you going to continue to expand it? Haha, there are only so many disciples in our Wansho sect who can afford to buy sand white pigs. If we continue to expand, we have to sell them to more distant places. I don't have the energy to manage my connections, so I just need to maintain this number. Anyway, the spirit stones I earn are enough for my retirement. Hearing this, Qin smiled. It seems that Elder Xie does not value the pig pen as much as he imagined, so his chances of buying the right to use Ubi Peak are much greater. So he bent down to add tea to Elder Xie's cup and asked, "Then has Elder Xie ever thought about reselling Ubi Peak?" When Elder Xie heard this, he paused. He has lived for over 100 years and has seen all kinds of situations. He saw through Qin An's little tricks at a glance. "Why, are you interested in my Ubi Peak?" Elder Xie looked at Qin and with a smile. Qin felt a little scared by Elder Xie's gaze, but he still spoke up. "To be honest, Elder Xie, I am indeed very interested in Ubi Peak. I have been raising pigs here for a while. During this period, the chicken business has been growing. I have saved up a lot of spirit stones. I am thinking that after a while, when I have enough, I will buy a piece of land to expand my business. If Elder Xie is interested in selling Ubi Peak, then I will buy it. If Elder Xie has no intention of selling, then I will go look for other outer peaks." Elder Xie nodded and sighed. "That's normal. After all, you have an amazing talent for raising pigs. How can you be willing to do things for me all the time?" Ubi Peak was sold to me by my junior brother. The land was priced at 150,000 low-grade spirit stones. The right to use it is 10 years, and 30,000 low-grade spirit stones need to be handed over to the sect every year. The right to use it still has 5 years left. If I add the 70,000 lower-grade spirit stones and sell it together with the 500 sand white pigs, I could get at least 300,000 lower-grade spirit stones. When will you be able to save up so many spirit stones? What he meant was that once the spirit stones arrived, he would sell Ubi Peak to Qin. Qin's expression lit up, and he said, "If everything goes well, I can buy it after I reach the San Yuan Secret Realm." San Yuan Secret Realm? This is the trial place for Qi refining cultivators. I went there 100 years ago. There's some resources there. If you are lucky enough to get a Xin-level spiritual herb, you can sell it for hundreds of thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. Well, I will help you and make you my friend. When you have collected enough spirit stones, you can buy it from me. Elder Xie drank the tea and smiled. With Qin An's talent, he will eventually become an elder like him. Who knows? He may even be able to go one step further in the future and become an intersect elder, a deacon, or even the master of Peak. If he achieves the golden elixir one day, then he will make a lot of money from this investment. However, it is difficult to build a foundation, and it is even more difficult to make a golden elixir. Although he is optimistic about Qin, he estimates that this will take 100 years to happen. By that time, it will be questionable whether he can survive with his lifespan in the early stage of foundation building. but making friends with Qin and would only benefit him. He was tired of the pig-raising business anyway, so he might as well change to another business. Without Qin and taking care of those sand-white pigs, he would not be able to earn so many spirit stones. Thank you, Elder. Qin bowed. Then he returned to Ubi Peak with satisfaction. Looking at the mountain in front of him, it felt like he had returned home. It's almost there. Although there is still a shortfall of 150,000, it seems like a lot. But he still had a batch of pills that had not been sold, as well as 1,500 magic chickens and 800 magic ducks. And now the sales volume is continuing to rise. By the time the Sanyuan Secret Realm is over, we will only be short of a few tens of thousands of spirit stones at most. By then, I can dig some spiritual herbs in the Sanyuan Secret Realm and get some treasures from the treasure map in his hand. If I sell them, I might be able to get tens of thousands more spiritual stones. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Just when Qin was in a good mood, Wukong suddenly jumped out from the mountains, pointed to the back mountain, and shouted anxiously. What? Two of the magical chickens in the back mountain are missing out of nowhere. After Qin and learned what Wukong meant through the contract, he was shocked. The magical chickens in the back mountain have been guarded by Wukong and Beiji. They're almost sold out, with only dozens left. I didn't expect that they could still find chickens. Could it be that some disciple came to the back mountain to steal chickens? He came to the back mountain with a gloomy face. At this time, Beiji was lowering his head with a depressed expression. When he saw Qin and coming over, he whimpered twice and felt very guilty. Apparently, it happened while it was on guard. But it really wasn't sleeping. It was practicing. It didn't hear any movement, nor did it see anyone coming. But when he just handed them over to Wukong and counted the number, he found that 2 were missing. And Wukong even teased it, saying that it ate 2. This made Beiji angry, and he argued for a long time. It was not until Wukong believed it that he went to inform Qin and in confusion. Qin and quickly walked to the chicken coop and carefully observed the surrounding environment. This place was originally used as a training ground for Beiji and Wukong to practice sparring. Now it has been turned into a chicken coop and surrounded by wooden fences. At this time, there were 35 spirit chickens in the wooden pen, and there was no blood or abnormality on their bodies. If there really was a disciple who came to steal the chicken, there would definitely be some clues left behind. It's normal outside, so the problem is inside the chicken coop. His spiritual sense swept across, covering 100 meters, and its intensity penetrated deep into the ground. Sure enough, he found the problem. There's a hole in the ground. The hole was half blocked and was about the size of a mouse. It seems that it wasn't a disciple who stole the chicken, but a demon rat who stole the chicken. I didn't expect there would be a demon rat under Ubi Peak. Beiji, Wukong, the 2 of you keep watch over this position. I've been watching it for 2 days. I want to see if this demon rat will come again. If it comes to steal the chicken again, make sure it never comes back. After Qin and pointed out the location of the cave, he spoke in a gloomy tone. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Hee hee. Upon hearing this, the 2 beasts responded with great excitement. Guaranteed to go well. At night, Qin was also squatting. Since he had nothing to do anyway, he just squatted with us. However, he hid in the grass, Wukong hid in the trees, and only Beiji lay in front of the chicken coop, as usual. Time passed by minute, and nothing happened. The clever chickens in the chicken coop also slept quietly and were no longer as active as they were during the day. Just when everyone was about to lose their patience, a tiny sound broke the silence. Qin An's spiritual sense immediately captured the sound, and he quickly turned his gaze to the direction where the sound came from. I saw a small mound of earth slowly rising up in the chicken coop, and a small black head poked out from it. The movement was very cautious, and Beiji, who was lying in the chicken coop in front, did not hear any movement at all. Here it comes. Qin An's heart trembled, and he immediately sent a signal to Wukong and Beiji. Wukong quickly adjusted his position on the tree, preparing to attack from above, while Beiji's buttocks lit up with a black ink halo, causing the water to seep into the ground and block the hole. Take action. The moment the demon rat came out, Qin shouted loudly. Chapter 48, The Third Pet Contract. Get started. Following Qin An's loud shout, Wukong immediately leaped down from the tree and used a fiery sun charge. In a flash of fire, he appeared in front of the demon rat. The demon rat was startled when he heard the noise. He wanted to turn around and crawl back into the burrow, but he found that the burrow had been flooded by a pool of black water. He was stunned. Bang! when Goku punched the demon rat. The demon rat moved and quickly rushed outside, trying to get out through the fence of the chicken coop. But there was still Beiji guarding there. His huge body cast a shadow in the moonlight, covering his tiny little body. At the same time, Chin cast a spell, and vines rose up outside the chicken coop to entangle the demon rat, leaving it no chance to escape. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The demon rat surrendered immediately, raised its hands, and shouted in fear. Wukong wanted to give it another punch to kill the chicken thief. Fortunately, Chin stopped it in time. Stop! Wukong stopped his fist and was less than an inch away from the demon rat. The flaming fist blew over its head and singed part of its hair. The demon rat trembled and bent its head pitifully, as if to show its submission. As for Wukong, he frowned and looked at his master, as if wondering why he should let the demon rat live. Chin walked closer, saw the appearance of the demon rat clearly, and took a deep breath. This is not an ordinary demon rat. It's a treasure-hunting rat. Under the moonlight, the fur of this demon rat was shiny, and the most eye-catching thing was the end of its tail, which was shaped like a copper coin. There is a book of monsters in the 10,000 Beasts Sect that records that the monster rat has a copper coin tail, is timid, has slightly purple fur, and is a rare, medium-grade yellow-level monster species, the treasure-hunting rat. Even though its racial level is not high, in the eyes of chi refiners and even foundation-building monks, it is more valuable than the monsters of the Shin-level race. Not only are they rare in the world of cultivation, but each of them is born with a keen sense of treasure and can help cultivators find all kinds of precious natural treasures. Yes, if you raise a treasure-hunting rat, you may have a lot of wealth in the future. Wukong, Beiji, it looks like we're lucky today. The chicken-stealing rat turned into a treasure-hunting rat. Chin looked at the treasure-hunting rat in front of him, feeling a surge of surprise in his heart, and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Wukong and Beiji scratched their heads. They had never come into contact with treasure-hunting mice, so naturally they didn't know how valuable they were, but when they saw their owner happy, they also became happy. Chin squatted down and looked at the treasure-hunting rat carefully. The treasure-hunting mouse had slightly purple fur that shone with a faint luster and looked very cute. At this moment, he was trembling in front of Goku's fist, his eyes full of fear. Although its abilities are extremely rare, its combat strength is quite poor, probably about the same level as the sand-white pig. Otherwise, their numbers would not be so rare, because when they go looking for treasures, they often do not have the strength and end up losing their own lives, just like some monsters that stay in their nests, guarding spiritual herbs, and sometimes they may even encounter takeout delivered to their door. Tell me, you ate my 2 spirit chickens. What compensation should you give me? Chin smiled at the treasure-hunting rat. There was a threatening tone in that voice, and the treasure-hunting rat almost fell to his knees. Squeak, 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 it shouted quickly. Because there was no contract, Chin could not fully understand what it meant. Fortunately, Wukong and Beiji, as spiritual beasts, were able to understand it. It basically means, sir, I can find treasure, and I will repay you by finding treasure in the future. The treasure-hunting mouse raised its head and looked at Chin and with its black little eyes, looking pitiful. No need to wait any longer. Don't you want to eat the spirit chicken? As long as you become my 3rd pet, I will let you have a meal of this spiritual chicken every now and then. Chin stared at the wish on the treasure-hunting rat's head and smiled. The wish is naturally to eat a magical chicken. This magical chicken is not the most delicious one. I can also raise a magical chicken king and make a beggar's chicken. The taste is so good that even fairies will drool when they smell it. Under the temptation, the treasure-hunting mouse swallowed its saliva and licked its lips unwillingly. How about it? And once you become a pet, you won't have to live in fear anymore. You'll have a companion to protect you. In the future, I can also help you train and transform your abilities so that you too can become powerful and no longer fear wolves, tigers, and leopards. Chin continued to raise the stakes to make the treasure-hunting rat waver. Although he didn't know why there was a treasure-hunting rat under Ubi Peak, he couldn't let it go now that he had discovered it, so he planned to contract it to become his 3rd pet. Anyway, he has no other suitable choice now. If he finds a good pet in the future, he can release it. The treasure-hunting rat seemed to be persuaded after hearing Chin An's words. Finally, the treasure-hunting mouse made a decision, slowly came to him, squeaked a few times, and then lowered its head. It seems to be saying, I'm willing to be your pet. Seeing this, Qin showed a satisfied smile on his face. Very good, a wise choice. He reached out and gently stroked the treasure-hunting mouse's fur, feeling its soft touch. Then activate the beast taming technique and make a contract. Because the treasure-hunting rat was as powerful as the sand-white pig and did not resist, it successfully left a soul mark and became his third pet. Among the 9 forms of magical powers, the face of a treasure-hunting rat appeared. The third head, the first phase. The treasure-hunting mouse opened his eyes wide, as if he could feel the strength in his hands and feet increasing. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Beastmaster, is he so magical? It stood there in curiosity and surprise. There had been beastmasters who wanted to contract it before, but the ones who chased it were too ferocious, so it was scared and finally hid under Ubi Peak. It was not until today that it was given to Qin and at a low price. Welcome to join our big family. From now on, you'll be called Sanbao. Qin held the treasure-hunting mouse in his hands, feeling its soft fur and warm body temperature, and smiled. The treasure-hunting mouse nodded subconsciously and agreed, then rubbed his head gently against his hand to show his closeness. Wukong, Beiji, you must protect Sanbao well in the future. Is the weakest among you. Qin instructed. Wukong and Beiji nodded to show that they understood. Although they are not very effective at ordinary times, they are very reliable at critical moments. Next, Qin picked out a fat king chicken and made it into a roast chicken, and everyone had a delicious midnight snack. At the same time, Sanbao's first wish was also fulfilled. Complete the wish of a treasure-hunting mouse and gain 100 wishing points. White wishes, not many wishing points are awarded. But it doesn't matter, the treasure-hunting rat will find treasures for him in the future and will play a big role in the Sanyuan secret realm. Qin handed the 3 treasures to the care of Wukong and Beiji and then went back into the house to rest. He slept particularly soundly that night because his magical chickens would never be stolen again. Chapter 49. Promotion and Transplantation. 3 days later, Qin finally saved enough wish points to upgrade the skill of grafting. Now he can get nearly 7,000 wishing points a day, and if he is lucky, he can get up to 8,000. Finally, I was able to break through. Qin's mind moved, and he put the wishing point into the transplanting of flowers and trees. Soon, filled up broke through. Spell, Transplantation, Proficiency, 1/50,000. Remaining wish points, 9,330. At the same time, images emerged in his mind. These pictures are like a vivid tutorial, showing in detail the higher-level application of the spell of grafting. He was immersed in it, as if he were experiencing it all himself. In an instant, I mastered these and reached a proficient level. I see. It's a pity that my remaining wish points are not enough to push it to a minor level. It will take 50,000 wish points to reach mastery. No wonder it is ranked as an Earth-level spell. Qin sighed. If one could achieve a minor level of success, one could plant 3 magic flowers in the pet's body, each storing 30% of one's own magic power, which was equivalent to twice one's own magic power. For a cultivator of Qi training, using spells and taming beasts consumes a lot of energy and magical power. Therefore, there will often be situations where there is not enough mana. If this double the magic power were to occur in a fight, even a foundation-building cultivator would be dumbfounded. I can only save it until next time. If I want to achieve a small success, I'll have to spend at least 2 months' worth of wish points. Don't worry, my current level of proficiency in transplanting flowers and trees is enough. Anyway, Sanbao has no fighting power and does not need demonic power. Then we can transfer the demonic power to Wukong and Beiji through flower transplantation. It is equivalent to a Sanbao brand battery. Qin smiled, knowing full well how powerful this spell was. In order to ensure that they could cooperate skillfully in the Sanyuan secret realm 7 days later, he went to the back mountain and called Wukong, Beiji, and Sanbao to try training. Now, let me see how the art of flower transferring and wood transferring performs in actual combat. He pondered secretly in his mind, and then asked Wukong and Beiji to start their usual sparring. The 2 beasts soon began to fight. Because of the Kunlun power that Wukong practiced, his strength increased dramatically, but Beiji had not yet fully learned the bull demon Ijin Gong, so he could only be suppressed and beaten. Bang, bang, bang. Every punch from Wukong hits the flesh, and the damage from his flaming arms and Kunlun power is enough to shake Beiji's skin and flesh. Beiji slammed into it fiercely, and the black ink halo on his body controlled the flow of water, adding a water armor to himself. Reduced some of the damage. But its impact was obviously not very painful to Goku now. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong jumped up, grinning and laughing. This beating made Beiji feel more and more frustrated, and there was even more anger in his eyes. Transfer the demonic power to Beiji. When Shinen saw this, his mind moved, and immediately an invisible thread connected from him to Sanbao, and then to Beiji. Sanbao blinked, and suddenly his body trembled, and he felt that the demonic power in his body was drained away. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It let out a startled cry, then shook its head and almost fainted on the ground. At the same time, Beiji's demonic power increased sharply. The level of the 3 treasures is not high, only the 4th level of the first order, but the demonic power is much greater than that of ordinary monsters. Otherwise, it would not be able to find the treasure. This growth is almost 20% of that during Beiji's heyday. And it's a one-time upgrade. Beiji's eyes instantly became brighter, and his body emanated even more vigorous power. He roared and used all his demonic power to attack Wukong. This time, it was Wukong's turn to be surprised. As soon as the fire arm touched Beiji's body, he felt the rebound force that far exceeded the previous one. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The next second, Goku was flung away, cursing loudly in midair. It seems to be shouting, "You cheated!" Bang! Wukong crashed in a mountain wall behind him, splashing a lot of rubble, and walked out staggeringly, looking a little embarrassed. Beiji's power was already very strong, and with his demonic power increased by 20%, Wukong was caught off guard and was stunned. Okay, let's end it here. After Qin and measured the effect of grafting, he immediately called a halt. The 2 beasts walked together. One curled its lips, the other snorted, and it was obvious that neither of them was convinced. Hee. Beiji raised his butt, and his body gradually shrank into the shape of a sand-white pig and jumped in front of Sanbao. Obviously, it also knew what had happened just now. Sanbao's magical power was transferred to it by its master's magic, which enabled it to defeat Wukong. However, it can't be said to have won, it just had the advantage. Wait until it has mastered the bull demon Yi Jin Gong, and then see how that stinky monkey can defeat it. Wukong was staring at it from behind, and obviously saw through Beiji's little thoughts, but he still had a disdainful smile on his face. The other party is making progress, so why can't it make progress too? Now its use of Kunlun power has reached the level of proficiency. After achieving minor success in the next step, it will be able to more than double the explosive power of its attack. Could this stupid pig still withstand its punch? The effect of grafting is quite good. The conversion speed is several times faster than before, and the loss is less than 10%. It's just that Sanbao suffers. Qinen looked down at the listless Sanbao and laughed out loud, then used the art of grafting to transform his magic power into demonic power and added it to it. Soon, Sanbao climbed up, jumped up and down, and squeaked excitedly. Obviously, he was very curious about this feeling which he had never experienced before. I think it's very fun. You can't just play around. After eating the spirit chicken, you need to practice every day. Although your strength will only be SOSO no matter how much you practice, you will at least be able to run faster in the future. Qinen teased Sanbao, and then used the remaining 9,000 wishing points to exchange for some cultivation pills that the treasure-hunting rats could eat. Take one of these pills a day. Don't waste them. Sanbao hung the pills around his neck like Beiji and Wukong, and Gigi agreed. But once the little eyes rolled around, you might go eat the magical chicken soon. These days, it has been living a good life. It doesn't have to worry anymore. When it wants to eat the magical chicken, it just goes to its owner and acts cute, and then it gets the food. In the past, when it was outside, it had to hunt very carefully. Not only did it fail to hunt many times, it almost became the prey of other monsters. Those days were so hard, and now it is very glad that it found a good owner. After doing all this, Qinen went to the alchemy room in Diverting Peak, intending to sell some of the pills he had. When the elder of the alchemy room saw him coming, his face was full of smiles. It's Qinen. What kind of elixir are you selling this time? Hello, elder. This time I want to sell the chilling pills. Please see how many spirit stones this batch can be sold for. Qinen smiled and took out bottles of Qiling Dan and placed them on the table. The rows and rows of Qiling pills stunned the elder of the alchemy room. So many. Chapter 50, Invitation Again. The elder of the alchemy room looked at the densely packed Qi-Ling pills in front of him, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He has been buying and selling pills in the alchemy room for decades, but this is the first time he has seen someone stock up so many pills to sell together, and each one seems to be of good quality. Qi-Ning, did you make these spiritual awakening pills yourself? The alchemy room elder asked in disbelief, his voice trembling. Qi-Ning smiled and nodded and said, "Yes, elder, these are the products of my hard work during this period of time. As you know, I have made a breakthrough in alchemy recently, so the output has also increased a lot. Relying on the Qingxian alchemy furnace, his speed in refining Qi-Ling pills increased day by day, and the quality was also improving. Many of the Qi-Ling pills had pill patterns." Upon hearing this, the elder of the alchemy room could not help but be surprised again at Qin-An's talent for alchemy. He glanced at these pills. Naturally, some details can be seen. Some of them are slow to control the fire, and the pills are not round enough. They must be the earliest batches refined. The ones with Dan patterns on the back, and which are full, are the ones that were refined recently. It can be seen that Qin-An's progress in alchemy is rapid. "The young are truly to be feared," said the alchemy room elder with emotion. "Qin-An, your alchemy skills have probably reached a very high level. Some people are waiting to laugh at you when they hear that you're going to participate in the alchemy conference next year, thinking that you are a genius cultivator who raises pigs, but does not deserve the title and does not know how to make alchemy. Little do they know that their vision is just like looking at the world from a well. In just a few months, who would have thought that you would improve so quickly? The quality of these Qi-Ling pills is very good. I can give you a good price." After saying that, the elder in the alchemy room began to carefully count the number of spiritual awakening pills and calculate the number of spirit stones that should be given to Qi-Ning. "There are 300 bottles and 1,500 pills in total. I will give you 75,000 low-grade spirit stones. The extra parts are my reward to you." "Thank you, elder." Qin-An's face lit up with joy. You know, some of the Qi-Ling pills were in bad shapes and had slightly poor effects. Unexpectedly, the elder in the alchemy room directly gave him an average price of 50 yuan per pill of low-grade quality. Normally, only the Qi-Ling Dan with Danwen can be sold for so much. He made a lot of money from this. In fact, the elder of the alchemy room also makes money. The elixirs from Ubi Peak can be sold at a 10% higher price in the market. The more elixirs he has, the higher his income will be. Therefore, he hoped that Qin-An would continue to sell more pills to him, for fear that he would have to sell them himself next time, or sell them to other people. That's why the elder of the Danfeng gave Qin-An a reward this time to keep his heart. "Qin-An, this is your spirit stone." The elder of the alchemy room pushed a pile of spirit stones in front of Qin-An and said with a smile, "I hope that next time I can see more amazing pills. The more the better. Don't worry, elder. If there are any elixirs, I will give priority to selling them to you." Qin-An took the spirit stone and said with a smile. The elder of the alchemy room was very happy to get the promise, so he saw him off. After Qin-An left, the elder of the alchemy room suddenly moved his eyes and remembered something. "I remember that the last time the inner sect Elder Chen dueled, he opened a betting table against Qin-An. Will Elder Chen open a betting table for this alchemy conference?" He muttered, "I have to keep Qin-An's alchemy ability a secret for now. Who knows, I might be able to make some money. Even if Elder Chen doesn't want to start the gambling, I have to go find a few old friends and see if I can cheat him." He. As he thought about it, the elder of the alchemy room laughed out loud. He had a bad relationship with Elder Chen and suffered at the hands of Elder Chen when he was young, which was why he ended up being an elder in the Dan room at Diverting Peak. If I can use this to retaliate against Elder Chen and make some money, why not do it? There is no rush for this matter. The alchemy conference is still 2 months away. After Qin-An returns from the Sanyuan secret realm, I will think carefully about selling the pills. The elder of the alchemy room quickly lay down on the platform and narrowed his eyes. Since no one came to sell pills, he rested here. Time flies. After Qin-An left the alchemy room, he went to the pharmacy and bought some materials for the Qi-Ling pill. However, this time he reduced the quantity of materials to about 100 portions. He bought 200 sets of materials for another type of elixir, Tianbao Beast pill. In terms of price, the Qi-Ling pill would be more expensive than the Tianbao Beast pill, and he could make more money by refining the Qi-Ling pill, but he has not yet produced the pill pattern on the Tianbao Beast pill. The number of Qi-Ling Dan has increased recently, and with it there will be a wave of price adjustments. Next time you sell it, A dam pattern might only be worth 47 or 8 spirit stones. After all, the market is volatile, and 1,500 spirit awakening pills are enough for those chi refining disciples to digest for a long time. Even if we don't sell the Tianbao beast pill after refining it, it would be nice to keep it for the 3 treasures to eat. Chinan smiled, and he carried the materials back to Ubi Peak. Complete the daily routine of raising pigs and feeding chickens and ducks again. The accumulated spirit stones have reached 230,000. After 7 days, if you go to the Sanyuan secret realm, you could buy Ubi Peak from Elder Xie. He has no plans to spend these spirit stones for now. After all, his realm and the strength of his pet have caught up, and the Foundation Establishment pill is still a long way off, so there's no need to rush. It is better to own your own territory first, and then expand production and make money. Only when spirit stones produce spirit stones can he make money faster and faster. Junior sister Shan's information. Chinan took out the sound transmission talisman and found some messages, 1 or 2 of which were from his mastering Wenshu, telling him that he was about to go into seclusion for a period of time, and that the Sanyuan secret realm asked him to be careful and informed him of some of the monsters inside. And there were a few messages sent by Shan Rushue. At present, Shan Rushue is still helping him sell magical chickens and ducks, and she gets a lot of dividends. Her realm has now reached the 6th level of chi refining, and her strength has increased a lot. What she was asking about was also related to the Sanyuan secret realm. After all, she had invited Chinan last time, and now she wanted to invite him again. If she was the only one there, then Chinan would have no problem accepting it. But she attended with some sisters. Then there is no need for Chinan to join. Not to mention that men and women should not touch each other. It is easy to cause disagreements. He doesn't want to be a nanny and have to coax those female disciples. Brother, senior sister Lu Yingying has already reached the 9th level of chi refining, and her pets have also reached the 9th level of the 1st level and are about to establish their foundations. Their strength is definitely among the top 3 in this team. It is better for you to join us than to fight alone. After Chinan read the message, he sent his reply. Thank you, junior sister Shan. I'm used to being alone. Just follow me. You don't need to worry about me. After sending it, he tore off the sound transmission note, as usual. He had heard of Lu Yingying, who was one of the inner disciples who had become famous in the past few years. Because she was a female disciple, had outstanding looks, and was untainted by worldly things, she was known as the Iceberg Beauty, so she was quite popular in the sect. However, Chinan was not very interested in teaming up with such a female disciple. 9th level of chi refining, I am also at it. He muttered dully. Chapter 51. The secret realm of 3 elements opens. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, there is only 1 day left before the opening of the Sanyuan secret realm. Chinan feeds pigs, raises chickens, and harvests wish points as usual. At present, Wu Yukong's golden wish has not changed, and he is determined to destroy the mountain. The same goes for Beiji's golden wish. He can't wait to defeat Qian Xingye and humiliate him severely. The only thing that has changed is the 3 treasures. This treasure-hunting rat ate too many magical chickens, and its mouth seemed to have become picky. The previous white wish has changed little by little, and now a blue wish has been born. Name, treasure-hunting mouse. Current wish, to eat wolf tooth honey in the Sanyuan secret realm. Chinan stared at this wish for a long time and sighed. How did you come up with this wish? Sanbao stood in front of him, blinked his innocent big eyes, squeaked, and the coin-shaped tail behind his but wagged like a puppy. Seems full of expectations. Wolf tooth honey is a relatively rare resource in the Sanyuan secret realm. After consumption, it is not only beneficial to cultivation, but can also be added to many first-level elixirs to improve quality and taste. It is rare because wolf tooth bees are social monsters. They often act in groups of 100 and have a strong sense of territory. Once a person or monster invades their territory, they will attack in groups. Their tail stings are highly poisonous, and being stung by more than a dozen wolf-fang bees at the same time is difficult to endure even for a cultivator with a high level of cultivation. However, even so, the value of wolf tooth honey still attracts many monks. Every year, at least half of the chi refining disciples who enter the Sanyuan secret realm will go to test the waters. Just because it can improve the quality of elixirs, and one can make a lot of money by selling it to alchemists. And Sanbao knew about this honey because Chinan mentioned it inadvertently when he was refining the Tianbao beast pill some time ago, but failed to produce the pill pattern. Wanted to eat everything will only kill you. Do you know that? Qin mentioned the three treasures earnestly and said. Sanbao seemed to understand what Qin said and nodded his head vigorously, but he couldn't help pursing his lips. Very honest, the wish is still blue. Oh, forget it. Qin shook his head helplessly. Wolf-tooth honey is also useful to him, but whether he can get it depends on luck. If all the wolf-toothed bees gathered in the nest, he absolutely could not go there. No matter how strong he was, he could not withstand the siege of so many wolf-toothed bees. But if the other bee has gone out to collect honey and there is only one queen bee in the nest, then you might want to try it. As for the origin of wolf-tooth honey in the Sanyuan secret realm, it's never been a secret. After Qin thought about it, he went to the back mountain to see how Beiji's practice of the bull demon I Jing Gong was going. Has the bull demon I Jing Kung Fu still not been mastered? He looked at Beiji, who looked lost, and comforted him. It's okay. You will definitely learn it after a while. Current wish. Let Beiji learn Yo Mo I Jing Gong with a high probability of learning it, 90%. Through the wish system, we can see that the progress has reached 90%. The distance to entry is about to be reached. But Beiji didn't know. He just thought that he had eaten so many Qi-Ling pills, but still couldn't learn. This pig brain was too stupid. He was so frustrated that he couldn't even snort. You must have faith. You see, Wukong is still at the 7th level of the first stage, but you're already at the 8th level of the first stage, 1 level higher. You should know that Wukong was 3 or 4 levels higher than you at the beginning. But now Wukong is not depressed at all, and he practices and cultivates day by day. It's because its belief is strong enough that it believes it can become stronger. You have to learn it. At Qin An's comforting voice, Beiji raised his head with his eyes flashing. Yes, even though I, old pig, can't learn the bull demon's I Jing Gong yet, my level is higher than that stinky monkey. What are you afraid of? You still have time. You will learn it sooner or later. Just as it cheered itself up. In the distance, next to the rocks, Wukong's aura suddenly increased, and there seemed to be some kind of power surging around his body. Then his realm broke through. Qin was delighted when he saw this, and he quickly said to Beiji, "Look, this is the result of persistent practice." Beiji was stunned. It thought it still had the advantage, but this stinky monkey overtook it. No, it's not overtaking either. It and the opponent are now at the same level. Same starting line. This won't do. If I fall behind, I'll be the one getting beaten during the next sparring session. Fighting spirit also ignited in Beiji's eyes, and he secretly made up his mind to learn the bull demon's I Jing Gong and not lose to the opponent. Next to him, Sanbao raised his eyes and ate the apple in his hand, feeling that practicing was too tiring. There is no comfort better than eating and drinking. Thinking of this, it took a bite of the apple, and the sweet and sour taste made it feel happy. You should stop practicing here today and have a good rest at night. Tomorrow, the 3 Yuan secret realm will be opened. We need to conserve our energy to avoid a decline in strength after entering the secret realm. Qin was very pleased that Wukong was able to break through before the opening day. Wukong waved his hands, and the flames gradually went out. Then he jumped down from the mountains with great confidence and went to the small house at the foot of the front mountain. Beiji and Sanbao returned to Qin's interior. Sleeping in the interior. It still doesn't like staying in the interior. Qin smiled bitterly when he saw Wukong going away. Well, every monster has different habits. Maybe it doesn't like to stay in a closed space. I'll go and rest too. I won't make the elixir today. He walked away. The accumulated wishing points have reached 50,000 so far. It stands to reason that he could upgrade the art of grafting to the mastery level again, but he was still hesitating. After all, there's not much difference between mastery and proficiency, and only when you achieve a small level of success will there be a qualitative change. Therefore, it is better to save it a little longer and wait until you get to the Sanyuan secret realm to see the situation. Maybe there will be better options. The next day, the day when the Sanyuan secret realm is opened. This is the day that many cheer-refining disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Sect have been looking forward to. But there are actually not many disciples who can participate and dare to enter the secret realm. Because although the Sanyuan secret realm is full of opportunities, it is also accompanied by extremely high risks. Many disciples chose to give up because they were afraid of unknown dangers. Even if the opportunity is good, you have to be alive to enjoy it. Qin, the secret realm is not as safe as the sect. You must be careful after entering. It's only one day anyway, so let's put the pig farming aside for today. Elder Xie knew Qin's talent, but he was still a little worried. Qin smiled and said, "Thank you, Elder. I know my limits. If there is any danger, I will definitely crush the Jade Pendant and get out." Because of the continuous deaths in the Sanyuan secret realm in the past few years, the elders of the sect made a teleportation Jade Pendant. Whenever there is danger, or if you want to get out early, you can crush it and teleport out of the secret realm in about 3 breaths. However, this teleportation Jade Pendant is not 100% safe and reliable. It can be easily interrupted if interfered with within 3 breaths. Elder Xie nodded and said with a smile, "Okay, I'm still waiting for you to come and acquire Ubi Peak. I'll wait for your good news." Qin bowed and said goodbye, then went to the entrance of Sanyuan's secret realm. Chapter 52, Iceberg Beauty. The Sanyuan secret realm is located next to Dengxian Peak, the outer peak of the Wanshou sect. At this time, thousands of disciples had gathered at the foot of Dengxian Peak, and there were a dozen outer sect elders around to maintain order. Among these disciples, some are outer disciples and some are inner disciples. Among them, Ji Hui, who is the strongest, is an inner disciple. He had entered the Sanyuan secret realm 3 years ago, tasted the sweetness, and broke through to the 9th level of Qi refining. Now he has become a leader among the inner disciples. He has more than a dozen subordinates under his command, all of whom are good beastmasters among the outer disciples. In the past, I was someone else's follower, but now I have become a leader. Time flies by so fast. This time when we enter the secret realm, we have to go to the canyon we discovered last time to see what is hidden there. Ji Hui narrowed his eyes and thought to himself. 3 years ago, in order to avoid being hunted by monsters in the Sanyuan secret realm, he accidentally fell into a canyon and found some traces of concealing formations in it. He concluded that there must be something good in it. But unfortunately, these disciples can only stay in the Sanyuan secret realm for 1 day. When the time is up, you will be forcibly teleported out, even if you don't crush the teleportation Jade Pendant. This is also to protect the ecological environment within the Sanyuan secret realm, so as to prevent the disciples of the 10,000 Beasts Sect from picking too much or hunting too many monsters, which would lead to a large reduction in the resources inside. Only in this way can the Sanyuan secret realm be allowed to open once every 3 years and last until now, with an endless supply of spiritual herbs being discovered inside. Many of the inner disciples who entered this time are familiar faces. Even Huang Dei and Lu Yingying are here, as well as Senior Brother Puha, who created the Forest Explosion Earth Flow fighting style. But I don't have any vested interest with them. As long as they don't provoke me, I'm too lazy to contact them. Ji Hui glanced at each of the inner disciples, as if estimating their strength. He could be considered a first-level disciple in the inner sect, and the 3 pet beasts he trained had all reached the 8th level of the first rank. Together, they were as good as anyone else. As his eyes swept across, they suddenly stopped on a figure. This person looks unfamiliar. Oh, now I remember. Isn't this the pig-raising genius monk that was rumored some time ago? He didn't go to raise pigs, so why did he come to the Sanyuan secret realm to join in the fun? He really thinks this secret realm is a joke. No matter how good your talent is, if you haven't cultivated to the late stage of Qi refining, you won't get anything good even if you don't die after entering. Ji sneered. Even he had to take a dozen outer disciples as his subordinates to go in together, just to prevent being surrounded by other inner disciples. You know, the Sanyuan secret realm has not been peaceful in recent years, just like the dispute over the position of the true disciple that once caused a stir. If you want to eliminate your enemy, you should do it in the Sanyuan secret realm, which is a good place for killing and arson. However, there was no one around him. This is not courting death. If you enter the Sanyuan secret realm alone, even if you encounter good resources, they will be robbed. Ji Hui turned his head, too lazy to pay attention to the rumored pig-raising genius monk. In his opinion, this boy would never achieve anything great. If he entered the Sanyuan secret realm, he would most likely not meet the enemy and would be ambushed by the enemy and die there. Senior Brother. Shan Rushue also arrived at the scene and greeted Qin and from a distance with a smile. Qin looked up and nodded with a smile. There was another dazzling figure next to her. The woman had a picturesque face, with long, shiny black hair draped over her shoulders and falling to her waist. Her hair swayed gently in the breeze, emitting a faint luster. Her eyes looked at Qin, as calm and cold as the deep lake water. This person is Lu Yingying, who is known as the Iceberg Beauty. She has countless suitors in the sect. Just look at the smiling dogs following behind her to know how popular she is. But most of those lickers won't get even a single lick. Because Lu Yingying has never had any interest in the male cultivators in the sect, there has never been any news that she is looking for a Taoist partner. The last time an inner disciple put her pursuit into action, it seems that his leg was broken. In addition to Shan Ruxue, standing behind Lu Yingying were several female cultivators, all of whom were her sisters. Junior sister Shan is doing pretty well. I don't know how she got to know Lu Yingying. Qingnan smiled and nodded, then turned his head and stopped looking. Lu Yingying has a very high status among the inner disciples, while Shan Ruxue is only an outer disciple of Ubi Peak. She is still some distance away from reaching the inner gate, and there is hope only next year at least. But they just happen to become friends. Perhaps this is the magic of the relationship between female cultivators. Lu Yingying saw Qin and turned his head, frowned slightly, and asked, "Is that the senior brother Qin you mentioned?" Hearing this, Shan Ruxue smiled and said, "Yeah, senior brother Qin is amazing. The roasted chicken I made for you last time was the king of spirit chickens that senior brother Qin raised. Isn't it different in taste and especially tender?" Lu Yingying remained silent, then nodded slightly. "Yes. If you encounter him in trouble in the secret realm, you can give him a chance and rescue him." Hearing this, Shan Ruxue smiled happily and said, "Thank you, Sister Lu. Sister Lu is the best." Lu Yingying nodded again and didn't say anything more this time. The female cultivators behind curiously started gossiping with Shan Ruxue. As time passed, it was almost noon. I saw a fairy crane flying out from Ubi Peak with a foundation-building elder standing on it. The elders from the outer peak followed behind. Several elders from the inner sect. The opening of the Sanyuan secret realm is a major event for chi refining cultivators, so they are responsible for it. And that foundation-building elder was none other than the master of Ubi Peak, Lu. The duration of the opening of the Sanyuan secret realm this time is the same as it was 3 years ago, 1 day, and you'll be teleported out at noon the next day. In the secret realm, all yellow-level monsters are free to be hunted without restriction. You will also need to face their pursuit and hone the magic you have learned over the years. If you die, it means that your immortal path is just like this. In addition, the fee to enter the 3 Yuan secret realm is 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. After paying, you can get a 50 square meter pet bag, which you can put as many monsters as you want in it. As for the rest of the opportunities, it all depends on your own abilities. Lu glanced at everyone with a sharp gaze. Once you are ready, go forward to pay the fee, receive the pet bag, and enter the 3 Yuan secret realm. Upon hearing this, a disciple quickly went up to pay the spirit stones and received the teleportation jade pendant. Qin was still in the back of the line. When he looked over, he saw a familiar figure. Sure enough, he is here too. He smiled. That figure was Qian Xingye, the person Beiji had been thinking about. But this time, he was following behind Huang Dei, seemingly the other's follower. Sure enough, you're here too. Qian Xingye naturally also saw Qin, and a sneer appeared on his lips. He thought to himself, this Sanyuan secret realm is where you will be buried. Chapter 53, Iron-Scaled Earthworm. When the two met, there was no spark. Not even a hello. When enemies meet, they're extremely jealous of each other. Qian Xingye suppressed the hatred in his heart, then turned around and followed Huang Dei. Now he has broken through to the 7th level of Qi refining, and has recultivated 2 first-order 6th-level yellow-level monsters. After entering the secret realm, he will contract another first-order 7th-level monster with the help of senior brother Huang. Then will be the time for him to take revenge. As for Qin's strength, it has only been 3 months since the last duel. Even if his spiritual roots are cultivated at a fast speed, he estimates that he can only reach the 8th level of Qi refining. The Red Flame Monkey and the Sand-White Pig King were probably on par with his current pets. He sneered, full of confidence. Little did they know that the Red Flame Monkey had already evolved into the Blazing Fire Monkey, and the White Sand Pig King had also become the Armed Power Pig King. The information he knew was too outdated, but it was understandable. After all, Qin had been raising pigs in Ubi Peak and had never gone out to duel again. Even Shan Ruxue, who came to visit him occasionally, did not know Qin's full strength. Hey! There was a miscellaneous elder standing at the entrance of the secret realm collecting spirit stones. Let's go. Let's talk about it after we enter the secret realm. Chinan was just dealing with it casually. Don't forget our real goal. Huang Dei glanced at Chinan. His spiritual awareness moved slightly, and he transmitted a message to Qian Xingye. Qian Xingye nodded to show that he understood. There are 7 people in their team. This time, they entered the Sanyuan secret realm not only to kill Qin and obtain the transformation technique from the Sand White Pig King, but also to snatch the metamorphosis grass. That's right. The rumor they spread last time that there was mature metamorphosis grass in the Sanyuan secret realm was true. This first-grade, top-quality attracting spiritual herb can allow monsters below the yellow level to evolve once unconditionally. However, there's a peak first-level 100-foot-long red snake accompanying the metamorphosis grass. This is a Xian-level lower-grade monster that is about to reach the second level. Its strength is so strong that even if the 7 of them join forces, they will find it difficult to contend with it. So they spread the word and let everyone know the news in order to consume the power of the 100-foot red snake. In the end, they are the ones who are waiting for the aureole to come. After each person paid 10,000 low-grade spirit stones, they all entered the Sanyuan secret realm. The figure sank into the blue light circle in front and disappeared. After entering the secret realm, the location will be randomly teleported, but if a team goes in holding hands, they can arrive at the same location. This is also one of the benefits of teaming up. Brother, let's go in first. Shan Rushue smiled at Chinan, then took the hands of Lu Yingying and other sisters and entered the secret realm. Some of the other disciples were not in a hurry to go in, while others were scrambling to get in, fearing that if they were a step late, the scarce resources would be snatched away by others. Chinan followed the formation, and finally, it was his turn around the 300th person. Pay the fee, the errand elder said expressionlessly. Chinan took out 10,000 low-grade spirit stones from his storage bag, and then the errand elder handed him the teleportation jade pendant. In this place where many heroes from the inner and outer sects gathered, Qin and the genius pig-raising monk also attracted a lot of attention, but most people just glanced at him and stopped watching. Because he had only been a member of the 10,000 Beasts Sect for less than half a year, his fame was only caused by the last duel and the popularity of pig farming. Only by relying on real strength and making people respect him can he gain respect. This junior brother, you are really brave to go in alone. Ji Hui, with a smile on his face, led the team to grab a seat in the front row and said, "How about going in with my brother?" There was a playful smile in his eyes. Chinan frowned at this senior brother, who came to talk to him for no apparent reason and even tried to occupy the front row seat, and was too lazy to argue with him. "Brother, please go in first." "Haha, okay. Thank you very much, junior brother." Ji Hui led his men into the blue circle of light and disappeared in front of the crowd. Chinan then stepped in. A feeling of dizziness flashed through me. Next second, the surrounding scene suddenly changed. He appeared out of nowhere in a dense forest. He looked up and couldn't see the sun, only fake blue sky and white clouds. The Sanyuan secret realm is located in a special space, which was dismantled from a small world by the Wanshou sect hundreds of years ago. It has a huge area with dense forests, waterfalls, lakes, mountains, and swamps. The first-level monsters raised inside all have their own habits and territorial awareness, and are no less ferocious than the monsters outside. Wukong, Beiji. Chinan swept out his spiritual consciousness and immediately made a hand gesture to open his inner scene, summoning Wukong and Beiji who had been prepared long ago. Wukong appeared from the interior scene, and the moment he landed, he used his firearm to smash the ground in front of him. Bang! The next second, a huge earthworm rushed out from the ground. This earthworm has a bloody mouth on its head, and its body is covered with scales. You can tell at a glance that it is very powerful. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong laughed out loud, and his figure flashed and appeared in front of the earthworm, turning around and waving his flaming arms. As soon as I came out, I spotted you and wanted to launch a sneak attack. Watch the fight. This punch, combined with Kunlun's power, directly blew up the earthworm's head. The remaining body of the earthworm fell heavily to the ground, wriggling continuously. A first-order, 6th-level iron scale earthworm. Haha, it's really full of dangers. I encountered monster as soon as I came in. Chinan snorted coldly, then ordered Beiji to go up and crush it. Because the iron scale earthworm has the ability to regenerate. As long as the demon pill in its body is not damaged, it can slowly recover even if its head explodes, and then sneak underground to continue attacking. Beiji snorted, leaped up with his huge body, and immediately smashed onto the iron-scaled earthworm, crushing it completely. However, the splattered blood made Beiji shake his body in disgust, and only then did he use the black ink halo to clean it up. This demon pill should be able to sell for a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. Cheenan stepped forward and picked out a finger-sized black demon pill from the flesh and blood. The flesh and blood of the iron-scale earthworm are not of much use. Only the demon pill is worth some money. It can be ground into powder and used to fertilize the spiritual field. After putting away the demon pill, he scanned with his spiritual sense and summoned the 3 treasures only after he found no danger. As soon as Sanbao came out, it squeaked out of curiosity. If Cheenan hadn't stopped it, it would have almost run out to take a look. Stay by my side. There are many monsters in this secret realm that like to eat treasure-hunting rats. Cheenan scared it a bit, and Sanbao showed a frightened expression and shrank under his feet. Let's go. Sanbao, you have the ability to find treasures. Where's the nearest treasure to us? Hearing this, Sanbao lowered his head and sniffed the ground, as if he smelled some pleasant-smelling spiritual herb, and pointed in a direction to Cheenan. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Over there. Okay, let's go together. Cheenan leaped up and climbed onto Beiji's back, and Wukong also sat on him. Sanbao stood on Beiji's head and pointed in the direction. 2 beasts and 1 person do not seem crowded at all on Beiji's huge body. Beiji, with a simple and honest face, supported everyone and moved forward. It's like a spring outing. Chapter 54, Heading to the Treasure Valley. Cheen has a treasure map of the Sanyuan secret realm in his hand. But he didn't know which area of the Sanyuan secret realm he was in now, because there were too many mountains and the area was too large, so he had to find a suitable reference. Before that, he followed Sanbao's treasure hunting route. Time was tight, so the noise they made while hurrying along the way was a little loud. Smash it, Goku! With Cheen's loud shout, the Blackwood monster blocking the way ahead was smashed to pieces by Wukong's firearm. Beiji stepped on the broken body with his hooves and headed towards a mountainside. This first-order, second-level monster could barely defeat Sanbao, but it ignored the other 2 beasts and crushed them directly. It seems that the spiritual herbs guarding the front are not very attractive. Cheenan murmured, "It is a well-known truth that the better and higher the level of the spiritual herb, the more powerful the monster that accompanies and protects it will be." Upon hearing this, Sanbao played with his little paws in grievance. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Master, you said you wanted the nearest treasure. I didn't say I wanted the best treasure. I can only smell it here, Mouse. If it is given enough time to identify, it should be able to tell whether the treasure is good or bad. However, there are too many things in the Sanyuan secret realm, and you can find a spiritual herb anywhere on the roadside, so Sanbao has to work very hard to smell it. Okay. I don't mean to blame you. I'll see what type of spiritual herb it is. If it's useless, I'll give it to you to eat, Cheenan said with a smile. When Sanbao heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. When it came to food, he was no longer sleepy. So when can we get the wolf tooth honey? As if seeing through its thoughts, Cheenan tapped its head. Don't just think about eating it. Whether you can get wolf tooth honey depends on luck. Sanbao covered his head, pouted, and nodded. But drool still flowed from the corners of his mouth. Rat, I really want to have a bite. Arrive. Cheenan looked around and saw that all the monsters in the surrounding plants and trees had been destroyed by Wukong. The demon pills they produced were very small, as big as a fingernail, and could only be used to fertilize spiritual fields. And on an open grassland ahead, a magical herb emitting a faint glow was swaying. Its leaves are a strange blue color, and any monster that approaches will feel peaceful. Is this blue heart grass? Cheenan was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this spiritual herb was actually quite good. Although the blue heartgrass is only a first-grade, mid-quality spiritual herb, it is a very good auxiliary spiritual herb for cultivators who practice water-based techniques. For example, using it to practice water arrows can at least increase the power of water arrows by 30% to 50%. Not bad. This is worth about 100 low-grade spirit stones. Cheenan smiled and praised Sanbao. Sanbao smiled happily, then went up to dig the grass and stuffed it into his mouth. But he stopped it in time. You can't eat this spiritual herb directly. If you don't practice water magic, you'll get diarrhea if you eat it. I'll give you a Tianbao beast pill as a reward. Qin gave Sanbao a Tianbao beast pill. Sanbao immediately picked it up and started biting it with his front teeth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. So delicious. Soon, Qin put away the blue heart grass and took them to the top of the mountain to see the surrounding environment clearly. That red hill is probably the place described in the treasure map. There's a ravine down there, right across from the sign. Finally, we have determined the location. With Beiji's speed, we can reach this distance within an hour. Beiji, let's go. When Beiji heard his call, he immediately became energetic and carried them towards the canyon. On the way, they also met an outer disciple, but the other party was hanging on a tree. His face was pale, and he was no longer alive. There was a huge chameleon monster licking him next to him. Is anyone dead? Looks like he was unlucky and fell into a trap. Qin's eyes became fierce when he saw this scene. This chameleon monster is called Huan Qin Lizard. It can disguise itself as a tree or other weak monster by changing color. When a person approaches, it will immediately pierce the opponent's heart with its tongue and hang it on a tree to slowly eat it. The other party's realm is not very high either, only the 7th level of the First Order. Seeing Qin, and others approaching, Huan Qin Lizard hid himself, but was still discovered by Sanbao's sense of smell. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sanbao pointed in a direction in panic. Goku! Qin shouted loudly. Wukong swung his arms, jumped down, and used a flaming charge to not give Huan Qin Lizard any chance to react. Bang! The firearm flashed with a blazing light. All the trees in front were burned to ashes. Huan Qin Lizard obviously didn't expect that his disguise would be seen through. He was directly hit by Wukong and fell to the ground behind him. He spit out 3 mouthfuls of blood and tried to change color again to hide himself. Vine entanglement technique. But Qin pinched his fingers and cast a spell, and vines quickly grew out of the ground and bounded. The next second, Wukong got close again. Bang, bang, bang. After several punches, the ground was char-black. The Huan Qin Lizard screamed without any ability to resist and stopped moving after struggling for a few times. Seeing this, Qin asked Wukong to find the demon pill in the disciple's body, while he released a fireball technique, burning the outer disciple to ashes, which was also considered as collecting his body. Keep going. The rest of the road was relatively calm. He did not encounter any particularly strong monsters, and the weak monsters were scared away by Beiji's running momentum. An hour later, they arrived at the canyon. In the canyon, the cliffs are as sharp as a knife and the wind is howling, bringing a biting chill. There was no grass growing inside, and it was foggy and humid. When Sanbao saw the canyon, he immediately smelled the scent of good stuff. He squeaked excitedly and circled around Beiji anxiously. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It clearly smelled it, but why was the location so vague? It seems like something is blocking the smell. Qin saw this, touched its little head, and said with a smile, "There's probably a formation inside, so you can't find the exact location, but it doesn't matter, we have a map." He took out the treasure map, which had clear instructions on how to enter the secret treasure room in the canyon. According to the description on the map, this formation mechanism is located on a cliff deep in the canyon. Just find a hidden small stone and push it in to open the stone door. Wukong, you search along this position, and I'll search on the other side. Qin gave the order and acted quickly. Upon hearing this, Wukong immediately jumped onto the cliff and began to search carefully. Beiji stood at the entrance of the canyon, observing his surroundings vigilantly, ready to deal with any possible danger at any time. About 1 stick of incense later, Wukong suddenly let out a low growl. Qin immediately looked up and saw Wukong pointing at a hidden corner on the cliff. He hurried over and took a closer look. Sure enough, a small movable stone was found in the crevice of the cliff. As he pushed hard, crack, a stone door opened on the cliff. Chapter 55, The Foundation Building Method of the Heavenly Dao Lingtai. It's open. Qin was delighted and immediately called Wukong, Beiji, and Sanbao. Behind the door was a deep passage. The stone walls on both sides were inlaid with faint fluorescent stones, emitting a soft light, illuminating the way forward. But there might be danger inside. After all, the treasure map does not say it is absolutely safe. Therefore, Qin ordered Beiji to be cautious. Beiji, you go ahead, and Wukong, you protect the 3 treasures. Hehe. Beiji knew that it was time for him to show his abilities. as the most tough and robust pet in the team. Even if a peak first-level monster suddenly appeared, it would not be able to kill it instantly. As long as it can withstand the damage, the stinky monkey behind it can take action. So, Beiji took a step forward and entered the passage first. The huge body made the passage seem a bit crowded, but fortunately, it was still possible to get in. Wukong followed closely behind, followed by Sanbao and Chinan. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After walking for a distance, Sanbao seemed to smell something good and shouted in surprise. Ahead, at the end of the passage, a strong spiritual energy floated over. Even before he got close, Chinan could feel refreshed, and his expression was shocked. This treasure. Let's go and take a look. Beiji walked out of the passage without encountering any danger. This is a cave with a wide open space. The ceiling of the cave is inlaid with many spiritual stones that were born from this rich spiritual energy. In the center of the cave, there is an ancient large tripod, and in front of the tripod, there is a reservoir. The pool is filled with milky white liquid, and on top of it are stalactites that have been accumulating for a long time, dripping drops of liquid. And the rich spiritual energy before was emanating from this pool. This is the Millennium Spirit Lotion. When Chinan saw the lotion, he immediately recognized what it was. The Millennium Spirit Lotion is formed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth condensed over thousands of years under a special environment. It contains pure and vast spiritual energy, and its effect is better than spiritual stones. In addition to assisting in cultivation, it can also improve physical fitness, enhance potential, and even allow a person to be reborn and change their marrow. I didn't expect that the treasure hidden in this treasure map is this. This pool of Millennium Spirit Emulsion is probably enough for one to cultivate to the middle stage of foundation building. It's worth as much as 1,000,000 low-grade spirit stones. An irrepressible excitement welled up in his heart. Before, he was worried about the hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones in Ubi Mountain, but he didn't expect to come across the Millennium Spirit Lotion worth millions in the blink of an eye. Moreover, this thing is extremely rare in the market, and basically no cultivator in the chi refining stage would take it out for trading. Therefore, the supply is in short supply in the market, and anyone who takes out a little can buy it up without worrying about not being able to sell it. Chinan turned and looked at Wukong, Beiji, and Sanbao. I found that they were also attracted by the 1,000-year-old spiritual lotion, and drool was flowing from the corners of their mouths. As long as they drink a few sips, maybe they can break through to the first level and improve their physical condition, so they instinctively desire it. Put it away first, and I'll give you some to drink after we get out, Chinan said, and the three beasts nodded. Then he took out dozens of jade bottles and cast a spell to pack up the pool of 1,000-year-old spiritual lotion. This pool is about 5 square meters. When the last drop of the Millennium Spirit Lotion was put into the jade bottle, he breathed a long sigh of relief, and a satisfied smile appeared on his face. Okay, let's go see what kind of treasure that big tripod is. Chinan looked towards the large cauldron in the center of the cave and walked towards it. Although I did not feel any fluctuations of the magic weapon from this big cauldron, but since it can coexist here with the Millennium Spear Emulsion, it must be an extraordinary thing. He walked up to it and observed the big cauldron. There were intricate patterns carved on the surface of the cauldron and sacrificial texts engraved inside that seemed to be used for sacrificial ceremonies. I don't understand. What does it mean? These sacrificial texts are not contemporary writings. This made Chinan confused. Could it be an ancient artifact from thousands or even tens of thousands of years ago? You should know that the current unified writing system in the world of immortal cultivation has been used for a long time, but none of them can match these sacrificial texts. If you want to understand the meaning of these sacrificial texts, you probably have to find an archaeologist to translate them, but that would expose the secret to others. Try translating it using the wish system. Chinan's heart suddenly moved, and then he made a wish. Current wish, to understand the meaning of the sacrificial text on the cauldron in front of you. Required wishing points 200,000. When he saw the wish spot on the wish list with a price of 200,000, he was stunned. No, what on earth is this thing that costs 200,000 wish points just to understand its meaning? Even if I teach Beiji the Bull Demony Jing Gong, there won't be that many. He was surprised in his heart, but he soon realized that there must be a shocking secret in the sacrificial text on the big tripod. So, he began to change his mind. Current wish. The general direction represented by the Ding sacrifice text required wishing points 10,000. Just a wish to know what the sacrificial text is and how it can help him. One needs to spend 10,000 wishing points. Although 10,000 wishing points are a lot, at least I won't feel too bad about it. What if he spent $200,000 and got a secret that was useless to him? Wouldn't he be at a huge loss? So we still need to find out what this secret is about. So Qin and spent 10,000 wishing points. In an instant, a divine light flashed in his eyes, as if he confirmed the direction indicated by the sacrificial text. Is this a foundation-building method? It has been passed down to practitioners in ancient times. This practice method can build the foundation of the heavenly Tao spiritual platform. Each level of the spiritual platform is a level of heaven. The foundation establishment stage is a relatively special realm among practitioners, unlike the Qi refining stage, which can be broken through directly. Instead, one needs to transform the magic power in the body into spiritual liquid, and then use the spiritual liquid to create a spiritual platform within the Dantian. Some people use water methods to build spirit platforms, so after the foundation is established, the power of water-based skills will be increased. Some people use wooden methods to cast spiritual platforms, so after laying the foundation, they will be closer to nature and live longer. The various foundation-building methods produce different spiritual platforms, and their ultimate impacts on cultivators are also different. The Heavenly Tao spiritual platform means that after this spirit platform is cast, it can be adapted to all martial arts. No matter you're performing fire magic or water magic, you can gain the favor of Heavenly Tao and thus enhance your power. After forging this spiritual platform, the strength will be far beyond that of the same level, and the magic power will be so huge that the first level of foundation building can be comparable to the third level of foundation building. It is conceivable that its power lies in the fact that it is a foundation-building method that was almost created for the purpose of fighting against opponents of higher levels. However, the conditions for achieving this foundation-building method are extremely harsh, and success cannot be achieved with just one foundation-building pill. Qin cannot see the follow-up for now unless he continues to pay 200,000 wish points. But this news was enough to make him excited. This is a priceless treasure. It's even rarer than those magical powers. It's probably an ancient method left behind by the former owner of this Sanyuan secret realm. Hide it first, and never let anyone else know about this. Otherwise, it might bring disaster upon you. He immediately put the cauldron into his storage bag. This is a foundation-building method that is not even included in the Wansho sect. Chapter 56. Each one depends on his own ability. Qin carefully put the big tripod into his storage bag. He was very eager for the Tiandao Lingtai foundation-building method. If he could successfully build the foundation with it in the future, he would have magical powers far exceeding those of his peers, and he would also become stronger in taming beasts. After gathering all the wishing points, first obtain the Heavenly Tao Spiritual Platform Foundation building method. He is now at the 9th level of Qi refining and is almost at the peak of Qi refining, so he must plan the direction of foundation building in advance. Thanks to the Millennium Spiritual Emulsion, the consumption of spiritual stones can be greatly reduced, and maybe I can build the foundation next year. Let's go. There are no other treasures here. Qin whispered, then left the cave and returned along the same path. As soon as he walked out of the stone gate, he immediately felt something was wrong. Divine awareness warning. Wukong. Beiji. The next second, thin and sharp spider silk pierced from the stone wall. After receiving the reminder, Wukong's whole body was immediately covered with flames. He jumped up and launched a flaming arm. Fierce flames rushed out of the stone gate and burned all the spider silk. Then it flipped and landed on the grass in front. It looked at a dark spider lying on the stone wall and roared angrily. It's not a monster, it's someone else's pet. Qin and others also rushed out of the stone gate and saw that the dark spider did not continue to attack, but retreated instead. They immediately realized that this spider had an owner. He looked at the other side of the canyon, and sure enough, his spiritual sense discovered 3 figures hidden there. Junior brother Qin is really good at this. Brother, I lured the monsters away from the canyon and worked hard to destroy them outside, but you sneaked into the treasure land inside. Aha, what a loss. How on earth do you know the secret of this place? Well, never mind. No matter what you get from it, you have to stay here today, including your life. The person who came was Ji Hui, whom he had met before in the Sanyuan Secret Realm Square. At this moment, He was sharp and staring at Qin and with a sinister expression. The reason why Qin was able to enter the canyon smoothly and not encounter any monsters was because he lured the monsters inside out and encircled and killed them. Now that he saw Qin and had stolen his opportunity, he naturally hated him to the core and was extremely angry. Brother G, treasures are for those who are destined to obtain them. Everyone has their own chances in the 3 Yuan secret realm. If you want to go against me, then I will have no choice but to ignore the friendship between us fellow disciples. Qin narrowed his eyes. The opponent's attack, just now, was obviously a test. As an old disciple of the inner sect, Ji Hui must have more than one pet beast under his command, the Dark Spider. In addition, the other party also has 2 outer sect disciples to help him, so the situation is not favorable for him. It would be best if you could persuade the other party to back off verbally. However, he also knew that in the face of opportunities, the probability of being persuaded to give up was almost 0. Every cultivator either advanced by stepping on piles of bones or had to swim against the current in various life and death battles. Therefore, he made up his mind and asked Beiji and Wukong to be ready to break out at any time and put the 3 treasures into the inner scene. He doing something wrong? You are worthy enough to go against me? You are just a new disciple who has just entered the sect. Do you really think you can snatch the opportunity from me? Soul-chasing dogs, go ahead. You will not survive today. Ji Hui pointed at Qin and angrily and summoned a black-haired hound from his inner world. As soon as the soul-chasing dog landed on the ground, its figure seemed to turn into an invisible cold wind. The speed was so fast that even Goku had trouble keeping up. Let's go, break out to the right. Qin shouted loudly, made hand gestures to predict the trajectory of the soul-hunting dog, and performed the vine entanglement technique and a fireball technique. I saw a large number of vines pouring out from behind him, and at the same time, the fireball ignited the vines and burned. Boom! The fireball exploded instantly after it had fuel. The figure of the soul-chasing dog was blown out, but it didn't hurt it, it just prevented it from getting any closer. Keep chasing him. You too. Surround him from that side and don't let him get away. Otherwise, don't blame me for not respecting our past friendship. Ji Hui shouted with red eyes. Yes, Senior Brother Ji, just leave it to us. The 2 outer disciples behind him were startled and immediately summoned their 2 pets to encircle Qin and from the outside. Ji Hui summoned a black leopard again, and together with the soul-chasing dog, he chased from behind. On the other hand, he ordered the Dark Spider to guard the entrance of the canyon and set up a dragnet to absolutely not let Qin escape. We're in trouble. Qin frowned as he was surrounded by enemies from all sides. The pets of the 2 outer disciples were nothing special. They were only at level 1, level 6, or 7. The key lies in Ji Hui's pet. Both the soul-hunting dog and the black leopard are at the 9th level of the First Order, and the Dark Spider is at the 8th level of the First Order. They are all relatively difficult pets to deal with. Seeing this, Qin hesitated for a moment, knowing that there was no escape and he could only fight. Otherwise, even if you run to the entrance of the canyon, you will be restricted by the web laid by the Dark Spiders. By then, the situation will be even more unfavorable for him. Wukong, deal with the Soul Chaser first. Beiji, use the black ink aura to create a water vortex to limit its speed. He gave the order. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong responded immediately, shouting with excitement on his face, his whole body burning with flames, and rushed towards the soul-hunting hound first. He used the flame charge to instantly close the distance and pounced in front of the opponent. As a fire monkey, it has a naturally fierce personality and is eager to fight, especially fighting with monsters stronger than itself, which makes it feel even more comfortable in its heart. But it was really frustrating to practice with Beiji on a daily basis, because when its fists hit Beiji, it felt like hitting a sandbag. There was no feeling. Only this kind of mortal enemy can inspire its will to fight. Roar! Watch the fight. With this punch, Goku used the speed of flame charge and the enhancement of Kunlun power, so that before it hit the soul-hunting dog, the air around it began to fluctuate and burn. The soul-chasing dog was horrified and felt a deadly threat. The other party's realm seems to be lower than its. Why is this power so terrifying? In a flash, it cast the spell Shadow Swap and swapped it with its own shadow. Bang! The next second, the fist hit it in front of it. The splashing flames burned its tail, and a big hole was directly created on the ground. with broken soil scattering everywhere. Faced with the sudden change of position of the soul-hunting hound, Goku's expression changed slightly, but he reacted quickly. He shook his body and quickly raised his fist in midair, and then punched again. At this time, the black leopard that was following behind rushed out, waved its sharp claws, and 3 black shadow claws swept over. This left Wukong with no choice but to punch the 3 black shadow claws. Bang, bang, bang. In midair, the flames and the black shadow claw wind collided and fought on equal terms. Hoo-hoo-hoo. The surrounding water was controlled by Beiji's black ink halo, forming a whirlpool. Beiji looked at the black leopard and the soul-chasing dog and snorted. The water whirlpool enveloped both beasts. Chapter 57. We still have a chance of winning. The moment the water whirlpool formed, both the black leopard and the soul-chasing dog seemed a little panicked. Because this vortex not only limits their speed, but also makes it difficult for them to stabilize their bodies. Woof, woof, woof. The soul hound growled, trying to escape the water whirlpool by changing its shadow. However, Beiji was well prepared. The power of the water whirlpool increased instantly, tightly wrapping the 4 legs of the soul-hunting dog. Every time it jumped up, it would be pulled back by the powerful suction force. Seeing this, the black leopard also tried to break free from the whirlpool. But its sharp claws could hardly exert their power in the water whirlpool, and it could only roar angrily. Ouch! Not good. When Ji Hui saw that his 2 beasts were trapped, his expression changed instantly, and he immediately made hand gestures to cast a spell. However, Qin had already been keeping a close eye on his movements. Fireball. A fireball rolled over, forcing Ji Hui to dodge and unable to perform his attack successfully. At this time, Qin shouted, "Deal with the soul-chasing dog first." Upon hearing this, Wukong expressed that he understood. However, the opponent is in a water vortex at this time, and its firepower will be suppressed. But the difference between Goku and the soul-hunting hound is that after losing its fire, it still has powerful physical skills to replace it. This is the result of its previous training. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong laughed loudly, and in a flash he appeared in front of the soul-hunting dog and punched it with terrible wind pressure. Kunlun power superimposed on pictographic fist greatly increases the destructive power. This punch directly broke one of the soul-hunting hound's legs. It tried to resist, but was beaten back repeatedly under Goku's fierce attack. Soon its second front leg was also broken. The soul hound let out a whimpering cry. It should have been the fastest, but after being restrained by Beiji, it became a sandbag under Wukong's fist. Under normal circumstances, Goku wouldn't be able to touch it with his speed. This made the soul-hunting dog extremely sad and angry. Seeing this, the black leopard rushed over from the side and knocked the soul-chasing dog out of the water whirlpool. He stayed behind to fight against Wukong, his claws cutting through the air at an extremely fast speed, leaving behind a few blood marks on Wukong's body. The black leopard is already very fast and strong, and he wants to take this opportunity to suppress Wukong in one fell swoop. But its moves were too weak in Wukong's eyes. If it weren't for the bonus of the Claw Shadow spell, it could be broken with just one punch. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong let out a sharp cry, as if mocking the black leopard's chaotic attack. It suddenly accelerated, dodged the black leopard's claw, then turned around quickly and punched the black leopard's side. Although the black leopard reacted quickly, it was still hit by Wukong's punch, and a large amount of blood spurted out of its mouth. It didn't expect that this fire monkey had such powerful strength and speed without the blessing of fire. This injury makes the situation even worse. It can only rely on its slight advantage in realm to hold its head and resist, try to reduce the damage, and then wait for its master to rescue. Hateful! I underestimated you. Ji Hui shouted loudly, and finally seized the opportunity to cast a spell. Blast! The next second, a strong wind blew, and a long dragon made of wind fell down, shattering the water whirlpool and forcing Wukong to hide far away. Under Ji Hui's control, the strong wind was like a dragon emerging from the sea, chasing towards Wukong. The wind blades kept spinning, and if you were caught up, you would be minced into pieces. But Beiji behind him dug his hooves into the ground, and with his strength, he suddenly raised a cloud of dust, and a large piece of rubble fell into the wind. The force and the broken stones broke through the gale, giving Wukong a chance to catch his breath. "Kill that pig," Ji Hui shouted with a gloomy face. The pets of the other two outer disciples finally surrounded him from the outside and attacked Beiji together. Faced with the sudden three-sided attack, Beiji seemed fearless. It shook its body vigorously to shake off the dust on its body, and at the same time let out a deafening roar, shocking the pets around it. "Oomph. Do you think you can defeat me, old pig, with just a few of you? Don't you know I'm very fleshy?" Although it has not cultivated the bull demon Yi Jin Gong, it has already mastered some of its techniques. Therefore, its body has become very strong during this period of time, coupled with its huge body and terrifying blood and energy. There are very few people of the same level who can beat it. The electric arcs and silver wind released by the outer disciples Electric Rabbit and Silver Feather Horse swept over Beiji. Only a little bit of charred skin and bloodstains were left. That's it. Beiji looked at the Electric Rabbit and Silver Feather Horse that were besieging him with contempt, his eyes full of disdain. This attack is just like tickling, not even as good as a punch from that stinky monkey. The outer disciple looked shocked. How was that possible? How come his pig's skin and flesh are tougher than an iron rhino? He and his pets are not as advanced as Chenin, but he does not dare to underestimate the strength of the inner disciples. But he is an elite disciple in the outer sect, after all, and he can't even inflict any damage. And during this time, when he was stunned, Beiji's huge body ran up and directly knocked the Electric Rabbit and the Silver-Feathered Horse away. The two beasts flew at least several hundred meters away and were dying when they fell. Electric Rabbit, Silver-Feathered Colt. The outer disciple gnashed his teeth in anger when he saw his pet being defeated so easily, and then quickly cast a spell to throw fireballs at Beiji. But his attack is also pitifully weak. When another outer disciple saw this scene, his face turned pale, and he didn't dare to let his pet get close to Beiji. Is this the gap between the inner disciples and us? One pet beast can suppress several of us. The pets they carefully trained turn out to be so vulnerable. This caused the outer disciples to collapse internally. "Senior Brother Ji, what should we do?" He anxiously asked Ji Hui for help. Ji Hui's face was also gloomy at this time. He didn't expect that Qin and his pets were so powerful. Especially the pig. Its indestructible body was very difficult for even him to deal with. Half of his soul-chasing dog's strength was wasted, and the black leopard he rescued was also seriously injured. Only the dark spider, guarding the entrance of the canyon, was intact. But the dark spider has no attributes that can restrain the opponent, unless it can poison the opponent. "Don't panic yet." Ji Hui pretended to be calm and said, "We have more people, and the other side has only one man and two beasts. With their magic power and demonic power, they can't sustain such a strong attack. As long as we spend some time, we can find the flaw. You use spells and pets to attack outside and cover my black leopard. I will call on the dark spiders to set up a dragnet. Consume them slowly, poison them, and exhaust them to death." As he spoke, Ji Hui began to redeploy his tactics. Upon hearing this, the two outer disciples calmed down and stared at Qin and in front of them, and the powerful fire monkey and arm-strength pig king. He thought to himself, yes, their demonic power and magic power can't hold out that long. We still have a chance of winning. Chapter 58, Why So Strong? Although I don't know why they seem to have turned from an advantage to a disadvantage. But Ji Hui believed that with his own strength and that of his men, he would be able to pin the opponent to death in the canyon. If a monk who raises pigs could defeat them, then all his time of practice would mean he has become a dog. Dark Spider, extremely poisonous arrow. Ji Hui gave an order. Lying at the entrance of the canyon, the dark spider that had already laid a spider web lowered its body. Its 8 eyes all looked at Chenin, and then opened its mouth to spit out poisonous arrows. The power of this poison arrow may not be particularly great, but can paralyze the person who is hit, making his movements slow down until he falls down and dies. Even if you dodge it and fall to the ground, the toxin will evaporate, make the air become paralyzing and toxic. Beiji, Qin-en's expression changed slightly, and he shouted as he retreated violently. Upon seeing this, Beiji rushed forward and used the black ink halo to condense a layer of water armor on his skin. When these extremely poisonous arrows hit the water armor, a burning sound was heard. That was the toxin trying to infect the water armor, controlled by Beiji. Snort! But Beiji was very clever. He turned the water armor over and wrapped all the poisonous arrows together to form a huge water ball. He then pushed the water ball towards the dark spider with his head. Bang! The dark spider dodged in time, and the water ball hit the canyon wall behind it. This resulted in a pit full of green corrosion on the canyon wall. I want to see how long you can hold on. Dark spider, keep attacking. Ji Hui shouted loudly, and at the same time coordinated with his 2 outer disciples and 2 other pets to launch long-range attacks. All of a sudden, all kinds of water arrows and lightning attacked Qinen. However, they were all blocked by Beiji, and the rest were burned to ashes by Wukong's flaming arm punch. But such continuous consumption is definitely not acceptable, because the enemies are more numerous. Wukong, defeat those 2 outer disciples and their pets first. Beiji, cooperate with me. Stand aside and block some attacks for Wukong. Qinen shouted with sharp eyes. Then he made a hand gesture and released a vine entanglement technique to attack the 2 outer disciples. At the same time, he was always ready to use the art of grafting to increase Wukong's demonic power and quickly defeat a group of enemies. Otherwise, no matter how much magic power they have, they will not be able to withstand the siege of so many people. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong expressed that he understood, and with a flash of his body, he rushed towards the 2 outer disciples and their pets like a ray of fire. The flames emanating from his body burned the grass, turning it into a line of fire. The fighting spirit flashing in his eyes was extremely intense. The 2 outer disciples' faces changed drastically when they saw this. They had not expected the fiery monkey to be so fast. They could only hurriedly command their pets to defend, but it was obvious that they were already in a state of panic. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong let out a sharp cry, but did not give them a chance to breathe. He seized the opportunity, jumped up, and punched the black wind wolf, the pet of one of the outer disciples. The black wind wolf opened its mouth and spit out wind blades, trying to retreat and avoid it. But its realm is only the 6th level of the first stage, which is 2 levels lower than Wukong, and its reaction speed is not as fast as Wukong. So this avoidance immediately revealed a flaw. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Goku first broke the wind blade with a punch, then turned around and flashed like fire, using flame charge to close the distance. The fist burst into flames. Watch the fight. Bang! This is the firearm superimposed on the snake punch. The speed increased again, as fast as lightning. The black wind wolf was hit directly on the head. The terrible flames instantly engulfed its entire body, and then it flew up violently. Bang, bang, bang! After a series of explosions, the black wind wolf fell to the ground, reduced to rags. Black wind wolf! The outer disciple shouted in pain, but as soon as he took a step, he was trapped by Qin An's vine entanglement technique. Black leopard! At this time, Ji Hui hurriedly called his black leopard for help. But how could Beiji, who was following closely behind, let them interfere with Wukong? Snort! With a snort, Beiji's black ink halo started to circulate again, forming a water vortex, which scared the black leopard so much that it stopped moving and missed the opportunity to provide support. The attacks from the other outer disciple and the pet were all blocked by Beiji's body. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong laughed and then punched the trapped outer disciple. No, senior brother Qin, I was wrong. Please spare my life. At the critical moment of life and death, the outer disciple had a mental breakdown and shouted for mercy. But Qin did not respond, so Wukong did not hold back. Puff! The punch hit the outer sect disciple, creating a bloody hole and causing fire to burn in his abdomen and chest. Severe pain swept through his body, and he let out a shrill scream. If it was Qin and who was at a disadvantage, would the other party spare his life if he begged for mercy? Impossible. They would only kill themselves and then loot the treasures obtained from a cave. Wukong and Beiji might even be skinned and dismembered to be used as materials for refining weapons. When you become my enemy, you should have thought about the consequences, Qin said with a cold look. Soon, the outer disciple's head dropped and his aura dissipated. Even though a chi cultivator's vitality is stronger than that of an ordinary person, he would not be able to survive for long after being punched through the abdomen by Wukong and his organs burned. When another outer disciple saw this scene, his hands and feet turned cold and his expression was horrified. Ji Hui looked grim and stared at him with gritted teeth. Why? Why is your pet so strong? Ji Hui still hasn't figured out that his pet is not weak either. It is at the 9th level of the First Order, which is 1 level higher than the Fire Monkey. But why couldn't they win? One person was killed when they were surrounded by so many people. It's such a shame. This was the first time he felt this kind of irritability since becoming an inner sect disciple. What the hell is that halo rising from the arm strength Pig King? Why is the body so hard? Why does this stinky monkey's boxing technique have such high damage? We are both inner disciples, but is the difference so huge? Ji Hui roared angrily in his heart, unwilling to retreat, so he shouted, "Dark Spider, stop guarding the entrance. Suppress that arm power Pig King. Black Leopard, cooperate with me to kill this monkey." Upon hearing the order, the Dark Spider fell from the entrance of the canyon, and then rushed towards Beiji with its 8 legs clattering. Beiji turned around and stopped supporting Monkey King, but rushed towards the opponent as well. In terms of size, Beiji is bigger, but the Dark Spider was more flexible. It touched the ground with its 8 legs and immediately disappeared in front of Beiji. Then it flew through the air and sprayed a stream of spider silk from its mouth, trying to wrap around Beiji. These spider silks also contain toxins. Once you are entangled too much, even if Beiji has strong energy and blood, he will not be able to withstand it. Wukong, Qin and used the technique of grafting and added 30% of his magic power to it. Quick victory, kill the Black Leopard, he shouted. Chapter 59, Begging for Mercy. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong felt the powerful demonic power suddenly surge into his body and knew that it was his master's spell to transfer the demonic power. A gleam of excitement flashed in its eyes, and its body flashed, rushing towards the Black Leopard like an arrow. The speed was so fast that it left behind trails of flames. Ouch! The Black Leopard roared when he saw this. In terms of speed, my Black Leopard is not inferior to you. Ji Huili shouted loudly, then made a gesture to add a burst of wind to the Black Leopard, which could speed up the Black Leopard. Although this was not as fast as Wukong's sudden improvement, it gave Wu Bao the confidence to fight back. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong let out a sharp laugh, seemingly mocking the Black Leopard. If it were before, with its demonic power, it might have been more cautious, but with 30% more demonic power, it was confident that it could crush this Black Leopard, which was dumber than it. Bang! It clenched its fists and flames danced on them. He used the fire arm and superimposed the snake-shaped fist, attacking the Black Leopard continuously. As Ji Hui's capable pet, the Black Leopard knew that he could not retreat. So it gritted its teeth in anger, leaped up suddenly, and its sharp claws flashed with dark light as it waved out claw shadows. The two collided. The Black Leopard immediately felt Wukong's fiery fist. Even though it had blocked most of the power, that horrible feeling was still overwhelming and weighing on its heart. Why is this monkey so strong? I am already at the 9th level of the first rank, 1 level higher than it. Where does so much demonic power come from? The Black Leopard couldn't figure it out, so he was distracted for a moment. Wukong immediately seized the opportunity and added a force to the snake-shaped fist he performed, which was the Kunlun force. The triple force shattered the claw shadow of the Black Leopard, broke through its defense, and hit its side with a heavy punch. Ouch! The Black Leopard screamed, and the jumping flames instantly ignited its fur, and the heavy force caused it to roll to the ground. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong took advantage of the situation and pursued the opponent. His fists were whistling, and every punch hit the vital points. Black Leopard, fireball. In the face of Ji Hui's angry support, Wukong pulled out one hand and blocked the fireball. Although both are fire attributes, the damage caused by fireball is not that great. Instead, it made the flames on its body rise even more fiercely. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong shouted with laughter, then punched the Black Leopard on the head, killing it. This scene made Ji Hui panic. After losing the Black Leopard, he no longer had any extra pets to resist Wukong, and could only rely on the outer disciples and the Dark Spider. Waste. You're a waste. How could you die here? I've trained you for so many years, and yet you can't even beat a stinky monkey. Ji Hui made hand gestures and cast a spell, roaring angrily, then retreated while restraining Wukong. As a Beastmaster, his body is not as tough as that of monsters. If he is hit by a punch from Wukong, he will be seriously injured if not killed. Dark Spider, come and protect me and leave. At this time, he no longer had the energy to deal with Qinin. Feeling that the situation is hopeless, prioritize self-protection. As for this grudge, it will not be too late to take revenge later. The most important thing is to get out alive. But the dark spider that received the order is now unable to protect him and is now entangled with Beiji. Although it can constantly cause trouble for Beiji with its agility and spider silk containing poison, it cannot poison him. The strong energy and blood, as well as the hard body, manage to withstand its attack. And keep pushing yourself closer. Sizzle. The dark spider retreated, shooting poisonous arrows from its mouth. Humph! Beiji roared and crushed the ground with one foot. His huge body pressed down on the dark spider like a mountain, completely ignoring the damage from the poisonous arrow. Bang, bang, bang. After being hit by several poisonous arrows, a small area of its skin turned black. A poison of this degree would take at least an incense stick of time to spread, so it has plenty of time to beat the other one. Upon seeing this, the dark spider hurriedly spit out spider silk to try to wrap around Beiji. But Beiji suddenly jumped up and directly used his strength to break the spider silk. He raised his front paw and stepped forward, stepping heavily on the forelegs of the dark spider. The four slender spider legs combined together to block its kick. But the dark spider is not a powerful monster after all. When its poison loses its effect, and it is approached, its fate is already sealed. Bang! Beiji exerted force suddenly, and all four legs broke. The dark spider was crushed by the blow and fell to the ground, its head dizzy and its 8 legs struggling weakly. Beiji took the opportunity to raise his leg and step forward again. Bang, 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 like a wild bull trampling the ground. The dark spider's head shattered, and its body twitched a few times before it stopped moving. Beiji stood there, panting, enjoying the feeling of his first victory. It's so exciting. Dark spider. When Jihui saw that the dark spider was also dead, his expression changed, and he could no longer hold back. In fact, if he hadn't asked the dark spider to come back to guard him, he might have been able to harass Beiji for a while. But as soon as the dark spider retreated, Beiji seized the opportunity and took him away in one wave. This is the tragedy of the fragile monsters. Junior brother Chin, I think there was some misunderstanding about what happened today. Jihui was very aware of the situation and smiled, completely hiding his previous anger, trying to get Chin and to let him go. In front, Wukong was still approaching, which made him quite anxious. I'm willing to pay the price for my recklessness. How about 10,000 spiritual stones? Seeing that Chin was unmoved, he shouted again. 30,000. 30,000 low-grade spirit stones. This time, Chin spoke. But these were not words that forgave him, but words that caused him to fall into the abyss. Brother G, you'd better die. I won't feel at ease unless you die. As for the spirit stones, if you die, won't they all be mine? Chin An's eyes were calm. He ordered in his mind to let Wukong continue to attack, and even added another 10% of his magic power to it. He never believed that others would let go of their grudges, so after offending someone, it would be safer to kill them. You will die a horrible death. I'll be waiting for you in Hades. Jihui cursed and swore loudly, but was eventually caught up by Wukong and fell to the ground after 3 or 5 punches. His body turned black, his breath gradually dissipated, and he died under the fire fist. Brother Chin, no, don't kill me. I am willing to work like a slave for you. The only remaining outer disciple was now so frightened that he pissed himself and knelt on the ground, crying bitterly. Junior brother, as a cultivator, you should be prepared to die when you enter the 3 yuan secret realm. If you scold me a few times like senior brother G did, I would still look up to you. It's too ugly to kneel down and beg for mercy like this. Wukong, give him a quick death. After Chin finished speaking, the outer disciple was punched by Wukong with regret in his heart, and his body fell 5 meters away. At the same time, Beiji also eliminated the last black wind wolf. From then on, the battle ended. Chapter 60, Layout of the Trap. Meanwhile, on the other side, angry shouts and screams were heard from a valley somewhere in the Sanyuan secret realm. Huang Dei, you will die a miserable death. How dare you use the transformation grass to trap and kill us? After we get out, we will report you to the sect's law enforcement hall, depose you from your status as an inner sect disciple, and strip you of your cultivation realm. Oh no, retreat quickly. The 100-foot red snake is coming. In the valley, a 100-foot-long red snake coiled its body and blood kept flowing from the gaps between its bright red scales. The bodies of the outer disciples were crushed into twisted dough sticks and then swallowed by it in one gulp. The monks in the valley panicked and fled in all directions. Some of them tried to unravel the formation set up by Huang Dai, but found themselves helpless against this complicated formation. "Huang Dai, you bastard! Quickly break the formation!" An inner sect disciple shouted in despair, his voice filled with fear and anger. The 100-foot red snake at the peak of this stage is far more powerful than them. Even if they join forces, they can only barely resist. Now all the pets under his command are dying tragically, and soon it will be their turn. "Huang Dai, quickly untie the formation. I kneel down in front of you." Senior Brother Huang, facing the shouts of those disciples. Huang Dai, who was hiding outside the valley, watched all this with a cold expression. He had already expected such an outcome in his heart. The metamorphosis grass was a trap he carefully laid to kill his competitors. When they entered, he immediately succeeded and then escaped from the valley. At the same time, he activated the trap he had prepared long ago to trap them all inside. After losing the transformation grass, the 100-foot red snake, which is completely enraged, will vent its anger on them. At this moment, he was enjoying this good show that he had planned. "Humph, a bunch of stupid guys. Do you really think you could get the transformation grass so easily? How can trash like you get your hands on the treasures in this secret realm?" Huang Dai sneered in his heart. Behind, Qian Xingye and others watched this scene and felt a chill in their hearts. "Brother, isn't this too cruel? If someone manages to escape, won't we have to face the sect's law enforcement hall?" Huang Dai heard this, turned to him fiercely, and said, "What are you afraid of? When they perish together with the 100-foot red snake, won't the corpses of the monsters and the storage bags all be our property? There's so many things, enough for us to buy foundation building pills. The foundation building is successful. Once I establish my foundation, these chi-refining cultivators will be like ants. Even if the sect knows about this, they will not punish me." In the 10,000 Beasts Sect, a young foundation building disciple already has the opportunity to become a true disciple. At the very least, he can become a disciple of the 9 Peaks Master. His status will be far higher than that of the inner disciples, and even the law enforcement hall will have to give him some face. Inner disciples have the qualifications to go to the blessed land to practice, while true disciples belong to the sect master's lineage and can stay in the secret realm opened up by the sect all year round and enjoy the qualification to soak in the blood pool of 10,000 beasts. In addition to the true disciples, those who have an equally prominent status in the inner sect are the disciples of the 9 Peaks Master. It is said that the masters of the 9 Peaks are all mid to late stage Jindan cultivators, and some of them have nascent soul ancestors behind them. Becoming their disciple is equivalent to the same treatment as a true disciple. He is the true first-level disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Sect. Huang Dai thought that his talent was not bad. He just lacked some opportunities, so he was willing to take risks and try his best to have the chance to build a foundation. Once he succeeds in building his foundation, he will be able to compete for the title of True Disciple or 9 Peaks Disciple, and gain better pet resources and secret manuals on martial arts. If a man does not work for himself, he will be punished by heaven and earth. My fellow disciples, please help me and go to hell first." Huang Dai Liao laughed out loud and suddenly ordered his pets to attack. Upon hearing the order, the golden-winged black bee and the wind-flame hunting bird took action. The golden-winged black bees were the first to rush into the formation, creating a gust of wind that swept across the entire valley in an instant. The sharp-tail needles fell like raindrops, piercing into the bodies of the monks and injecting deadly poison. At the same time, the wind-flame hunting bird was also circling in the air, its sharp beak and claws stirring up flames, forcing the monks to retreat. Asshole! The monks were already in a panic, and now they were even more confused under the attack of the golden-winged black bees and the wind-flame hunting birds. The 100-foot-long red snake took the opportunity to start a killing spree. Its huge body rampaged through the valley, and each collision was accompanied by screams. There were also cultivators who were unwilling to die just like that, and instead cooperated with others to kill the 100-foot red snake. Although the 100-foot red snake is a top-level first-class monster, it can no longer bear the attacks of so many people, and wounds and bloodstains gradually appear on its body. However, Its ferocious nature as a monster makes it become a little irrational, and it only cares about killing people. Huang Dei, you beast, you will be punished. An outer disciple screamed in despair before dying. And just at this moment, a rune flew in from outside the valley and pierced into the formation like a sharp nail. This is a rune specifically designed for formations, and it's called the Formation-Breaking Nail Rune. Huang Dei's face changed drastically, and he looked quickly, only to see a figure appear in his sight. It was a calm and indifferent face with a cold and beautiful appearance. Lu Yingying, Huang Dei shouted with gritted teeth, and then ordered the golden-winged black bees to kill immediately. Now, in the valley, the 100-foot red snake is about to collapse, and those disciples are about to die. How could he let outsiders ruin his good plans? Qian Xingya also summoned his pet and stared at the figure coming out from behind Lu Yingying. Ruxiue. He didn't expect to meet Shan Ruxiue here. The mood was complicated, but also joyful, and even some dirty thoughts came into being. This is the 3 Yuan secret realm, not in the sect. As long as he is strong enough, he can do whatever he wants. Sensing Qian Xingye's fiery gaze, Shan Ruxiue frowned and cursed. Disgusting. You are so heartless that you actually killed your fellow disciples. Ruxiue. Qian Xingye laughed out loud. It's just some strangers who died. Why are you so angry? Don't call me names, it's disgusting. In the face of Shan Ruxiue's disgust, Qian Xingye's expression was still excited. Then it looks like we can only do one show. Go, Thunder Lion. Soon, the scene became increasingly chaotic. The valley formation that was hit by the formation-breaking nail talisman began to collapse, and the desperate monks inside finally saw hope. Kill them. Revenge. Kill Huang Dei. Under the attack of many spells, Huang Dei threw the transformation grass in his hand into the mouth of the Fengyan hunting bird. Fuck me. I'll kill all of you. Wind and Flame Hunting Bird evolve. After the Wind Flame Hunting Bird ate the metamorphosis grass, flames immediately appeared on its body. It jumped from the original upper-grade yellow race to the lower-grade black race, and its strength was enhanced once again. Originally at the peak of the first level, he can now defeat several peak first-level pets. It was so powerful that everyone's face changed. Chapter 61. See where you run. Oh no, his Wind Flame Hunting Bird has evolved into Red Flame Hunting Bird. Seeing the Wind Flame Hunting Bird evolve and kill everyone in its path, some sharp-eyed inner disciples exclaimed in surprise. Although the names are similar after evolution, the former is only a top-grade yellow race, while the latter is a bottom-grade black race. A difference of one racial level stage can greatly increase the strength and crush pets of the same level. Therefore, the Red Flame Hunting Bird is now unstoppable. Its wings not only fanned blazing flames, but also brought with them sharp winds, doubling the power of the flames. Those monks who originally wanted to join forces to fight against Huang Dei now changed direction and fled in terror. But how could they be faster than the Red Flame Hunting Bird? Bang, bang, bang! With a flash of fire, the Red Flame Hunting Bird passed by several pet beasts like lightning, immediately causing them to burst into flames and burn into charred corpses. With another flap of its wings, several sharp gusts of wind cut through the heads of several outer disciples. Blood spurted, and the air was filled with a fishy smell. Seeing this, Lu Yingying frowned. You spread out, I'll hold it back. Everyone else follow Shan Ruxiue and run away. Huang Dei is now very powerful, and even she cannot defeat him while taking care of so many people. So, for example, she should reduce the number of people around her so that she has no worries. At that time, even if she couldn't win, she could still escape by relying on the power of her pet. Blue-ding Ice Butterfly. Fan the cold wind. At the command, a blue butterfly with a small tripod mark on its head flew out from Lu Yingying's side. It flapped its wings and condensed a cold current. The ice and frost gathered into a large tripod that fell from the sky and smashed into the Red Flame Hunting Bird. Faced with this sudden attack, the Red Flame Hunting Bird screamed and flapped its wings violently. The blazing flames and the sharp winds intertwined to form an indestructible barrier. Bang! The huge cauldron formed by ice and frost, the moment it came into contact with the flame barrier, burst out a large amount of water, ice and frost, and mist, and quickly melted. A low-grade Shin-level race. Even if it is weaker in attributes, can it still suppress my blue-ding Ice Butterfly? Seeing this, Lu Yingying secretly marveled at the power of the red flame hunting bird. Logically speaking, the blue ding ice butterfly is an ice-attributed pet, so it can have some advantages against the fire-attributed red flame hunting bird. But the attack just now had no effect at all, and was even suppressed in the opposite direction. In that case, let's do it again. Come out, giant frost wolf. Lu Yingying planned to fight hard, so she summoned her second pet, a giant frost wolf with a sturdy body. Both of her pets are at the 9th level of the First Order and belong to the upper-grade yellow race. If one can't defeat them all, two can definitely stop the red flame hunting bird. As soon as the ice wolf appeared, it howled to the sky, and icy air emanated from its body. This echoed with the cold current of the blue ding ice butterfly, causing the temperature of the entire valley to drop suddenly. "Ice wolf, give me a hand," Lu Yingying shouted. Upon hearing this, the ice wolf immediately moved away, almost turning into a shadow as it swept across the valley. It used the trees to bounce up, opened its mouth in midair, and aimed at the red flame hunting bird. Ice roar. The next second, a blue light lit up in the ice wolf's big mouth, and the terrible cold wind gathered into a beam of light and sprayed out. This extreme ice beam, coupled with the cold current assistance of the blue ding ice butterfly, immediately froze the flames of the red flame hunting bird. This allowed the injured monks to catch their breath and escape from the valley. "Run, Senior Sister Lu. I will never forget your life-saving grace. Once we get out of the secret realm, I will definitely repay you. I'll go first." Several cultivators used their pets to travel far away, and several cultivators crushed the teleportation jade pendants and escaped from the secret realm without any interference. Seeing this scene, Huang Dai's face turned grim, as this meant that the news of him murdering the sect's disciples would spread. Haha, she's indeed the iceberg beauty in the rumors. Her strength is well-deserved. But since you ruined my good fortune today, don't even think about running away. Leave them all here, Huang Dai shouted. Golden-winged black bees interfere with them. Don't let them crush the teleportation jade pendant. Red flame hunting bird cooperates with other pets to kill them. After giving orders to his pet, he turned around and gave orders to his men. As for you, go and tangle them up. If you let one go, you will be beheaded. Yes. The subordinates were panicked and hurried to Qian Xingye to help. The pet beasts attacked and fought each other, making the forest a mess. Flames burned, smoke covered the sky, and all kinds of spells flickered in the smoke, interweaving a chaotic and fierce battle scene. The sounds of collisions came one after another. Under the cover of the red flame hunting bird's flames, the golden-winged black bee flexibly shuttled through the battlefield, constantly attacking Lu Yingying and her pet. The other pets, under the control of Huang Dai's men, surrounded Lu Yingying and others. The battle became more and more intense, and the pets and monks on both sides tried their best. Junior sister, Shan Rushue screamed in pain. A fellow apprentice sister with whom she had a good relationship was pierced by spikes and fell to the ground. Before she could go to help her, Qian Xingye ordered Lei Yushi to take action. A bolt of lightning struck down and blew the body into pieces. No! Shan Rushue's eyes were red, and she stared at Qian Xingye. However, Qian Xingye laughed. Rushue, that's right, hate me. When I subdue you, you will hate me even more. I've already conjured up in my mind that delightful vision. As long as your body belongs to me, it doesn't matter how much I hate you, ha ha ha. Thunder Lion, lightning strike. The Thunder Lion roared, and a bolt of lightning struck down, heading straight for Shan Rushue. At this time, the blue ding ice butterfly swept away everything in its path, and an icicle suddenly rose from the ground, attracting and resisting the lightning. Now facing such an attack, Lu Yingying was a little overwhelmed. Her magic power was consumed greatly, and she realized that if she continued to fight, she would definitely lose. Let's go. Let's break out. Lu Yingying took Shan Rushue's hand. There was no time to mourn her dead sisters. She immediately mounted the giant frost wolf. Boom! The frost giant wolf once again shot out a blue beam of light from its mouth, killing several pets, and then it ran wildly to break through the encirclement. Behind them, the other surviving sisters hurriedly followed, with Lan Ding Bing Dai protecting the team at the end. Haha, no matter where you run to, I'll chase you down. Huang Dai gave an order, and many of his men followed. The scarlet flame hunting bird used a fire wind slash and hit the blue ding ice butterfly, causing severe damage to one of its wings. It almost died from the many subsequent spell attacks. Fortunately, the pets of other sisters came to help, allowing it to fight and retreat at the same time. In this way, the two sides started a chase and escape. On the other side, Qin was in the wolf-tooth beehive in the Sanyuan secret realm, trying to obtain honey to fulfill Sanbao's wish. Chapter 62 Poach. Poach all of them. Wolfang beehive, outside the cave. Qin was squatting behind a tree with Wukong and the others, secretly looking at the densely packed wolf-toothed bees in the nest. Judging from the number, there are at least hundreds of them. The strength and realm of a single wolffang bee are not too strong, only at the 5th or 6th level of the first stage, and a few can reach the 7th level. But the opponent was a group of monsters, with hundreds of them acting together. The poisonous needles they released would force even a foundation-building cultivator to temporarily avoid them. Therefore, only by letting the wolf bees inside go out to collect honey can they have the chance to obtain wolf bee honey. It seems that they don't plan to go out to collect honey in the short term. There are still 4 hours before I leave the secret realm, and I can't waste all my time here but Sanbao's wish. Qin looked down at Sanbao, who was standing at his feet with his eyes wide open. Those big eyes were full of desire, and there was even drool on the corners of his mouth, full of smiles. I want to eat, I want to eat, I want to eat. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sanbao pointed at the wolf-toothed bee's nest and shouted excitedly, his little tail wagging like a dog. After shouting, it pulled Qin's trouser leg with its little paws. It seems to be asking, Master, when will you come? Shubao wants to eat honey. I can already smell it. It's so fragrant, I can hardly control myself. Faced with Sanbao's desire and excitement, Qin's mouth twitched. It seems that if it doesn't eat wolf-tooth honey once, it won't be at peace even if it leaves the Sanyuan secret realm. For the sake of the blue wish, forget it. Let's give it a try. Let me make it clear first. If something is not right, run immediately. Don't stop and let the wolf-fang bees surround you. Otherwise, we will have no choice but to crush the teleportation jade pendant and escape. The 3 beasts nodded to show that they understood. Seeing this, Qin took out 5 calming incense sticks from his storage bag. Wolf-tooth bees like soothing incense. When they smell the scent, they will go over to it. After sniffing it many times, they will slowly land under the soothing incense and wait for the incense to burn out. Some people have used tranquilizing incense to obtain wolfberry honey before, but there is a flaw. The queen bee in the wolfberry beehive is awake and will not come out. You have to be very careful when taking the honey. Once the queen bee is disturbed, the wolfberry bees that have come out will come back again. Once that fist-sized wolf-tooth bee comes back, it won't chat or laugh with you, but will attack you directly, because the queen bee is their lifeblood, and anyone who gets close to her will be killed without mercy. Once the calming incense takes effect, you, Sanbao, will take Wukong in to look for the wolf-tooth honey. Once you find it, put in this jade bottle. Come back quickly, Qin said, and looked at the 2 beasts. Sanbao nodded vigorously and patted his chest with his little paws, looking as if he was confident that he could leave the task to me. But Wukong snorted and said arrogantly that there was no problem with him. Good. Qin immediately set off, found a place not far from the nest, lit some calming incense, and made sure the fragrance could drift in. Wisps of cigarette smoke rise. He returned behind a tree, silent and collected. Soon, wolf-tooth bees emerge from their nests one after another, wandering around looking for the scent. Once they find it, they notify their companions through special sounds. So, one by one, the wolf-tooth bees left their original positions and gathered under the calming incense, revealing an intoxicated expression. Wait until the wolf-toothed bees start to fall. Qin knew that the time had come. Leave, he shouted in a low voice, and Sanbao jumped out like an electric rat, and his movements were particularly light. He arrived at the entrance of the cave in a flash and waved to Wukong. I have to say, Sanbao's sense of smell and speed are really fast, which even surprised Wukong. Because they cannot disturb the queen bee, they cannot use their magic power and have to restrain their breath. The flames on Wukong's body were extinguished, and he finally reached the cave by tinkering with his hands and feet. Sanbao didn't say anything, but used his little paws to guide the direction. So the 2 beasts quickly rushed into the depths of the cave. As for Beiji, he squatted beside Qin and in the form of a sand-white pig, staring with him in the direction of the nest and the calming incense. If an unexpected situation occurs, It will turn into the Brawn Pig King and run away with everyone. I hope it will be successful. Chinan thought to himself that with Sanbao's sense of smell, there should be no problem. It depends on whether Wukong can do good things. Inside the cave, the two animals searched for a while and finally found the wolf tooth honey. The golden liquid continuously flowed down from a beehive, which contained honey that had frozen solid. The beehive is about 3 meters wide and 2 meters high, almost filling the entire cave. The honey inside is the result of their accumulation over 3 years. Faced with this mouth-watering sweet smell, Sanbao and Wukong couldn't help swallowing, but they knew that now was not the time to enjoy it, and they had to collect it as soon as possible. Sanbao anxiously gestured with his little paws, signaling Wukong to move faster. Wukong nodded, held the jade bottle, moved closer to the golden honey, and grabbed a big spoonful of honey from the ground with his big claws. As honey continued to flow into the jade bottle, Sanbao was so happy and excited that he couldn't help but grab a spoonful of food from the ground with his little paws and put it into his mouth. At this moment, it was like a hamster with its cheeks puffed out in an expression of ecstasy. So sweet and so delicious. Its life as a rat seems to be complete at this moment. At the same time, Chinan outside also received the message that Sanbao's wish had been fulfilled. Complete the wish of a treasure-hunting rat, obtain 5,000 wishing points, and a copy of the beast-controlling spell, the complete codex of the demon-slaying 8 claws. Done? Looks like they've succeeded. Chinan secretly breathed a sigh of relief, then looked towards the 8 claws demon-slaying codex. This spell was of mid-level earth grade, almost on the same level as the art of grafting, but it was for pets to use, not for him to practice. The conditions for cultivation require that the pet has claws and is used to using them to attack. There are a total of 8 sets of claw techniques, corresponding to the 8 realms of cultivation. In other words, even if you cultivate to the Tribulation Crossing stage, this set of techniques will not be left behind. The Demon Slayer Octopus is mainly used to deal with pets. This spell can only be used to maximize its power when used against Beastmasters. I was just worried that Sanbao didn't have any good spells to practice. This set of spells is quite suitable for it. As for Wukong, he can barely practice, but Beiji can't. Beiji is a pig's trotter and cannot practice this set of claw techniques. Even Wukong can barely meet the requirements. Only Sanbao can fully meet them. It can be considered a reward worthy of Blue's wish. Chinan smiled slightly. At this time, inside the cave, in front of the nest, Wukong had collected all the honey on the ground, about 2 cubes, and put it all into the jade bottle. This jade bottle is a storage item specially used for holding liquids, and it can hold up to 5 cubic meters of space. So there is capacity. It looked up at the 3-meter-wide beehive and thought that it should be able to fill it up by digging a few times with its claws. There are no more wolf-tooth bees around. Wukong was eager to do something, so he stretched out his evil monkey claws and dug hard. A large amount of golden liquid flowed into the jade bottle, and the speed at which it grabbed it became faster and faster, until the hive shook and the queen bee screamed. Buzz! Chapter 63, Diverting the Trouble. What's going on? As the queen bee screamed, Chinan outside immediately noticed something was wrong. His face changed in shock, and then he saw the wolf-tooth bees that had fallen under the calming incense turned around, their eyes glowing red, and they flew towards the nest angrily. Oh no, Wukong and the others have disturbed the queen bee. Beiji, get ready to meet them. Upon hearing this, Beiji immediately changed back into the form of the Brawn Pig King, with his muscles tensed, ready to rush into the cave at any time. Chinan stared at the direction of the nest, praying in his heart that Wukong would rush out with the 3 treasures. Otherwise, they would be easily surrounded. Inside the cave, the entire beehive was shaking, and Sanbao, who was originally immersed in the delicious honey, woke up instantly. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Sanbao screamed in horror, and quickly leaped onto Wukong's head, grabbing his fur tightly with his little claws, his eyes full of fear. How could you be so stupid that you actually dug up the beehive and ended up digging into the queen bee's nest? Quick, put away your claws and run away. Wukong also realized the seriousness of the problem. He quickly retracted his monkey claw and turned around to rush out of the cave with Sanbao. From the hive, a queen bee as big as a head flew out, aiming directly at Wukong and Sanbao. Swish, swish, swish. Several poisonous needles stabbed. Fortunately, Goku was extremely fast and twisted his body to avoid the poisonous sting. But this slowed it down a little bit, as a swarm of wolf-fang bees had already appeared in front of it. The overwhelming poisonous thorns are like a violent storm and heavy rain. The number made Goku's face change. It immediately grabbed Sanbao, and with a cry of fear, flames burst out of its body. Under Goku's precise control, the flame did not burn the three treasures, but formed a flame shield outside the body. This is thanks to the fire control ability. Bang, bang, bang! Wukong used his firearm and Kunlun power to break the stone wall next to him with one punch, and then raised a piece of rubble and fire to smash on the poisonous stingers. It can be considered as blocking this round of attack. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Wukong glanced around anxiously. There are too many wolf-toothed bees, constantly pouring into the cave, blocking the entrance so much that it has no way to force its way out. And at this moment, a familiar hum sounded. Hee. Here comes I, old pig. With the help of his huge body, Beiji crashed directly into the cave and knocked away the wolf-toothed bee that was leaning against it. The entire cave was shaking, and it seemed like it was about to collapse. As a result, the formation of the wolf-fang bee colony was disrupted. Squeak, squeak, squeak! Well done, you pighead have some skills. Wukong laughed loudly, seized the opportunity, and used his firearm to sweep away several wolf-toothed bees in front of him, then grabbed Beiji's hoof. Snort! Beiji immediately stepped back and rushed out of the cave with Wukong and Sanbao before the wolf-toothed bees could react. Seeing this, the wolf-toothed bees' eyes turned red and they chased after it with a buzzing sound. They will make the enemies who dare to destroy their homes pay the price. Go! Go! Chinan jumped up and landed on Beiji's back. At this moment, Wukong and Sanbao had also been thrown on Beiji's back. Beiji started running wildly, his hooves breaking the ground and raising dust. The wolf-fang bee swarm behind him was chasing closely. However, the distance between the two sides was controlled within a range, and they could not separate or get closer. No, we have to get rid of the wolf-fang bee swarm. Chinan felt depressed and looked at Wukong, not knowing how he had made things so bad. Beiji's physical strength is limited. If he runs with himself and others, he will definitely get more and more tired until he is caught up by the wolf-fang bee swarm. Unless they can share the firepower or find something else to divert the wolf-fang bee swarm's attention, their final fate will be to crush the teleportation jade pendant. It's such a waste to crush the jade pendant. This secret realm only opens once every 3 years. I've only walked halfway, and there are still many spiritual herbs and the like that I haven't harvested yet. Thanks to Sanbao's treasure hunting ability, he also collected a lot of spiritual herbs along the way. Together with the gains from the treasure map and honey, the value of the spiritual stones has actually exceeded the price of the ticket and even increased tenfold or even dozens of times. But people are greedy. How can he be willing to leave halfway when he still has time to get more? However, just when Chinan was getting frustrated and couldn't find a way out, his eyes suddenly looked towards a certain direction of the forest. The spiritual consciousness moved. Why are there so many monks over there? And junior sister Shan? Huh? Qian Xingye, Huang Dei. Are they chasing Lu Yingying? Beiji, go over there. Chinan immediately thought of a plan to divert the trouble away. His eyes lit up, and he directed Beiji to turn a corner. Upon hearing this, Beiji made a 90-degree turn. Every time his hooves landed on the ground, it was like an earthquake, raising clouds of dust. Chinan and others held on to Beiji's ears tightly, fearing that they would be thrown off. After running frantically for a while, Chinan finally saw Shan Rushue in his field of vision and quickly called out, "Junior sister Shan." Shan Rushue, whose body was covered in blood, was shocked when she heard the noise. "Brother Qin, why are you here? Let's go." Qian Xingye and the others. Shan Rushue's expression changed, and she was about to tell Qin and the others that Qian Xingye and Huang Dei were chasing them. Chinan took a step ahead and used his spiritual sense to transmit the message to himself that there was a swarm of wolf-fang bees behind him. At the same time, he also told her that he had a way to kill 2 birds with 1 stone and divert the trouble away. This made Shan Rushue both surprised and happy. Senior sister Lu. Shan Rushue sent a message to Lu Yingying, who was fighting and retreating not far away. After Lu Yingying received the message, she glanced at Qin and with her beautiful eyes, then nodded and shouted, "Everyone, Hurry towards junior brother Qin. Ice Wolf cover, extreme ice road. The Ice Wolf moved upon hearing the order and instantly condensed a path made of ice behind it, paving a temporary safe passage for everyone. This path made of ice is not only as smooth as a mirror, but also emits gusts of cold wind under the control of the Ice Wolf. When Shan Ruxiue and others step on it, they are immediately pushed by the cold wind and slide quickly towards Qinin. I got you. Qinin grabbed Shan Ruxiue and shouted to Wukong, "Wukong, honey." Wukong threw the jade bottle to Qinin. Qinin caught it, swung his hand, and immediately a piece of wolfberry honey fell in the air. "Qinin, your doomsday has come." Qianxingya laughed out loud when he saw Qinin. However, as soon as he rushed forward, he was covered with honey. Along with the other companions behind them, they were also scattered. "What's this?" With a puzzled expression, he wiped it with his palm and smelled the sweet scent. "Is it honey? Is it wolf's tooth honey? What is he doing throwing this on us?" Senior brother Qian looked to the left. Amid the terrified screams of his companions, Qianxingya turned his head and opened his mouth with a stiff expression. I saw a dense swarm of wolf-toothed bees rushing out from the woods on the left. With red eyes, he rushed towards them. Chapter 64. Beiji, it's your turn. It's a wolf-fang bee swarm. When Qianxingya and his outer sect companions saw the overwhelming swarm of wolf-fang bees, their faces instantly turned pale as paper. The wolf-toothed bees fired their poisonous stingers simultaneously, as if each one could be fatal. "Oh no, get out of the way!" Qianxingya roared, losing his previous calmness and composure. All the cultivators who have come to the Sanyuan secret realm know that the most important thing they should not mess with in this secret realm is the wolf-fang bee swarm. Don't be fooled by the fact that each of them is only the size of a fist and looks like a 6-level stage. But when more than 100 of them gather together, their power is enough to shake the first level of foundation building. "Thunder Lion, use the thunder and rain to protect me," he shouted hurriedly, and the Thunder Lion, who was originally planning to continue attacking, immediately turned around and roared. Thunder roared, and tiny streaks of lightning were called out by the thunderstorm lion. It formed a terrible thunder and lightning storm. Boom, boom. A huge fire started in the jungle. The thunder and lightning destroyed half of the poison needles and caused the surrounding trees to fall down, leaving the ground charred. The thunderstorm lion had used too much of its demonic power, causing it to gasp for breath. But fortunately, they made it through this round. Qianxingya saw that the swarm of wolf-tooth bees had gathered again. The previous wave of attack only defeated a few wolf-tooth bees. His face changed drastically, and he roared angrily. "Qinin, you bastard! Quick, let's block the next round of poison needles together. Brother Huang, help me." Some of the surviving fellow monks around them had been hit by poison needles, but after taking the elixir, they were able to save their lives. Seeing the next round of attacks coming soon, they hurriedly got up and summoned their pets for help. Huang Dei, who was fighting with Lu Yingying not far away, obviously also noticed that the situation here was not good. He gritted his teeth and gave up on Lu Yingying and ordered the red flame hunting bird to go and help first. Otherwise, once the wolf-fang bee swarm kills all his men, he will be besieged by Lu Yingying, Qin, and others. What a good plan. You actually used the wolf-fang bee swarm to deal with me. Haha, Qin, I underestimated you before. Red Flame Hunter. Use Flame Storm. The red flame hunting bird was very fast. After leaving a streak of fire in the air, it flew in front of the wolf-fang bee swarm. It flapped its wings, and the blazing flames instantly swept through the air, forming a huge firestorm. This firestorm is not only extremely hot, but also contains great destructive power, like a flaming tornado that blows away the jungle floor. The wolf-fang bee colony seemed a little panicked when faced with this sudden firestorm. The poison needles flew in and were quickly evaporated. Only a few were able to break through the firestorm, but they were destroyed by the fire wind slash performed by the red flame hunting bird. The formation of hundreds of wolf-toothed bees was cut apart, and some of them were caught in the storm and died. They made sharp cries, forming special sound waves, which destroyed the firestorm. Otherwise, when the storm blows into their midst, there will be many casualties. What a powerful pet. Is this the power of a lower grade Shin level race? It even has a hint of foundation building power. Qinin couldn't help but be a little surprised when he saw the performance of the red flame hunting bird. At the peak of the first level, with the ability to fight above its level, the pet trained by Huang Dai is surprisingly strong. The 10,000 Beasts Sect was indeed a famous and powerful sect, but he had underestimated these inner disciples. However, no matter how powerful a pet is, it cannot always maintain its peak power. The red flame hunting bird had already consumed some of its demonic power during the battle with Lu Yingying's pet, and now it has to deal with the wolf Fang bee swarm, so its demonic power is consumed very quickly. At this point, it only has half of its demonic power. Even pets at the peak of the first level will get tired. The red flame hunting bird shuttled among the wolf Fang bees, releasing streams of fire and wind, killing the wolf Fang bees that were finally frightened. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The wolf-tooth bees team was a little disorganized, and they finally began to plan to retreat. After all, the red flame hunting bird is so strong that they are a little afraid of it. Continuing the attack will easily hurt too many companions, and the queen bee in the nest also needs their protection at this time. But before leaving, they will make the red flame hunting bird pay the price. Buzz! Through resonance, the wolf Fang bees once again released that special sound wave, shocking the red flame hunting bird for a moment. Then, several of the most powerful wolf Fang bees launched poison stings. Swoosh! 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 Even if the red flame hunting bird woke up, it had no time to dodge. It could only flap its wings and twist its body to reduce the exposure to the poisonous needles. Finally, 5 poisonous needles pierced the right wing of the red flame hunting bird, knocking it down from midair. Red flame hunting bird. Huang Dai's face changed, and he immediately called his other pet, the golden-winged black bee, to provide support. The golden-winged black bee pressed its body against the red flame hunting bird and quickly helped it pull out the poisonous stinger. But the flesh on the right wing was still swollen, and there were some blood clots. This caused the red flame hunting bird to lose its normal flying speed. It will take at least some time to recover. The successful wolf Fang bees did not dare to stay any longer. After all, the red flame hunting bird had killed more than 20 of their companions. Although the red flame hunting bird had lost its flying speed, it could still release its magic power and spells. So the wolf-tooth bees quickly evacuated and flew away. Seeing this scene, Qian Xingye breathed a sigh of relief and laughed out loud. Qinan, is this your method? Ha! The wolf Fang bees don't dare to come up anymore. Now it's your turn to pay the price. Idiot! Huang Dai had a gloomy expression. He walked up to Qian Xingye and slapped him. If you hadn't been tricked and contaminated by the wolf's Fang honey, the red flame hunting bird wouldn't have been injured. Still laughing? Laugh at your mother. Come on, if I can't kill them, I'll kill you. In his opinion, the red flame hunting bird is much more important than Qian Xingye and the others. Now that one of its wings is injured, it will be dangerous for him to deal with Lu Yingying. If he dies at the hands of the other party, his trip to the Sanyuan secret realm will be a big loss. So when he saw Qian Xingye's smug look, he couldn't help but get angry. What a fool who didn't understand the situation. No wonder he was crushed in the duel and became a laughingstock. After being slapped, Qian Xingye shouted in panic, Yes, yes, senior brother Huang. All of you come with me. Thunder Lion, Blood Dog. He also summoned out his other pet, which was the first order 8th level monster, the blood-floating dog, that he had contracted with the help of Huang Dai. This bloody dog has not been completely tamed yet. It becomes extremely ferocious as soon as it comes out. The stimulation of the smell of blood around, it makes its already red body become even more blood red. It controls arrows of blood and rushes forward, completely disregarding whether the people behind can keep up. Woof, woof, woof. Seeing this ferocious blood-drifting dog, several injured female disciples looked horrified. Shan Rushue quickly commanded her pet. At this time, Qinan patted Beiji's head and said with a smile, Beiji, it's time to fulfill your wish. Chapter 65. If you bully me, I'll crush you to death. Beiji's wish is very simple, which is to defeat and humiliate Qian Xingye. I have had this wish for a long time, and the color has not changed. It is still gold. After hearing Qin An's order, Beiji snorted, rubbed his hooves impatiently, and rushed forward. The huge body crashed directly into the bloody dog. When the blood-drifting dog saw this, it bared its ferocious teeth and growled. All the blood-colored water arrows controlled by it hit Beiji. With the strength of the 8th level of the First Order, he is already able to defeat Beiji. Bang, bang, bang. These blood-colored water arrows left a lot of bloody marks, but they were all superficial injuries and could not penetrate deep into the bones. On the other hand, Beiji became even more ferocious because of the more injuries on his body. Black ink halo. Shinen gave the order. A black halo lit up under Beiji's feet, polluting the blood-colored water and turning it black. The blood-floating dog is a melee water monster. Even though it is very ferocious, its main means of attack are still relying on water flow, and Beiji's black ink halo is the nemesis of all water flow. Woo! The blood dog was surprised and confused when he saw his blood was out of control and turned black. But he immediately realized that it was the pig in front of him who was causing trouble. It roared, condensed the blood that had not yet been contaminated under its claws, and then cut and discarded the blood that had turned black. I didn't expect that the original Sand White Pig King has evolved into the Arm Strength Pig King. There's also this spell that pollutes the water. How did you learn it? Qian Xingye frowned, feeling shocked and confused. He was able to contract the blood-floating dog with the help of Senior Brother Huang. But how did the Sand White Pig King become so powerful in just a few months? His realm has actually reached the 8th level of the First Order, and he can fight against the blood-drifting dog. Is this still the Sand White Pig he knows, the one with no talent and just food? This kind of training speed in such a short period of time is definitely not normal. It seems that Senior Brother Huang is right. You definitely have some secrets. But I have become stronger, more than twice as strong as the day of the duel. Thunder Lion, kill them. Qian Xingye gritted his teeth and ordered Thunderstorm Lion to use lightning to help. Otherwise, it would be difficult to defeat the opponent relying solely on the blood dog. Faced with Qian Xingye's command and Lei Yusher's joining, Qin sneered, still full of confidence in his heart. Beiji, don't panic, hold your ground. Qin calmly shouted through his spiritual sense. Wukong, wait for Beiji to attract the firepower. You first get rid of the Thunder Lion. Wukong nodded to show that he understood. At this time, it was dealing with the monsters of other outer disciples, standing together with Shan Rushue and others. There were about 40 or 50 monsters around, with an average of 2 or 3 pets per person. They were all fighting in the jungle, fighting and retreating at the same time, just like guerrilla warfare. Only by determining the outcome among Lu Yingying, Huang Dei, Qian Xingye, and Qin can the situation of the battle be completely changed. Although Beiji had many scars on his body, his eyes were shining with an unyielding light. He relied on the black ink halo and the semi-enlightened bull demon Yi Jin Gong to withstand a large amount of damage. And these are the pains it had endured during its past sparring with Wukong. I'm used to it. Snort. The Thunder Lion suddenly jumped up, and under Qian Xingye's command, it quickly gathered the power of thunder and lightning. A thick bolt of lightning cut through the sky and headed straight towards Beiji. Boom! The moment the lightning struck Beiji, a deafening sound was made. Beiji's body was shaking slightly from the electric shock, but he relied on his strong physique and tenacious will to withstand the blow and knock the blood dog away at the same time. Good job, Beiji. Now, upon seeing this, Qin called out with his spiritual consciousness, and at the same time performed the art of transplanting flowers and trees, transferring and strengthening 30% of Wukong's demonic power. Bang! Wukong killed the outer disciple monster in front of him with one punch. Seeing the other's horrified expression, his figure turned into a beam of fire. What? Qian Xingye's face changed when he saw the fire sweeping across half the court, and he immediately realized Qin's plan. This is to take advantage of the gap after the Thunder Lion cast the spell and launch a sneak attack. Thunder Lion, be careful behind you, he exclaimed and used a water whirlpool to try to block Wukong's sneak attack. But the speed at which his water vortex was formed was too slow, and during training, Wukong had always asked Beiji to use water vortexes to deal with it, so he had become accustomed to this trick. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Wukong Liao laughed and jumped over the water whirlpool. He rushed out in 3 or 5 steps like a dragonfly, skimming the water, and appeared behind the Thunderstorm Lion. At this moment, Thunderstorm Lion just turned his head and saw a firearm. Ah! Lightning flashed from its body, and it still tried to resist. But it's too late. Squeak. Watch the fight. Wukong swung his flaming arms, activated Kunlun power, and then added snake-shaped fist. The fist hit the Thunder Lion's head at an extremely fast speed, shattering the lightning along with it. Puff! The lion's head exploded. Blood sprayed in the air. At this moment, Wukong felt a sense of comfort in his heart. No, Thunder Lion. How could he be killed instantly with just one move? Blood Dog, get up quickly. When Qian Xingye saw this scene, his expression was distorted with anger, and his red eyes looked at the bloody dog that was knocked away. The bloody dog crashed into the trees, knocking down several of them. The Beiji in front of it had no intention of letting it go. He used his huge body to clear a path and kept digging forward with his trotters. Bang, bang, bang. The ground was shaking. Beiji's hooves fell like heavy hammers, shaking the surrounding trees every time. The blood-drifting dog was knocked back repeatedly, its eyes full of fear. It tried to resist, but faced with Beiji's mountain-like body and powerful strength, it was no match. Its blood claws could only cause a little damage to Beiji, but Beiji ignored the damage and could make him vomit blood with a single hit from his pig trotter. There's a huge gap in power between the two sides. If it were to deal with Wukong, it could have defeated him with a few more moves, but it happened to be Beiji, who had a black ink aura and was the nemesis of water. The meat is so delicious. Beiji, don't give it a chance to breathe. Qian conveyed the order through his spiritual consciousness. When Beiji heard this, he kicked his hooves to create a gust of wind that was about to tear the ground into pieces. Blood Dog, move. Use your advantage, your speed, and fight around it. Qian Xingye saw that the blood-stained dog was still being beaten and shouted angrily. However, the bloody dog was not tamed by him, and was a little dazed after being beaten, so it could not hear his orders at all. Bang, bang, bang. In the end, under Beiji's terrifying body, the bloody dog was trampled under his feet, with dents and blood stains all over its body, and it was dying. Hee. Beiji increased his strength in a joyful mood, and the next second, the blood dog's body completely collapsed and turned into a pool of flesh and blood. It itself was also covered in blood. Half of its body was covered in blood, and its fur was dyed red. But although these wounds look scary, they are actually just superficial injuries. Beiji turned his head and looked at Qian Xingye, the last person still alive. A puff of hot air gushed out his nostrils. He was so excited that he could no longer control his body and rushed over. If you bully me, old pig, I'll trample you to death. Chapter 66, Enlightenment in Despair. Although Beiji was huge in size, he was extremely fast, like a cherry out of control, rushing straight towards Qian Xingye. When Qian Xingye saw this, his face suddenly changed. He never expected that the battle, which he thought was a sure win, would turn out like this. The White Sand Pig King, who was once trampled under his feet, has grown into an unrivaled Pig King of arm strength. No, I can't die under the feet of a pig. Brother Huang, save me. Qian Xingye screamed in fear and tried to escape. But Beiji is a first-level, 8th-level monster. Although his speed is not as fast as Wukong, he is powerful and his speed must be good, at least faster than Qian Xingye. When Beiji saw Qian Xingye's but turned away, hot air came out of his nose and he was about to bump into him head-on. With its impact force, the blood dog would vomit blood. As a beastmaster, Qian Xingye's body is not as strong as the monster. If he was hit hard, he would be seriously injured and paralyzed. Just when Beiji was about to hit Qian Xingye, a ray of fiery wind swept past him. This startled Beiji, and he dodged subconsciously. Bang! A deep trench was formed on the ground ahead, at least 30 or 40 meters long. The flames burned the land black, and the surrounding trees were reduced to ashes. A figure appeared in front. It was the red flame hunting bird with injured wings. Qian Xingye was behind, and when he saw that he was saved, he couldn't help but smile with relief. However, Huang Dai looked unhappy and cursed angrily. Waste! Although Huang Dai was full of righteousness, he still couldn't give up Qian Xingye at this time. After all, those outer disciples were still there. If he gave up Qian Xingye, it would lead to instability in the morale of the army. The golden-winged black bee will hold back the ice wolf, and the red flame hunting bird will kill the pig first. Huang Dai issued an order. His opponent, Lu Yingying, frowned and asked Binglang and Lan Ding Bingdai to provide support. But the battlefield was soon cut by sharp winds, causing Ice Wolf and Blue Ding Ice Butterfly to dare not act rashly for fear of exposing their flaws. The Blue Ding Ice Butterfly was already seriously injured. Part of its body had been shattered by the red flame hunting bird before. Now the whole body of the butterfly was like a fragile vase. If it was hit again, it would die. The ice wolf had also consumed a lot of its demonic power when it was protecting everyone and clearing the way, so it was a little bit unable to help. Oh, the ice wolf roared and could only fight against the blue ding ice butterfly and the golden winged black bee again. Junior brother Chin. My two pets can only hold back one, and the red flame hummingbird is also injured. If you can't hold on, take everyone away first. Lu Yingying sent a message to Chin in, her expression somewhat ashamed. Before entering the secret realm, she boasted that she would take care of the other party, but she didn't expect that now it is the other party who has to help them. Seeing this, Chin nodded and transmitted the message. Okay, senior sister Lu, just focus on dealing with Huang Day. After saying that, he set his sights on the red flame hunting bird. Although the red flame hunting bird was already injured and had been poisoned by the wolfang bee, its realm was still at the peak of the first level. It was also a lower grade Xian level race, far surpassing Beiji and Wukong in strength. However, one of the wings of the red flame hunting bird can no longer move, so its speed will lag behind. If it can knock the opponent down from midair, it may be able to defeat it. Wukong, Chin gave an order. Wukong immediately understood what his master meant. He moved and used the bouncing power of the trees to rush into the air. At the speed of the flaming charge, it looks like a flaming aurora. When the scarlet flame hunting bird saw Wukong rushing towards it, a trace of disdain flashed in its eyes. It flapped its wings, and the blazing flames instantly condensed into a flaming wind blade. Squeak, squeak, squeak. So what if he is at the peak of the first level? I, old son, have never been afraid of these things. Wukong let out a sharp cry, and flames blazed on his flaming arm. With the double power of Kunlun power and pictographic fist, he punched the flaming wind blade. Bang! Two flaming attacks exploded in midair, like the sun rising in the sky. Wukong was agile and rolled in midair to release some of the force, then landed on a tree on the ground and bounced up again. This time, it was closer to the red flame hunting bird than before. However, the scarlet flame hunting bird flapped its other intact wings suddenly, and a powerful stream of flames knocked Wukong down from midair. Bang! Wukong fell to the ground and couldn't help spitting out blood. Even though Goku has the power to fight against opponents of higher levels, he cannot fly. In addition, his realm and race are backward, so it is too difficult for him to fight the scarlet flame hunting bird in midair. That is to say, both of them have fire attributes. Otherwise, Goku would be seriously injured by this attack. However, this fall also gave the red flame hunting bird an opportunity. Hoo. The red flame hunting bird flapped its wings, gathered its demonic power, and used Fire Wind Slash to smash towards Wukong. If this attack hits him again, Goku will lose his ability to fight. At this moment, Beiji rushed out fiercely from the side, snorted, and stood in front of Wukong. Although it does not have such a close or good relationship with this stinky monkey, it still understands that its duty at the critical moment is to be a meat shield. Once the stinky monkey loses its fighting ability, it will be detrimental to the entire battle situation and may even allow the opponent to turn the tables. Ha! Go to hell, you stupid pig. A pig king with no attributes wants to resist the first level peak red flame hunting bird fire wind slash. Ha! Shinya laughed as he watched the fire wind slash down. Just as he said, although Beiji has thick skin and strong flesh, he can't withstand the damage of the red flame hunting bird's fire wind slash. It's just that either the monkey is seriously injured, or it is seriously injured and then changes the target to another seriously injured one. Maybe it will become a roasted whole pig. Beiji. Shinan's expression also changed, and he took out the Shin-level middle-grade magic weapon dragon whip from his storage bag, which he had obtained by fulfilling Beiji's golden wish. This whip is extremely powerful, but he has not yet completed the refinement. In addition, his own magic power has been consumed a lot, and the power he can mobilize is limited. Therefore, he has not used it in the battle until now. Now, he finally couldn't allow the red flame hunting bird to take action anymore. When he swung the dragon whip, 30% of the remaining 50% of his magic power was instantly drained away. This slowed down his movements, and he couldn't catch up with the fire wind slash. Hee. Beiji groaned loudly, feeling the blazing pain of his fur about to burn in the flames. There seemed to be a flash of inspiration in its mind, and countless images came together. That was the day after day of it practicing the bull demon Yi Jingong. When these images came together, it seemed as if it had come to light. A layer of black skin suddenly took shape. Current wish. Let Beiji learn the Bull Demon I Jin Gong with a high probability of learning it, 100%. From 90% to 100%. Introduction to the Bull Demon I Jin Gong. Bang! The terrible wave of fire engulfed Beiji. Ha, you deserve it. Amid Qian Xingye's loud laughter, the huge body in the flames did not fall down, but instead let out a roar towards the sky. Chapter 67. So cool. In the blazing flames, Beiji's figure stood firm, and his roars echoed in the jungle, shocking Qian Xingye, Huang Dei, and everyone else. Qian Xingye's laughter stopped abruptly. He widened his eyes and looked at the scene in disbelief. The red flame hunting bird was also stunned. It didn't expect that its fire wind slash had no effect on this clumsy and stupid Armstrong pig king. No, it cannot be said that there is no effect. It's just that the damage is not enough. The flames began to go out after Beiji raised his hoof and beat them hard. There was an extra layer of black skin on the surface, just like an indestructible armor, leaving only a few traces of Beiji under the scorching flames. The fire wind slash only hurt its fur? How is this possible? Even if the scarlet flame hunting bird has become weaker, it shouldn't be so weak that it can't defeat the opponent with just one move. This what's going on? Huang Dei murmured to himself, feeling uneasy. At this moment, a sudden wave of power attracted their attention. It was a phantom of a dragon passing through the air, and its long whip went straight to the stunned red flame hunting bird. Its power has reached a level above the peak of the first level. Mysterious level magic weapon. Red flame hunting bird. Watch out! Huang Dei screamed in fear when he saw Qin and waving the dragon whip. But his reminder was too late. The dragon whip that had already sucked away 30% of Qin An's magic power was terribly strong at this moment, as if a real dragon was flying through the air, opening its bloody mouth and biting the other wing of the red flame hunting bird. Puff! The dragon whip severely blew the wings of the red flame hunting bird, and blood splattered everywhere. No matter who it is, no one can dodge this whip. If the red flame hunting bird's body was not much stronger than that of the chi refining cultivator, this whip would have killed it instantly. The red flame hunting bird let out a scream and cried out, then lost its balance and fell from midair. Wukong go! Qin and took the opportunity to order. Behind Beiji, Wukong, who had just climbed out of the pit, had red eyes and flashed like a bolt of lightning as he rushed towards the falling red flame hunting bird. No! Stop! Huang Dei shouted angrily, emitting all his magical power in an attempt to provide support. But how could Lu Yingying and Bingling in front of him let him get his wish? Huang Dei, your death is coming. Lu Yingying shouted coldly and ordered the Ice Wolf to use Aurora Roar to stop Huang Dei. As a result, Wukong successfully appeared in front of the red flame hunting bird. Squeak, squeak, squeak. It laughed and swung its fist. Its flaming arm combined with Kunlun power smashed into the already seriously injured bird. Go to hell, old son. Boom! A terrible wave of fire exploded, and the red flame hunting bird opened its mouth wide, spitting out blood and wriggling its broken wings, as if it was still struggling to survive. It is a first-class peak demon beast, a low-grade Shin-level race. How can I die at the hands of a stinky monkey and a stupid pig? Its heart was filled with anger and unwillingness. But it doesn't help. Bang! With a loud roar, the red flame hunting bird was knocked to the ground by Wukong's punch. A bloody hole was made in its body, and the flames burned its internal organs. It stared at Wukong intently, trembled twice, and finally died. There should have been hope of achieving the second level and reaching a higher peak. Now he died here. Its head drooped. Wukong raised his proud and confident face, walked to Beiji, raised his bloody fist, and gently touched the thick pig's foot. Just like two companions fighting side by side, they are enjoying the victory together at this moment. Beiji opened his mouth wide and laughed out loud. Hee. It doesn't have much demonic power left, and with a little time left, it should severely humiliate and kill this former rival. When Beiji's eyes were fixed on Qian Xingye was so frightened that his legs trembled. He turned around and ran, still shouting, "Brother Huang, save me, save me." However, Huang Dei, whom he regarded as a savior, gave Lu Yingying an opportunity because of his carelessness just now. His arm was scratched by the aurora roar of the ice wolf and was now covered in blood. Waste. All of you waste. He roared with disheveled hair. I've trained you for so long and fed you transformation grass, but you can't even beat a stinky monkey or a stupid pig. I'm so mad at. Huang Dei was so angry that he felt a pain in his heart. You have to know that he paid a lot of price for the red flame hunting bird to become a lower grade, Xian level race, and even designed to harm his fellow disciples. In the future, when he achieves foundation building and competes for the position of true successor, he will have to rely on the red flame hunting bird. As a result, the red flame hunting bird died here. How could he not feel heartbroken? After he got out, how would he face the sect's law enforcement hall? How would he have the confidence to fight for the position of the true inheritor? It can be said that all his plans and bright future were destroyed. And the one who destroyed all of this was the person he had not valued before. It's all your fault. Huang Dei stared at Qin and with hatred in his eyes, then took out the jade pendant that teleported him to the secret realm and crushed it. The red flame hunting bird died, and Qian Xingye's 2 pets also failed. The game is over. If he continues to stay here, he will only be targeted and eventually lose his life. There is still a chance to make a comeback if you get out. I won't let you go. He looked at the dragon whip in Qin An's hand. This was the source of the failure of the plan. Who could have imagined that a cultivator in the Qi refining stage could possess a mystical level magic weapon? But next time, he will definitely take all of the opponent's trump cards into account, and then make the opponent pay with blood, and that mysterious magic weapon will eventually be his. I'll remember you. After Huang Dei finished speaking these harsh words, his figure gradually became blurred under the light of the teleporting jade pendant. Want to leave? Ice Wolf, keep him. Lu Yingying shouted loudly, and the ice wolf next to her immediately rushed out and released the aurora roar again. As long as the transmission is interrupted within 3 breaths, Huang Dei can be left in the secret realm. If the other party is allowed to go out, although he will be arrested by the law enforcement hall, he will not necessarily die under the laws of the law enforcement hall. You must know that the sect will be tolerant towards talented disciples. So the best solution is to let the other party die here. Bang! However, Aurora's roar was blocked by Huang Dei's other pet, the golden-winged black bee. Next time, I won't be so careless. Under the desperate resistance of the golden-winged black bee, Huang Dei disappeared into the Sanyuan secret realm with a gloomy face. The golden-winged black bee was abandoned and was seriously injured and died under the siege of the ice wolf and other monsters. Senior Brother Huang. Senior Brother Huang. How could you leave us alone? Qian Xingye saw that something was wrong and crushed the teleportation jade pendant. But he no longer had any pet to help him resist Beiji, so the teleportation light that had just risen was shattered by Beiji. He screamed in pain and was knocked to the ground by Beiji, his mouth full of blood. I want to reach out and ask others for help. But the next second, Beiji's huge, but sat down on his body. Bang! After sitting down, Beiji even twisted his buttocks. Farted. So cool. Hee. Chapter 68, The Doll. Amidst Beiji's smug hum, Qian Xingye let out a scream and then fell silent. I don't know whether he was crushed to death by Beiji's big butt or was killed by that last fart. As it twisted its body, the corpse, which had lost the protection of magic power, became unsightly. Its arms and thighs were crushed as if they were fused with the ground. Hee. Beiji was in a good mood. He looked down and seemed very satisfied with his masterpiece. The powerful enemy that once bullied, it has now become its defeated opponent. It also regained the face it had lost in that duel. Who will dare to say from now on that pigs can't fight? Senior Brother Qian is dead. He was crushed to death by a pig. Senior Brother Huang has also run away. We are finished. We are finished. Quickly crush the teleportation jade pendant and scatter and run. When the other outer disciples around saw this scene, they were terrified and quickly dispersed and fled. None of them had any hope of getting away with it and crushed the teleportation jade pendant. Even if Shan Rushue and the others still had fighting capacity, the pets under their command could not stop so many people from running away, and they could only reap the monsters they abandoned. Soon the battle came to an end. Qian also received news that Beiji's golden wish had been fulfilled. Complete the wish of a powerful pig king, get 50,000 wish points, and a surrogate doll. Death doll. Drop a drop of blood into the death doll. When you're about to die or seriously injured, You can use the death doll to take your place in death or injury. This item can rewind your body and protect your soul. When he saw the effect of the surrogate doll, his expression was filled with shock. Isn't this the resurrection coin? It can give him an extra life. It is rumored that there are cultivators in the wilderness who are good at witchcraft. They can create a surrogate doll in their lifetime. The doll can die in their place and allow them to live again when they are old, with an extra 100 years of lifespan of a mortal. But the price is the loss of their cultivation. Could this prop be the same as the scapegoat that the great wilderness which Cultivator mentioned? That's a huge profit. Qin was delighted, knowing that the spiritual herbs and fruits outside that could increase one's lifespan would cost hundreds of thousands or even millions of spiritual stones. But this scapegoat can give you a new life. Even if you don't use it to live again, when you're fighting with the enemy and are about to die, it can die in your place once, allowing your body to recover to a perfect state and achieve a counterattack. Great stuff. As expected of the Golden Wish, it has never let me down. Qin was very satisfied, and his eyes became much gentler when he looked at Beiji. However, in Beiji's eyes, the look in his master's eyes made his body tremble, and he was confused. Could it be that it just went too far and its owner doesn't like it? That's not right. If you don't like it, why should you smile at it? Beiji picked his feet a little embarrassedly and couldn't help turning around and digging the soil with his nose, as if trying to hide his embarrassment. At this time, all the outer disciples had been dealt with. Some ran away, some died. Lu Yingying stepped forward and said to Qin, "Brother Qin, thanks to your help this time." She looked a little embarrassed. After all, she had said before that she would take care of Qin. But now it is Qin who takes care of them. I owe you a favor. After we get out of the secret realm, if you need my help in the future, I'll do my best to help you. This was the first time that Qin could make the famous Ice Beauty in Intersect say such words. So Lu Yingying's face couldn't help but blush and feel a little hot. Senior Sister Lu, you are too polite. It is normal for fellow disciples to help each other. People like Huang Dei who plot against their fellow disciples and kill each other are rare. Qin said with a smile. Besides, Qian Xingyan, I have an old grudge, and this time we have completely settled it. Lu Yingying was a little surprised to see that Qin did not ask for credit or reward. I thought to myself, could it be that this controversial pig-raising genius monk has really seen through the world? Otherwise, why would the other party not care about his favor at all? Her favor is worth a lot. Brother Qin, no matter what, you have done us a favor. When we get out, let me handle Huang Dei's affairs. I will make him pay the price. Once he enters the law enforcement hall, he will never be able to leave. Lu Yingying's expression returned to calm, and then she spoke in a cold voice. Seeing this, Qin nodded. Senior brother. At this time, Shan Rushua finished cleaning up the battlefield and came to Qin, opening her arms and shouting excitedly. This time, she was really scared and thought she was going to die here. Unexpectedly, Senior Brother Qin led the Wolf Fang bee swarm to divert the trouble, changed the situation in one fell swoop, and defeated the Red Flame Hunting Bird, a lower-grade, Xian-level race. This is like a god descending to Earth, so exciting. Hee. Just as Shan Rushua ran over and hugged Qin pulled Beiji over with him. The hug was placed on Beiji. Hot air spurted out of Beiji's nostrils, and the black skin formed by the bull demons, Yi Jingong, immediately softened and turned into the original soft white skin. Even if he didn't open his mouth, one could feel that his face seemed to be full of smiles. Next to it, Wukong patted its thigh and thought that this stupid pig was still very stupid. No concentration at all. I didn't expect to hold you in my arms. Oh my, the former sand white pig has grown so big. I didn't expect it either. You must be practicing very hard. Senior brother has trained you so well. I don't know how many good things he has fed you. Shan Rushua smiled and rubbed Beiji's head. She often went to Ubi Peak to get magical chickens and help Qin sell them, so she was naturally familiar with Beiji. When Beiji was patted on the head, his mouth trembled and he felt like laughing. But it knows in its heart that beauty will only make it stronger, so it held back its smile. This caused Beiji's expression to change frequently and in a colorful way, which made Dan Rushua laugh. At the same time, other female disciples who were rescued also came to thank Qin. Many of them said that after they get out, they will definitely patronize Qin's business and buy magical chickens and ducks. Some of them cleverly took out their sound transmission notes, exchanged contact information with Qin, and turned around to show off to their other sisters with a smile. Junior Brother Qin, you were planning to go over there. but there are still 2 hours left. Why don't we go together so that we could take care of each other? Lu Yingying said. Yes, senior brother. I feel very safe with you. Shan Rushua also echoed, with trust in Qin and flashing in her eyes. Yes, brother Qin, come together, the other female disciples also laughed. This scene of acting like a spoiled child made Qin, who was not interested in women, feel his scalp tingling, and he felt inexplicably happy. He thought about it and simply agreed. After all, it was only 2 hours, and he could only collect some spiritual herbs on the way. It was unlikely that he would have the chance to obtain the treasure map of the valley again. Then let's explore the rest of the area together. Let's go to the valley of the metamorphosis grass. There's a seriously injured and dying 100-foot red snake in there. In addition to the metamorphosis grass, there must be other spiritual herbs. Good. Chapter 69. The Pioneer of Forest Explosion. The group headed towards the valley of metamorphosis grass. On the way to the valley, the female disciples often looked at Qin and with a smile, and sometimes they would take a spiritual herb and ask him in a humorous way. Because in addition to raising pigs in Ubi Peak, Qin is also an alchemist, so he knows more about spiritual herbs. So these female disciples wanted to know Qin and's current level of alchemy skills. Brother Qin, you are amazing. You know the functions of such rare spiritual herbs. You are worthy of being an alchemist. I heard that the sect is going to hold an alchemy conference for Diverting Peak next month. Will senior brother Qin attend? Little sister, what you are asking is very meaningful. Those who participate in the alchemy conference are all alchemists who have studied alchemy for several years, or even more than 10 years. They are experienced veterans. Senior brother Qin has just started learning alchemy not long ago. He will not be able to compete. If he wants to participate, he should participate in the alchemy conference in 3 years. Oh, so that's it. I was thinking that if senior brother Qin were to attend, we would go over and cheer him on. Chuckle, chuckle. Amidst the laughter, Qin suddenly said with a smile, I will participate in this alchemy conference. This is a great opportunity to prove my alchemy skills. How can I miss it? Hearing this, several female disciples were shocked and looked at each other. I don't know how to reply. This alchemy conference looks extremely difficult at first glance. Senior brother Qin has only been learning alchemy for less than half a year. Can he do it? Next to her, Shan Rushua, who was extremely confident in Qin, smiled. You guys, I'm afraid you don't know how strong my senior brother is. He is known as a genius alchemist in Diverting Peak, and his master, Ingwen Xiu, is a Xian-level alchemist. Brother, you are more than qualified to attend this conference. After hearing Shan Rushua's words, the female disciples were even more shocked. They didn't all pay attention to the news from Diverting Peak. After all, they had never asked an alchemist to make pills for them, and when they needed pills, they would go to the market to buy cheap ones. They even rarely went to the sect's alchemy room. I didn't expect that senior brother Qin is so strong in alchemy. Look at the break-eating pig king and the fiery monkey he trained. The eyes of several female disciples lit up. This is not just senior brother Qin. He is simply the best candidate for a Taoist partner. A genius beastmaster and alchemist. He has a good temper, is not arrogant, doesn't care about rumors, and has the character of an immortal who has seen through the mundane world. Most importantly, he has a very handsome face. Ahem, don't think too much. Senior brother won't like you, right, senior brother? As a woman, Shan Rushua immediately noticed what these sisters were thinking and set up a cordon. If you want to like someone, you should also pay attention to the principle of first come, first served. You should also like her. Sisters, you can't compete with me. Seeing Shan Rushua's expression of protecting the food, several female disciples covered their mouths and laughed awkwardly. The atmosphere is relaxed and cheerful. At this time, they also arrived at the valley where the transformation grass was found. Be careful. Something seems wrong. There's movement inside. Lu Yingying raised her hand, asked everyone to stop, and reminded them. Qin swept his spiritual sense over and also sensed a terrifying power. Boom! There was a loud bang, and several people steadied themselves on a shaking ground. When they looked up, they saw a giant tree rising into the sky. More than 30 branches turned into sharp thorns and pierced the body of the 100-foot-long red snake. The blood dyed all the branches of the giant tree red. That's it. Lu Yingying's face changed in shock, and the ice wolf beside her was on full alert. Qin frowned and told Wukong and Beiji to protect the crowd. Then he pushed his spiritual consciousness forward and saw clearly what was happening in the valley. In the valley, a young man in a blue robe wearing the insignia of an inner disciple was standing under the giant tree, his eyes glancing coldly towards them. It seems that their traces have been found. Behind him were 3 pets, 2 of which Qin recognized: the willow spirit and the jadewood deer, both of which were the yellow-grade superior race. As for the other pet, with horns that looked like a goat, Qin could only tell that its aura was extremely powerful, enough to reach the peak of the first level. Is it a lower-grade, Shin-level race? Qin murmured to himself. At this time, the young man in blue robe took a step forward and cast a spell, and with the wind blowing under his feet, he came out of the valley. Lu Yingying blurted out when she saw him. "It's you, Pua." Pu-he, this name is known to everyone among the inner disciples, just because he created a fighting style called Forest Explosion Earth Flow, which uses the innate spells of wood-type pets and earth-type pets to combine with each other to burst out damage that cannot be ignored. This style of play was demonstrated in the sect competition 5 years ago, and it made Pu-he a popular figure at the time. If his pet beast was not a little weak at that time, he would have won the championship and been listed among the true disciples. And now, 5 years have passed, and the other party has reached the peak of chi refining, and the pets he has trained are far more than before. The strength is so powerful that it is astonishingly strong, enough to shake ordinary foundation-building cultivators. Qin had heard of his name before he joined the 10,000 Beasts Sect. At that time, there were even many disciples who admired him very much and rushed to imitate his Forest Explosion Earth Flow fighting style. It is said that this style of play can change the terrain and cause large-scale damage. Qin looked at the huge tree rising into the sky and muttered to himself. The 100-foot red snake was hung there like this. What exactly is this style of play? It's a pity that I didn't get to see the whole picture. At this time, Pu-he also looked at him and obviously found that his consciousness was stronger than those of the same level. This was the level of minor success in the first part of the beast taming art. As for why he knew so much about it, it was because he had already achieved minor success a year ago. Lu Yingying, I didn't expect to see you here. Seeing how disheveled you look, you are not here to steal my spoils, right? Pu-he smiled, looked at Lu Yingying, and said. Among the cultivators present, he only knew Lu Yingying. As for Qin, although he could feel that he was a little bit good, it was not to the extent that made him afraid. Brother Pu, you must be joking. We were chased by Huang Dai and fled the valley. With the help of Brother Qin, we won the victory. We came back here to see what else is in the valley. I didn't expect that you have captured this 100-foot red snake. Lu Yingying sighed. The two of them had a friendship within the inner sect. 5 years ago, she was defeated by him during the sect competition. Pu-he was very famous and looked very cold, but he was actually quite friendly to his fellow disciples. Those monks who had imitated his fighting style would come to him for advice, and he would answer them one by one. But now, as Pu-he becomes more and more powerful, his former companions have begun to distance themselves from him and can't help but feel awe of him. However, in Lu Yingying's eyes, the other party's personality has not changed compared to 5 years ago. Huang Dai, it seems that he planned to kill those disciples. Upon hearing this, Pu-he turned his head to look at the hillocks of earth standing behind a row of goats in the valley. Apparently, he had helped to bury the bodies. How cruel. Pu-he sighed. Chapter 70, Battle Methods and Formations, Another Path. Pu-he's words were deeply resonated by others present. You know, there were only 1,000 fellow monks who entered the Sanyuan secret realm this time, but in this small valley, there were 50 or 60 fellow monks who were killed by Huang Dai. Adding Huang Dai's men and the fellow monks who were killed along the way, the number is estimated to be close to 100. No one can accept such unscrupulous and ruthless behavior. Now that Huang Dai has escaped from the Sanyuan secret realm, we originally wanted to come to the valley to collect some spiritual herbs, but we didn't expect to meet Senior Brother Pu. Qin said. Pu-he nodded, his eyes stayed on Qin for a moment, and he seemed to have some interest in him. Among all the people present, only the other party's spiritual power was far ahead of others. It is said that this person has only been in the profession for less than a year. Junior Brother Qin, I have heard of your name. The news that you raise pigs in Ubi Peak has spread widely among the inner sect. The duel a while ago was even more eye-opening, where the weak defeated the strong. Many of my friends are very optimistic about you and think that you will be the obstacle for them to compete for the position of the true disciple. Qin smiled bitterly, not expecting that the other party had also heard about his story. Please forgive me for making fun of you, Senior Brother Pu. That's just my hobby. As for the position of true successor, I don't desire it. I prefer to stay in Ubi Peak and live a peaceful life, raising pigs. Pui smiled and didn't continue to dwell on this topic. Everyone says you are decadent and wasting your talent. But now, it seems you have found your own way. It's not bad to live a quiet and comfortable life. Aries, he blew a whistle, and the goats came to him, squatted down, and let him ride on their backs. The other two pets follow behind. Since you have defeated Huang Dei, that can be regarded as revenge for them. There's still some spiritual herbs in the valley, so they belong to you. I have other goals to find, so I won't stay any longer. After saying that, he collected the corpse of the 100-foot-long red snake and turned to leave. Lu Yingying quickly called him. Brother Pooh, please wait a moment. Pui stopped and looked back at Lu Yingying. Anything else? Lu Yingying hesitated for a moment and finally asked, Brother Pooh, how did you create the forest explosion earth flow? Could you give me some pointers? When Pui heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. He didn't expect Lu Yingying to ask him for advice. The other party is known as an ice beauty and has always been arrogant. Even when she lost to him in the sect competition 5 years ago, she never lowered her head to ask questions. But today, she let go of some of her arrogance. Could it be that the battle with Huang Dei stimulated the other party's desire to become stronger? In his eyes, the fellow cultivators who had joined the sect together in the past had fallen behind and were progressing much slower than him. Even the training of their pets had not changed for a year or two, and they had always been using the old conservative methods. However, if someone asks him for advice, he is willing to answer. After all, only when enough strong people are born can he have the motivation to become stronger. Soon, Pui said calmly, the process of my creating the forest explosion earth flow style is not suitable for everyone. Just like this set of fighting methods, not everyone can use it. It needs to be combined with the characteristics of the pet and the cultivator's own mana attributes. You are a beastmaster who mainly uses ice and water attributes. I have not been involved in this field, but I can give you some suggestions. Hearing this, everyone pricked up their ears, and Sheen also became serious. Pui patiently explained to them the core ideas of tactics and some application techniques. Sheen, Lu Yingying, and others listened very carefully and nodded from time to time to show their understanding. As for the other female disciples, Shan Rushue and the others, they were already a little confused after listening to what they heard. After all, this knowledge is too profound. So, if you want to create a set of combat methods of your own, I suggest you learn the Tao of Formation. Only by integrating the core of the Tao of Formation into it will you have the opportunity to create your own combat methods based on the characteristics and attributes of your pet. This kind of power actually belongs to the formation, but it is more suitable for us beastmasters than the formation. When Pui finished his explanation, Qin and Lu Yingying both felt that they had benefited a lot. In addition to training and upgrading pets, the beastmaster has another way, which is the combat method mentioned by Puha. Integrating the formation into the battle of pet beasts, so that every beastmaster can change into different combat methods. This path to improve strength is not something that everyone can do. The rest is up to you. Thank you, Brother Pooh, for your guidance. Qin and Lu Yingying expressed their gratitude to Pui at the same time. Pui smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome. I just hope you can go further on the road of beast control. The sect competition that takes place every 6 years still has 1 year left. I hope you can find your own fighting methods. This way, if we have a duel in the future, it will be exciting. After saying that, Pui left the valley with his pet. He didn't care at all whether his instructions today would cause any changes in the sect competition 1 year later. Because he was too strong and too lonely, his strength had already reached the level of true transmission. It was only in order to participate in this secret realm that he suppressed his realm. After today's farewell, the next time we meet, he might have become a foundation-building cultivator, one of the true disciples. The 10,000 Beasts Sect is indeed full of talented people. They use formations to integrate the power of pets and create combat methods to improve their strength. This is a path I never thought of taking before. Qin thought to himself, although Senior Brother Pooh did not say anything, we must remember not to spread what we heard today. Lu Yingying turned to the sisters and gave them instructions. Don't worry, Senior Sister. The Dharma cannot be passed on lightly. We understand this principle. Shan Rushue and others said with a smile. What you said was too complicated and only a few people really understood it. As for creating tactics, even fewer people would consider doing so. Not everyone is a genius. They don't even have enough time to train their pets. So how can they have time to study formations? Junior Brother Chin, if you have the chance, you could try to create a fire-attributed combat method. In this way, after a year, your strength will be enough to surpass many inner sect disciples. When you participate in the sect competition, you will also have the opportunity to climb to the top step by step, like Senior Brother Pooh. Lu Yingying said with a smile. Thank you, Senior Sister, but I haven't mastered the Tao of alchemy yet. It would be too greedy to study the formation. It depends on the opportunity at that time. Chenin smiled. Lu Yingying nodded. Indeed, our energy as monks is limited. It takes at least several years to study any method. Let's go into the valley and pick some spiritual herbs. Once we're done cleaning up here, we'll go look for other targets. It's almost time to go out. Upon hearing this, everyone started to take action and collect the spiritual herbs in the valley. Chenin was no exception. While collecting spiritual herbs, he was thinking about the tactics that Pooh mentioned. Although he has no plans to study it in depth now, the inspiration has been deeply imprinted in his mind. Chapter 71, and in the process of collecting spiritual herbs, Chenin unexpectedly discovered several good ones, which made him overjoyed. One of them is the star refining grass, which is rumored to be an auxiliary ingredient for refining the foundation building pill. This star refining grass can not only be used to assist in refining the foundation establishment pill, but can also be used to make some special pills and improve the quality of beast pills, which is of great help to him. One plant can often be sold for several thousand low-grade spirit stones. As time went by, the magical herbs in the valley were gradually picked up. Everyone was also preparing to leave the valley and continue exploring other areas of the secret realm. Before leaving, Chenin looked back at the giant tree that Pooh used to kill the 100-foot-long red snake. He secretly decided in his heart that if he had the chance in the future, he would try to create a fighting method himself to see if it could be as powerful as Pooh's forest explosive earth flow. Let's go. Chenin greeted everyone and took the lead in leaving the valley. In the subsequent exploration, Chenin and his companions also encountered some monsters, but with their joint efforts, they solved them one by one and divided the harvest according to their contributions. The magical herb will belong to whoever discovers it first. Relying on the abilities of the three treasures, Chenin is always able to be the first to discover, but sometimes when he finds a batch of spiritual herbs, he will also share them with others. This made everyone's favorability towards Chenin and soar. Brother Chenin, you are so nice. Is this treasure-hunting mouse called Sambao? It's so cute. I want to have one too. What are you dreaming about? This is a treasure-hunting rat, not a hamster. Do you think you can raise one just because you only don't have that many treasure-hunting rats in our sect, right? Yes, this kind of pet is too rare. Those who can contract one rely on luck. As for the treasure-hunting rats bought from the strange beast pavilion, they're said to have lost their spirituality. It is better to contract one by accident. Aha, Senior Brother Chenin is so lucky. No wonder he found so many spiritual herbs along the way. We are the ones who took advantage of Senior Brother Chenin. Otherwise, Senior Brother, take it back. I will never resist. You, how can you do this? Go away. Don't seduce me. Shan Rushue quickly pulled away his sister who was about to expose her shoulders and shouted with a ruddy face. Senior Brother doesn't like women. If you want to get close, it's me. Haha, Junior Sister Shan, you are so bold. You want to eat alone, right? Sisters, tickle her. No, I was wrong. Soon, the female disciples burst into laughter, and there were some erotic scenes that were so exciting that the audiences were really enjoying themselves. Next to them, Beiji, who was carrying Chenin, had his eyes wide open, and he stopped and stared while walking. That pig-like face also made the female disciples laugh. Lu Yingying covered her forehead and sighed. You guys, be more ladylike. Yes, Senior Sister. In response, the jade pendants on everyone's waist lit up. It looks like the time has come. Lu Yingying looked down, then turned to Chenin and said with a smile, Thank you for your help along the way, Junior Brother Chenin. Senior Sister Lu, you are so polite. It is an honor to travel with you all. Chenin smiled slightly, and then his figure was swallowed by the light. Brother, we will definitely take care of your business after we get out. Yes. Remember to save some fat spiritual chicken for us to eat. I love eating sand white pig. When Beiji heard this, he couldn't help but recall the scene he had experienced before, and his body trembled. These fairies really like to eat sand white pigs. Fortunately, the old pig, did not fall, otherwise I would have been cooked too. In its panic, it was taken into the beast-controlling space. Qin and others completely left the Sanyuan secret realm. When I opened my eyes again, I was already in the same square. It's out. How many people died this time? It is said that many disciples were killed by Huang Dai. Fortunately, I didn't fight for the transformation grass, otherwise I would have been reduced to a handful of dirt. Huang Dai. He must be the inner sect disciple who was suppressed by the monks from the law enforcement hall. Damn it. He actually fed outer sect disciples like me to the 100-foot red snake as food. Quiet. Amid the discussions of many outer disciples, the master of Ubi Peak, Lu, shouted. The pressure from the foundation building cultivator instantly enveloped the entire place, and only then did the discussion cease. I already know some things in the secret realm. Regarding the inner sect, disciple Huang Dai's plot to kill the outer sect disciples, the matter will be handed over to the law enforcement hall for investigation and confirmation. Disciples, please rest assured that the sect never encourages fratricide. For disciples who have such cruel means, the law enforcement hall will definitely give justice to those who died. In the midst of silence, all the cultivators who came out of the Sanyuan secret realm learned about this matter. Everyone looked towards the distance, at a figure being kneeled in the corner of the square. Qin also looked over. That was none other than Huang Dai, the invincible man in the secret realm. But now, the opponent had disheveled hair, and his legs were forced to kneel on the ground by the terrible pressure. The two elders of the law enforcement hall, next to him, cast spells to restrain all his strength. Ha! The winner takes it all. Huang Dai laughed miserably, then stared at Qin as if he wanted to hold a grudge against him in his heart. I won't die. I will come back. Qin and Huang Dai looked at each other, frowned, and felt each other's strong hatred. However, it is not easy for the other party to survive. Entering the law enforcement hall is not up to the other party. Even if the inner door elders behind the other party want to lend a hand, they have to ask whether the hundreds of wronged souls in the Sanyuan secret realm agree. Moreover, those who died were all known to friends and relatives, and some of the elders. This will inevitably turn into a battle without gunpowder. It all depends on who is more powerful behind the scenes. It's difficult to save your life. I hope you die in a law enforcement hall. Otherwise, you'll have to trouble me after you get out, and I'll have to kill you myself. I don't want to dirty my hands. Qin looked away and thought to himself. Soon, the disciples felt relieved after hearing Elder Lu's assurance. Applause broke out in the square, and many outer disciples cheered, hoping that the sect would deal with Huang Dai fairly. Take him away. Lu waved his hand, and the elders of the law enforcement hall took Huang Dai away. My fellow disciples, you have grown after going through the 3 Yuan secret realm. However, although the journey to the secret realm has ended, your journey of cultivation has just begun. No matter how many opportunities and gains you have gained in the secret realm, you should not slack off. The road to immortal cultivation is long and arduous. Only by continuous efforts can you continuously improve your strength. If you fail to build a foundation, you'll end up being an ant. I hope you will remember this. Okay, you guys can go away too. After saying this, Lu left with the deacons and elders, and the disciples present also left one after another. On the way out of the square, Qin met Lu Yingying, Shan Rushue, and others. After agreeing on the quantity of magic chickens and ducks to be purchased, they left happily. After returning to Ubi Peak, Qin began to count his gains. He took out the pet bag distributed by Sanyuan Secret Realm. Inside, it was filled with corpses of monsters, each of which was worth hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. Chapter 72, Buying Ubi Peak. Take out all the demon cores. The corpses can be sold as materials for refining weapons. However, it will probably take half a month to deal with all the corpses of so many demon beasts. After Qin estimated the value of the corpses of these monsters, he began to clean them up and took out the monster pills one by one. These demon pills are the core and heart of the demon beasts. They contain a trace of the demon power essence of the demon beasts when they were alive. Feeding them to your own pets can increase the demon power. Even if you eat more demon pills of the same type, you can comprehend the innate spells of the demon beast when it was alive. For example, from the black demon rhinoceros demon pill that Beiji had eaten before, although he was not able to comprehend the black demon rhinoceros innate spells such as hardening, he also benefited a lot, and his body became stronger. Therefore, demon pills are very important for training pet beasts. Pets are not very fond of eating the corpses, flesh, and blood of monsters, because the monster power digested is too scarce, and the benefits that cultivators get from eating monster meat are greater than those from eating pets. Therefore, many chi refining practitioners like to eat the flesh and blood of monsters to practice. However, this method of practice also has its drawbacks. It is not as good as elixirs, and is mostly used to satisfy appetite or by poor monks. Feed more of these first-level demon pills to Sanbao. Its realm is currently the weakest. After Qin and dealt with a monster, he took out the crystal-clear first-level fifth-layer monster pill and said to himself, the treasure-hunting rat also has an evolutionary direction. The first-level demon pill can be used for its evolution. However, the realms of Wukong and Beiji have reached the 8th level of the first level, so the demand for these first-level demon pills is not great. If they want to evolve further, they have to rely on second-level demon pills or first-level demon pills from mysterious and earth-level monster races. Sanbao come. He summoned Sanbao from the beast-taming space and threw the demon pill to it. Sanbao picked up the round, bead-shaped demon pill, felt the demonic power from it, and happily bit it with his big front teeth. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Soon, the demon pill turned into fragments and transformed into essence of demonic power, which was absorbed by the 3 treasures. After eating one, my stomach felt round and I burped because I was too full. Sanbao fell to the ground with his head tilted back, his eyes squinted, and a happy expression on his face. This life as a rat is much more enjoyable than before. There are also demon pills to eat. In its dream, it seemed to see its body becoming huge and towering like a mountain. It stretched out its hands to hold the sun, moon, and stars in its arms, and then began to chew them with relish. It became extremely powerful and possessed infinite strength, becoming the overlord of the rat world. But its sweet dream did not last long, and it was gently awakened by Qinin. Come on, Sanbao, take your medicine. This is a Tianbao beast pill. It can increase your strength and size. Qinin said to Sanbao with a smile. Sanbao rubbed his sleepy eyes and woke up from his sweet dream reluctantly. When it saw the pill in Qin-An's hand, its eyes immediately lit up and it jumped onto Qin-An's palm excitedly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sanbao called out anxiously as if shouting, give it to me, give it to me. Qin-An handed the pill to Sanbao with a smile, watching it eat it with relish, the evolutionary path of the treasure-hunting rat emerging in his eyes. Treasure-hunting rat treasure rat required 5,000 low-grade earth spirit stones, swallow 1 earth spirit juice, comprehend the earth escape technique, and increase weight by more than 10 kilograms. Treasure-hunting rat treasure summoning demon rat required. Take 100 first-level demon pills of any quality. Take 100 ghost mysterious stones. Increase perception ability to 500 meters away, and give birth to divine consciousness. Treasure-hunting mouse. Treasure-hunting rats do not have as many evolutionary routes as sand-white pigs. The 2 routes he values more are the Duobao spirit rat and the summoning treasure demon rat. Among them, the Duobao spirit rat can possess the ability to burrow underground and control earth and wood, has certain combat capabilities, and can sense treasures that are farther and more hidden when hunting for treasures. As for the treasure-summoning demon rat, its talent for treasure hunting will be weakened, but it can give birth to spiritual consciousness. After taking the 100 Ghost Mysterious Stone, it has an innate spell to summon treasure, which can be used in battle, and there is a certain chance of seizing the magic weapon of the monk. The former is suitable for frontal combat and treasure hunting, while the latter is suitable for auxiliary support and control, depriving the opponent of magic weapons. The evolution of the Duobao Spirit Rat is relatively random. Qin-An plans to take this path for Sanbao first, and, at the same time, give the other party demon pills to eat, and then see if he can learn the treasure-summoning ability of the summoning treasure demon rat. The Earth Spirit Juice is as valuable as the Millennium Spirit Lotion I got from the Treasure Valley. I should be able to exchange this for some. Qin-An said to himself. He harvested a total of 5 bottles of Millennium Spirit Lotion, and 1 bottle was more than enough to exchange for 1 bottle of Earth Spirit Juice. 5,000 low-grade Earth Spirit Stones are worth 50,000 low-grade Spirit Stones. I can only ask Elder Xie to see if any of his friends have Earth Spirit Stones. After 1 evolution, Sanbao was able to jump to the lower grade Xian level, unlike Wukong and Beiji, who were still at the upper grade Huang level after one evolution. We still need to gather resources to evolve Wukong and Beiji once more before we can reach the Xian level. Qin took a look at the wishing point and saw that he had more than 90,000 yuan left, which was not rich. Moreover, he also needs 200,000 wishing points to unlock the Tiandao, Lingtai, foundation building method in the sacrificial tripod. There's a shortage of wishing points, too much. It's time to go to Elder Xie to take over Ubi Peak and expand the pig and chicken pens. Otherwise, I won't be able to earn 100,000 wish points in this month. I have to participate in the alchemy conference next month, and I will need a lot of wish points to improve my alchemy. After Qin thought about it, he decided to go find Elder Xie. As for spirit stones, he had already earned enough. He took out 30,000 low-grade spirit stones from Qian Xingye's storage bag, and the other outer disciple storage bags contained 50,000 in total. After selling some spiritual herbs and adding up the spirit stones accumulated before, he had already reached 300,000 low-grade spirit stones. There are even a lot of extra spirit stones, which can be used to buy Shabai piglets and spirit chickens. After leaving the wooden house, Qin came to the Elder Peak behind the Ubi Peak. It is said that the Sanyuan secret realm was very dangerous this time. 200 to 300 people died. The casualties were more than twice as high as the last time. Huang Dei really committed a sin. Luckily, you were able to come out safely. You came to me today for the sake of Ubi Peak's belonging, right? Elder Xie looked at Qin with a smile and took out the contract that had been prepared long ago. I'm ready. Just take a look. Qin took the contract handed to him by Elder Xie and read it carefully. It lists in detail the geographical scope of Ubi Peak, the time of its transfer to Qin, and the sect taxes he will have to pay in the future, the pigpen formation, and the number of Shabai pigs left by Elder Xie, etc. He was very satisfied with the terms and finally signed his name, then put 300,000 low-grade spirit stones in a storage bag and handed it to Elder Xie. Thank you very much for the support, Elder. Qin has lived up to your expectations and managed Ubi Peak in perfect order. Qin said with a grateful smile. Elder Xie smiled and patted Qin on the shoulder, saying, "This is the first time that a disciple has contracted a mountain. Many elders are not optimistic about you, thinking that you will lose everything in the future and delay your cultivation. But I am very optimistic about you. Who says a beastmaster can't raise pigs during training? Haha, work hard and sell the sand-white pigs throughout the sect's 1,000-mile area." Chapter 73, Being Plotted Against Again. After the transaction was completed, Qin and Elder Xie talked about the Earth Spirit Stone and Earth Spirit Paste. I think my old friend has some low-grade Earth Spirit Stones, but the quantity may not be as much as 5,000. It will take some time to prepare, maybe within 2 months. As for the Earth Spiritual Juice, it is too rare. Even if there is any, no one would trade it for spiritual stones. Generally, they would exchange it for other spiritual liquids, spiritual juices. When Elder Xie talked about the latter part, his expression was a little embarrassed. After all, Earth Spirit Juice is something that is not enough for everyone to use, but in terms of its level, it is not worthy of being auctioned at a trading house. You may find it on the black market, but the price is quite expensive, about 300 or 400 low-grade spirit stones for 1 pound. One side is equivalent to 2,000 kilograms, which requires at least 600,000 low-grade spirit stones. Of course, this price is not accurate. Even with so many spirit stones, it is difficult to exchange for a cube of Earth Spirit fluid. Unless you collect them slowly and spend months or even years to lower the price will just keep going up. Thank you, Elder. I have a 1,000-year-old spiritual lotion that can be used to exchange for Earth spiritual fluid. It's just that I don't have the channels, so I would like to ask the Elder to help me make connections. Qin took out the 1,000-year-old spiritual lotion in the jade bottle and said, "Oh." Elder Xie swept his spiritual sense and saw that there was indeed a 1,000-year-old spiritual lotion inside. He couldn't help but be surprised. It seems that you have gained a lot in the Sanyuan secret realm. You even got the Millennium Spirit Lotion. Millennium Spirit Emulsion is a cultivation resource that is easier to absorb than spirit stones. Only disciples from some famous families or wealthy families will use it, as it can help them cultivate faster and better. Like ordinary inner disciples, their main practice still relies on spirit stones. Elder Xie thought for a moment and nodded. Okay, I can help you contact them, but you also know that few people will save spiritual juices and spiritual lotions. It may take some time to exchange for a sufficient amount. I'm very grateful for your help, Elder. Time is not a problem. I am willing to wait as long as I can exchange it for Earth Spirit Juice. Chinan hurriedly expressed his gratitude. Okay. Elder Xie smiled and said, if there is any news, I will use the sound transmission talisman to inform you. Thank you, Elder. After leaving Elder Peak, Chinan returned to Ubi Peak. This time, Ubi Peak officially became his territory, and no one would interfere no matter how it was transformed. We need to expand the formation of this pig pen, otherwise when the new piglets, chickens, and ducks come, there won't be enough space for them. Let's go to the formation peak to ask tomorrow. Money is needed everywhere, but fortunately Chinan has plenty of spirit stones in his pocket. He wanted to use this opportunity to expand the scale to 1,000 sand-white pigs, 5,000 spirit chickens, and 4,000 spirit ducks, a total of 10,000 food spirit beasts. In this way, the wish points earned in one day can be as high as 20,000 and 600,000 in 1 month. Within 2 or 3 months, he will be able to train Wukong, Beiji, and Sanbao into the Shin level race, and will also begin preparations for building the foundation. However, when Chinan went to contact the sellers of the spiritual chickens, spiritual ducks, and other spiritual animals, he was told that there were no cubs. Butler Chu, are you kidding me? Your Chu family has been running the business of spirit chickens and spirit ducklings for many years, let alone a few thousand heads. Even if it's 10,000 heads, wouldn't it take a few days for your family to get them together? How could there be no cubs? In the market of Wansho sect, Chinan looked at Manager Chu opposite him and said in a cold voice, as an inner sect disciple of the 10,000 Beasts Sect and also holding the title of the Master of Ubi Peak, he was naturally not at a disadvantage when facing the manager of a mere foundation-building family, so he directly interrogated him. Upon hearing this, Manager Chu broke out in sweat and quickly explained, Master Chin, please calm down. I'm also confused about this matter. Logically, the family should be able to supply you, but the clan member in charge of this business is making things difficult for you. I guess someone is behind this and doesn't want to supply you. Hearing this, Chinan frowned. Thousands of cubs would be worth tens of thousands of low-grade spirit stones if converted into spirit stones. Even if the Chu family is wealthy and powerful and does not care about this business, they should not cut off his supply directly. This is directly offending him, and he is stopping it at all costs. Could it be that someone is really behind this? Manager Chu, can you think of a solution? Chinan asked. After all, the matter of the cubs has a huge impact on his plans. If he cannot get them in time, then his breeding scale and income from wishing points will be limited there. As for changing a family's business, it is difficult. Firstly, he did not have enough connections. Secondly, most other families also had their own fixed breeding businesses. The cub business was not profitable. Except for the Chu family, other families basically would not sell them to the outside world. Instead, they would raise them to adulthood and sell them directly at the adult price. When Manager Chu heard this, he looked embarrassed and said with a wry smile, Master Chin, I am a nobody in the Chu family. The young master of the Chu family who is in charge of this business will not pay attention to me. Chinan's heart sank, and he asked, does Manager Chu have any clues? Since the problem cannot be solved directly, he must at least know who is behind it. This, Manager Chu hesitated. Suddenly, Chinan handed him a storage bag. He subconsciously scanned it with his spiritual sense and found that it contained a full 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. Master Chin, what are you doing? Manager Chu looked at the storage bag in his hand, his eyes lit up slightly, and he looked up at Chinan as if he was weighing something. 3,000 low-grade spirit stones. With his position, he would need to work hard for at least 2 or 3 years to have a chance to save up that much. And now, you could take it away with just a few words. How can one not be moved? Manager Chu, we have known each other for some time. These spirit stones are just a small token of my appreciation. As long as you can provide some useful clues, our friendship will remain. Chinan said with a smile. Manager Chu took a deep breath, seemed to have made up his mind, and spoke in a low voice. Master Chin, I'm just guessing. The third son of the Chu family, who is in charge of the cub business, has been on very good terms with an alchemist at Diverting Peak recently. The alchemist seemed to have mentioned you, so the third son ordered his subordinates to cut off the supply in order to please the alchemist. I heard that the alchemist's name is Ku Tongzi. That's all I know about this matter. After saying this, Manager Chu stuffed the storage bag into his sleeve with a smile on his face, then bowed, said goodbye, and left. Chinan, who stayed where he was, thought about it carefully when he heard the name. Kutangzi, a Xian-level alchemist? I don't think I have ever offended him. Could it be because of my master? Wrong. Qin En's eyes suddenly lit up, and he finally remembered something. The culprit behind the last rumor about the spirit chicken was Tang Wu Yu. Wasn't the master he later worshipped Ku Tongzi? So he was the one behind this. Ha ha ha. I didn't settle the score with you for the spiritual chicken incident last time, but now you're cutting off my supply again. Okay, you really know how to play. His expression darkened. Chapter 74. Exclusive Agent of Wonder Beast Pavilion. After Qin found out that Tang Wu Yu was the mastermind behind the incident, he felt a surge of anger in his heart. In fact, I haven't had much contact with the other party. The last time was in the master's class. Could it be that he is holding a grudge against me, just because I have inherited the legacy? Moreover, the other party had already made things difficult for him once, and he had not yet sought to settle accounts with the other party for spreading rumors about Lingji. As a result, his magnanimity was met with yet another round of harassment and calculation. Tang Wu Yu, Kutangzi, since you want to play, I will play with you to the end. Qin En's eyes flashed with determination, and he said coldly in his heart, the other party will definitely participate in the alchemy conference in a month, and that will be the best time for me to severely inflict heavy damage on him. In the sect, those who fight without permission will be punished, and as for a duel on the ring, even a sinister person like Tang Wu Yu would not dare to agree. The only place where one can fight openly is the alchemy conference. Don't think that this kind of conference is 100% safe. In previous years, many alchemists have been killed or injured due to alchemy competitions. During the process of refining pills, the alchemist needs to be calm and focused. If he is disturbed by external spiritual consciousness or affected by the pill-making techniques, accidents may easily occur and the furnace may explode. Once the furnace explodes, at such a close distance, if the alchemist is weak, he can be easily killed. Over the years, many people have died due to furnace explosions. Therefore, being an alchemist is also a dangerous profession. At the alchemy conference, what is competed is not only the alchemy technique, but also the understanding of the way of alchemy, the control of the alchemy fire, etc. Therefore, there are implicit provisions that allow the use of spiritual consciousness to interfere with others at the conference. As long as you are careful and don't get caught, you will not be punished even if you kill other participating alchemists. After all, the other party is not good at academics, died here after attending the conference, and lost face as an alchemist. No one will speak up for you. But before that, I still have to deal with the cub issue first, otherwise the income from the wishing points won't be able to keep up with the progress. There are too many things I need to improve. Without 20,000 wish points a day, my alchemy level will be stuck at this stage. Qin thought to himself, thinking about how to break Ku Tongzi's blockade and continue to expand his breeding scale. At this moment, he suddenly received a message from Shan Rushue, and his eyes lit up. Brother, someone from the Strange Beast Pavilion came to you and seemed to want to buy the Sand White Pig King from you and let them be your exclusive agent. The Chisho Pavilion is a force that specializes in buying and selling beast tamers' pets. I have never heard that they want to engage in breeding business before. As a famous beast pavilion in Yin State, Chisho Pavilion must have most of the cubs. Maybe we could talk. So, Qin quickly replied to Shan Rushue's message, agreed on a meeting place, and decided to go in person to meet with the people from the Chisho Pavilion. This meeting may bring him an opportunity to change. At the agreed time, Qin arrived at the meeting place on time. In the restaurant, a middle-aged man dressed in gorgeous clothes and with extraordinary temperament was accompanied by 2 disciples, while Shan Rushua was beside him and ordered her favorite grilled pork skewers. Senior brother, here. Seeing Qin, Shan Rushua hurriedly greeted him. This is the representative of the Strange Beast Pavilion. His name is Lin Su. The other 2 are his family members and also our sect's outer disciples. They were the ones who helped to find me. When Lin Su saw Qin, he immediately went up to him and said with a smile, Fellow Taoist Qin, I have long heard of your great name. I am one of the managers of the Strange Beast Pavilion. This time I came here to discuss cooperation with you. As far as I know, you have already bought the right to use Ubi Peak from Elder Xie yesterday. I think you're planning to run the farm yourself and expand the scale. Hearing this, Qin nodded. Since the other party came prepared, you must have investigated some things. The transfer of Ubi Peak has been registered, so it is not a secret. Once fellow Taoist Qin expands the scale, the number of these white sand pig kings, spirit chicken kings, and spirit duck kings will increase, and the supply will exceed the demand. If they're only sold in the 10,000 Beasts Sect or near the market, no matter how much they can sell, the price will definitely drop. Some breeding families may even boycott you and start a price war with you. Even if the monsters you breed are good, you will still be harassed in various ways. I think the rumors about the spirit chickens some time ago were the beginning. And if fellow Taoist Qin cooperates with us, we can guarantee that fellow Taoist Qin's price will remain unchanged, and the sales area will also be expanded to the 5 counties of Yen State. With the name of our Strange Beast Pavilion as an endorsement, those who dare to cause trouble will naturally be more cautious. To be honest, we at the Strange Beast Pavilion have been dedicated to collecting all kinds of rare pets to provide them to the Beastmasters. However, the income from this kind of thing is too meager, and simply raising spiritual beasts for food is too low-end, and we don't care about it. Only the White Sand Pig King trained by fellow Taoist Qin is different. It is said that in a duel, the Sand White Pig King was able to defeat the White Wild Crocodile. This time, it evolved into the Armed Strength Pig King, showing its might in the 3 Yuan secret realm. This is a feat that no food spirit beast has ever achieved. It is an example of a miracle. We can definitely use examples like this to promote our brand. Its potential and value are self-evident. Therefore, we at the Wonderful Beast Pavilion hope to cooperate with fellow Taoist Qin and become the exclusive agent for the sales of food spirit beasts, such as the Sand White Pig King. When Lin Su finished speaking, his expression became very excited, as if he had seen a bright road. Qin listened to Lin Su's words and thought to himself, giving exclusive agency naturally has advantages and disadvantages. The disadvantage is that he cannot see all the customer information, and the name of Chisho Pavilion will be ranked in front. He only knows the Shabai Pig King of Chisho Pavilion, but not the Shabai Pig King of Ubi Peak. But there are also advantages, that is, you don't have to look for customers or worry about poor sales. You can just focus on breeding. Exclusive agency? Then I wonder what conditions the Strange Beast Pavilion can offer. Qin asked tentatively. Lin Su was well prepared and answered immediately. We are willing to guarantee the price and monthly sales volume of fellow Taoist Qin and promise to give fellow Taoist Qin a certain share after 1 year of sales. We, Chisho Pavilion, will also be responsible for promotion and publicity and will bring fellow Taoist Qin's name into it. This is the greatest sincerity from our Wonder Beast Pavilion. After hearing Lin Su's conditions, Qin was somewhat tempted, but did not agree immediately. Instead, he talked about the cub problem he had just encountered. The Chu family? Lin Su frowned slightly, and then said, "Don't worry, fellow Taoist Qin. Although the Chu family has been operating cubs for many years, we in the Wonderful Beast Pavilion also have many partners, such as the Lin family behind me, and the Su family who raises spirit rabbits. We can guarantee the supply of young Shabai pigs, spirit chickens, and spirit ducks. The price we offer to fellow Taoist Qin is 10% lower than that of the Chu family, and we will also support monthly payments. If necessary, we can also attack the Chu family's market together in the future. After all, the spiritual chickens and ducks raised by Daoyu are better than theirs." After hearing what Lin Su said, Qin finally smiled. "Then it's a pleasure to work with you." Lin Su also smiled and shook hands to reach a cooperation agreement. Chapter 75. The Fairy's Eyes Are So Scary. 3 days after reaching a cooperation agreement with Lin Su, Qin had enough cubs. Because it was a monthly payment and the conditions were generous, he increased the number of Shabai pigs. The original number of 1,000 sand white pigs was increased to 1,500. As for the number of magic chickens and magic ducks, it decreased slightly to 3,500 each, totaling 7,000. Including the number of Shabai pigs, the number is as high as 8,500. The daily output of wishing points has also increased. The white sand pigs bring 15,000 fixed wishing points, while the magic chickens and ducks bring 6,000 to 7,000. If you are lucky, you can get 21,000 or 22,000 wishing points a day. The purpose of this adjustment is actually because he feels that his signature pig is the sand white pig, and his main breeding focus in the future will still be on the sand white pig. After all, the wishes of the spiritual chicken and duck are too weak, and no green or blue wishes have ever been born. Only the sand white pig is lucky enough to have a green wish. Beiji lay outside the pig pen, looking at the sand-white pigs wiggling around inside, with an inexplicable look in his eyes. In the past, old pig, also pushed around in there. Fortunately, it awakened its intelligence and broke the boundary of being food, and all this is thanks to her. Beiji looked at Shan Rushue, who was not far away. It was very grateful to this fairy who was once the white moonlight in its life, and whom it never forgot. If it were not for her, it might have spent its life in a muddle like the other sand-white pigs. Where can I practice boxing, practice cultivation, and play with stinky monkeys like now? Brother, after you reach an exclusive cooperation with Chisho Pavilion, I can no longer help you sell sand-white pigs, right? Then I am useless. Will you still look for me? Shan Rushue said gloomily in the pavilion. Chinan noticed that Shan Rushue was in a low mood, so he walked towards her with a smile and comforted her. Junior sister Shan, why do you think so? You are my right-hand man. Without you, how can my breeding business be so successful? He paused and continued. Although I have reached an exclusive cooperation with Chisho Pavilion, your status with me has not changed at all. Besides, I still have a lot of other things I need your help with, such as helping me manage these sand-white pigs, recording their growth, and even helping me open new businesses in the future. Junior sister Shan, you will become the first employee of Ubi Peak. Will you help me here? I need you so much. Chinan said this sincerely, and he thought so in his heart. Because there are too many food beasts now, it is really difficult to take care of them all by himself, and Wukong and Beiji. He can do the feeding work and harvest the wishing points. But the subsequent cleaning of poop, washing, mixing food, caring for them, etc. all require human help. Otherwise, once they are too dirty and messy, they will get sick like ordinary chickens and ducks. This would make him overwhelmed and cause all kinds of trouble, so he always wanted to recruit help. Shan Rushue had helped him select which sand-white pigs were suitable for training into sand-white pig kings, and she also had experience in breeding. In addition, the two parties have been cooperating for a long time and know each other well, so he naturally wants Shan Rushue to help. And now is the right time to bring it up. Shan Rushue's eyes lit up when she heard this. She looked up at Chinan and asked, Really? Senior brother, do you still need my help? Chinan smiled and nodded and said, Of course it's true. You are very talented in spiritual beast breeding and you are very thoughtful. You are very suitable for this job. You can open up a cave in the mountains and move here from Shifa Peak. I can also give you some advice on your cultivation. To be honest, I'm already at the 9th level of chi refining, and I'm only one step away from the peak. After the alchemy conference, I'll start preparing for the foundation building. You know, I have a natural spiritual root. As long as you work a little harder, building a foundation will not be a problem at all. It will be easy for me to guide you on the path of building a foundation. After hearing Qin An's words, Shan Rushue's heart was swept away, and she shouted excitedly, Brother, Ido. Don't worry, I will definitely do these things well. I didn't expect that my senior brother's realm would improve so quickly. During the last duel, he seemed to be only at the 5th level of chi refining, while I have only advanced 1 level. Now, I'm only at the 6th level of chi refining. Brother is indeed a genius. Those outsiders say that you are just raising pigs and neglecting your cultivation. Little do they know that brother is already far ahead and is about to establish his foundation. When you succeed in building your foundation, I guess those people, including Elder Chun Yongchong who doesn't think highly of you, will be shocked and terrified, ha ha. Shan Rushue smiled brightly, as if Chinan's progress was her own progress. Chinan smiled and said, As long as you calm down, it doesn't matter where you practice. I once read a travelogue in the sect's library. It talked about the difference between our sect's disciples and independent cultivators. It also raised a question, why are our sect's cultivators weaker than the famous true lords in the Xuanzhen realm? In terms of spiritual roots, the genius cultivators of the sect are stronger. In terms of Taoism, the genius cultivators of the sect are exposed to more. In terms of inheritance, we have a more complete range. However, independent cultivators can only rely on themselves to fight and kill all the way. They have no one to rely on. How come they're so much stronger than us in the end? Is it because the independent cultivators are more ruthless, more fearless, more desperate? I think it's neither. It's just that their path is more steadfast. It's because they start from the bottom that their will is stronger, making their strength far beyond that of the sect monks. They have no blessed land to practice in and wander around in various areas of the Xuanzhen realm, but their Tao hearts are terrifyingly strong. So it doesn't matter where you practice. What matters is whether your Dao heart is firm. Junior sister Sean, if you can understand and comprehend your own Dao heart, I think the natural limitations of spiritual roots and talents can be completely broken. Otherwise, where would there be so many cases of independent cultivators and true lords making comebacks in Xuanzhen realm? After hearing what Qinin said, Shan Rushue became thoughtful, and the originally playful expression on her face became extremely serious. She understood that this was the first guidance given to her by her senior brother. This guidance points directly to the heart of Tao. Thank you for your guidance, brother. Shan Rushue bowed to him and said seriously, I will move from Shifa Peak tomorrow. No, I will move from Shifa Peak tonight to Ubi Peak. I will learn from my senior brother to stay away from trouble and raise pigs and practice in peace. Qinin smiled and said, You don't need to learn from me. The important thing is that you have to feel happy raising pigs. Otherwise, your raising pigs will be different from mine. Only when you're happy can you gain something from it. Yes, I will definitely raise pigs and raise them happily. Shan Rushue grinned and then looked at the sandy white pigs in the pigsty. In her eyes, the white pigs seemed to be stripped naked. Their skin and flesh became tender and delicious. She smacked her lips in frustration. Happy. For some reason, Beiji trembled his body, and in fear he quickly climbed up from the pig pen and ran towards the back mountain. Wow, the fairy's eyes are so scary, as if she wants to eat me, the pig. No, I, old pig, must continue to practice and work hard to become stronger. Chapter 76, New Evolutionary Route. Junior Sister Sean, where are you moving to overnight? Ubi Peak. What? Isn't that where the genius pig-raising monks are? Yeah, I'm gonna raise pigs too. Amid the exclamations and surprises of the disciples, Shan Rushue responded with a smile. After she cleaned up the original hut, she took her things and left Shifa Peak, leaving the stunned monks behind to talk about it. Junior Sister Sean is also going to raise pigs. Oh my god, I feel like I'm dreaming. It's over. Junior Sister Sean has been deceived and is actually raising pigs. Won't she become a pig-raising fairy in the future? Ah, this is too shocking. She is my goddess. Ah, what goddess? She has already run away with senior brother Qin. Maybe they are even sleeping in the same room with her tonight. You actually destroyed my Dao heart. I will kill you. Don't look down on pig farming. It is said that the pigs raised in Ubi Peak are hard to come by. Many elders have to make an appointment if they want to buy a white pig king to try. It seems that they have reached an exclusive cooperation with a wonderful beast pavilion. That's just raising pigs. What can you achieve by raising pigs? I want to see when Junior Sister Sean will regret it. She will definitely return to the Dharma Learning Peak. The one who comes back won't be your former sister Sean. Maybe she will bring a child back with her. You've ruined my faith again, you bastard. I'll kill you. Amidst the shouting and screaming, Shan Rushue had already arrived at Ubi Peak and built a wooden house on the mountainside. So what if I raise pigs? At Ubi Feng, I can learn more and grow faster. Shan Rushue told herself silently in her heart. Besides, I can stay with my senior brother. Is there anything better than this? She covered her cheeks with her hands, looking shy, and suspected that she would dream about her senior brother tonight. So I took a deep breath, calmed myself down, and encouraged myself. Tomorrow I will start my pig-raising life. Happy shoveling. The next morning, when the first ray of sunlight penetrated the clouds and shone on Ubi Peak, Shan Rushue had already begun her new pig-raising life. She was wearing simple clothes, holding a shovel, and walking towards the pig pen with a smile on her face. But when she saw the chaotic scene in the pigsty, for some reason, her heart trembled. If I just go in and shovel the shit, I won't be knocked to the ground, right? Although the sand-white pig is very weak, it is still very strong. If she is hit a few times, she will be injured. Unless you keep an eye on them at all times, your efficiency will be reduced. Don't worry, Junior Sister Sean. Beiji will cooperate with you. He is the one who cleans the shit on weekdays. The white sand pigs in the house have several leaders. They all know him and listen to him very much. At this time, Qinin, who was standing next to him, saw this and led Beiji over with a smile. When Beiji saw Shan Rushue, he raised his head and hummed, indicating that there was no problem at all and she could trust him. Really? Thank you so much, you are such a good pig. Shan Rushue smiled and touched Beiji, making Beiji's tail almost stand up. Damn it, this stupid pig is going to be picked on by the mouth again. Not far away, Wukong said secretly. While Shan Rushue and Beiji were taking care of the pigsty hygiene, Qin and was planning the next evolutionary route for Wukong. Fire Monkey read, Xin, Tombi Monkey, requirements. Practice firearm to the highest level. Increase the speed by more than double. Comprehend how to integrate flames into the meridians in the body. Transform the meridians into fire veins and swallow a portion of fire god powder. The evolution conditions are much more stringent than the last time, but this is the route Qin and chose as the most suitable for Wukong's evolution. Because Goku's training in the firearm is about to reach perfection. As for the speed, the improvement will be slower. He may be able to reach it when he reaches the 9th level of the first stage or the peak. In the end, he still has to rely on hard work and practice to make progress. The most important thing is to transform the meridians into fire meridians, which requires Wukong's understanding. The fire god powder is the last step of evolution and requires 150,000 wish points. It is not cheap, but Qin will be able to buy it next month. Wukong, you are now a top-grade yellow race, but our goal is not just that. Qin stood in front of Wukong and said with a firm look. Wukong scratched his head and looked at his master with some confusion. Although it is intelligent and smarter than the stupid pig, it does not particularly understand such high-level things as racial evolution. This is why it is difficult for pets to evolve. Wild monsters may even take years or even decades to evolve. Only beastmasters can rely on their own accumulation and knowledge to help them evolve quickly. Qin saw this and explained with a smile, Wukong, next I will train you to become a mid-level, Xin-level race, the red Xin Tombi monkey. Once the evolution is successful, it means that you will have stronger strength, faster speed, and sharper perception. You can even comprehend new Xin-level racial spells from it. This is a qualitative leap for you. After listening to Qin An's words, Wukong recalled the red flame hunting bird he met in the Sanyuan secret realm. The opponent was a Xin-level race, and its realm was obviously only one level higher than his, but it was able to knock it to the ground from mid-air with one blow, making it dizzy. Therefore, it also realized the power of the Xin-level race. There was a gleam of excitement in its eyes. It always longs to become more powerful. Only in this way can it obtain everything it wants, not be bound by the heaven and earth, not be imprisoned by anyone, and gain true freedom that belongs to it. This is also the reason why it recognizes Qin and as its master, because only the Beastmaster can help it achieve this. Squeak, 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 Wukong shouted anxiously. It seemed to be asking what it should do in order to achieve its goal and evolve into a red-black macaque. Qin pondered for a moment and said, the path of evolution is very demanding. First, you have to practice the firearm hard and bring it to the pinnacle. This can only be done with hard work, but also requires understanding. From now on, when you get up every day, practice firearm first, not Kunlun power. Practice hard. Also, start running around Ubi Peak every morning to increase your speed. Didn't you always want to smash the top of Ubi Peak on the last night? Now Ubi Peak has been contracted to me. You can swing your fists as much as you want, hit the top of the mountain, and exercise your fist strength. According to my method, if you don't get lazy, you may be able to break through the firearm to the pinnacle in a month. After that, we will customize the next step to transform the meridians into fire meridians. Wukong listened carefully to Qin An's words and squeaked in response. And in Qin An's eyes, there was also an additional message about his own wish. Current wish, Wukong will improve his firearm to the highest level within 1 month. 50,000 wish points required. The next second, 50,000 wish points were deducted from his wishing points, plus the more than 20,000 wishing points gained today. Remaining, 68,800 points. You must work hard to live up to my cultivation. Come, take this Tianbao Beast Pill and get started. Qin grinned and threw a bottle of Tianbao Beast Pill to it. Wukong took the pill and patted his chest. Don't worry, I, old son, am more reliable than that idiot. In the pigsty, Beiji, who was cleaning at night, suddenly sneezed. He didn't know who was thinking about him again. Chapter 77. Earth Escape Technique? Isn't it the technique of digging holes? After planning Goku's evolutionary route, Qin has not yet planned Beiji's evolutionary route, because the number of subsequent paths for the Brawn Pig King is more than that for the Fiery Monkey, and it is difficult to choose the most suitable path among them. There is no turning back in evolution, so he has to be careful. Moreover, he raised his eyes and glanced at Beiji, who was following Shan Rushue in the pig pen and grinning foolishly, and thought to himself, Looking at how happy Beiji is, he probably isn't in a hurry to evolve. There are only 60,000 wish points left. I'll consider it slowly when I have more. Where's Sambo? Just when Sheenan was puzzled and looking for the trace of Sambao, suddenly, a little head popped out from under his feet, almost scaring him. Squeak, squeak, squeak. Sambao used his little paws to push away the pile of dirt on his head, then raised his head and shouted a few times, as if asking what he was being asked to do. After seeing Sanbao's condition clearly, Sheenan finally reacted and said in surprise, "Have you already learned the art of escaping into the earth?" Squeak. Sambao shouted a few times in confusion. What kind of underground escape technique is this? Isn't this the burrowing technique passed down in our treasure-hunting rat family? After understanding what Sambao meant, Sheenan remembered that on the night when he found Sanbao's contract, Sambao also dug a hole underground to steal chickens. The art of digging holes? A magic inherited from the treasure-hunting rat family? He frowned and inserted his fingers into the hole in the earth. Sambao was so frightened that he jumped out quickly, squeaking a few times. "Master, what are you doing? How could you do this? The hole I just dug will collapse if you move around." However, in the face of Sanbao's exclamation, Sheenan ignored it, but turned his head with a happy expression and stared at it. This is the earth escape technique. This is not the hole digging technique. One of the conditions for evolving into a duo-bow spirit rat is to master the art of earth escape. I didn't expect that you have already mastered it. Sambao tilted his head and blinked. Earth escape technique? Didn't I just go down to the ground, crawl out, and dig a hole? Look, after you came up, the back of the hole had already closed up, which means you didn't dig your way up, but you drilled a hole through earth escape. Sheenan retracted his fingers and cast a spell to clear away the surrounding dirt, allowing Sambao to see clearly what was going on in the hole he had dug. The art of earth escape is to bless oneself with magical power, so one can move freely underground, and Sambao has no awareness when performing this spell. This also causes it to drill around and dig holes by relying on the art of earth escape. Once it reaches the ground, the holes it made will actually heal themselves. Squeak, squeak, squeak. After seeing the healed hole clearly, Sambao was immediately shocked. What he was actually performing was actually the earth escape technique, and not the hole digging technique. This made it a little stunned for a moment. Great. You are destined to be with the evolutionary path of duo-bow spirit rat. Since you have already learned the art of escaping underground, you should eat more during the rest of this period. If you want to eat magical chickens and magical ducks, ask Wukong Beiji for permission. Just tell him that I allow you to eat as many as you want in a day. Increase your weight by more than 10 kilograms within a month. This is my training goal for you. Sheenan said earnestly. As long as the weight of Sambao increases by more than 10 kilograms, the remaining conditions for evolution will be only 5,000 low-grade Earth Spirit Stones and 1 bottle of Earth Spirit Juice. This matter has been handled by Elder Xie, and he can only wait for news. As for using wishing points to redeem, he was really short of wishing points recently, so he was a little reluctant to give them up. He decided to exchange them with the Millennium Spirit Lotion and Spirit Stones. Hearing this, Sanbao's eyes lit up and drool started to flow from his mouth. It felt that at this moment, the mouse's life was complete. There is such a good goal for cultivation. All you have to do is eat. It feels so good. In the past, if it wanted to improve its food, it had to sneak into a hole and get some spiritual fruits and spiritual meat when the outer disciples were not paying attention. And now, after being contracted, it can eat tempting delicacies whenever it wants. Hey, it is said that the fairy is also good at cooking, and the dishes she makes are very delicious. Then why not try her cooking? Sanbao's big eyes suddenly shifted to Shan Rushue, who was busy in the pig pen, and he thought to himself, let him try to act cute and please that fairy. It hasn't tried the dishes yet. Squeak, squeak, squeak. So, Sambao shouted to Sheenan a few times, as if to say, Master, don't worry, I promise to complete the task and gain 10 pounds in a month. Okay, then what do you want to eat? Then go and discuss it with Wukong and Beiji. I still have to go to the formation peak. I will make some pills for you when I come back. Sheenan rubbed Sanbao's little head and smiled. Sambao nodded in agreement, then suddenly dived into the ground and disappeared in an instant. The ground swayed like water ripples. In the past, it had to look for the hole it had dug for fear of not being able to return. Now that it knew it was performing the earth escape technique, it could do things much more freely. Just escape from the spot. If I don't remind this little fellow, He will never come to his senses and will think that he is still performing the hole digging technique. Qin laughed out loud, then left Ubi Peak in a good mood. Sanbao figured out the art of escaping underground on his own, so he only had a few wish points left to spend. At present, it seems that the contract I have is with 3 pets. The ones with the highest level of understanding are Wukong and Sanbao, and the last is Beiji. I've fed Beiji so many spiritual awakening pills, but why hasn't he become smarter? All the fish caught by Dan Rushue are black carp. He muttered jokingly. Could it be that Shan Rushue has to cook Beiji again before he can come to his senses again? After thinking about it, Qin shook his head, feeling that this was too cruel to Beiji. Perhaps the sand-white pig, no, all pig-like monsters have this nature. Lustful and playful. Qin traveled quickly all the way and soon arrived at the Formation Peak. This is the place within the Wansho sect where formations are studied and learned. After entering the Formation Peak, Qin was first attracted by the well-arranged formation buildings in front of him. Every building seemed to contain terrifying killing power. The 9 attics formed a large formation. If anyone caused trouble, they could be strangled in an instant. It is said that the 10,000 Beasts Sect formation was built by their own formation master. It is able to resist the attack of nascent soul cultivators. Ordinary golden core cultivators would find it difficult to break the formation. As for foundation establishment cultivators, no matter how many come, they will all die. It's obviously a beast taming sect, but it has quite a few geniuses in the art of formations. This is really strange. Qin thought to himself. The formation masters in the Formation Peak were all beast masters in the past, but they did not succeed in beast taming, and finally turned to learning the 6 arts of cultivating immortals. As a result, the earliest founder of the peak actually learned the formation without a teacher. Thus, generation after generation, the Formation Peak prospered, with about 100 formation masters in it, including quite a few at the Xian level and the D level. He followed the route he had inquired about in advance and arrived at Elder Li's residence. This was exactly the formation master who had set up the pigpen formation for Elder Xie. Chapter 78. Elder, I can have more money. Qin stood in front of Elder Li's residence and knocked on the door gently. After a while, a steady voice came from inside the door. Come in. Qin pushed open the door and saw that the room was simply and elegantly decorated, with incense burning to refresh the mind. The desk was filled with various books on formations. Elder Li was sitting in front of the desk, holding an ancient book in his left hand and an engraving knife in his right hand, concentrating on carving formation patterns on a spirit stone. Disciple Qin, I pay my respects to Elder Li. Li Wenluan looked up at Qin, smiled slightly, put down the ancient book in his hand, and said, You came to me because of the formation of the Ubi Peak pig pen, right? Elder Xie told me that you want to expand the scale of pig farming, and the original formation can no longer cover it. This time, do you want to customize a formation that covers the entire Ubi Peak? Qin nodded and said, That's right. I have recently expanded the scale of my breeding and want to strengthen the formation protection to prevent the spirit beasts from escaping or being stolen or invaded by outsiders. Therefore, I have come to ask Elder Li for help. My price is not cheap, and the strength of the formation depends not only on the level of the formation master, but also on the materials used to set up the formation. How many spirit stones do you plan to prepare? Li Wenluan asked casually. In his opinion, the other party was just like Elder Xie, who wanted to set up a makeshift formation, and the maximum amount would not exceed 50,000 low-grade spirit stones. As a Xian-level formation master, he really had no interest in such formations, and it even seemed like a waste of his talent to ask him to take action. If it weren't for the fact that he owed Elder Xie a lot of favors in his early years, he would not have been willing to bother with such trivial matters. However, Qin's reply surprised him a little. I have prepared 200,000 low-grade spirit stones, and would like to ask Elder Li to set up a low-grade, Xian-level defensive formation. If there are any remaining spirit stones, they will all belong to Elder Li. In addition, this is a gift prepared by me, so please accept it. After Qin finished speaking, he stepped forward and handed a storage bag to Li Wenluan. Oh, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones are more than enough to arrange a low-grade, Xian-level formation, which can withstand an attack from a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. But in the sect, who would attack Ubi Peak for no reason, so the formation is mainly to guard against the spirit beasts in Ubi Peak. In the future, Qin will definitely raise stronger spirit beasts. If the formation level is not high enough, the spirit beasts will escape. If the escaped spirit beasts cause chaos in the sect, then the blame will be held on him. So it would be better to set up a low-grade, Shin-level formation in one go. Li Wenlun looked Qin up and down. He didn't expect that this disciple was so generous as to use 200,000 low-grade spirit stones to set up the formation. You know, many people treat formations as if they can be used, and they won't spend so many spirit stones. Elder Xie's pigpen plus the right to use Ubi Peak only cost 300,000. This made Li Wenlun look up to Qin, and he was even a little curious about the gift in the storage bag. So he reached out to take it, and when he scanned it with his spiritual sense, he was shocked. This is the Millennium Spirit Lotion. Before coming, Qin had already investigated Li Wenlun's information, a Shin-level formation master and a cultivator in the early stage of foundation building. There weren't many things in his hand that could impress the other party, and the Millennium Spirit Lotion was one of them. This kind of rare cultivation resource can be used even at the peak of the foundation building stage, so no one would not be tempted. Qin had a total of 5 cubes, one of which needed to be exchanged for Earth Spirit Fluid, and the Millennium Spirit Lotion prepared for Li Wenlun weighed 1,000 kilograms, equivalent to half a cube, which is equivalent to about 400,000 or 500,000 low-grade spirit stones when converted into spirit stones. You have to know that some foundation-building cultivators do not even have 1 million low-grade spirit stones in their possession, so this huge amount of money made Li Wenlun excited. This is too valuable. Is it just to ask me to help set up the formation? That shouldn't be the case. I wonder if you have any other requests. Li Wenlun smiled, put away the storage bag, and even called Qin a younger friend. It can be seen that his favorability towards Qin has increased sharply. Benefits can move people's hearts. No Shin-level formation master would refuse this half-cube of Millennium Spirit Emulsion. To be honest with you, elderly, I heard that senior brother Puha once studied formations at the formation peak, and that's how he created his own forest explosion flow combat method. Therefore, I am very curious about formations, and would like to learn a thing or two, integrate it into beast taming, and create my own combat method. Qin said sincerely, if one wants to create a tactic, then one must have some understanding of the formation. Ever since he heard about the creation process of the tactic from Puhi, he has always kept it in mind. However, due to the lack of wishing points, the study of battle tactics has not started yet. Now that he has bought Ubi Peak and cooperated with Chisho Pavilion, his daily wish point income is over 20,000, and he has enough wish points to study. Hearing this, a hint of surprise flashed across Li Wenlun's eyes, and then he showed an expression of admiration. The art of formation is a relatively unpopular Taoist method in the sect. Most beast masters, after failing in beast taming, will consider refining pills and weapons. Few young disciples will study formation, and he also knew something about Qin. After all, there were many rumors about him, such as he was a genius in alchemy, a talented pig-raising cultivator, a monk with natural spiritual roots, etc. Such a disciple actually developed an interest in battle formations and had the ambition to combine it with beast taming. This is so rare. Puha is indeed a genius in formation and beast control. Li Wenlun nodded slightly, as if recalling the past. He was able to combine formations with beast control to create a unique forest blasting method. It's not easy. At present, apart from him, no inner disciples or true disciples dare to try this path. After all, the Myriad Beast Sect is a sect of beastmasters. Learning formations and creating battle methods all require a lot of energy and time. It will be better to spend this time and energy on beast control and pets. Puha is the only exception, and you, Qin, I don't want you to learn formations just because you're in the mood. Formations are broad and profound. You're also involved in alchemy and beast taming. Now, how can you learn formations well? By then, you may not be able to master any of the 3 paths, and you will only be able to stay at the Shen level. This was meant to dissuade Qin. It actually made sense. Human energy is limited, and it is impossible to be proficient in everything, nor is it possible to have the ability to create a clone. No matter which disciple hears these words, he should have self-awareness, step back, and focus his energy on the main path of taming beasts. But Qin knew that there was no limit to his abilities. As long as he had enough wish points, 10 years of hard work might allow him to master that knowledge in just a moment. So after hearing these words, Qin stretched out his hand anxiously and shouted, "Elder!" He was about to say, "Elder," I can have more money. But Li Wenlun suddenly lowered his head to glance at the storage bag at hand, changed the subject, and said with a smile, "However, I am willing to help you. From now on, I will be your formation master. This half-cube of Millennium Spirit Lotion will be your apprenticeship gift. Do you have any objection?" Chapter 79, Senior Sister Ao Xiaoying. Qinen was stunned. He didn't expect Li Wenlun to suddenly change his mind and agree. Originally, he thought he was going to be rejected and was planning to add more chips. He reacted quickly, bowed with a joyful expression, and shouted, "Thank you, Master." He called him Master directly, which was considered as accepting the relationship. However, this master-disciple relationship is not very solid, nor is it like the relationship between him and Ing Wenxiu, where they were accepted as direct disciples. This was only formed temporarily because of a relationship of interest. Okay, for now on you'll be my outer disciple. I currently only have one direct disciple, named Ao Xiaoying, who is from the Ao family of Taiwa Pass in the northern part of Yen State. It was a coincidence that she became my disciple and learned the formation. Come, I'll introduce you. Li Wenlun used the sound transmission talisman to call his own disciples. Soon, a girl wearing a little red dress, a bow on her head, with a pretty face and lively eyes walked quickly into the house. She looked to be about 16 or 17 years old and exuded a youthful and lively aura. "Master, you're looking for me?" The girl asked in confusion, her voice clear and pleasant. Li Wenlun smiled and nodded, then said to the girl, "Xiaoying, this is my new outer disciple Qinen. This is your senior sister, Ao Xiaoying." Qinen quickly stepped forward, bowed, and said, "Greetings, senior sister." Although the other party looked like a little girl of only 16 or 17 years old, Qinen did not dare to underestimate her. You know, there's a well-known saying in the world of immortal cultivation that the younger the cultivator, the harder it is to mess with. After all, everyone can practice and maintain youth and beauty, but if a person has a face of 16 or 17 years old, it means that the person has already shaped his or her appearance through practice a long time ago. As for his real age, it is unknown, but his strength is definitely stronger than you think. Therefore, Qinen dared not underestimate this senior sister. Ao Xiaoying looked at Qinen and pouted her lips, as if she was uncomfortable looking up at Qinen. After all, her height was only up to Qinen's chest, so even if she stood on tiptoe, she couldn't look him straight in the eye. But out of politeness, she responded, "Well, hello, junior brother." After saying that, she turned her head away, not wanting to look up at anyone taller than her. Seeing this, Li Wenlun was secretly satisfied. This disciple of his has always been cold and aloof, and doesn't get close to others easily, but it is rare that he can respond to Qinen in this way today. Although Ao Xiaoying appears cold on the surface, she's actually curious about Qinen's character in her heart. The reason why he was able to become a disciple of the master was entirely because he had an extraordinary talent in the art of formations. And why was the other party able to become the master's disciple? You know, Li Wenlun is a mid-level, Xian-level formation master. It is not easy for ordinary disciples to catch his eye. Xiaoying, Qinen is quite interested in formations. Please give him some pointers when you have time. Li Wenlun said to Ao Xiaoying with a hint of smile in his tone. He was very satisfied with Ao Xiaoying's talent. After only 3 years of learning the formation, she had already reached the middle level of the yellow grade, and would be able to enter the upper level of the yellow grade next year. Qinen, who has the reputation of being an alchemy genius and a pig-raising genius, has no idea what kind of talent he has in formations. However, the other party's main purpose is to tame beasts, and he learns formations in order to create combat methods. So although Li Wenlun has some expectations for Qinen, he does not have too high expectations. That's why they charge money to train him as an outer disciple. Ao Xiaoying frowned slightly when she heard this, and seemed unwilling to take on this responsibility. But she couldn't help but listen to her master's words, so she reluctantly nodded and said, "Yes, master." Seeing this, Qinen quickly said, "Senior sister, I will study hard and will not cause you any trouble." Ao Xiaoying glanced at Qinen and didn't say much, just nodded slightly. Li Wenlun saw that the atmosphere between the two was a little awkward, so he smiled and said, "Well, you two have met today and can get to know each other a little bit. Qinen, this is your identity token. You can enter and exit the formation peak freely, borrow the formation books in the peak, and participate in the formation exchanges and training activities in the peak. I will give lectures every Friday. You can come and listen to the lectures like the other disciples of Formation Peak. Li Wenluin said, taking out a token from his storage bag and handing it to Chenin. Chenin took the token with both hands, feeling excited, knowing that he would be able to learn formations in the future. As long as you can get him in the door, the subsequent improvements can be left to the wishing points. Thank you, Master. Chenin bowed and thanked him. Li Wenluin smiled and nodded, and continued. Since you are already my disciple, then I will naturally do my best to teach you. However, learning the formation is not easy. You must be mentally prepared and must not give up halfway. Chenin heard this and nodded solemnly, saying, Disciple understands. Li Wenluin nodded in satisfaction and said, By the way, since you have expanded the scale of breeding, the formation of Ubi Peak also needs to be upgraded as soon as possible. The 200,000 low-grade spirit stones you prepared should be enough. Let me make a list for you, and you can go to the material warehouse in the sect to buy them. As he spoke, Li Wenluin picked up a pen and wrote down a list of material names and quantities on a piece of paper. After writing it, he handed the list to Chenin and said, You can buy the materials according to this list. After buying them, come directly to the formation Peak to find me, and we will start setting up the formation. Chenin took the list, looked at it carefully, and then put it away. As you command, I will go and prepare the materials right away. After saying that, he turned and left Li Wenluin's residence, heading towards the material warehouse within the sect. Ao Xiaoying, who stayed in the house, looked at her master and asked directly, 200,000 low-grade spirit stones to set up a formation? Master, did you accept him as an outer disciple because you received money from him? Li Wenluin's face turned red. He didn't know how he was seen through by his own disciple. However, he would not admit it and shouted, How is it possible? Your master. Am I that kind of person? If I was after money, would I have lived in such poverty all these years? You know, I am a mid-level, Shin-level formation master. There are many people out there who ask me to set up formations. I have to charge hundreds of thousands of low-level spirit stones for just one formation. How dare you slander my teacher? After hearing her master's series of words, Ao Xiaoying knew that her guess was almost right and snorted, It seems that my junior brother is a great god of wealth. It's impossible for me to make you so moved without a gift of hundreds of thousands of low-grade spirit stones. I am really not that kind of person. Your junior brother is also a well-known person in the sect. He is gifted. You will know if you go out and ask around. It is said that the white sand pigs he raises can even fight in the ring. He came to learn the formation because he wants to create his own fighting method, like Pu He. Oh, Ao Xiaoying suddenly became curious. Could it be that I really misunderstood and that junior brother is a talented person? She touched her chin and decided to ask around when she went out. If he was a promising talent, she would be willing to give him some guidance. Otherwise, she would have no one to communicate with among the younger generation of the entire Formation Peak. The formation skills of those junior brothers and sisters were too weak, and they were not at the same level as her at all. It would be interesting if in the future I could discuss formations with a fellow disciple of equal strength.
That ferocious face, that huge body like a mountain, and that madly swinging scorpion tail blade. He rushed over savagely and violently. The blood armor impact can crush a person into a meat patty. Then the bloody mouth struck out like lightning and bit off one of the men's neck in one bite. The next second he appeared in front of Li Hongyuan. Li Hongyuan was stunned, facing the blood-patterned wild turtle that blocked out the sky. He felt so small, like a speck of dust. Then the cracks in the blood-patterned turtle's carapace glowed with red flames, getting brighter and brighter, like a burning coal that catches the wind. The temperature is getting higher and higher. Li Hongyuan's face became redder and redder. Please, please, please forgive me. I won't dare to do it again. Li Hongyuan immediately knelt down and begged for mercy. His head banged violently against the ground. The body couldn't stop shaking. He was desperately begging Longchen to spare his life. Longchen narrowed his eyes. We are all adults now. We should be responsible for our actions, right? Li Hongyuan was desperate. He watched helplessly as the blood-veined turtle's scorpion tail blade fell from the sky and cut his neck like lightning. The head rolled to the ground. It rolled to the feet of the remaining 3 people. The 3 of them ran away, crying. But how could they possibly outrun a blood-veined turtle with its engine running at full speed? Boom, 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 boom. The blood-patterned turtle caught up with the three people and started to kill them violently. The killing started from the beginning of the alley to the end. The blood splattered all over the alley. It looked horrifying. The alley suddenly became quiet. Long Chun and Wang Kaishan looked at each other, and Long Chun let the blood-patterned turtle return to the beast-taming space. Then the two of them immediately left the alley and disappeared into the streaming crowd. Above, the dragon guards looked at each other and saw the horror in each other's eyes. A 2-star extraordinary spirit beast slaughtered the hunter's D-level team? This is a rare miracle. If it was just a one-on-one fight where he killed a level 3 warrior, they wouldn't be so shocked. The key is to destroy the entire group. And that group had no power to resist. This mutant turtle beast has incredible fighting power, the leading captain said calmly. You are still young. You made the alley so dirty. You left the body lying on the street. Aren't you afraid that the law enforcement department will file a case and investigate? Just clean it up. Yes. Several dragon guards went down personally to clean up the alley, restoring it to its original state as if nothing had happened. The captain informed the guards around the young lady of the result. After receiving the news, the female guard immediately told Su Qing. Miss, Master Long Chun has eliminated that D-level team. The female guard was a little shocked. She still remembered the first time she met Long Chun. Long Chun looks like an ordinary middle school student. As a result, only more than 2 months have passed, and he has grown to this point. Unbelievable. You have to know that Long Chun is not her daughter. How could it possibly have such terrifying potential? After Su Qing heard this, a hint of surprise flashed in her beautiful eyes. Then he showed a stunning smile. As expected, Su Qing said lightly. The female guard couldn't help but tease. Oh, who was it that immediately mobilized the dragon guards upon hearing that young Master Long Chun was being targeted by the Hunter Guild? The deployment of the dragon guards is a big deal in Linjiang City. Su Qing's pupils moved slightly, her cheeks turned red instantly, and there was some anger in her eyes. The female guard immediately shut her mouth. At the same time, Tu Yaki and others have already met up. They are 4 girls. Quickly shuttle through the area of the Spirit Beast Trading Center, searching in one alley after another. Suddenly I noticed a few people gathered at the entrance of an alley ahead. Did you see it just now? Killing someone in broad daylight. Could it be the hunter who did it? The Hunter Guild is really getting more and more unscrupulous. Is there no one who can restrict the Hunter Guild? It's so bloody. The attack was so brutal that there's basically no trace of the body left. The 4 girls were stunned for a moment. Are they still late? Yuling Fei was so angry that tears came out. This is too much. The children of Jiangqing have had a hard time, but they were killed just after they arrived. Are they still human? Yuling Fei was the angriest. Because she was an eyewitness to the Jiangqing disaster. She knows how tragic it is. Many people cannot bear the blow of the death of their loved ones, and even if the disaster has subsided, they still choose to commit suicide. Hundreds of thousands of people were killed or injured. Li Hongyuan, that bastard, I'm going to kill him! Yuling Fei was going to settle the score with Li Hongyuan immediately. Stopped by Tu Yaki. Tu Yaki was also very sad and angry, with anger burning in her beautiful eyes. I know you are angry, and I am angry too, but if we kill Li Hongyuan now, it will cause internal strife in the Hunter Guild and we will be eliminated. But Tu Yaki changed the subject and said with murderous intent. However, we can wait for Li Hongyuan and his men to leave Linjiang City to carry out their mission, and then kill them. The person must be killed. But not now. Tu Yaki gritted her teeth. Although I don't have a close relationship with those 2 children. But from the moment I decided to help them, they have become my little brothers. My little brother was killed by someone in such an unclear way. This matter will definitely not end like this. Yuling Fei cried heartbrokenly. The other 2 girls, Jiang Tutu and Xu Xinyue, also had red eyes. Inside the Hunter Guild, several supervisors held an emergency meeting. Just 2 hours ago, the D-level team that Li Hongyuan was in all lost their life signals and seemed to have been wiped out. The last place they were seen was an alley. It seemed that a fight had taken place in that alley, But when we rushed over, the alley had already been cleared by someone else. Destroy the whole team? Who dares to destroy our team in Linjiang City? What was their last mission? It was issued to them by a pharmacist. Kill 2 second-level beast masters. Everyone was silent for a while. Isn't it a very easy task for them? So this is quite strange. I wonder if someone sniped them? How dare they attack our hunter guild? No matter who they are, they will pay the price. The middle-aged man in the lead had a deep gaze. He held a cigar in his hand, and a wisp of smoke floated straight upwards. Others looked at the middle-aged man. Mr. Lee, what do you think we should do? Should we take the initiative? This person is a mid to high-level member of the Hunter Guild. Li Hongyuan is his nephew. It is precisely because of this relationship that several people held an emergency meeting here. Otherwise, if all members of a normal D-level team were sacrificed, they would not take it so seriously. Mr. Lee tapped the table lightly with his fingers. A heart-pounding thumping sound was heard in the quiet conference room. He thought for a moment before saying, "Who finally cleaned that alley?" Everyone was stunned, and then they remembered that this was a very important clue. Whoever cleaned the alley would determine who did it. I will immediately mobilize all aspects of the Hunters Guild's intelligence network to investigate who cleared that alley. After a while, someone walked in with a heavy face. We visited nearby shops and customers and found someone wearing a unique black armor cleaning up the alley. Hearing the description of the black armor, everyone was silent in an instant. Chapter 76. Dragon Guards Clean Up the Mess? Everyone was stunned. It was as if he had heard something horrible. Even Mr. Lee, who had managed to remain calm just now widened his eyes and looked at the person who brought the information in disbelief. Are you sure it's the black armor? Yes. Among the people we interviewed, 7 gave the same answer. Hiss. Mr. Lee couldn't help but take a breath. The supervisors who were indignant just now were now silent. Black armor. The entire Linjiang City. Someone who can wear black armor. There is only the Dragon Guard. The Dragon Guards usually do not go out. Once it's deployed, it's a big deal. And the person who cleaned up the battlefield in the end was actually the Dragon Guard. Dragon Guard, how could he possibly care about such trivial matters? Someone asked timidly. But no one answered him. Yes. Why did the Dragon Guards clear that alley? If there is to be cleaning, it should be done by people from the Law Enforcement Department, or the Cleaning Department. The Dragon Guards are the personal guards of General Long Jinbang. Even in the entire Long family, there are only a handful of people who can mobilize the Dragon Throne. So, why did the Dragon Guards clear the alley? They no longer dare to think about it. What kind of big shot did Li Hongyuan offend? Mr. Lee suddenly stood up and said with a look of fear, "This matter ends here, and there is no need to investigate further." The others nodded. Yeah. That's it. They are really afraid that the investigation will uncover something even more earth-shattering. In the shadow of the Dragon Guard. A tense emergency meeting ended just like that. Holy Beast Pharmacy Spirit Beast Trading Center Branch. The man in black robe has returned to Bai Meng's side. Bai Meng thought for a while. Did you see clearly? Are you sure the other party is a Dragon Guard? The man in black robe replied. Only they can wear that kind of Xianzi armor, and I saw the totem of the Long family on the armor, the purple dragon. Bai Meng was a little surprised, but seemed to understand something. I see. In other words, those 2 young men are actually from the Long family? And the mysterious pharmacist behind them is probably from the Long family? No wonder he has such advanced alchemy skills. But if he is the alchemist of the Long family, why would he hide himself so deliberately? This is something Bai Meng doesn't quite understand. Most people may prefer not to show off their wealth. But the Long family is Linjiang City. No, they are an outstanding family that ranks among the top in the entire Linjiang province. There was no need for them to act so cautiously. Even if others knew that they could refine top-level compatibility potions, so what? Who dares to take advantage of them? Even if the Long family is willing to cooperate with the Holy Beast Pharmacy. The Holy Beast Pharmacy will be very welcome. And it will definitely return more benefits to the Long family. After thinking for a while, Bai Meng felt that he was not getting the point. Finally, I gave up thinking. But since she already knew that the two young men were from the Long family, she would have to be more cautious when dealing with them in the future. And Jiang paced in the villa. Tuyaki has been out for a while. There has been no news coming back. She was planning to put on her clothes and go out to look for it herself. When she was about to go out, someone suddenly opened the door. The one who opened the door. It was Long Qin and Wang Kaixian. Long Qin was puzzled. Aunt Jiang, are you going out? Ah. Aunt Jiang was stunned for a while before she woke up. She quickly hugged the two of them into her gentle arms, tears streaming down her face. Where have you two been? We were so worried. Worried about us? What happened? Long Chen and Wang Kaixian were both a little confused. Aunt Jiang checked for a long time and only breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that the two people had returned safe and sound without missing anything. Luckily it's not you. Have you eaten? Aunt Jiang didn't say anything. She felt that she and Tuyaki had seen it wrong. Maybe the two figures in the photo are not those of the two children at all. It was just a coincidence that the clothes they wore were the same, which led to the misunderstanding. In order not to scare the two children, Aunt Jiang did not say what happened. I didn't eat. Then the meal is ready, come back and eat. Aunt Jiang pulled the two people inside. Long Qin and Wang Kaixian didn't understand what was going on. But they could feel Aunt Jiang's kindness. And the sincere tears just now really make me feel like a warm family. Maybe they were worried that they were unfamiliar with Linjiang City, and thought they hadn't come back for so long because they got lost. The other side. Tuyaki received a message from Aunt Jiang. Huh! Aunt Jiang said that the two children have already gone back. Huh! Then. Jiang Tutu felt strange because her and Yuling Fei's eyes were still red. Yuling Fei was also a little dazed. Tuyaki was embarrassed. I must have recognized the wrong person. Maybe the people in the photo are not them at all. Yuling Fei breathed a sigh of relief. No matter what, it's good that nothing happened. I was wondering why they had just arrived in Linjiang City and offended someone. Yeah, I'm glad you're okay. The four girls all breathed a sigh of relief. The next day. Opening ceremony of Longyi Wanjiang Beast Taming Academy. Long Chen and Wang Kaixian came early wearing the school uniforms issued by the school. The uniforms of the Beast Taming Academy are so cool. The blue and white suit is made of top-quality fabrics and workmanship. It is tailored according to the body shape and height of each student. Even a fat guy like Wang Kaixian looks handsome in his school uniform. Not to mention Long Chen. He found that clothes make the man. Ever since he put on this school uniform, he felt that he immediately looked much more elegant. They were both assigned to Class 3, Grade 1. Standing in the square formation, waiting for school leaders to preside over the meeting, Long Chen looked around and found that there were quite a few people. There are about 2,000 to 3,000 freshmen in this class. To be honest, it was a bit beyond his expectations. Because according to his estimation, there are less than 10 beast masters who advance to higher education in Jiangqing every year. There are hundreds of cities in Linjiang Prefecture. At most, there should be about 1,000 new students. But obviously, he was wrong. Some cities have far more places for higher education than Jiangqing. Haha, I'm put in the same class with you two losers. It looks like you two are going to be the last in our Class 3. An unpleasant voice was heard. Long Chen turned around. I found that the people from Guangzhou whom I met on the first day of arriving at the school were also there. Long Chen's expression changed immediately. It's like seeing shit and feeling disgusted. Grass. The good mood is gone in an instant.